Okay. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. It's very near to our time now. Okay. So without wasting time, first just to tell you that how we are going to go about this. So when you are so close to your attempt, all right, it is very clear that you should be in a position to solve the questions. Okay. Because question answer is everything that matters. So what I have done is I have created a document, all right, whereby I have ensured that all the important questions of every chapter are included in that particular document. Okay. Like for example, this is part one of the document where in the first phase, I will cover chapter 1, 11, 2, and 6. Okay. Which has about 55 questions or so. Okay. And as you can see straight away, I have made the list of important concepts. All right. And straight away, we will discuss the concepts through the question itself. All right. So that there is no issue. However, in order to support our discussions, in order to support our discussions, all right, whatever workings I do in the class, okay, I have just kept that PDF also very handy so that we can, if we forget a concept or if you're not able to recall, then in that case, I can just refer to this particular PDF. Okay. All of these documents have been uploaded on a drive, Google Drive, and that drive link has been shared in your internal groups. All right. Just now, I think about 5-6 minutes back. And for the students who are watching this video on YouTube. All right, so the drive link will be there in your description. It will be updated later on in the description part. All right. So without wasting time, chapter one, nature, scope, and objectives of audit. Everyone understands that in this particular chapter we have important concepts of definition of audit, objectives of audit, inherent limitations of audit. We will go one by one. Okay, 4 to 6 marks weightage in your paper with respect to chapter one. So the very first concept is overall objectives of independent auditor as per SA 200. All right, what do we say when we say overall objectives of independent auditor? Tell me, auditor has been appointed in order to obtain reasonable assurance. All right, he is not here to provide absolute assurance. Reasonable assurance on what? Whether financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatements and whether financial statements are prepared in accordance with applicable financial reporting framework. At the end, then you will report on the financial statements as required by standards in auditing and auditors' findings. All right. So this is your overall objectives of auditor. However, when we look at this particular question, all right, I'll be just going through the question very quickly. CA Limited is a leading Indian automobile manufacturer with many offerings across commercial, passenger, and electric vehicles. The company is pioneering in India's electric vehicle transition and enjoys considerable advantage. Okay, fine. GR and Associates have been appointed as its statutory auditors. J and K are newly appointed audit assistants in the firm and are part of engagement team constituted for the purpose of audit. However, they are confused about what such an audit tends to achieve. They perceive audit as a guarantee against possible error or fraud. All right, in the financial statements. Do you agree with the perception of both the assistants? No. All right, because audit is not a guarantee. Auditor will obtain reasonable assurance. All right, so if you see, first they have, this is the suggested answer by the ICI. All right, first they have printed the objectives. In this context, outline the objectives of an independent auditor. They have printed the objectives, but when you actually see the suggestion answer, they have also given the analysis of the objectives. Now, when I say analysis of the objectives, if the question completely belongs to objectives, then in that case, you will have to write the objectives also, and you will have to give the analysis also. When I say analysis of the objectives, means you will have to explain them some words. First, you will have to explain them what is the meaning of reasonable assurance. You will have to explain them that when we say financial statements are free from material misstatement, that means we want financial statements to be free from material errors. Immaterial errors are fine. You have to tell them what is the meaning of applicable financial reporting framework. That means the guideline based upon which entity prepares the financial statements. All right. You can give them the example of Schedule 3 and accounting standards. And at the end of the day, auditor will prepare a report and express his opinion. So when I say analysis, that means you will explain the important words of that particular concept. All right. Next. This is your module question also. Lalji Bhai has purchased shares of a company listed on National Stock Exchange. Audited financial statements of the company provide a picture of healthy financial performance of having robust turnover, low debt, and good profits. On the above basis, he is absolutely satisfied that money invested by him is safe. Lalji Bhai is Absolutely satisfied that money invested by him is safe. Tell me, can Lalji Bhai be absolutely satisfied? No. All right. Instead of absolutely, if I write the word reasonably, then can I say answer question is correct? Yes or no, sir? Yes. No. Still the question is wrong because this is never written by the auditor. Money invested by him is safe. This line is never written by the auditor. Auditor never provides an assurance that your money is safe. So absolutely Lalji Bhai is incorrect. He cannot be even 1% satisfied with this line. Or money invested by him is safe because auditor does not provide assurance to investors regarding safety of his money. All right. So absolutely reasonably everything is wrong over there. This is not the objective of auditor. So if I see all the past attempt questions with respect to objectives of auditor, these are the two best questions. All right. So that is how I've prepared this document. Okay. So that is your concept of objectives of auditor. So even if you solve all the questions which are given over here, you always have this anxiety, last 1.5 days. So if you solve this document, all right, and all the questions which are given over here, your 1.5 days matter is done. All right, these are all important concepts. Okay. Next, scope of audit. When I say scope of audit, what do you understand by the word scope? Scope means coverage. All right. What are the areas to be covered and what are the areas that auditor does not cover? Okay. In my class, whether you wrote from chart book or I gave you handwritten notes, whatever it is, I always say that scope includes C, S, and D. C for coverage of all aspects of the entity relevant to the financial statements being audited, relevant to the financial statements being audited. Don't write coverage of all aspects of the entity. Auditor is not worried about all aspects. He's worried only about the aspects which are relevant to the financial statements being audited. Sufficiency and reliability of financial information. Which information? Financial information. Whatever financial accounting information is generated by the entity, he's worried about that. And he's also worried about disclosures, that is notes to accounts, C, S, and D. What is not included in the scope? My code word is do not die. D for duties which fall outside the domain of his competence. Tell me, as an auditor, will you certify the physical condition of the building? No. All right, that will be done by the architect. So duties which fall outside the domain of his competence. Then what is not included in scope? I for investigation. Auditing is the reasonable examination of financial statements, whereas investigation is a very critical examination of financial statements, not financial statements, only few selected areas. I repeat, audit covers reasonably all the areas, whereas investigation will cover only some specific areas. All right, and that also critical examination. Then auditor is not an E for expert in authentication of documents. Auditor only wants convincing evidence. Auditor does not want 100% proof of everything. All right. So this is the concept. Now let us look at the question. Look at this. Mini and Associates Chartered Accountants were appointed as auditor of CA Limited, a construction company. During the audit, CA Mini, a partner of the firm, noticed the following. Company has several ongoing projects, but only selected project revenues have been reported. Only selected project revenues have been reported. Several expense vouchers are missing or are handwritten and lack proper authorization. The company has changed its depreciation method from straight line method to WDV method without adequate disclosures. All right. These matters were brought to the attention of the management. However, management argued that these issues fall outside the auditor's scope. Tell me, revenue, all right, authorization of expenses and depreciation disclosure, is it outside the scope? No. All right. C, S, and D. C for all areas which are relevant to the financial statements audited. Then sufficiency and reliability of financial information. For that, I will have to check the authorization of expenses. And D for disclosures. So listen to me. This is the best question for C, S, and D. All right. Whether contention of the management is correct? No. So first they will explain C, S, and D. And then if you see, all right, they will also relate it with the case study. All right. And then you do everything in exams. But if you don't give them the conclusion, then you will lose your marks. What was the last line in the question? Whether contention of the management is correct? You say no, it is not correct. If that you don't write, you will lose your 1 mark. Am I clear with this? Yes. So these are the best questions for scope of audit. More questions for scope of audit. Question number 4. PD and company chartered accountants were appointed as statutory auditors of MR Limited for financial year 23-24. MR Limited included the following clause in the appointment letter to the auditors. The auditor shall be responsible for detecting fraud that may happen in the company during the financial year. Tell me, is the management correct over here? No. For this, first you will have to explain them what is audit. All right. You can start with definition also. That auditing is an independent examination of financial information of an entity, whether profit oriented or not, irrespective of its size or legal form. When such an examination is conducted with a view to express an opinion. Then you start with objectives. You tell them what is the main purpose of audit, because auditor's main purpose is not detecting fraud. All right. Then you tell them, okay, what is not included in audit? Tell me, what is my code word? Do not die. All right. This is I for investigations. Fraud detection is the job of an investigator. So all of this you will have to use in the answer. All right. So if you look at this particular answer, they have written objectives. All right. They are also talking about investigation. They are explaining that audit is distinct from investigation. All right. They are saying everything, and they're also giving the conclusion. Therefore, inclusion of such a clause in the engagement letter is not proper. All right. Or questions of scope of audit. Look at this. The management of Cool Drinks Limited suspects that some employees of the company may be involved in making fraudulent payments to dummy workers. So management has a doubt that some employees may be involved in fraudulent payment to dummy workers at its various plants in the country. Therefore, they are considering appointment of a firm of auditors to conduct audit involving detailed examination of accounts. Okay, so they have a doubt that there are dummy workers. Only for this, they are appointing a firm for detailed examination of accounts. However, one senior person among board members, Mr. P, objects to the use of the word audit. All right. Tell me, when I am appointing a CA to check in detail to find out whether there are dummy workers or not, it is audit or investigation. But you have to tell them what is investigation. You have to tell them that investigation is a critical examination of accounts with a special purpose. All right. Then you have to tell them what is the objective of audit. All right. And then you have to say that audit is general, whereas investigation is very specific. Then you have to link with the case and then give your conclusions. All right. Tell me, this method of marathon, are you okay with this? Yes, this will give you confidence, all right, that whether we're able to solve the questions or not. All right. Just looking at the concepts and stuff, all right, that will not give you confidence. Okay. The next concept. What is the next concept? Inherent limitations of auditing. Everyone understands that auditor cannot provide absolute assurance because auditing suffers from inherent limitations. Now, if you see, first I have included a very general question on inherent limitations. All right, we will just revise a little bit of inherent limitations. All right. Sorry for my handwriting. All right. Inherent limitations of auditing. All right. My code word is FACTO, FACTO. The very first limitation is F, nature of financial reporting. All right. Financial statement involves judgment. Financial statements are prepared by the management. Management can manipulate the financial statements, but auditor is helpless. Auditor has to take the data from the management. Because of estimates in the financial statements, there is always some amount of uncertainty. All right. Then A for audit procedures. All right. Audit procedures suffer from PL limitations. Which limitations? PL, practical and legal limitations. Best example of practical and legal limitation, auditor has limited legal power. All right. Audit is not designed to detect fraud. Then C for cost, T for times. Cost and time students can write on their own. And then there are some more matters in which there are inherent limitations. But I don't want you to buy out all of this. We will see the question. All right. List down the factors giving rise to inherent limitations due to which auditor cannot provide a guarantee. All right. What are those factors? They have written nature of financial reporting, nature of audit procedures, audit, and then they're just writing general lines. The audit is not an investigation. Then they're talking about cost and time. And then one point they've included of future events. Tell me, going concern. Going concern is based upon future, and future is uncertain. Auditor cannot provide a guarantee. All right, so they have printed few points from what we have discussed, and that is your answer. Any 3 points, if they tally, they will give you your marks. That is the concept of inherent limitations. All right, but wait, look at this question, which was MTP December 25. So what I've done is module, RTP, MTP, PYQs. I have sorted out the best questions. During audit of Himani Electronics Limited, the auditor identifies that several purchase bills bearing proper stamps and signature of authorized person from the goods receiving section have been processed and paid. Okay. However, during verification of store records, auditor observes that goods related to some of these bills were, so bill was paid, but goods were never received. On inquiry, it is discovered that accountant responsible for processing purchase bills, an authorized person in the goods receiving section, had what is collusion, secret understanding between two parties. All right, so there was a secret understanding. There was a secret understanding between the accountant and the person in the goods receiving section. All right, the storage person and accountant, they had a secret understanding. Management argues that proper internal controls existed. Auditors should have detected such misstatements and prevented their occurrence. Right. Auditors should have detected and prevented their occurrence. With reference to, see, in Inter-CA, normally, if you look at the last line, they will give you the reference. They will tell you that from where the concept is. With reference to inherent limitations of auditing. Explain why auditor cannot obtain absolute assurance that financial statements are free from material misstatement. So they are saying with reference to inherent limitations. Now over here, you can't write all the limitations. All right. The major limitation is that financial statements are prepared by management. Internal control systems are implemented by the management, and therefore auditor relies on such systems to get the information. All right. It is the limitation of internal control. It is the limitation of that if two employees have a secret understanding, it is the limitation of internal control. Auditor cannot do anything in that. That is the main concept to be discussed. Look at this. Auditor cannot obtain absolute assurance that financial statements are free from material mistake. Preparation of financial statement involves many judgments. All right. Management is responsible for preparation of financial statements. Management is responsible for suitable internal controls. All right. However, such controls may not have operated. Then they are giving the case study. All right. This is a case of overriding of internal controls due to collusion. All right. Because such collusion, secret understanding, and control failures can occur, auditor provides only reasonable assurance. All right. So this whole point is only on that one line, that preparation of financial statement is the responsibility of management. Implementing internal control is also responsibility of management. If the control fails, it is the management's responsibility and not auditor's responsibility. All right. So full point only on inherent limitations. So one general answer on inherent limitations and one very specific answer on inherent limitations. These are the best questions of inherent limitations. All right. Then when we look at chapter number 1, the next concept, which is very, very important, is the concept of assurance engagement and its types. Everyone over here? All right. Tell me everyone, fast. If a practicing CA is examining trade receivables, I repeat, if a practicing CA, forget about what is there on the screen, just answer my question. If a practicing CA is examining trade receivables, after examining trade receivables, he is preparing a report, and that report he is giving to the CFO of the company, all right, that these are your trade receivables, this much is receivable from them. All right. After examining trade receivables, he gives that report to the CFO of the company. Then this is A for assurance engagement or N for non-assurance engagement. All right. It is a non-assurance engagement. Very good. Every examination is not assurance engagement. Assurance engagement becomes assurance engagement only when it can increase the confidence of third party. Today, intended users, that is third party other than the management. So if I am examining something but giving an internal report to the CFO, that is not assurance. Assurance should be able to increase the confidence of third party. So everyone over here, what is assurance engagement? There is a responsible party who is responsible for preparing the data. That responsible party will provide the data to the CA in practice, who is the practitioner. That practitioner will examine the data and express a conclusion. All right. So he will verify the subject matter, for example, financial statements, against the criteria, for example, accounting standards. All right. Then he will express a conclusion. And most importantly, that conclusion should be able to increase the degree of confidence of the intended users other than the management. So when the practicing CA can increase the confidence of third party stakeholders, that is called as an assurance engagement. Therefore, assurance engagement is made from 5 elements. First, there need to be 3 parties: practitioner, responsible party, that is management, and the users. Then there has to be appropriate subject matter. Then there has to be some kind of criteria, all right, based upon which we are checking. Then for that, we need to obtain sufficient and appropriate evidence. Sufficiency means quantity, appropriateness means quality. Then we have to prepare a written report. And that written report should be able to increase the confidence of the users other than the responsible party. When all of these five will exist, then it is called as an assurance engagement. So everyone, if you look at this question, an assurance engagement involves a three-party relationship. Discuss the elements of assurance engagement. So first, I have kept a very simple question where you can see, all right, all the five elements. All right. Now, everyone over here, assurance, here. Huh. Assurance is of three types. One is reasonable assurance, which is a high level of assurance, but not a guarantee. We call that as audit. Second is limited assurance, all right, where we just conduct limited examination, all right, and provide a very limited confidence to the users. And the best example of limited assurance is review. Quarterly financial statements of listed entities are reviewed and they are not audited. All right. And the third assurance, all right, that I will talk later on. First, let us clear about reasonable assurance and limited assurance. All right. Reasonable assurance provides high level of assurance. Limited assurance provides lower level of assurance. In reasonable assurance, we will conduct elaborate and extensive procedures. Whereas in limited assurance, we will conduct fewer procedures. In reasonable assurance, we want reasonable conclusion. In limited assurance, we want limited conclusions. Best example of reasonable assurance, audit of financial statements of companies, and best example of limited assurance, quarterly financial statements of listed entities are reviewed, but they are not audited. So this reasonable versus limited is one of their favorite concepts. All right. So as you can see over here, KST Limited is engaged in manufacturing business. It appoints the CAT to provide an assurance report on its financial statements prepared on the basis of historical financial information. The characteristics of such an engagement is that it involves gathering of sufficient and appropriate evidence on basis of which limited conclusions can be drawn. So I need sufficient and appropriate evidence only, but for which conclusions? Limited conclusions. Then identify the type of engagement. This is which engagement? Limited assurance engagement. It is called as review. All right. It will provide lower level of assurance and it will have fewer procedures than reasonable assurance. All right. So that is one point. Then next, question number 10. A CA student, has joined articles in a reputed audit firm. She considers audit engagement to be an assurance engagement. Yeah. She considers audit engagement to be an assurance engagement. Fine. Auditing is a part of assurance. Her understanding is that audit engagement is the only kind of assurance engagement in which practitioner gives a written assurance report in appropriate form. Can I say this understanding is wrong? All right, because we have different types of assurance engagement. We have reasonable assurance, we have limited assurance. All right. However, her friend Soumya does not agree with her. She is of the view that assurance engagements are not restricted to audit alone. Besides, Soumya also thinks that assurance engagements can also relate to matters other than historical financial information, whose view appears to be correct. I will give you one simple formula. Focus over here. So whatever are the financial statements, they are divided into two. One is historical financial information. Second is future prospective financial information. For historical financial information, if you are doing reasonable assurance, then it is audit. For historical financial information, if you are giving limited assurance, then it is review. And for prospective financial information, there is a separate category of standards called as standards on assurance engagement. And in prospective financial information, we say we give moderate level of assurance. Which assurance? Sir, what is moderate level of assurance? Let me tell you, little more than limited and little less than reasonable. One more time, little more than and little less than reasonable. All right. Today, I don't have time for all logics. All right. You have to understand what I'm trying to tell you. Historical financial information, reasonable assurance, audit. Historical financial information, limited assurance, review. All right. And prospective financial information are governed by a separate set of standards called as standards on assurance engagement, which will give you moderate level of assurance. All right. So everyone over here, I have given this over here also. SA, standards on auditing. They deal with audit of historical financial information. SRE, standards on review engagement. They deal with review of historical financial information. Then SAE, standards on Assurance engagement. They deal with assurance engagements other than historical financial information. So audit of financial statements, SA, review of financial statements, SRE, and assurance on prospective financial information. Assurance on prospective financial information will be your SAE, standards on assurance engagement. Now again, I will go to the question. So this girl is saying that only audit is assurance. Tell me her understanding is correct or incorrect? Incorrect. Because we have three discussions over here. All right. Whose view appears to be correct? State with reasons. So you have to tell them that there are different types of assurance engagement. All right. And you have to explain them these three assurance engagements and you will get your marks. All right. You have to tell them that Soumya is correct and this student is incorrect. All right. You have to give them the conclusion also. Assurance engagement means an engagement in which practitioner expresses a conclusion. So they have given the whole definition. In this context, give three examples of assurance engagement. We already gave those examples. Correct? Reasonable assurance, historical financial information, limited assurance, historical financial information, and moderate level of assurance on prospective financial information. All right. Next. XYZ Limited, a manufacturing company engaged in the production of various types of yarn, is planning to expand its operations into new geographical market and also add new products. Company has prepared prospective financial information to be presented to potential investors and financial institutions to secure funding for expansion. XYZ Limited engages a firm of auditors to conduct an assurance engagement on this prospective financial information. This will be which standard? SAE. During the engagement, the auditors reviewed the assumptions made by the management and issued a report. Explain the key difference between prospective financial information and historical financial information. So first they want to know the difference between the two. So we will tell them that historical financial information relates about past periods. Prospective financial information deals with future events and possible actions. All right. How does this distinction impact the level of assurance provided in an assurance engagement? Tell me, on historical financial information, we can still provide reasonable assurance, yes or no, sir? Yes, but on prospective financial information, we will not provide reasonable assurance. So main lines I will tell you. This prospective financial information relates to future events. All right. Whatever evidence is available for prospective financial information, it is normally future oriented. All right. You don't have proper evidence. It is future oriented. Therefore, auditor is not in a position to express an opinion whether results will be achieved or not. Therefore, in such assurance engagement, practitioner provides a report, but that report will have only moderate level of assurance. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes. So these 11, 12 questions are the most critical questions when it comes to chapter 1. All right. Dealing with objectives of audit, scope of audit, inherent limitations, and different types of assurance engagements. Okay. Now, there are some more concepts in chapter 1. All right. But I am so sure that students are clear with those concepts, like who appoints the auditor, that you understand in law subject, advantages of audit and stuff, that all of this is read once category. All right. So if you feel like reading it, you can read it. Today, I have to ensure that in this marathon, I at least ensure that you are able to wear clothes. I'm not talking about makeup. All right. I will just ensure that you wear the clothes. First of all, these concepts are extremely critical. This is the level which you need to know. Beyond this, if you have time and if you study, then it is fine. All right. So that is it with your chapter 1 revision of most critical concepts. All right. Then chapter 11. I will straight away go to chapter 11 now. What I have done is I have collected all the topics where I don't need today. At least in this document, I don't need qualified opinion, adverse opinion, disclaimer opinion. I'm not making it complicated. First, I'm giving you easy marks. All right. So chapter 1, 4 to 6, easy marks. Chapter 11 also easy marks. All right. So that these are the chapters where there is not too much discussion about audit report. All right. Sorry. Okay. Chapter 11, ethics. Again, chapter 11, if you see last 4 or 5 attempts, it always has an impact of 10 to 12 marks. Chapter 11, ethics, terms of engagement, and quality control. First of all, we will discuss about ethics. When it comes to ethics, listen, there are only 3 concepts in chapter 11, ethics part: fundamental principles, independence, and professional skepticism. All right. First of all, fundamental principles. See, first I've given the list of fundamental principles. This question is a very simple question where they're asking you to explain the code of ethics and they are just asking you to explain the fundamental principles. All right. How many fundamental principles? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So many code words are there. You can use your code word. Professional copy is the code word which I use. All right. So professional competence and due care. What do you understand by professional competence and due care? Knowledge, skill, ability, experience. All right. Then confidentiality. All right, you should not disclose confidential information to any third person without obtaining client's consent unless it is required by law. Tell me, if there is a legal compulsion, don't you think we will have to disclose the information? Yes. All right. Then O for objectivity. When I say objectivity, means you should have unbiased attitude. All right, you should be free from CBI, conflict of interest, bias, and influence. When I say integrity, means it is honesty and straightforward approach. All right. Then professional behavior is nothing but good code of conduct. All right. But listen to me. What I'm interested is in, yeah. What I'm interested is that when it comes to these fundamental principles, students think that this is some kind of theory going on. All right. But they have asked very, very practical questions. All right. So what I've done in this document also, okay, that integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, professional competence, due care, and professional behavior, I've explained in one line. Remember one thing: if they say fundamental principles, don't write independence. All right, don't write independence in the answer. Independence is very important, but it is not a fundamental principle. What do you understand by fundamental principle? Principle that is applicable to all chartered accountants. Tell me, can I provide consultancy services to my father's company? Yes. I cannot conduct audit of my father's company, but can I provide consultancy services to my father's company? Yes. When I am providing consultancy services to my father's company, am I independent? No. All right, but I need to maintain honesty. I need to be free from influence. I need to maintain confidentiality. I need to maintain PCDC. I need to show professional behavior. So independence is required only for assurance engagements. Tell me, independence is required only for? Independence is not a mandatory requirement for non-assurance engagements. So therefore, independence is very important principle, but it is not universally applicable. Therefore, it is not a fundamental principle. So everyone focus over here. When I look at this question, they wanted you to explain the ethics which are relevant to the auditor. Therefore, what they did is, in the first paragraph, they wrote the word independence. Then separately they explained fundamental principles because the question was dealing with audit. If I just tell you, just give me fundamental principles, then you will not write the principle of independence. All right. Now listen to me. What normally happens is, with respect to these fundamental principles, you get such a practical question. Look at this. A professional accountant, a very practical question, is expected to comply with fundamental principles of professional ethics at all times. Explain which fundamental principle governing professional ethics is violated in the following situation. First, a CA in practice accepted the appointment as an auditor of a firm in which his sister was a partner. Tell me, if my sister is a partner, and there I am accepting audit, then which principle gets violated? Which principle gets violated? Objectivity. See, now what students have done, in such kind of questions, they say, "Achha, sister is a partner. Oh, this will compromise independence." They are asking fundamental principle. If they're asking fundamental principle, you don't talk about independence. Are you getting my point? So if my sister is a partner in a firm and if I accept that audit, can I say she can easily influence me? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. So therefore, which principle gets compromised? Objectivity. Then next, CA in practice was approached by his friend to seek some insider information about a company which was a client of the chartered accountant. He could not refuse his friend's request. Which principle gets violated? Confidentiality. All right, but you should know the English also of confidentiality. All right. Next, a CA in practice failed to inform his client about the change in laws applicable to his client. If I don't keep myself updated and if I don't inform the client, then professional competence or professional behavior? All right, it is professional competence and due care. Professional behavior is when I violate the laws and stuff, that will be your professional behavior. All right. So tell me, I'll give you more examples. If CA is signing, if CA is signing on a wrong document knowingly, if CA is signing on a wrong document knowingly, then which principle gets violated? Which principle gets violated? Integrity. All right. So all four integrity. One example I've written: objective, confidentiality, and PCDC. Now listen to me. One very important adjustment. If they say CA is signing on a wrong document knowingly, CA is signing on a wrong document knowingly, they have given you the option of integrity. This is one MCQ. Second, they have also given you option of integrity and professional behavior. All right. Then which one will you mark? Let me tell you, wait. Let me tell you integrity and professional behavior. Now listen to me very carefully. Professional behavior. Professional behavior. All right. Is a common principle applicable across all circumstances. All right. Tell me something. If I am not honest, can I say that is also bad behavior? All right. So CA is signing on a wrong document knowingly. That is actually first option, integrity. But if they have given you option of integrity and professional behavior, then you will mark integrity and professional behavior. All right. Let us say over here. Over here. My sister is a partner in the firm where I am accepting audit. My sister is a partner in the firm where I am accepting audit. All right. Okay, fine. I will get influenced. So I have marked objectivity. But what if they would have given you option of objectivity and professional behavior? Then you will mark objectivity and professional behavior should be written across all situations. It is a very general point. Am I clear with this? But specific will prevail over general. So in all of these questions, we can add the point of professional behavior. But let us say if you have to choose, then always go for the specific one. Always go for the specific one. All right. So fundamental principle is one of their favorites for case study based and MCQ questions. And this question bank will ensure that you get your relevant practice. All right. Now listen to me. I have used this example in my class also. If my wife's sister is a director, I repeat, if my wife's sister is a director, can I accept audit of such company? All right. Technically, my wife's sister is not a relative as per Companies Act 2013. My wife is my relative, but my wife's sister is not my relative. All right. So if my wife's sister is a director in the company, can I accept the audit of such company? The answer is no. Because yeah, that is fine. We'll use that also. Because when it comes to ethics, we have to use principle based approach and not just rule based approach. Principle means follow the spirit of ethics, not just the wordings of ethics. All right. So look at this approach: principle based approach and rules based approach. Principle based approach complies with spirit of ethics. All right. We have to exercise our judgment in every situation. All right. I have to use my judgment to evaluate the situation. Whereas rules based approach just follows the rules, the wordings. All right. The spirit may be overlooked. Rules based approach is a very rigid approach. All right. And therefore, it is necessary to follow spirit of the code of ethics. All right. So which approach should be followed for ethics? Principle based approach and not rules based approach. All right. So this is with respect to your fundamental principles. Now I will solve questions with respect to independence. All right. When it comes to independence, first of all, you should have some English meaning of independence. All right. Not that just one line is not enough. Main independence means, all right, that you should not get influenced. However, it is not possible to define independence. All right. We cannot have clear rules of independence. But the most important concept is this concept, that it is not only important to be independent, but it is also important to appear as independent. This means as an auditor, first I should feel independent, independence of mind. And then as an auditor, I should think from the angle of third party, whether I'm appearing to be independent or not. If my wife's sister is a director in the company, all right, and if I accept audit of such company, I may feel that I am independent, but no shareholder is going to trust me. So it is important that you feel that you are independent and you should also appear as independent. So independence of mind and independence of appearance. Independence is not supposed to exist only in fact, but it should also appear to exist to all reasonable persons. Second concept with respect to independence is threats to independence. Look at this. Very nice question, best question for threats to independence. All right. I hope that at least you remember there are five types of threats. All right. There are five types of threats. All right. What are those threats? Self interest threat, then self review threat. All right. Then advocacy threat, then intimidation threat, and then familiarity threat. So there are five types of threat to independence. All right. I will not discuss anything. I will straight away solve the question. CAJ, partner of the firm, perform statutory audit as well as non-audit engagement for Messrs Takeaway Private Limited. If I am performing audit as well as non-audit, all right, means if I am involved in your consultancy services and I'm also conducting your audit. So on one hand, I am involved in your business. And on second hand, I am only checking that business. All right? So it is self-review thread. All right, when you are performing audit plus non-audit services for the same client, it is self-review thread. Many students write over here as self-interest thread because they feel that they are earning too much money from the same client. All right. So please don't commit that mistake. If I'm conducting audit as well as non-audit services, if I get involved in their activities, then I will become the maker and I'm also the checker. All right. So it creates which thread? Self-review thread. I can never be the same. Maker and checker can never be the same. Next, CAM, partner of the firm, who has done income tax audit for Messrs Happy Associates, wherein CAM has material significant indirect financial interest. If I have indirect financial interest, then this is which thread? Self-interest thread, because I am financially interested in that client. Next, the cost of air travel and stay accommodation of family members of audit team for audit of Chennai was borne by the client stationed at Chennai. All right, aram se wait. All right. So if I am the auditor and my family members ticket cost and stuff, if the client is handling, then can I say I will become too emotionally connected with that client? All right, I will become very close to the client because you are handling the travel cost of my family. All right, so I will become emotional, sympathetic towards the client, and that is why this is familiarity threat. Which threat? Familiarity threat. All right, but students, all right, students feel that oh my god, someone is giving me air travel and hotel. Wow. All right, chalo, this is the best. I have developed financial interest. No. Some if I give you 100 rupees, you will sell yourself for what? All right. Next, one of the claims. All right. So this is basically a way of coming close to the auditor. It is familiarity threat. Next, one of the clients, Messrs Chalk Limited, threatened to replace them as auditors. Threatened to replace. If I'm threatening you that I will replace you, if I'm threatening you that I will replace you, then it is which threat? Intimidation threat. All right. Next, CAN, partner of the firm who audited Messrs NM Private Limited, became arbitrator. Arbitrator means advocate. If I am your auditor, I also become your lawyer. Then in that case, this is which threat? Advocacy threat. Or that I am defending the client. Next, CAN accepted the assignment of tax audit. All right. Management agreed to pay him contingent fee. What is contingent fee? Conditional fee. If my fee is conditional, if you like the work, only then pay me. All right. What I'm running salon over here. All right. So if my fee is conditional, then can I say I will become economically dependent on the client? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. So this is which threat? Self-interest threat. Best question to practice. All right. Next, you are requested to help CAH in classifying the type of threats to independence in each of the above observation received from the staff and partners of the firm. Many students of Jan 25, they tried to solve this. All right. They did not read the last line only. In case such threats exist, what should the auditor do? All right. If the threats exist, then apply safeguards. All right. Corrective action or preventive action. All right. For example, if my relative is holding shares, then I will ask my relative to sell the shares. All right. So apply safeguards. Look at this. When such threats exist, auditor should either avoid the task or eliminate the threat, or at the very least put in place the safeguards which can reduce the threats to an acceptable level. All such safeguards measures need to be recorded in a form that can serve as an evidence. All right. If auditor is unable to implement the safeguards, then he must not accept the work. So come on, come on. When it comes to independence, first, if you see how I've arranged the questions, first I have kept the meaning of independence. Then I have kept the threats to independence. All right. And now threats done. So now we'll talk about safeguards. All right. Question number 18. All right. I will not read the entire question. All right. Oh, no, no. Yeah, this is case study. I'll read it. CA Sudhakar has been appointed as auditor of Amro Limited. Before accepting the appointment, he learns that his cousin, who held shares in the company, recently passed away without children. Good news. Named him as the nominee for these shares, which have substantial value. Best news. Although holding such shares through a distant relative does not violate legal provisions or affect his independence, but this unexpected inheritance, all right, places him in a dilemma. So tell me, if I inherit the shares, then can I say I will develop a financial interest? Yes or no, sir? All right, then what should I do? First, I should sell those shares. After that, only I can accept the audit. Advise Sudhakar on how he should deal. All right. So this is case study and safeguard his independence. All right. Guiding principles. When I say safeguard the independence, all right, means you should always write. Come on, tell me, you should always write what are guiding principles. First, be and appear to be independent. Second, hello, it's like a flow chart. Second, if you identify threat, all right, evaluate the threat. Whether threat is a nominal threat or it is a big threat beyond acceptable level. If the threat is beyond acceptable level, then you apply safeguards. All right. By applying safeguards, if you are able to manage the threat, then accept the audit. But if you are not able to manage the threat, all right, then don't accept the audit or resign. This is guiding principle. Look at this. First, be and appear to be independent. Now flowchart begins. Before taking any work, check whether it involves threats. If threats exist, all right, apply safeguards. All right. If you are unable to apply the safeguards, then don't accept the work. And you tell Sudhakar what he should do in this particular situation. So if you see how I have arranged the question, first my questions were all dealing with fundamental principles. Then my questions were dealing with independence. All right. And then now one more question on the concept of professional skepticism. Tell me, what is professional skepticism? Auditor should function with a questioning mind, not a suspicious mind. He should maintain alertness throughout the audit. CA Rohit is conducting audit of Suman Exports Limited. During the audit, he notices that certain sales invoices provided by the client contradict the dispatch records obtained from the warehouse. He also observes that managing director gives evasive answers when asked about certain high-value cash expenses. Additionally, some documents submitted appear to have been altered, and certain transactions seem unusual compared to the prior years. In this context, explain how CA Rohit should apply the concept of professional skepticism. What specific matters should he remain alert to while performing the audit? So first you tell them what is professional skepticism. You tell them it is questioning mind. You tell them it is maintaining alertness. You tell them it means critical assessment of evidence. You use such English so that it tallies with the suggested answer. All right. Then you need to give them some specific examples where you have to exercise professional skepticism. For this, I have always given the code word CFAR or FAR C. First, if anything contradicts. When the dog will bark if something contradicts, does not tally. Then whenever you see the possibility of fraud. All right. So whenever you see the possibility of fraud, okay. Then whenever you feel like that there is a need to perform additional procedures. So one more time. C for contradict, F for fraud possibility, A for additional procedures, or when you develop doubt over reliability. These are the areas where you need to maintain alertness. All right. So listen to me. For professional skepticism, 3 points. First is meaning, which is over here. Second is examples, for which I gave you code word CFAR. And third, although not in my question bank over here, but professional skepticism reduces the risk of. All right. Professional skepticism reduces the risk of. Listen to me. When you maintain attitude of professional skepticism, that is questioning mind, it can reduce the risk of over to you. It can reduce the risk of overlooking because you don't ignore, you are alert. So it can reduce the risk of overlooking. Second, it can reduce the risk of over generalizing. Tell me, it can reduce the risk of because you don't generalize the conclusions. You evaluate every situation and then you make the conclusion. Third, it can reduce the risk of using inappropriate assumptions because you work based upon facts and not assumptions. So one more time, professional skepticism meaning questioning mind, maintaining alertness, critical assessment of evidence. Professional skepticism, examples of matters, CFAR, contradiction, fraud possibility, additional procedures, and reliability of evidence, there is a doubt. Professional skepticism will reduce the risk of, over to you, overlooking unusual circumstances, over generalizing the conclusions, and using inappropriate assumptions. So that is the concept of professional skepticism. All right. So with that, chapter 11, one very big part is over, and that is the part of ethics. Chapter 11 total has three concepts. One is ethics. Second is SA 210, terms of engagement. Second is SA 210, terms of engagement. Yeah. Agreeing to the terms of engagement. Tell me, everyone. All right. If a CA in practice is going to be appointed as an auditor of X Limited, come on fast. If a CA in practice is going to be appointed as an auditor of X Limited, the very first thing that the CA in practice should understand, all right, is the concept of preconditions. All right. What is precondition? Basic non-negotiable. We will not accept audit if preconditions are not satisfied. All right. What are those preconditions? All right. A. First, I will have to see whether whatever financial reporting framework they are using is acceptable or not. Whatever financial reporting framework they are using is acceptable or not. Tell me if you have general knowledge. Listed entities are supposed to use AS or Ind AS? Ind AS. All right. So first of all, they should use Ind AS. All right. So I want to see that whether the financial reporting framework, whether the guidelines that they are using, whether it is acceptable or not. Let me, if a trust or if an NGO is preparing P&L account instead of income and expenditure account, will you accept that audit? No. So first I'll have to say the acceptable financial reporting framework. Second, I need to obtain an agreement from the management. I need to obtain an agreement from the management. Agreement from the management. All right. Agreement from the management. I need to obtain agreement on FIA. That financial statements will be management's responsibility. Internal control will be the responsibility of management, and providing access to relevant information will be the responsibility of management. All right. One more time. 2 A's. A for acceptable financial reporting framework. Second, agreement from management regarding their responsibility towards FIA. What is the responsibility of the management? To give idli vada to the auditor? No. F for financial statements, I for internal control, and A for access to relevant information. All right. Once all of this is satisfied, all right, only then I will accept the audit. If preconditions do not exist, then I'm not going to accept the audit. Now let me see the question. The management of an entity feels that it is not necessary for it to give in writing explicitly to the auditor that it understands its responsibility for preparation of financial statements in accordance with applicable financial reporting framework. Discuss whether it is necessary for the management to do so. Tell me, is management supposed to give it in writing that they accept their responsibility? Yes or no, sir? Yes. In case management refuses, why should an auditor not accept the proposed engagement? So indirectly, they are questioning the concept of preconditions. All right. So we have to tell them, if preconditions are not present, if then we should discuss the matter with management. After that also, if the preconditions do not exist, then I will not accept the engagement. One more time. If preconditions do not exist, then discuss the matter with management. All right. If still preconditions are not existing, then we will not accept the audit. But remember one thing. What is that? What is that? Unless required by law and regulation. So if law and regulation requires, then we will accept the audit. Tomorrow, if there is a Supreme Court order that you please conduct audit of Rajesh Exports, all right, then I know there are lots of problems over there, but I will still accept the audit. So one more time, preconditions A for acceptable financial reporting framework, A for agreement from the management regarding their responsibilities towards FIA, financial statements, internal control, and access to relevant information. If preconditions do not exist, then auditor shall discuss the matter with management. If still the preconditions do not exist, then auditor shall not accept the engagement unless otherwise required by law and regulation to do so. So, but if preconditions exist, then we will accept the engagement. Now, when you are accepting the engagement, you will send a letter of engagement. So my next question, I've arranged in a sequence. So my next question will be the question on letter of engagement. Look at this. Mr. J is an article clerk with a big chartered accountant firm. He is part of engagement team, which is conducting audit of a company for the first time. They are assigned with the work of preparing the draft audit engagement letter. Mr. J is not sure how to go about his work. What is engagement letter and what are its contents? Very clear. Engagement letter is a written document. All right. It is a written letter. All right. Which is sent by the auditor to the client. All right. And what are the contents of engagement letter? I always use the code word OSAMA report. All right. First, objective of the audit, then scope of audit. That is why after chapter 1, we can take this chapter. All right. Then auditor's responsibilities. Okay. Then management's responsibilities. Okay. So OSAM. Then 1 point on applicable financial reporting framework. And 1 line we will tell the management that what they will get at the end. What management will get at the end? Blessings from our side? No. Reference to expected form and content of the report. I need to tell them. All right. Even in a Domino's pizza where the cheese comes out of that pizza, that image they write, actual product may vary. So even I need to tell the management that listen, there may be circumstances in which a report may differ from its expected form and content. Because if we give qualified adverse disclaimer of opinion, then our report can be different. All right. So what are the contents of engagement letter? OSAMA report. Then tell me, in the first year of the audit, you send a very detailed letter of engagement. In the first year of audit, you send a very detailed letter of engagement. Second year onwards, you don't want to send such a detailed letter of engagement. So in case of recurring audit, you will have to see that whether circumstances require the terms of engagement to be revised or whether there is a need to remind the entity. All right. So either circumstances will require revision or circumstances will require reminder. One more time. Either circumstances will require revision or circumstances will require reminder. When circumstances will require revision in the terms of engagement, when do I need to revise my contract? If there are changes. If there are changes in the management, nature of business, law, regulation, business, AFRF, industry, whatever comes to your mind, just change it. All right. And when you will require reminder when there is a misunderstanding. For example, all of a sudden there was a new director. He says that, yeah, auditor, you are going to detect the fraud. No. He has some misunderstanding. I think I need to remind him. So one more time. Circumstances will either require a revision or circumstances will either require a reminder. And when they ask you to give examples, remember MC, M for misunderstanding and C for changes. Then whatever comes to your mind, just change it. All right. In that case, all right, this is the question of recurring audit. I will read the question once. Chartered accountant is conducting audit of a client for last 2 years before proceeding to start audit for next year. He notices that there is a substantial change in the management. Besides, client has ventured into areas of business activity which were not present at the time of accepting the initial audit. Discuss the responsibility of auditor in this regard. So this is second year, third year onwards, recurring audit. All right, then we will change the revised, send the revised letter of engagement. Question number 23. CAP is appointed as an auditor of TA Limited for the financial year 21-20. The management of TA Limited has requested auditor to change the terms of original engagement as the company has diversified. Already audit has begun. After audit started, management is requesting change in the contract. All right, very, very important point of SA 210. Original engagement as the company has diversified its business and few new products have been introduced by the company. Can CAP agree to the request made by the management? I'll give you one very simple formula. Imagine you are the CFO. When will you request the changes? You are the CFO of the company. I am the auditor. You will request the changes only in case of CMR. Either genuinely circumstances have changed. That is why genuinely you are requesting the changes. All right. Because the situations have changed, business has changed, law has changed. All right. Or let us say there is some kind of misunderstanding. Or you have bad intention. You want to restrict me. All right. You want to put a restriction on my scope. One more time. Changes are requested only because of CMR. All right. CFO management will request the changes because of CMR. C for circumstances, M for misunderstanding, and then R for restriction on the scope. All right. Now listen to me. CMR. Okay. Now management has requested the changes. As the company has, listen to me very carefully. Institute says that if there are changes in circumstances or if there is a, then that can be an acceptable reason for the change. That can be an, but if management is trying to restrict you, then you will have to see the reasons. Then why, what is the reason? Otherwise, genuinely, if the circumstances are changed, all right, then in that case, it can be acceptable. Normally, this will not be acceptable when they are trying to put the restrictions. All right. Tell me in this question, management is trying to put restrictions or circumstances have changed? Come on, fast. Company has diversified its business. So management is trying to put restriction on you or the business has changed? All right. So it is C, M or R? C. Then can we accept the change? Yes, correct. That is the answer. So everyone over here. The auditor may decide not to send in the given situation. The request of management is appropriate. So you have to tell them that yes, we can accept the change because the request is very genuine. Is everyone clear with this? Yes. Okay. CAH has been offered audit of financial statements of a society engaged in promoting social causes such as setting up drug de-addiction centers. Kevin, you want to join? For misguided use, rehabilitating such young people by helping them find avenues of gainful employment. However, CAH failed to send audit engagement letter to the society's governing body and proceeded to conduct the audit. In the H failed to send. H requires de-addiction. Look at this. He did not send engagement letter only. All right. And proceeded to conduct the audit. In absence of this letter, the governing bodies of the view that purpose of audit is to provide. Now management has developed misunderstanding. All right. They are saying that no auditor should give absolute assurance. Tell me, is management correct over here? No. But can I say that auditor committed the mistake by not sending letter of engagement? All right. Does it constitute, crossover? All right. Concept of SA 210 and fundamental principles crossover. Does it constitute violation of fundamental principles? Tell me. As per SA 210, can I say you are supposed to send a letter of engagement? Yes or no, sir? So first you will explain them as per SA 210, you are supposed to send a letter of engagement. All right. And then, all right, you have to tell them that which principle is violated over here. Yes, you are not doing audit as per standards. So professional competence and due care. All right, you don't have the knowledge skill to do this. All right, so professional competence and due care. You have been careless in conducting this audit. So PCDC is violated. So they are first explaining the requirements of SA 210. They are explaining what is audit engagement letter. All right, then they are saying it is not acting ethically, and they are giving the reference of PCDC, professional competence and due care, which is getting violated over here. Question number 25. Deepa Limited initially requested an audit engagement for financial year 23-24. However, midway through the audit process, management claims that they are unable to provide complete supporting documentation for a significant portion of the receivables. Management says, sorry, very big part of debtors, we don't have the documents, we will not be able to provide you the documents. So let us say I have 80% of my trade receivables, I am saying I will not give you documents only. All right. As a result, now look at this, what management is asking audit. Management asked auditor to change, look at this, audit engagement to a review engagement. Listen to me. All right. Seems like Rajesh Exports Management. What management is saying, auditor, if you are conducting audit, you have to provide reasonable assurance. Don't conduct audit. Conduct review. In review, you have to give only limited assurance. So you don't have to check trade receivables. All right. Solution done. Tell me, is this valid reason? No. Can I say management is trying to put restriction? Yes or no, sir? This cannot be a valid reason for accepting the change. As a result, management is asking auditor to change audit engagement to a review engagement, which will prevent the issuance of a qualified opinion. Auditor is now facing challenge in determining whether the change is justified. Tell me, is the change justified over here? No. First of all, see the formula. First, they will explain that there are three reasons for changes. Look at this. C for circumstances, M for, and R for restriction. Then they are saying that, all right, that if there is a change in circumstances or misunderstanding, we can accept. However, if there is a restriction, then we have to understand the justification. All right. Then they are explaining that this may not be acceptable. All right. Change may not be considered reasonable if it appears that change relates to information that is incorrect, incomplete, or otherwise unsatisfactory. Then they are giving the example as the case study, and then we are saying, sorry, we will not accept this change. In fact, for the students who remember, it will be because major part of trade receivables, sufficient and appropriate audit evidence is not available. All right, for students who are not able to connect, it is fine. This is only an extra comment. All right, if sufficient and appropriate audit evidence is not available, this creates the limitation on scope of audit. You may have to give either qualified or disclaimer of an opinion. Only for the students who recollect. If you don't recollect, fine. All right, so they are giving the reference of qualified or disclaimer of an opinion. So that is the point over here. The CMR, don't forget that formula for changes in the acceptance of engagement. All right. So I repeat, chapter number 11 has 3 concepts, 10 to 12 marks impact. All right. First is the whole concept of ethics. Second is SA 210, agreeing to the terms of engagement. And third is quality control. Although we have not seen too many questions on quality control, so limited questions of quality control will practice over here. All right. Now, just to give you a background, SQC1 and SA 220. There are 2 standards for quality control. Listen to me, everyone over here. If ABC firm of chartered accountants has 9 partners, all right, and CAA is the main managing partner. ABC firm is conducting audit, it is conducting taxation, it is giving consultancy services, all right. Audit of financial statements is being done by CAB. All right, CAA is the managing partner, and audit of financial statements of X Limited. Audit of financial statements of X Limited is done by CAB. So CAB will be called as the engagement partner for audit of X Limited. SQC1 talks about standards on quality control, all right, which is applicable for all types of engagements. For all types of engagements, SQC1 is always applicable. SQC1 talks about the responsibility of managing partner. SQC1 wants the CEO or the managing partner of the firm to establish quality control policies across the entire firm. One more time, SQC1 talks about the responsibilities of the CEO or the managing partner of the firm across all engagements, across, that is SQC1. All right. Whether you are doing SA, SRE, SA, SRS, any engagement, SQC1 is always applicable, and it always talks about the responsibility of managing partner. However, SA 220 talks about quality control, but only in audit of financial statements. It talks about the responsibility of. Now listen to me very carefully. Managing partner will design and establish the policies. I repeat, managing partner will design and establish the policies. But engagement partner, he will implement the quality control policy in the audit of financial statements. Come on, say it one more time. Managing partner will design and establish the policies, all right, across the entire firm. But these policies will be implemented by engagement partner in the audit of financial statement. If you mess up with these wordings, straight away they give you 0. All right, this is the very basic of SQC1 and SA 220. All right. So therefore, I always give a formula, le ahem. All right. Therefore, I always give a formula, le ahem. You can see over here, LEAHEM, le ahem. All right. Look at this. As per SQC1, first I will just look at the question. As per SQC1, the firm's system of quality control should include policies and procedures addressing each element. In this context, describe the essential elements that a firm's system of quality control should include and explain the importance of communicating these quality control policy and procedure to the firm's personnel. Now listen to me. Elements of a firm's system of quality control. SQC1 says that managing partner, CEO, if he wants to develop a quality control system, it should have at least 6 elements. LEAHEN. L for leadership responsibility. That first of all, the entire firm should have leader, that is CEO, managing partner. Then E for ethical requirements. The firm should follow ethics. A for acceptance and continuance of client relationship and engagement. Whenever firm is accepting a new client or a new engagement, all right, they should be careful of certain matters. Then H for human resource policies and procedures. E for Engagement performance means across the entire firm, hundreds of engagements, whatever we are performing, we need to be qualitative in those engagements. And M for monitoring means my entire firm, whether they are following the system or not, I will monitor. So one more time, LEAHEM. These are the 6 elements of quality control system. So now tell me the whole English at once. The CEO or the managing partner shall design and establish policies and procedures, shall design and establish policies and procedures. All right. Policies and procedures for the element for the firm's quality control system. And he should establish policies and procedures for 6 elements. That is LEAHEM. Am I clear with this? Yes. So if you get elements of firm's quality control system, just write the code word LEAHEM, you will get your marks. But tell me, only establishing system is enough, or they should also communicate? Should also communicate. If you are the articles and employees of my firm, I need to communicate to you. Look at this. Quality control policies and procedures should be documented and communicated to the firm's person. By communicating, the firm recognizes the importance of obtaining feedback on its quality control system. Therefore, firm encourages its personnel to communicate their views. So I repeat, I should also communicate this quality control system to the various employees and articles of my firm. All right. Question number 27. SQC1 requires assumption of leadership responsibilities for quality within the firm. Hey, who will be the leader of the whole firm? The CEO or the managing partner? Are such leadership responsibilities required for audit engagements only? No. Leadership responsibilities are required for all types of engagements. Who assumes such leadership responsibilities within the firm? CEO, managing partner. Who will be the leader of audit? Who will be the leader of audit? Engagement partner. Look at this. SQC1 requires firms to establish policies and procedures to promote an internal culture. Quality is essential. Leadership responsibilities are for all engagements and not only audit engagements. Such policies and procedures should require the firm's CEO or the managing partner to be the ultimate leader of the firm. Now, whatever firm leadership will set the example, others will follow that. They should also have operational people, all right, who are also proper leaders with sufficient and appropriate experience and authority. All right. All of this will help to improve the audit quality. So this is like a little bit of a BCom answer. All right. Not very interesting, but you have to go through this once. Next. Engagement part. Who is the leader of audit? Who is the leader of audit? Engagement partner. Engagement partner takes overall responsibility for maintaining audit quality in an audit engagement. What are the objectives in taking and emphasizing such responsibility? Hello. The moment you get question of audit quality, and if they talk about engagement partner, he takes, means you have to explain the leadership responsibility. Wait. Leadership responsibility of engagement partner. This question has been asked very much repeatedly at inter-C level. All right. And I will give you one formula for this. Leadership responsibility of engagement partner is to take responsibility. Hey, don't write overall quality of the firm, huh? 0. Overall quality of audit engagement. The actions and messages of engagement partner. Listen. Actions and messages of engagement partner to other members of engagement team in taking responsibility for overall quality shall emphasize upon IQ. I for importance. Right? Importance of, listen. Importance of CAT. CAT. Let me explain. If I am the engagement partner, I need to tell my audit team that, hello, audit team, ensure that you are performing work which complies with standards. Hello, audit team, ensure that you are complying with our firm's policy. So one more time, audit team should C for comply with standards, C for comply with firm's standards and legal laws and regulations. Then A for, hello audit team, ensure that audit report issued are appropriate. So C for compliance, A for audit report appropriate. Tell me, C for compliance, A for audit report appropriate. Then T for, hello audit team, ensure that whenever you have doubts, ask. Look at this. Team's ability to raise concerns without fear. So one more time, engagement partner should have actions and messages. For IQ, I for importance of CAM, and Q for I will tell them that quality is essential. So yeah, Q. All right. One more time. Actions and messages of engagement partner, I, Q, I. Importance of CAT, Q. Quality is essential in audit. This will be the answer. This will be the answer whenever question talks about. No, they will not say leadership responsibility. They will use the word audit quality. They will give engagement partner and then they will use the word. So if they say engagement partner should take overall responsibility for audit quality, do you agree? Yes, elaborate. All right, then you don't get elaborated over there. All right, you tell them IQ, importance of CAT, and Q for quality is essential in audit. Next, question number 29. Sigma Limited has approached CJK and Associates to appoint them as their auditor for a period of 5 years in accordance with provisions of Companies Act 2013. The prospective client company is new to audit firm. SQC1 requires that a firm, before accepting engagement, should inquire vital information about the client, which helps the firm to decide about integrity of the client. Apart from integrity, obtaining such vital information about client is helpful to audit firm in deciding about which matters would be considered by audit firm with regards to integrity of client. Listen to me very carefully. I told you lay ahem, right? This question is for A. Whenever firm is accepting new client, or whenever a firm is accepting new engagement from existing clients. So whenever you get new work, all right, you should evaluate 3 things. First, integrity of the client. All right. So tell me today, if Rajesh Exports CEO gives you some work, will you accept that? No. All right. Very dangerous. Okay. Because there is a doubt over integrity. Second, if Reliance Industries Limited gives you the work, all right, gives you the work, will you accept that? Madam, what? Yes. Do you know Index? All right, no, so listen to me. I sometimes, if Anushka Sharma proposes me, all right, there is no problem in Anushka Sharma, problem is in me. All right. So first you have to evaluate integrity of the client. Then you have to evaluate yourself also. All right. Competence, capability, time, resources. All right. One day you will do audit of Reliance. Don't worry. Okay. So integrity of the client. Then evaluate competence, capability, resources of the firm. All right. And let us say, not together private limited, CA Pragnesh Kanabar. It seems like both of them are made for each other. All right. But my wife is holding shares over there. All right. Tell me, can I accept this audit? No. So we have to also evaluate compliance with ethical requirements. 3 things to be evaluated whenever you accept a new client. All right, evaluating the integrity, evaluating the competence, capability, time, resources, expertise of the firm, and evaluating compliance with ethical requirements. Look at this, everyone over here. 3 things to be evaluated. All right, whenever you accept the new engagement. All right, A, B, C. Then paragraph. Okay, integrity of the client, competence, capability, time, resources of the firm, and compliance with ethical requirements. Now, there was a specific question only on integrity of the client. How do I evaluate integrity of the client? Based upon their business history, their nature of the business, all right, whether they have violated laws and regulations or not. Based upon that, so only 2-3 points you have to pick up from here. I have given too many. You have to pick up 2-3 points. Integrity of the client matters to be considered, their business reputation, all right, their nature of operations. Construction people, we always have doubt. Then we look at their attitude, all right. Then we'll see whether they're trying to put limitation. Rajesh Exports, client might be involved in money laundering. All right. And whenever you're accepting a new relationship, always check why the previous one left. Look at this. Non-reappointment of the previous one. Okay. So this question only on accepting a new client. Question number 30. The firm should establish policies and procedures designed to provide it with reasonable assurance that it has sufficient personnel with capabilities, competence, and commitment to ethical principles. Explain stating clearly which issues? What personal? Personal. All right. All right. Who will discuss your personal issues? Personal issues addressed by such policies and procedures. Hello. Lay ahem. L for leadership. E for ethical requirements. A for acceptance. H for human resources. E for engagement performance. M for monitoring. Which one they are questioning over here? Human resources. Hey, human resource policy means what? All right, drawing rangoli. No. Recruitment, training, compensation, performance evaluation. Look at this. And just imagine HR department of any company. All right, 4-5 points you read, finish it off. So we should always say that firm should have policies and procedures for these issues. All right. Question number 31. CAM is the engagement partner of the firm. Messrs. TA LLP and is auditing the financial statements of a listed entity, ABC Limited. The audit firm has determined that an engagement quality control review, one of the favorite points of quality control chapter, all right, engagement quality control review. So I'll give you a quick revision before I move ahead. For engagement quality control review, yeah. First of all, what is engagement quality control review? All right, if ABC firm is the auditor of a listed entity and CAB is the engagement partner, all right, then in that case, someone else, either A or C, someone else should review the work of engagement partner as well as his auditing. All right. In a listed entity, there is an additional review. I repeat, in a listed entity, there is an additional review of significant judgments and conclusions, which is called as engagement quality control review, whether this listed entity engagement has been done properly or not. EQCR is a mandatory concept only for audit of listed entities. For other entities, voluntarily, you can apply that concept. So everyone over here, EQCR, it is an additional review of significant judgments and conclusions by the audit team. It is applicable, mandatory for audit of financial statements of listed entities. Voluntarily, firm can conduct it for audit of unlisted entities. Who can conduct EQCR? All right. If ABC firm is the auditor, CAB is the engagement partner, either A or C. So look at this, a CA partner. Or another option is suitably experienced person of the firm. Inside the firm, some employee can also do it. It is not necessary, it has to be a partner. Then third, suitably qualified external person. All right. Some external practicing CA can also do it. All right. Then team of individuals of the firm, which is headed by a chartered accountant. All right. So 4 options for EQCR: partner, suitably experienced person of the firm, suitably qualified external person. All right. And team of individuals headed by a chartered accountant. Now listen to me. What is the question? So listen to me. Hello. I am the engagement partner conducting audit of listed entity. All right. And let us say you are EQCR. Yes, no? Engagement quality control review. All right. So I am the engagement partner. All right. And Yash is the EQCR. All right. Now listen to me. Let us see the question. CAM is the engagement partner. There is an EQCR. Discuss the responsibilities of as an engagement partner for EQCR. Students are writing reverse. They are not asking Yash responsibility, they are asking my responsibility. Yash is the EQCR. I am the engagement partner. Students are writing from the angle of EQCR. Hey, on Instagram, you are using this hashtag POV. All right, whose POV they are asking over here? Point of view. Engagement partner. Then don't talk about EQCR. I, engagement partner. First, I have to see that someone should be appointed as EQCR. All right. Then when he arrives, when Yash arrives, all right, then I should share the data with him, discuss important matters with him. And till the time Yash does not complete his EQCR, I cannot sign the audit report. 3 points, main 3 points. I first, engagement partner shall determine that EQCR has been appointed. Then I have to discuss significant matters, all right, with the EQCR. Then I will not date the auditor's report until the completion of EQCR. All right. But let us say if me and Yash, if we fight, all right, there is a difference of opinion between Yash, engagement partner and the EQCR. Then what will happen? Can I say there will be a ring match? No. Difference of opinion will be resolved as per firm's policies and procedures. Don't use your brain over there that senior person's opinion should be accepted and stuff. No. Institute says that if there is a difference of opinion, it will be resolved as per firm's policies and procedures. All right. Next, SQC1 dwells upon EQCR as a part of system of quality control. Why EQCR is required? Why EQCR is required? All right. For which type of engagement EQCR is required? See, EQCR is required for reviewing significant judgments. For which type of engagements? For audit of financial statements of listed entities. What should be the approach where EQCR is not? See, for unlisted entities, firm can voluntarily conduct EQCR. So firm can decide the criteria that for which unlisted entity you want to conduct EQCR, and accordingly firm can conduct EQCR. So look at this. In respect of, means other than listed entity, firm should devise the criteria to determine the cases requiring performance of EQCR. All right. Discuss how an engagement partner. I am the engagement partner. This is my audit team. All right. So discuss how an engagement partner ensures that firm complies with ethical requirements, including independence. Hello, I am the engagement partner. I should be worried that my audit team should comply with independence. My audit team should comply with independence. So I am the engagement partner conducting audit of X Limited. I should be worried whether myself, my team, my firm, no one should hold shares in X Limited. All right. I should ensure that we are applying safeguards. We are applying safeguards. So look at this, huh? Engagement partners responsibility for independence. In first few lines, they are explaining the meaning of independence, which I've already explained earlier. Here. All right. The engagement partner shall form a conclusion on compliance with independence requirements that apply to audit engagement. If I want to know whether my team, my firm, whether we are independent or not, first I need to obtain relevant information. That are you holding shares in X Limited? Right. So I need to obtain relevant information. So I will obtain information. Hello. After obtaining information, I will fast, I will. And if there are threats to independence, then I will take appropriate action. But let me tell you, as an engagement partner, I am a junior person. I alone cannot take action. I have to inform the CEO or the managing partner. I have to inform the CEO or the managing partner. All right. Look at this. If matters come to engagement partner's attention, the engagement partner, in consultation with others in the firm, shall determine appropriate action. So, one more time. What is the responsibility of engagement partner with respect to independence? What is the responsibility of engagement partner with respect to independence? Engagement partner shall evaluate the independence of his audit team. All right. And of the firm also, because I am conducting audit over here. For that, engagement partner will obtain relevant information, identify threats by evaluating that information, and take appropriate action. All right, to eliminate the threats. However, as an engagement partner, I alone cannot take the action. I have to consult others in the firm for taking appropriate action. Am I clear with this? Yes, yes, yes. All right. So that is it for your chapter 11, ethics, terms of engagement and quality control. Chapter 11 gives you nice 10 to 12 marks. All right. Okay. Chalo, so we are continuing. Yeah. Now, again, 8 to 10 marks chapter. All right. That is chapter 2, audit strategy, planning, and programming. All right. Now, these are all short topics which can give you good marks. Audit strategy, planning, and programming. Normally, students get confused in this chapter. They normally find that all the questions are talking about the same thing. All right. So, everyone over here, when it comes to audit strategy, planning, and programming, first focus over here. There is only one essay that is discussed, that is essay 300. All right, essay 300 deals with planning and audit of financial statements. Now, the moment you wake up in the morning, all right, can I say the first thing that you do is that for first 5 minutes, all right, you plan your entire day, yes or no, sir? No, no. What about this? All right. So no one plans. For the first 5 minutes, you just are worried whether the washroom is vacant or not. All right, so everyone over here, listen. As an auditor also, I straight away don't plan. All right. I straight away don't plan. All right. What I will do is I will perform preliminary engagement activities. Now you need to understand what is preliminary engagement activities. Preliminary engagement activities are the activities which are performed at the beginning of current audit engagement, at the starting, at the beginning. This is where chapter 11 comes into picture. Chapter 2 can be done only after chapter 11. All right. There are 3 preliminary engagement activities as per SA 210, 220, 220. Tell me, as per SA 210, can I say we understand the terms of engagement? Yes or no, sir? Tell me, if I don't know my engagement, can I conduct audit? No. That is why understanding the terms of engagement is one of my preliminary engagement activities. Then client acceptance and continuous procedure. First, I need to decide whether I want to accept the client or not, whether I want to continue with the client or not. After that, I will think about planning. That is why this is one of my preliminary engagement activities. Then I need to ensure compliance with ethical requirements, especially independence. All right. That is because if my team is not independent, what plan I will make? That is why this is one of my preliminary engagement activities. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? Yes. So auditor performs 3 preliminary engagement activities, just like how you perform every day. All right. In order to ensure that there is no misunderstanding, to check integrity of the client, and to ensure independence of the audit team. Everyone over here, look at this. That is my very first question. Audit strategy, planning and programming. Discuss how performing preliminary engagement activities as a part of planning and audit assist the auditor. So what will be your formula for preliminary engagement activities? 210, 220, 220. Tell me. 210, 220, 220. 210 understanding the terms, 220 client acceptance procedures, and one more 220 compliance with ethical requirements. All right. That only after that I will start my planning activities. Focus over here. Only after preliminary engagement activities, I will start my planning activities. All right. Planning activities. Now focus over here. Planning activities involves two things. First is establishing strategy, and second is developing an audit plan. First, auditor always establishes strategy. All right. First, you will always establish strategy. Plan flows. All right. So first, you will always establish strategy. In strategy, you will think about various matters. Thinking part, mental work. Which work? Mental work. All right. You laughed bloody on my this joke. That means you are seeing Ravi Kishan memes. That means you are active on Instagram. Right? Before your attempt, I caught you waiting. So everyone over here. For students who did not laugh, very good. Look at this. So first, I will do mental work, establishing overall audit strategy. All right. Then that strategy is mental work. It will help me to set the STD of audit. And after that, at the end, I will develop plan. One of the favorite MCQs of the ICI, that first auditor will establish strategy, then he will develop plan. All right. So one more time. If they ask you about preliminary engagement activities, come on fast. If they ask you about preliminary engagement activities, 210, 220, 220. Understanding the terms, compliance with ethical requirements, client acceptance, continuous procedures. If they ask you about planning activities, then first we will establish, then we will develop the plan. Strategies, mental work. That will set the STD of audit, scope, timing, and direction of audit. And strategy will guide the development of overall audit plan. All right. Planning includes description of nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures. Never forget this line for audit plan. Planning includes, come on, say it with me. Planning includes description of nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures. Which audit procedures? All right. You know that there are two audit procedures. One is risk assessment procedure. Second one is further audit procedure. If some student is not aware about this, congratulations. All right. So there are two types of audit procedures: risk assessment procedures and further audit procedures. So first, I will develop a strategy, and then I will develop a plan. Planning is written. It is not mental work. It is writing. Description of nature, timing, and extent of risk assessment procedure as per SA 315. Nature, timing, and extent of further audit procedures as per SA 330. Nature, timing, extent of other audit procedures. So everyone over here, look at this. The audit plan includes nature, timing, and extent of. See, you have to first understand. In a SA 300 planning strategy questions, you have to first understand whether the question is of preliminary engagement activities or planning activities. All right. This question was clearly of. In this chapter, I'm more worried about the questions rather than the answer. All right. Now, this question is about plan. Plan includes nature, time, extent of audit procedures. Which procedures? Risk assessment procedure as per SA 315. Further audit procedures, test of controls, test of detail as per SA 330, and other procedures as per other institutions. That you get your marks, all right, for audit plan. So question on audit plan, and if it talks about the description of audit plan, then you will write nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures. All right, I am moving ahead. There is something more that is written in this answer. Tell me whether you agree or not. Audit plan is more detailed than audit strategy. Yes, because strategy is mental one. Only key decisions are recorded. Whereas planning is a description. So plan is more detailed than strategy. MCQ. Then next, planning for these procedures takes place over the course of audit. Tell me, planning risk assessment procedure will happen at the start of the audit or end of the audit? In risk assessment procedure, we just want to understand the entity. So that will happen at the start of the audit. But further audit procedures, planning will happen after risk assessment procedures. All right. So planning, first planning of risk assessment occurs early. When further audit procedures depends on the Outcome of risk assessment procedures. Because first auditor will assess the risk, then he will think about performing further audit procedures. All right. So you write this, you get your marks. Okay. Look at this. Engagement partner of a firm of auditor is explaining to his audit team undergoing practical training the interrelationship between strategy and plan. First interrelationship, that strategy will set the STD of audit and strategy will guide the development of plan. You think about the strategy plan flows, right? Second, audit plan is more detailed than audit strategy because strategy is matter work, whereas planning is a description. All right. Then tell me everyone. First you will develop strategy, then you will develop plan. But in practical life, it cannot work like this. Morning 11 to 2 strategy, don't write anything, just mental work, mental work, mental work. All right. Then lunch break, then write description. So even institute understands that both of them are interrelated. Both of them are interrelated. Changes in one may affect the other. Look at this. Strategy, broad approach, plan, addresses matters identified in strategy. Strategy will set the STD of audit. Audit plan describes, one more time, audit plan describes how strategy is going to be implemented. Plan is more detailed than strategy. Once the strategy has been established, then plan can be developed. All right. And look at this. Establishment of strategy and plan are not necessarily sequential processes. They are closely interrelated. They go hand in hand since changes in one may affect the other. All right. This is interrelationship between strategy and plan. So how many questions? First, I did the question on preliminary engagement activities. Then I did one dedicated question on audit plan, which talks about planning includes description of nature, timing, and extent of various audit procedures. Then I did one question on interrelationship between audit strategy and audit plan. Now I would like to discuss questions on. Now I would like to discuss questions on audit strategy. Everyone over here. When it comes to audit strategy, there are two types of questions. First is benefits of audit strategy. Second one is factors to be considered. So first decide which question it is. I will now go to question. All right. Describe how the process of establishment of strategy, how the process of establishment of strategy will assist him in managing deployment of his human resources for various audit areas. All right. How the establishment of strategy will assist him. What? अच्छा इधर AC से पानी. Okay. How establishment of strategy will assist him. How establishment of strategy will assist him. All right. Tell me benefits or factors. Fast. Marathon, fast. Benefits or factors? Benefits. All right. So how establishment of strategy will assist it means they're talking about benefits. Tell me, if you are the captain of Indian cricket team and if you're doing mental work, all right, you will come to know which team you want, which bowler you want, when do you want. All right. Similarly, if I'm the auditor, all right, if I'm doing mental work, I will come to know which resource I want, when I want it, how many people I want, all right, and management of resources. So listen to me. The biggest benefit of strategy is QQTM of resources. I will come to know about the quantity of resource, how much. I will come to know about the quality of resource, whether I need article expert or an employee. Okay. Then I will come to know about timing of resource. And at the end, I also have to manage the resources. I have to do the direction, supervision, and review of such resources. So everyone look at the benefits, look at the benefits. I will come to know which resource to deploy. I will come to know amount of resources that I want. I will come to know the timing of resources, all right, and I will also have to manage the resources, all right. So resources, then amount of resources, then timing of resources, and then management of resources. So RAT manage or something like that. All right, resources, amount of resources, bolo, resources, amount of resources, timing of resources, and management of resources. This is the benefit of audit strategy. So this question was dealing with benefit. Next, in establishment of overall audit strategy, auditor shall identify the characteristics of the engagement that define its scope. Explain with example. Wait. Strategy, there are only two questions, either benefits or factors. By looking at this question, do you think this is benefits question? No. Alright. They are saying auditor shall consider something. Means this question is dealing with factors. Now listen, everyone over here. Everyone over here. The biggest mistake that students are committing and some professors are also committing is that for factors to be considered, everyone is developing a code word. Factors to be considered in establishing audit strategy. I also have one code word. There are total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 factors. Character of reporting team resulted in resources. 5 factors. So when I am doing mental work, first I have to consider characteristics of the engagement that define the scope, nature of the entity, the applicable law. So that I will come to know my scope. All right. Then I have to consider at the end, I'm supposed to give them audit report, right? So I should be very clear about my reporting objectives. For example, if it is a listed entity, within 60 days from the end of financial year, you should be ready with the report. See, we can't just discuss theory, otherwise we'll get bored in this chapter. Okay? So reporting objectives. I should be very clear about my reporting objectives in listed entity. Within 60 days from the year end, I should be ready with my audit report. So the moment I told you in listed entity, within 60 days from the year end, you should be ready with your audit report. Can I say you will start planning your timetable accordingly? Yes or no, sir? All right. So character of reporting. Then I will look at my articles. This person is saying debit what goes out. All right. Then in that case, I have to consider factors for directing my team's efforts. Factors for directing my team's efforts. All right. Then tell me, morning first 5 minutes, if you see that there is no water in the tap, can I say your entire day will be spoiled? Yes or no, sir? Yes. So yes, see, Kevin has experienced. Look at this. So hello, results of preliminary engagement activities. Which activities? Result. So tell me, what are the preliminary engagement activities? Forgot. Preliminary engagement activities. 210, 220, 220. Forgot. 210, agreeing to the terms of engagement. 220, complies with ethical requirements. 220, accepting the claim. Now tell me, if my terms of engagement have been revised, don't you think it will impact the planning? Yes or no, sir? Yes. So one more factor to be considered is results of preliminary engagement activities. And at the end of the day, I should be very clear about my resources. So I will have to find out the nature, timing, and extent of my. Now you cannot change the sequence. First and last point need to remain the same. That is the first thing over here. First, you always have to understand your engagement. And last point will be to ascertain the nature, time, extent of resources. All right. Because only after thinking so much, then you will understand which team you need. Hello. All right. So one more time. For factors to be considered for developing audit strategy, what is the code word? Character of reporting team resulted in resources. One more time. Character of reporting team resulted in resources. Characteristics of the engagement, reporting objectives. All right. Team's efforts, results of preliminary engagement activities, and the last point is resources. This will just give you basic help, because what is happening in exams is that they are picking one point. Look at this. In establishing overall audit strategy, auditor shall identify the characteristics of the engagement. Explain with example. So this one point is only on characteristics of the engagement. You can write general examples over here, like, what is the business of that entity, how many subsidiaries, branches it has. All right, because you want to understand one more time, you want to understand these are chapter 2 is easy. Only idiots are not doing chapter 2. That is giving you 8 to 10 marks in exams. All right. So characteristics of the engagement. Okay. Then look at this question. So this is question. Yeah. Subodh has recently joined in an audit firm as an article clerk. He was in the process of assembling the working papers in the file as per the instructions of his senior. While assembling, he noticed following working papers in audit file. Okay. So this is the whole working paper example in the audit documents. When you look at this, when you look at this whole working paper, don't you think it looks like some kind of timetable? Look at this. Audit planning, this is the time. Field work, this will be the time. Review by manager, review by partner, review by EQCR. So you have to do chapter 2 after chapter 11 only, otherwise you don't understand the question also. Review by partners, okay. Finalization of the report, issuance of the report. Can I say this looks like the whole timetable? Correct. The above working paper lists certain factors which are considered by auditor while establishing audit strategy. Inter-CA level institute will always give you hint that they are talking about which concept. All right. The moment you look at this line, factors considered by the auditor while establishing audit strategy, that means your mind will narrow down. That is only from those 5 points. Character of reporting team resulted in resources. Hello. Character of reporting team resulted in resources. This is which point? Relax, relax. All right. I will now read the full point. Characteristics of the engagement that define the scope, reporting objectives, timing of audit, and communications required. Do you see timetable over here? Hello. All right. So tell me, this is which point? Reporting objectives. See, auditor establishes audit strategy. One of the factors to be considered leads to reporting objectives so that I can plan my timing and communications required. So this question is dedicated only to reporting objectives. So please understand logically that as an auditor, whenever I am strategizing, I should be very clear that in this entity, what are the reporting objectives? Based upon that, I will come to know my timetable and I will also come to know what kind of communications are required. All right, for that, I should be very clear about the timetable. I should ask management what kind of reports do you need. I should also discuss with other auditors like auditors of branches, subsidiaries, and stuff. And I should also set some kind of deadline within my audit team. And can I say in that whole question, they had this full timetable. All right. They had set the timelines of communicating within the audit team also. That by this day, team will finish the work. By this day, partner will review the work. By this day, EQCR will review the work. All right. Then the report will be signed. Are hello? Yes. So this whole point was about reporting objectives, timing of audit and nature of communications required. All right. I want a confirmation. Are you through with this? Yes. Next, CA Karthik is planning for audit of a company engaged in manufacturing of cosmetics. Considering the nature of operations, he had planned to include testing of controls of the company over purchases, sales, and inventories. One fine day, he reaches the corporate office and asks for manuals required documentation to ensure surprise element in testing. He had never shared with the management his intention to carry out above procedures. Karthik should be killed. Listen to me. What if institute tells you, September at end, let's take your exams on 15th August. Are you getting it? See, for few things, you cannot give surprises. All right. So listen to me. Audit strategy and plan. All right. Not the whole strategy and plan, but few points are discussed with management also. Whatever is your timetable, you should also inform the management. All of a sudden, you can't say, management, show me the invoice. No. All right. And look at this. Karthik was not visiting for some kind of cash count or something. Sometimes for counting cash and stuff, we give surprises. But look at this. He was just visiting to see testing of controls. And he just wanted manuals, SOP documents. For that, why do you need to give surprises? All right. So do you understand what this question is trying to tell you? That there is one important concept in chapter 2 that auditor shall discuss the elements of planning with the management. Tell me, auditor shall discuss the elements of planning with the entity's management. However, auditor should not discuss the entire plan. Audit strategy and plan is the responsibility of the auditor. Audit strategy and plan is the responsibility of the auditor. All right. But auditor should discuss few things from his plan with the management to facilitate effective conduct of audit. To tell me, to facilitate effective conduct of audit. However, sometimes with your friends also you share things, then you feel guilty that I shouldn't have shared this. It is compromising you. All right. Similarly, auditor should not share the plan to such an extent that it compromises the effectiveness of audit. Read this, everyone over here. Auditor may decide to discuss elements of planning with entities management to facilitate conduct and management of audit engagement without compromising on effectiveness of audit. Sharing details of visit to test control does not compromise effectiveness of audit. It is for better facilitation. Therefore, approach of Karthik is not proper. So come on, tell me, planning and strategy questions. Planning and strategy questions only. Planning and strategy question only. Question number 35. I told you that planning includes description of nature, timing, and extent of risk assessment procedure and Further audit procedures. Then question number 36. All right. We said that there will be an interrelationship between strategy and plan. First strategy, then plan. Plan is more detailed than strategy. All right. Changes in one may affect the other. Okay. Then question number 37, that was benefits of strategy, where we need to understand strategy will help me, all right, in finalizing my QQTM of resources, my quantity of resource, my quality of resource, my timing of resource, my management of resources. Then next couple of questions were with respect to factors. For factors, there is one code word. All right, it is of no use. You can buy out that code word. Character of reporting team resulted in resources. However, what institute will do is try to ask you specific questions from that. So if you want from my chart book, at least once you can revise this. All right. Then there was this question that planning and strategy. All right, we discussed some parts with the management for effective coordination of audit. Question number 41. All planning strategy questions I've mixed in, and I've mixed the planning strategy questions. CM Mary, while planning audit of a company, feels that she would inquire from in-house legal counsel of the company status of pending litigation matters against the company to identify and assess risk of material misstatement. Hello. If you are conducting inquiries to find out risk of material misstatement, that is risk assessment procedure or further audit procedure. Risk assessment procedure, fine. That is the question. Considering the above description, are you able to identify the procedure? Yes. This is which procedure? Some idiots, for students who have studied the subject, they will look at this litigation. Oh, litigation SA 501 chapter 4. If you have studied, this is bullshit. They are just asking you procedures. That this is which procedure? There are only two procedures on Mother Earth. Either risk assessment procedure or further audit procedures. Where these procedures are included in planning. Tell me, risk assessment procedure is audit strategy or audit plan? Audit strategy or audit plan? Audit plan. Or an audit plan is simple for me. Audit plan includes description of nature, timing, extent of risk assessment. So any risk assessment procedure, further audit procedure, there is nothing but description is there in audit plan. All right. Look at this. It is included in audit plan. Am I clear with this? Yes. So we have clear formulas now. Preliminary engagement activities 210, 220, 220, 210, understanding the terms of engagement, 220, compliance with ethical requirements, 220, client acceptance and continuous procedure. Then planning activities are divided into two: strategy and plan. Strategy will set the STD of audit, guide the development of overall audit plan. When it comes to strategy, there are only two types of questions. One is benefits of strategy and factors to be considered. For benefits of strategy, it will help in understanding QQTM of resources, quantity, quality, and timing and management of resources. For factors to be considered, it will be from character of reporting team resulted in resources, which I should read in detail because there are some specific questions. When it comes to audit plan, audit plan will include a description of nature, timing, extent of risk assessment procedure, further audit procedure, and other audit procedures. This planning and strategy, some elements are discussed with the management without compromising the effectiveness of audit. Audit and planning and strategy, both of them are interrelated. For strategy will set the STD of audit, guide the development of audit plan. Planning is more detailed than strategy because strategy is mental work, whereas planning includes detailed description. All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Question number 42. CA Subhendu is statutory auditor of a social media company. What happened? You saw different Pragnesh today. Due to change in information technology regulations by government. This is marathon, no? This is different mode. Due to changes in information technology regulations by government, it has become mandatory for such companies to constitute grievance redressal mechanism. Okay, so there is some change in information technology regulations by government. For users of social media platform, cockroach जनता. Failure to comply with regulations can potentially lead to civil and criminal liabilities against the company. Tell me, that means there is a very big change by the government because of the changes in law. Because of the changes in law, it is affecting the entity. Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. Is the above factor to be considered by auditor while framing audit strategy? Tell me, if the laws have changed, will you consider that in framing audit strategy? Yes. All right. Now tell me, everyone, MCQ. This, yeah, where is the factor? Yeah. Factors are over here. Tell me, where do you see in this chart, where do you see changes in law? Changes or changes, where do you see the point of changes? 1, 2, 3, 4, third box. All right. You see over here, factors to be considered directing the team's efforts. You see these developments, changes. All right. Now look at the answer. Changes in laws and regulation affecting the company is a factor to be considered. All right. There has been a change in information technology regulation. Non-compliance can have an effect. Such an important matter is to be considered while establishing audit strategy. All right, because it will help in directing the team. All right, and it will also help us in understanding the entity. All right, so I'm just linking the concept. All right, that how they are questioning. Look at this 42B. The auditor needs to direct the efforts of engagement team towards matters that in his professional judgment are significant. Direct the fast for tell me direct the efforts of engagement team. Preliminary identification of material classes of TBDs will help the auditor in fast on the screen in you are not understanding, you are not trying to understand the question. Very bad attitude. Look at this. In establishing overall audit strategy. Audit. More energies need to be devoted. It feels like I have my exams. More energies need to be devoted to significant matters to obtain desired outcome. Give 3 examples to explain above situations. Focus over here. The question is dealing with audit strategy. Is it a factors question or benefits question? Benefits will clear English and advantage benefits. That's benefit asked in the question. So the question is dealing with factors. Now, character of reporting team resulted in resources. Which one this is? Character of reporting team resulted in resources. Which one is this? Team. All right. They are talking about team's efforts. Okay. And they are giving some points. You will see that these points are the ones which I have in my chart book. All right. So tell me, only by hurting the code word of character of reporting team resulted in resources. Are you going to get your marks? No. All right. They are asking individual questions. So if I want to direct my team, I should be very clear about what is the volume and mainly what are the developments and changes. Only then I can direct my team. Am I clear with this? Yes. Okay. Basically, right, do this question by. Question number 43. API and company. Chartered accountants are appointed as statutory auditors of Heavy Industries Limited, a listed company engaged in manufacturing of electric vehicles for financial year 23-24. As per the recent guideline issued by regulatory authority, every listed company is required to maintain digital database of all those personnel who could access the books of the company to avoid insider trading. Okay, so there is a recent guideline. Okay. In case of non-compliance, hefty fines may be imposed on the company. CAP is the engagement partner. During the planning, CAP planned that he would inquire from in-house IT head of the company about maintenance of digital database to identify and assess risk of non-compliance. Can I say this question looks like mixture of earlier questions? All right, there was this question of Mary, no? Mary was also conducting inquiry. All right. Then there was this question of regulations by the changes in the regulations by the government. It seems like 2-3 questions were mixed for this. In the light of the above facts, explain whether CAP is required to consider about maintenance of digital database by framing audit strategy. Yes or no, sir? Come on, tell me, is this one of the factor to be considered while developing audit strategy? Yes. See, if you get confused, now what you should do is first you should write the full short form that full code word. Character of reporting team resulted in resources. All right. If you're not able to identify individual point, right? Then what you will do is then say that then write the case study. Then say that as per the above discussion, this needs to be considered in audit strategy. All right. So somewhere it will tally. Are you getting my point? Yes. So whenever the question is on factors to be considered for developing audit strategy, whenever the question is on factors to be considered for developing audit strategy, try to find the specific point. Best thing is just practice these many questions. Try to find the specific point. But if you are struggling, which give you struggling, all right, then in that case, just write the full 5 points, all right, and write the case study and say above factor needs to be considered. All right. So at least something will tally with their answer. So yes, he needs to consider. See, they are also doing this. They are naming different factors. See, all right, and then they are saying that this needs to be considered. Okay. Whether the procedures planned by CAP, what are the procedures planned by CAP? CAP is going to conduct inquiry. This is which procedure? If I am going to conduct inquiry to find out the risk of material misstatement, this is which procedure? Risk assessment procedure. Alright, so you tell them that yes, it is a risk assessment procedure. Alright, which is in accordance with what he has, what needs to be done. Alright. So I don't want you to score 0 in chapter 2. There are clear formulas for preliminary engagement activities 210, 220, 220. For strategy, either the question will be of benefits or it will be factors. Already, at least in factors. See, factors is not something which I can just teach very fast in a marathon lecture. But what I have done today is that when it comes to factors, you are not scoring a 0. All right, character of reporting team resulted in resources. Just vomit that. All right, something will tally with their answer. When it comes to planning, it is a description of nature, timing, and extent of risk assessment procedure, further audit procedure, and other audit procedure. What is there in chapter 2? All right. Then this planning and strategy should be discussed with the management to facilitate effective coordination of it. All right. There are few points only. Look at this. All right. Now listen to me. There is this question of audit program in chapter 2. All right. Audit program is one of the most sensitive concepts of chapter 2. Okay. What is audit program? All right. Focus over here. That is why I've given the first question is I've given the audit program. Look at this. What, first of all, in short, audit program is a set of instructions given to the audit team along with timetable, everything. Hello. Strategy. Matter. All right. Plan. Description of what of my marriage. Description of nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures. Program. When the plan is communicated to audit team in the form of instructions. Come on, tell me. When the plan is communicated to audit team in the form of instructions. That is program. Look at this. The assistant CAK is assigned the responsibility of drafting audit program relating to purchases appearing in the financial statements of broad industries, a partnership firm. The said firm is a GS registered. Okay. Help him by drafting a sample audit program for purchases. Imagine you are the partner, you are giving instructions to your audit team. All right. And in that case, first of all, you will say this is the entity, this is the financial year. Who will prepare the audit program? Partner. Who will prepare the audit program? Partner. All right. Or at least some senior manager. Article will not prepare audit program. All right. Prepared by, then reviewed by, and approved by. So normally it should be approved by the engagement part. Some junior person of my team, I mean senior manager or something, not article, will make the program, but I will approve it. Article cannot make the program. Then program should look like instructions. The serial number. Then what is this? Nature of procedure, time, extent of check, basis of sample, done by, reviewed by. All right. These are basic columns which should be there in the audit program. Then any 4 points you can write, but please don't act idiotic. All right. The program is for purchases, then all the points should relate to purchase only. All right. As if you are giving instructions to your audit team. All right. You have to come into the character over here to write this particular answer. There is no fixed set of points to write the answer. When they talk about audit program, this is how the program should look. All right. Next, question number 45. APRM company chartered accountant firm are appointed as auditors of TA Limited and TAA Limited. The volume and nature of business of both the companies are entirely different. So TA Limited and TAA Limited, both of them have different businesses. CAR is the engagement partner for TAA Limited. CAP is the engagement partner for T Limited. All right. CAR formulates an audit program for conducting the audit of TAA Limited. He suggested CAP to use the. Tell me, can you use the same audit program for both the companies? No, because both the companies are different in business. All right. Size, nature, and complexity of business will decide the audit program. But CAP is of the opinion that this program will not be useful. In the light of the above, mention the matters that should generally be considered while preparing an audit program. Wait. What is the question? Mention the. Oh, this is a theory question. Mention the matters that should generally be considered while preparing an audit program. What are the matters that should be generally considered while preparing an audit program? All right. I have given a code word also. Stay within level. Or maybe any other code word you can develop. All right. Matters to be considered for developing an audit program. Okay. First of all, if you are developing an audit program, all right, set of instructions for your auditing, you bloody stay within your limits. If it is inventory, then you will not say, no, article verify the quality of inventory. Yeah, eat and check. No, I should stay within my limitation. All right. Then I should find the best evidence that is available. All right. See, I am preparing audit program. So what are the matters to be considered? First of all, we will stay within our limits. All right. Then I have to put the instructions so that we can find the best evidence. And I want to ensure that we use only relevant steps. We use only, so if I want to verify the existence of inventory, then I should go for physical verification of inventory. That will be the relevant step. One more time, stay within LERIC. L for limitation, E for evidence, then R for relevant steps only. Then when I'm preparing audit program, I will consider all possibilities of errors. And most importantly, I will have to link the interrelated items. For example, purchase, sales, inventory. My one article is on purchase, one article is on sale, one article is on inventory. I have to ensure that all three are coordinating because those are related items for which I need to coordinate. One more time, matters to be considered for preparation of audit program stay within LERIC. L for limitation, E for evidence, then relevant steps only. All right, error possibilities and related items. All right, so everyone over here, stay within LERIC. Matters to be considered. There are 2 points in this question. First is this. Then they were using the same program for both the entities. So CAP is correct. That yes, that this program is not useful. They cannot use one program for all the entities because businesses may vary in size, nature, and complexity. All right. Question number 46. I will straight away come to this last line. What is that? Advantages of audit program. All right. Any three advantage you can pick it up. All right. Then it gives you total set of instructions. All right. Once you have a nice document as an instruction, all right, it will give me clarity. It will help me to select the assistants based upon the job. For physical verification inventory, I may select a very basic person. But for valuation of inventory, I will use an experienced person. So it will give me total and clear set of instructions. Selection will become easier. All right. Then I can catch who has done the work. All right. I can make them accountable. All right. I can control my entire audit because I know how much work is completed and how much work is left. So I can control the progress. What I'm trying to tell you, don't write shitty points over there. If they ask you advantages of audit program, optimum utilization of resources, right? All right, -5. Look at this. So when they say advantages, you write 3 points, not a problem. But please ensure that they are good points. That clarity of the instructions, selection of assistants, accountability can be increased. All right. Such kind of points. It will help in future audits also. Right? Good advantages of audit program. Okay. So there are many points. You can pick up any three. Question number 47. CA student Kalyan was going through a topic on audit program and learned that an audit program, see, this is 5 marks, September 25, and learned that an audit program is designed to provide most appropriate audit evidence by prescribing procedures, yes, and techniques to verify an assertion. Guide the student in answering the following. Student guiding student. What type of evidence shall an auditor look into as the most appropriate evidence in verification of an assertion? What is this question? What is this question? Type of evidence. Whatever you know, just vomit. Look at this. There can be documentary evidence. See, till here, do you think they have given any specific item like inventory or something? Look, it's a general question on. It's a general question on. You are also committing the same mistakes which previous batch is doing. You are not focusing on chapter 2. You will suffer in exams. 8 marks, 10 marks, easy questions. Look at this. What is this? Type of evidence. All right. Type of evidence. Which type of evidence? Documentary evidence, visual evidence, oral evidence, internal evidence, external evidence. All right. You can write n number of things. Just vomit. All right. 1 minute. Look at this. How much they have vomited. Documentary examination, physical examination. All right. Minutes of meeting, whatever came to their mind, they have written it. All right. That is fine. Why I printed this question is for the second question. State the most appropriate audit evidence in respect of verification of cash in hand. Tell me if I want to see cash in hand, then I'll have to count the cash. Physically, I'll have to count the cash now. All right. It's cash in hand, not bank. Then verification of investments pledged with the bank. Do you understand investments pledged with the bank? So I had one investment which I have given to the bank as a security and I have taken a loan. If the company has pledged the investments with the bank, which evidence is the best evidence? Take external confirmation from the bank. I am the auditor, you are the company. This is the bank. You have kept your investments over here with the bank. Then what is the best evidence for me? External confirmation. Correct. Banker's certificate. Right? And I will myself count cash. Best evidence. Next question number 48. All right. 48 is documentation of the entire chapter. Tell me, in this entire chapter of chapter 2, we are studying strategy, plan, program. We will document. Tell in strategy, what you will document? Strategy is mental work. So in strategy, we can document only KD. In strategy, we can document only KD. What is KD? Key decisions. All right. But in planning is detailed description of risk assessment procedure and further audit procedure. So in planning, we can document all of this. All right. Risk assessment procedure, further audit procedure, and then we will also document audit program. All right. Now listen to me. Strategy, plan, and whatever changes. Tell me, why do you think we will make changes in our strategy and plan whenever there are unexpected events, or when new information comes across? So whenever there are changes, we will have to document. We will have to document the record of the changes. All right, what were the changes made in the procedures? All right, how the changes were done, why the changes were done. So one more time, if you get a question on documentation of strategy and plan, I repeat, if you get a question on, then you will say three things. All right. Strategy, plan, changes. Come on, tell me. Strategy, plan, changes. Strategy, KD, key decisions. Planning, description of nature, timing, and extent of procedures. All right. And then changes. In that changes, why the changes were done, what kind of changes were done, everything has to be documented. All right. Next question number 49. All right. Question number 49. I will be very clear with this question. In this question, forget the answer first, by at the question. I'll tell you why. Look at this question. Planning is not a discrete phase of an audit. All right. N number of times it has been asked. Planning is not a discrete phase of an audit. Means it is not a separate phase of an audit. It is a rather continual and iterative process. What that often begins shortly after completion of previous audit and continues until the completion of current audit engagement. Wait. First auditor will plan, then he will perform, then he will report. Correct? During this situation, auditor may update his plan, yes or no, sir? All right. Now listen to me. Then after reporting, it again helps in next year's plan. All right. So now I will read again. Planning is not a discrete. Discrete means separate phase of an audit, but rather a continuous process, and it is a part of a cycle. So it is an iterative process. We plan, perform, report. Then again, it helps us. It helps us in the next year plans. All right. That often begins shortly after completion of previous audit and continues until the completion of current audit engagement. Tell me, have you understood the first three lines? Yes or no, sir? This will not help in exams. What happens is, by looking at first three lines, students panic in this question. They don't understand first three lines. So what happens is that students feel like this is a very difficult question. Next three lines, very easy. Look at this. Planning includes the need to consider certain matters prior to auditor's identification and assessment of RMM. Please explain clearly stating those matters. Let me straight away come to exam-oriented mode. If this question is printed, by heart the question, and if they say, Bolo, state those matters, that means they're asking you examples of some matters. Okay? Then I will straight away give you one code word first. Then I will explain the logic also. Okay? But first, let me give you the code word. Legal. All right. Materiality. Risk assessment. All right. Analytical procedures. Wait. And involvement of expert. Wait. Ram is legal expert. All right. Come on, tell me. Ram is legal expert. All right, now focus only. Tell me, Shway, there are two types of procedures. First is risk assessment procedure. Second one is further audit procedure. Tell me, before I can perform or even think about further audit procedures, then I say first I will have to finish risk assessment procedures. So they just want examples of certain matters which should be thought about before you go ahead in audit. Tell me, if I want to go ahead in audit, I should have understanding of laws and regulations. Yes or no, sir? Yes, all right. Acha, if I want to go ahead in audit, I should be very clear about materiality. What is material? What is immaterial? All right. If I want to go ahead in audit, all right, I should do some trend analysis of last 4 5 years. Tell me, everyone. Even you do the weightage analysis of last 4 5 attempts. Yes or no, sir? All right. Then you move ahead. Okay. So these are the points. Look at this. You should obtain understanding of law. All right. You should also be very clear with materiality. All right. You should perform which procedures? Risk assessment procedures. All right, but wait, why I gave code word for full point? Normally, what I do is if there are 4 5 points, if you remember 2 3 points also, I'm happy with that. I gave code word for full point. First, let me explain. A for analytical procedures, trend analysis of last 4 5 years. All right, and involvement of experts. Tell me, today, if I give you audit of nuclear power plant, then can I say today itself you know that you will need the help of an expert over here? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. So these things are supposed to be decided first before we go ahead in audit. All right. These things are supposed, don't focus over there. Huh. Okay. Now focus over here. These things are supposed to be decided first before we go ahead in audit. Which things? Ram is legal expert. R for fast risk assessment procedures. A for analytical procedures. Trend analysis. M for materiality. All right. Legal understanding law and involvement of experts. Now, why I gave this code word? Look at this question. Right. August 25 MTP. This was, see, hello, this was a very basic theory asked in MTP of April 24. But in MTP of August 25, they asked this question. Look at this. ABS and Company Chartered Accountants have been appointed as statutory auditors of Aerotech System Private Limited, a company that makes advanced equipment used in airplanes. Considering technical and complex nature of operations, auditor recognizes that involvement of expert in audit is required. Thus, consideration of involvement of expert by auditor fall in the domain of planning the audit. We are studying which chapter right now? Planning. In that, I gave you this code word, yes or no, sir? So tell me, involvement of expert is supposed to be decided while you develop audit plan, yes or no, sir? Yes. Nice case study. All right. So Ram is legal expert. This is a part of our planning. This is a part of our planning. All right. That is why I gave code word for all the points. Otherwise, if you forget one point, it is okay. But in this answer, these examples very important. Okay. That is it for your chapter 2, audit strategy, planning and programming. I also want some break, but wait. Chapter 6, very small. All right. 4 or 5 questions only. We'll finish it off. All right. Wait. Chapter 2, strategy, planning and programming. Whenever you see the question, first you'll have to see whether it is a question of preliminary engagement activity or planning activity. In planning activity, all right, the question is strategy, plan, program. One more time, hey, focus over here. Preliminary engagement activity, planning activity. In planning activity, question will be strategy, plan, program. Hey, in strategy, 2 questions only, benefits and factors. All right. In planning, all right, in planning, all right, description of nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures. All right. And when it comes to program, all right, for program, there are multiple questions, all right, which you need to focus once. In fact, my suggestion is, all right, my suggestion is that when it comes to audit program, I repeat, when it comes to audit program, if you study these couple of pages from my chart book, it is great. All right. So all concepts of audit program are covered because audit program is something which students cannot write on their own. They need some discussion, only then it can be done. All right. Okay. Now over here, chapter 6, audit documentation. Hey, come on. Audit documentation is nothing but SA 230. Audit documentation is nothing but, hey, here I just want you to be very clear. What will be the question and what should be my answer? All right. Very simple. For 2 3 questions, I need full BCom attitude. Look at this. What is meant by audit documentation? What are chapter 6 will give you 4 marks in exams. Okay? What is meant by audit documentation? And what are the objectives of auditor in as per SA 230? Now listen to me. Audit documentation, whenever you see audit documentation is a record. Record of what? Tell me, record of procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached. PEC. Procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached. All right. Now, whenever you are developing documents, all right, you need documents which can give you BE. All right. First of all, the document should be able to give me proper basis for my auditor's report. All right. Then the document should also act as an evidence. The document should also act as an evidence. All right. That in tomorrow, if someone blames me that audit was not done properly, then my document will act as an evidence that audit was conducted as per SS and legal requirements. So one more time. Documentation, record of procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached. All right. Then objective of documentation is BE. The documentation should act as proper basis, all right, for my auditor's report. Okay. And then documentation should also provide me evidence that audit was properly planned and performed as per SS and regulatory requirements. Nature of documentation, same, repeat, same. Basis for a conclusion on evidence that audit was performed as per SS and legal requirements. Discuss any two purposes of documentation. All right. Now, if you actually see my book for documentation, all right, just very quickly I will listen. If you see this PDF for my documentation, here it is. Okay. Right. If you see this PDF for documentation, then you will clearly understand I have given the heading, which is actually the question only. Purpose of documentation, you will find some code word and stuff also over here. All right. I don't want you to write shitty points. Okay. So purpose of documentation, if you can remember 2-3 points also, it is fine. The basic need of documentation is that documentation will assist the team. It will assist the team to plan. It will assist the team to plan and perform. It will assist the team to be accountable. It will assist the team to direct, supervise, and review. All right. So at least 2-3 points, but ensure that it tallies with the suggested answer. All right. May 26 attempt, I have done a very detailed analysis of certified copies of CA Inter students, all right, where they lost marks and everything. I have analyzed about 300 copies now. Right? Out of that, 200 copies of CA final and 100 copies of CA Inter. All right. So I can tell you line by line where students have lost the marks. All right. What I saw, good news for you is that even if one word tallies with the suggested answer, they are giving you marks. All right. For example, I can show you such kind of English, all right, that you know that this person was focusing on English teacher when he was in school and not on English subject. All right. Such pathetic English. All right. But one word has tallied and they have given the marks. Are you getting my point? So at least few words, please ensure that you tally with the suggested answer. Come out of that pressure of remembering everything. Don't be in that pressure. All right. Next. Question number 52, define audit documentation. That we already know now. Procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached. Also give some examples. Now, what I fear is that in this example, students will write copy of invoice, copy of documents, all right, as if we have some photocopy machine. All right. So write down over here examples. Sali. Okay. First, you need to have summaries of some significant matters. All right. Then audit program. Chapter 2 done, na? Audit program. All right. Then you should have your analysis. Then you should have letters of confirmation, representation. You remember SA 505, SA 580. All right. Then you should have your notes of issues, whatever queries you have, issues memoranda. All right. So fine, 4 or 5 examples is fine. 53. CA PQ has prepared audit documentation of an entity describing the nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures, all right, to be performed during the course of audit. In documenting the nature, time, and extent of audit procedures, which matters shall be recorded. He is also of the view that such documentation alone as described above meets requirements of SAs. Now, this is very good question. Listen to. When it comes to audit documentation, there is one concept called as form, content, and extent of documentation. Forget about everything. Just focus on the word content. Tell me, when I am maintaining documentation, we are very clear of 3 points: procedures performed, evidence obtained, and conclusions reached. But tell me, during this process, whatever discussions we have done with the management, can I say even that should be documented? Yes or no, sir? Yes. Right? Significant discussions. Then, if you found some queries, then how those queries were resolved, even that should be documented. Yes or no, sir? Yes. So, what is the documentation required? Look at this. Hey, focus over here. Procedures performed, evidence obtained, and conclusions reached. All right. But in procedures performed, all right, hey beta, procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached. All right, so this much is fine. Okay. But in procedures performed, you will need detailed documentation that what you have tested, who tested it, article, employee, who did the work, when that work was completed, who reviewed the work, when that review was completed. So tell me, in the procedures performed, you will have to document fast, nature, timing, and extent. You also need to document matters tested, who did the work, the date when it was done, who reviewed. All right. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? Yes. Okay. Now listen to me. You also need to document evidence obtained, then conclusions reached. And whatever significant discussions you have done with the management, how inconsistencies were resolved, all of that also you need to document. I will show it at once to you. Look at this. Form, content, and extent of documentation. You need to document procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached, discussions of significant matters, and how inconsistency was resolved. Look at this. Question number 54. During the course of audit of a company, an issue arose relating to treatment of interest cost of the company on its restructured loan taken from a bank. This important matter was discussed with the CFO of the company and was properly resolved. Is it necessary for the auditor to document this in the working papers? Yes. Why? You need to give me that point. All right, these discussions of significant matters with the management and how inconsistency was resolved. That needs to be documented, yes or no, sir? So, how I have developed the question? If you solve 53 and 54, your full documentation content gets covered. Procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached, and then 54, significant matters, how inconsistencies were resolved. All right, needs to be documented. All right, and both of them case study based question. Question number 55. Messrs. BPA and Associates, Chartered Accountants, were appointed as auditors of Nissan Limited, company with pan India presence, for the financial year. The audit report was issued as on August 20, 2024. Following the issuance of audit report, CAP instructed junior team member Mr. Y to assemble the final audit file and prepare the completion memorandum. Explain the meaning and significance of completion memorandum. Team member Y completed the assembly of final audit file in March 25 and handed it over to CAP. Was team member Y correct in his approach? Wait, we'll go slow first. First of all, what is completion memorandum? Completion memorandum is nothing but a summary. It is nothing but a summary which is prepared at the end of the audit. Summary is always prepared at the end. In that summary, we will have discussion of significant matters. I mean, whatever significant matters were there and how it was addressed. All right. So completion memorandum is nothing but a memo, not momos, memo, note prepared at the time of completion. It is a summary of significant matters prepared at the time of completion. All right. Such a summary will facilitate effective and efficient review of audit. So first you will tell them what is completion memorandum. Now comes a very important concept, that is assembly of audit file. Tell me, what is assembly of audit file? Once the audit report is signed, then whatever are the documents which it will be assembled, collected, and it will be filed in a document, in a folder. All right. That is nothing but assembly of audit file. Assembly of audit file should be done within how many days from the date of auditor's report? 60 days from my birthday. 60 days from the date of auditor's report. So when was the audit report signed over here? August 20, 2024. All right, within 60 days from the date of auditor's report, it should be completed. But this has been completed in March 25. So can I say this is late? Yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. All right. So you will have to tell them what is assembly of audit file. Now listen to me very carefully. Assembly of audit file is a concept which I discuss in chapter 6 audit documentation, because module also discusses over there. But assembly of audit file concept is given in SQC1. What is the standard for audit documentation? SA 230. What is the standard for audit documentation? But if they ask you about assembly of audit file, then you will give reference of SQC1. All right. 60 days after the date of auditor's report. Question 56. Messrs. PK and Company are statutory auditors of JC Limited. CA Tarun, partner of Messrs. PK and Company, was entrusted to supervise and verify the inventory items as on 31st March 24. During the process of verification, a large chunk of draft inventory sheets were accumulated, and then a final inventory sheet was prepared. Draft inventory sheets, why they are documenting? It's a bullshit document. Rough inventory sheets. All right. The audit assistant has kept all of these drafts and final sheet also. Is the approach of audit assistant correct? Hey, will you keep rough and final both? No. Which papers documents may not be included in documentation? Nice question. All right, now listen to me. Institute says that these documents are not required in the documentation. Which documents? What is that? Superseded drafts means old version. All right. When you also click photo, or you click 100 photos in the same position, then 99 you delete. All right, because that is superseded. Okay. Notes that reflect incomplete or preliminary thinking. Now, sometimes in your notebook also, when you're writing something and then all of a sudden you draw a flower. What is this? It is an incomplete note or some kind of initial thinking you were doing. All right. Then previous copies of documents corrected. So there was one document printed as for the next. All right. And then second document as Pragnesh. And this one you may delete, no? All right. Because there was just a typographical error. All right. So sometimes multiple documents get created because of that. Then you will also delete the duplicates. All right. So superseded, incomplete thinking, previous copies, and duplicates. SIP is duplicate, superseded, incomplete, previous copies, and duplicates. These you will delete. So tell me, everyone, can I say that in this question, this draft inventory sheets were superseded? Yes or no, sir? All right. So auditor may retain only the final sheet. There is no requirement of draft inventory sheet for this. Question number 57. Auditor shall prepare audit documentation that is sufficient to enable an experienced auditor to understand significant matters arising during the audit. Explain the above statement and also give examples of significant matters. Whatever you're not understanding in the subject, write it. Look at this. Modification to opinion. Then risk of material misstatement, significant risk involved. All right. Just write names of big things. Material uncertainty, overgoing concern. All right. So you can just pick up 2-3 matters. All right. But pick big matters and tell them these are the examples of significant matters. All right. Question number 58. I think this everyone is aware of. Mr. A is the statutory auditor of ABC Limited. The branch of ABC Limited is audited by Mr. B, another chartered accountant. I am the company auditor, you are the branch auditor. Focus over here. I am the company auditor, you are the branch auditor. Can I demand your working papers? Remember, working papers are the property of auditor. Unless otherwise required by law, working papers are property of auditor. Auditor may, at his own discretion, make extracts or copies of documentation available to client. But no one can force the auditor to show the working papers unless it is required by law. That is what I've printed. Audit documentation is the property of auditor unless otherwise required by law. Question number 59. CAB, an auditor after the completion of busy audit season, was occupied in assembling of final audit files of one of his client. Assembly, again question on assembly. Do you think I would have repeated question in such an important document? First of all, he started preparing various documents of that client and then kept those documents in various folders. He was preparing documents as well as audit file in paper form because he believed that it is mandatory. Paper form? We can also keep it in electronic form. He could complete documentation as well as assembling a final audit file of a client after No. After 3 months from the date of auditor's report, it should be done within 60 days. Generally retains audit file of the client for how many years you are supposed to retain the records? 7 years. 7 years from my birthday. 7 years from the date of auditor's report, or if later the date of group auditor's report. Look at this. Generally, he retains audit file of the client for 7 years from the date of auditor's report, or 4 years. Is this wrong? Check the validity of the action. So first is this, then assembly of audit file, and then retention period. That is also wrong because it has to be 7 years from the date of auditor's report, or if later the date of group auditor's report. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Or if later the date of group auditor's report? All right. Or if later the date of group auditor's report. Focus over here. Focus over here. If you're conducting audit of financial year 25-26, company auditor has issued the report on 15th May 26. 15th May 26, 7 years will end as on. Are fast, yaar. 15th May 26, 7 years will end as on 14th May 33. Branch auditor has issued the report on 9th May. Still, he has to maintain till. So branch auditor will focus on the date of company auditor's report. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? So don't just say 7 years from the date of auditor's reports. Use the full line. 7 years from the date of auditor's report, or if later the date of group auditor's report. So this for branch auditor, he becomes the group auditor. For subsidiary auditor, holding company auditor is the group auditor. So company auditor will maintain from 15th May 26, 7 years till 14th May 33. Branch auditor, even though he has issued the report on 9th May, even he has to think from 15th May to 7 years. All right, that is 14th May 33. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So that is your point on audit documentation. All the important questions are also covered over here. With that, we finish our revision of 4 topics. That is chapter 1, 11, 2, and 6. Impact of about, let us say, chapter 1 is your 4 to 6 marks. In May 26, chapter 1 was an impact for 6 marks. All right. Chapter 11 will for sure will have an impact of 10 marks. 8 to 12 we just write for safety. All right. So 10 plus minimum chapter 1 is 14. All right. Chapter 2 again will have an impact of 10 marks. All right. So we have 24 and 4, 28. All right. So about 25, 28 marks syllabus is for sure from these chapters, which are easily doable. All right. Okay. So we are continuing our marathon discussion. Now comes the lengthiest chapter of standards. Okay. That is chapter 4, which has about 8 essays. Okay. Chapter 4 majorly dealing with 500 series of standards. All right. And there is a way of doing it. Now, there is one thing that you need to notice in chapter 4 before I move ahead into discussion of chapter 4. A nice thing that you have to notice. All right, May 26. All right, May 26, chapter 4. How many marks it was asked? Okay. So we will just, I know it is marathon, but still you need to notice this, what happened in May 26. Okay. So chapter 4, you see this one MCQ over here. All right, this is an Excel sheet analysis. Okay, here this column is chapter number. Okay, one MCQ, chapter 4. Then again, something from chapter 4. Again, some implication of chapter 4. All right, so 3, 4 points of chapter. I mean, 3 MCQs clearly you can see. All right, that was on SA 530 audit sampling. Again, one concept of SA 530. All right. Then again, chapter 4, SA 530. Then again, chapter 4, descriptive SA 530. All right. So let us see what is the problem of chapter 4. I will tell you. Chapter 4 has 8 essays. Okay? And 8 essays, 16 marks. All right. 8 essays, an impact of 16 marks. So per essay, it turns out only to be 2 marks. All right. But that is not how they are asking. So what they will do is they will just pick up 2 essays from 8 essays and they will ask question of 16 marks. All right. So let us say if May 26 students who left only essay 513 option, which essay? Only essay 513 option. All right. Gone. 14 to 16 marks. Yes. All right. Now September 26 will think that because it was asked in May 26, it will not be asked in September 26. That is the fun of chapter 4. So what they are doing is, that is why I first taught you chapter 2, 11 and stuff. There are fixed number of concepts and 8 to 10 marks and stuff. If you ask me, I will consider chapter 2 and 11 as a category rather than chapter 4. Alright. Because if you can't go only by marks, chapter 4, 8 essays, 16 marks. Chapter 2, 1 essay, 310 marks. Chapter 11, 3 concepts, 12 marks. Alright. So I consider them as much more rewarding than chapter 4. Alright. So please do not think. My only request is that don't leave an entire essay in option. I am not saying become an expert of all the essays of chapter 4, but don't leave an entire essay in option. Alright. At least you should know something of everything. That is how chapter 4 is. That you should know something of everything. And that is how I have prepared these notes also. Alright. So, chapter 4, audit evidence. All right. First of all, SA 500 audit evidence. Now, I don't want to just keep on doing blah, 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 blah about SA 500 audit evidence. Everyone knows that auditor has to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. One just everyone knows that auditor has to obtain, no need for you to go to any notes and stuff. You will be easily be collecting this. Auditor has to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Sufficiency means quantity, appropriateness means quality. Quality means relevance and reliability. All right. So if I say purchase and in purchase invoice, that is relevant. All right. Original purchase invoice, that is reliable. Out of 1,300 purchase invoices, that is quantity, sufficiency. So auditor wants sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. I don't want to revise theory, then go to question. I don't want to do that. I will revise straight away through the question bank. All right, wait. First, I will pick up something on the concept of only on sufficiency and appropriateness. All right. So what I have done is in chapter 4, I have arranged essay wise questions. But within essay also to arrange concept wise, that is a very big task. That I will not be. All right. So it is a collection of 10 to 12 questions per essays. All right. First, I will just think on I will go to the questions of only sufficiency and appropriateness. All right. Okay. This question. FRP and associates are the statutory auditors of Paint Private Limited. FRP and associates are the statutory auditors of Paint Private Limited. Companies into the business of trading and has operations across India. CAM partner in charge of audit is carrying out audit procedures with his audit team. He entrusted CA Ravi, one of the team members, the task of obtaining various audit evidences connected with audit and submit the same to engagement partner for finalizing the audit report. How can CAM ensure that evidences collected by CA Ravi during the audit will be? You know what? If I go through the question bank of ICI, on sufficiency itself, only on the word sufficient, there are 6 questions, and there is too much repetition. This is the best question. All right. This is not directly asking sufficiency. In the last line, they have just given the hint of sufficiency. All right. How can Ravi CMM ensure, all right, that the evidences collected are sufficient? So you have to explain them. That's I'm teaching directly through the question bank that you have to tell them that sufficiency is the measure of quantity. All right. Whatever notes you have, all right. If you want to keep looking at them, it is fine, or else you can just focus over here. Sufficiency depends upon my misses. Sufficiency depends upon misses. Sufficiency depends upon 3 things. M for materiality, R for risk of material misstatement, and S for size and characteristics of the population. Wait, materiality. If the item is highly material, you will need more evidence. If risk of material misstatement, ROMMA is high, again you will need more evidence. All right. Then it also depends upon size and characteristics of the population. Now this is very good. All right. If it is a homogeneous population, means there is no variety. There is no variety. All right, then you need less evidence. However, if it is a heterogeneous population where there is a lot of variety, then you will need more evidence. So sufficiency depends upon misses. I will go one by one. First, I will just discuss sufficient and appropriate audit evidence and questions related to sufficiency and appropriateness of audit evidence. All right, only on sufficiency and appropriateness of evidence. All right. Everyone over here, you'll have to give me some, you'll have to be patient with me in this, huh? Because they have changed my formatting also. Look at this, huh? When I say appropriateness, all right, appropriateness is nothing but quality. Quality is nothing but relevance and reliability. So I will just focus on that now. All right. So this question is on reliability of the evidence. All right. This question is on reliability of evidence. Now tell me, when will you say that evidence is a reliable evidence? Okay. For that, I have always given a code word, that source of nature controls the circumstances. When will you say that evidence is a reliable evidence? First of all, it all depends upon the source of information. See, there are two types of evidences: internal evidence and external evidence. All right. Internal evidence originates within the entity. All right. And external evidence originates outside the entity. Purchase invoice is internal or external? External. Purchase invoice is external. Depends upon origin. All right. Sales invoice is internal. Bank statement is external. So external evidence is more reliable than internal evidence. So it depends upon the source. All right. Then it also depends upon the nature of evidence. So what is nature of evidence? Documentary evidence, oral evidence. Tell me which evidence is more reliable? Documentary evidence. Then it also depends upon the controls. Tell me if the internal controls are strong, if the internal controls are effective, then in that case, can I say internal records will be more reliable? So source of information, nature of information, controls over such information and circumstances. Tell me, O for observation is more reliable or I for inquiry? Observation, because observation is more direct evidence. Observation is more direct evidence. Also, observation is more reliable than inquiry. All right, because it is more direct evidence. All right. So this source of nature controls the circumstances. This helps you in deciding about reliability of evidence. All right. So I am just focusing on the word sufficiency and appropriateness. All right. I'm done with my sufficiency and appropriateness. One more time. Sufficiency is quantity. Appropriateness is quality. Quality is relevance and relevance. Relevance is logical connection. All right. And reliability is an information that is complete and accurate. There was a dedicated question on reliability, which we completed. All right, now listen to me. If you want to obtain audit evidence, you will have to perform audit procedures. All right. If you want to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence, you will have to perform audit procedures. Now I will focus only on audit procedures. All right. Only on audit procedures. The objective of auditing is to design and perform audit procedures in such a way as to enable the auditor to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. All right. This can be obtained by performing which procedure? Name the types of audit procedures. Now listen to me. If they ask you a question on audit procedures, we did this in chapter 2 also. All right. There are two procedures. One is risk assessment procedures. Second one is further audit procedures. All right. Risk assessment procedure, understanding the entity, evaluating the systems, understanding the risk of material misstatement. But further audit procedures are divided into two: test of controls and substantive procedures. All right. Test of controls and substantive procedures. Substantive procedures are further divided into two: test of details and substantive analytical procedures. All right. What is substantive analytical procedures? Ratios, comparisons, trend analysis. All right. What you will do is I will quickly ask you a few questions. You will start answering. All right. Tell me, if I'm conducting inquiry of the management, I'm performing which procedure? Risk assessment procedure or further audit procedure? If I'm checking the authorization of expenses, that who has authorized the expense, all right, then it is risk assessment or further audit procedure. Further audit procedure. But if I'm checking authorization of expenses, then it is test of control or substantive procedure. If I'm checking authorization of expenses, that who has authorized the expenses, then it is test of yeah, because who has authorized means I'm checking the system. So it is test of control. But when I'm checking amount of the invoice, date of the invoice, that is test of details. And if I'm performing ratio analysis, all right, and ratio comparison, that is your substantive analytical procedures. All right. But listen to me. If you see over here, they have also written different audit techniques. Okay. So my code word is Rio's X is Rio. All right. X and everything you remember. Look at this. So R for recalculation, that is mathematical calculation. All right. Then I for inspection, examination of documents and physical examination of assets. Then O for observation, looking at a procedure being performed by others. Then external confirmation, that we have a full essay. Confirmation, direct written response from third party. All right. Then Leo's X is re-performance. What is re-performance? This is where students are struggling a lot. All right. What is re-performance? Re-performance is whatever employees have done. Whatever employee has done, I will do it again from start to end. All right. So let us say if she has performed bank reconciliation. I want to see whether bank reconciliation statement is properly done or not. Then I will myself perform the bank reconciliation from start to end. Auditors independent execution of the procedure. Auditors independent execution of the procedures which were originally performed by the employees. That is nothing but re-performance. All right. Next, analytical procedure. That we have anyways an essay on that. Then inquiry, questions and answers. Okay. Now listen to me. I will now focus only on this Rio's X is Ria and I will finish only those questions first. All right. You will see that there are different types of questions that they can ask only on this Rio's X is Ria. All right. uh, Here, Rimi. CA Rimi is appointed as an auditor of ASI Private Limited during the audit. She decides to use various audit procedures to gather sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. All right. Such as while verifying the fixed asset, she examined the factory equipment and verified the presence of each item. Tell me, this is which procedure? If I actually physically go and examine the factory equipment, it is inspection. Rio's X is RIA. From this, you tell me which one? Inspection. Because I am myself examining, no, physically. Look at this factory equipment. So this is nothing but what? This kind of question they will ask. Right? So inspection involves examination of records and documents, whether internal or external, paper or electronic form. All right, that is your inspection. Okay. Then to verify the company's accounts receivable, she directly sends balance confirmation. Directly sending confirmation, external confirmation. All right. CA Rimi examined purchase invoice contracts and authorization records to assess the validity of payments. Again, she has examined the purchase invoice contracts and authorization. She has examined the documents. So tell me, this is inspection, yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Again, inspection. Physical examination of assets is also inspection, and examination of documents is also inspection. She independently performed she did it. She has not examined, she actually performed it. All right. The bank reconciliation that was originally carried out by the accounts department. What is this? The performance. She also checked the accuracy of depreciation calculation made by the client. If I am checking the calculation, that is nothing but what? Recalculation. All right. So as you can see over here, it's a good question for practicing audit techniques. Okay. I am just focusing on different audit techniques as of now. Questions only on different audit techniques as of now. Yeah. Kanika audited books of accounts of Engineering Limited for financial year 22-23. The auditor used an audit procedure according to which all the documents and records maintained by the company were checked in detail. Documents and records were checked. Explain which procedure auditor is using. So this is further audit procedure and which technique it is? Inspection. See, whenever they say, there is one confusion in the minds of the students. Huh? When they say explain the audit procedures, students are just explaining either risk assessment procedure or they are not writing the technique. All right. See, there are two concepts. One is risk assessment procedure, further audit procedure. If I am examining invoice and checking the amount, all right, it is which procedure? Risk assessment or further audit procedure? Further audit procedure. But it is which technique? Inspection. Hello. So you have to write both. All right. You can't just write one-sided answer. See, please understand, I have asked this in test series and I have seen what students write. Students are writing that this is further audit procedure. Students are not giving the name of the technique, whereas in exams, they are writing the name of the technique. See, there are two concepts. One is audit procedure, one is audit technique. All right. Audit procedure is risk assessment procedure and further audit procedure. Audit technique is Rio's access, RIVA. But audit procedures are performed using audit techniques. If I want to perform a procedure, I will have to use some technique, yes or no, sir? So if I ask you a practical question and I ask you to write the audit procedure, you will write the procedure and also explain the technique. All right. So here, if I'm examining the documents, this is which procedure? Further audit procedure. And this is which technique? Inspection. You will tell them what is inspection. Comment on the reliability. Inspection will give you different types of reliable evidence. If I'm doing inspection of internal data versus inspection of external data, which will give me more reliable evidence? Inspection of external data. All right. So if internal controls are effective, then internal records will be reliable. Whenever they ask you on, your code word is only one. Source of nature controls the circumstances. Source of information, nature of information controls over the information and circumstances of that information. All right. You have to write points only from that. So it was a mixture of two things. One is concept of audit procedure and second is reliability. All right, two things they were asking. All right, so in SA 500 audit evidence, I have completed the concept of sufficient and appropriate audit evidence, and I have completed the concept of different audit techniques. There is one more concept. All right, sometimes what happens, listen to me. They will just ask you. Acha, before I move ahead, there was one more question on audit techniques, which is dealing with inquiry. All right, I'll just complete that before I move to the next concept. Tell me, inquiry. What is inquiry? Asking question, getting the answer. Minus 100. All right, 700. Inquiry is seeking information of. I am seeking information. What? Which king information? Seeking information of knowledgeable persons. That information could be financial information, non-financial information within the entity, outside the entity. That is fine. But listen to me. What I want is I want to evaluate. Why am I asking questions? Because I want to evaluate the responses to inquiries. All right. Now, whatever, no, when I'm conducting inquiries, it can be oral inquiries, it can be oral inquiries, it can also be written inquiries. It can be formal inquiries, it can be informal inquiries. All right. So, when you are conducting inquiry, you may obtain some information, all right, which will give you some new evidence. So basically, you have to write a little bit on inquiry, all right. You can expand these points. Okay. So there can be a separate question only on inquiry. Okay. Now listen to me. Sometimes what happens, they will just write something, some very general question on audit evidence. Right? Look at this question. What is this? Auditing is a logical process. Wow. Auditor is called upon to assess the actualities of the situation. Yeah. Review the statements of account and give an expert opinion on true and fair. This he cannot do unless he has examined the financial statements objectively. All right. You feel like donating 10 rupees for such a question? He needs evidence. Yeah. Discuss clearly the clearly the meaning of audit evidence. All right. So what is audit evidence? Audit evidence is any information based upon which auditor can draw a conclusion, reasonable conclusion. All right. Auditor has to obtain which evidence? Sufficient and appropriate. So what students will do is they will explain the meaning of audit evidence. They will explain sufficiency and appropriateness. All right. And matter is done. However, in the suggested answer, all right, they will explain what is audit evidence. All right, and then they include this in the answer. This is also one of their favorite for MCQs also and concepts also. Whenever there is a general question on audit evidence, you will always see an ICA answer. All right. That auditor has to obtain evidence from A for accounting records and O for other information. Because when auditor wants to obtain audit evidence, he will use A for accounting records as well as O for other information. All right. Of accounts, journal entry, invoices, all right, checkbook, bank statement. These are all nothing but what? Accounting records. MOA, AOA, email from third party. This is nothing but what? Other information. All right. So they will ask you this in MCQ. Electronic fund transfer, invoices, contracts with the vendors, customers, all right, ledger, entries, adjustments to financial statements. These are all accounting records. Whatever are the worksheets, costing, subject, everything, accounting records. Then other information, MOA, AOA, minutes of meeting, confirmation from third party. This is other information. So you have to combine accounting records as well as other information in order to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. So if there is a general question on audit evidence and you don't feel like you are like what to write and how much to write, then just tell them audit evidence, explain them sufficiency and appropriateness, and write points on AO, accounting records and other information. Then it will tally with ICI suggested answer. Am I clear with this? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. Then I am currently now focusing on this AO. If there are more such questions, there is one more question on this. Achha, this is a very logical question. Look at this. CS Surya Gayatri is conducting audit of an entity. During the course of audit, she has made oral inquiries from head accountant regarding preparation of bank reconciliation every month, as has been laid down by the management. Discuss whether inquiries as stated above would provide satisfaction to her that controls in respect of preparing BRS have operated effectively. Listen to me. Listen to me. Inquiry is only a supporting evidence. Inquiry can give you only a, if you want to actually obtain evidence whether controls are operating effectively or not. When I say you'll have to inspect the documents, yes or no, sir. Well, you may have to perform more procedures. Only inquiry cannot give you sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. So inquiry alone does not provide sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. All right. You may have to go for more procedures. Inquiry will just give you some evidence that, okay, this control is there. But if you want to verify whether proper BRS has been done or not, all right, she will have to perform more procedures like inspection, like re-performance. Okay. So inquiry alone is not sufficient. All right. So I have discussed the concepts in SA 500, audit evidence, sufficiency and appropriateness of audit evidence, audit procedures, risk assessment procedure, further audit procedures, audit techniques, RIOS, XAs, RIA. All right. And then what to do if there are some general questions on audit evidence. But then there are some specific concepts also, like concept of audit trail. What is audit trail? Finding out the documents from start to end, the whole path of the transaction from initial stage to completion. Students know it in rough English. You will need some words to tally with the ICI suggested answer. Look at this. Audit trail is nothing but documented flow of a transaction. All right. How source document was converted into accounting entry. It helps you in maintaining record, user activity. All right. It helps you in maintaining tracking of logon records. Okay. Audit trails are used to verify and track the transactions. Audit trails can help in fixing responsibility. Bas. So when admission, invoice, audit fee receipt, journal entry, ledger, trial balance, financial statements, audit, this is nothing but what? Audit trail. Documented flow of a transaction, source document to accounting entry, all right, record of the system and the user, all right. It will help you to verify and track the transaction. Audit trail can help you in fixing responsibility. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes. So little bit you should know about audit trail. Okay, now I will go in a line, in a sequence, whatever questions are pending. Next, okay. Mania Textiles is a manufacturer of bed sheets, curtain clothes, and other handloom items, etc., having its plant at Panipat. Auditors SJ and Company having doubts over reliability of information is having doubts over reliability of the information given to him. Listen to me. If you develop doubts over the information, or if there is some information which is inconsistent, which does not tally, I had taken essay basics where I had discussed with you. All right. If you obtain evidence, and if there is any kind of inconsistency, all right, where something is not tallying or you developed out, then you discuss the matter with management. And if management is not responding, then you go to those charged with governance, board of directors, audit committee. All right. You will perform additional procedures. All right. After that, if misstatement is identified, then you will communicate for rectification. So see what has happened with Mania. What did the auditor, sorry. Okay. Auditors have developed doubts over reliability. Auditor also see there is some kind of inconsistency. Inconsistency means contradiction, means some kind of evidence is not telling. How they should proceed, how they should proceed. Then in that case, you will have to decide the additional procedures to be performed. And you will consider the effect of this on other aspects of audit. So one more time, you will decide the additional procedure to be performed and you will see the effect on other aspects of audit. For writing 2 lines, blood, you will get your 2 to 3 marks. Correct. So if there is any kind of doubt over reliability, or if one evidence is inconsistent with another evidence, all right, you will see what kind of additional procedures are supposed to be performed, and you will evaluate the effect on other aspects of audit, like audit opinion, audit report, and stuff. All right. More questions? All right. Suniti, a CA student, is part of an engagement team conducting audit of a company team private limited. According to audit program, she is responsible for verifying purchases and PPE items appearing in the books of accounts from records or bills of the company. Besides, she has also been entrusted responsibility to obtain written representation, that is the declaration from the management, carrying out physical verification of inventory during the course of her work. She finds that, okay, what she has found. One purchase bill amounting to rupees 5 lakhs pertaining to Tim Industries has been entered in the books of. So there is, she is the auditor of Tim Private Limited. There is one more entity called as. So 5 lakh rupees of Tim Industries expense was booked in Tim Private Limited. Tell me, that means can I say that the expense which did not belong to Tim Private Limited was booked over there? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. So tell me, is this an audit evidence? Is this an audit evidence? Yes. Hey, tell me, Ash. You know, yesterday night there was a murder in Sheshadripuram. No, no, there was no murder. Listen. Imagine there was. All right. Okay. And the reason that there was murder weapon has been found. And this is murder weapon. All right. And there are my fingerprints have been found on that. And in camera, CCTV camera also, we saw that Pragnesh sir met that person. All right. Then in that case, is that an audit evidence? Yes, sir. So if something is bad, that is also audit evidence. Are you getting my point? If something tallies, it is also audit evidence. If something contradicts, it is also audit evidence. All right. So tell me, everyone, if one purchase bill of this was counted in this, is that an audit evidence? Yes. All right. Discuss whether each of the above constitutes audit evidence or not. Okay. Next. The management has refused to provide a written representation. Management says, no, we will not give you any kind of written statement, signed statement, no declaration, nothing. Tell me, when they refuse to provide some information, will that be considered as an evidence? When they are saying, no, I will not give you this information, is that considered as an evidence? See, you would have used this romantic dialogue in front of sometimes your silence is also an expression. When you don't say something, I also understand a lot of things. That means they had refusal. See, I'm taking lectures since morning 7 o'clock. All right, so please. All right, so then is there refusal to provide a written representation. All right, that is also an evidence of dishonesty of the management. Right. Okay. Okay. Each of the above, yes. Something that supports is also an evidence. All right. Something that contradicts is also an evidence. And absence of information also gives you evidence at least about the integrity of the management. Am I clear with this? Yes or no, sir? Whole concept was on these three words. Something that is supporting is also an evidence. Something that is contradicting also evidence, and absence of information is also an evidence. All right. Then in essay 500 audit evidence, which is a lengthy essay of chapter 4, correct? They have discussed this concept of using the work of management's expert. Tell me, in a construction company, can I say architect will decide the percentage completion? Yes or no, sir? Yes. And as an auditor, I will use that architect certificate. So let us say you are using the work of management expert. Now look at this question. Expert Industries Limited is engaged in a petrochemical business. Due to the nature of its business, the company has hired PQR Associates, a reputed firm of chartered engineers, to determine the quantity and valuation of inventories for preparation of financial statements. The auditor of Expert Limited wants to use the same as audit evidence. Before using the work of PQR Associates, management's expert, what aspects should be taken care by the auditor? So when you are using the work of management's expert, what are the main points to be taken care by the auditor? Look at this. Whenever you get such kind of question that you are using the work of management's expert, what are the points to be taken care by the auditor? Remember, all right. First of all, evaluate the person, whether that person is trustworthy or not. CCO, competence, capability, and objectivity of that person, whether that person is trustworthy or not. All right. Then try to understand their work. I know that person is an expert. I know you are not an architect, but let's ask some questions. Try to understand their work. And then at the end, try to logically verify their work to the best extent possible. Evaluate the appropriateness of their work. So one more time, if there is any such question, whether you can use the work of management's expert and whether you can rely upon that expert or not, you will always use the point. All right, CCO, competence, capabilities, and objectivity, understand the work, and evaluate the appropriateness of their work. Next, there is one more question on management's expert. Tell me, if you want to evaluate the CCO of that expert, and if you want to understand the work of that expert, what will you do? Eh? What will you do? What will you do? If I want to know whether this engineer, all right, is genuinely doing his work or not, for that, what can I do? Look at this. When using the work of management's expert, if I want to evaluate CCO, all right, I will first see whether this expert is an internal person or external person. Tell me, if he's an internal employee, can I say I will doubt him? Yes or no? Yes. All right. Then I want to see whether he's independent or not. And most importantly, my own past experience. If previously, if I have used the work of this expert and if I have developed the comfort level, then there is no problem. All right. I also want to understand his work. See, if I want to understand architect's work, I am an auditor. And if I want to understand architect's work, it also depends upon what kind of knowledge I have. Look at this. Whether I have that expertise or not. Then I also want to know what kind of data he has used, what kind of assumptions he has used. Very rarely such question will be asked. It's a very boring question. All right. But I want you to know that there are two questions when it comes to expert. What students are doing, whatever question of expert, students are writing, "Why?" All right. Whatever I ask in test series, once they see expert, "Why?" All right. So write it. But there is a possibility of another question also. All right, which is very rare, but still it is there. Okay. Next, yeah. All right. So these many questions of essay 500 audit evidence will give you enough grip over the essay. All right. Next, essay 505. 1 minute. 505. Yeah. External confirmation. All right. External confirmation. Everyone over here. Everyone over here. What is external confirmation? I don't want to start from very basic. Auditor will send an email. All right. So what is external confirmation? That auditor will send an email, that is fine, email, paper form, whatever it is. But to third party. But auditor needs a direct written response from third party, yes or no, sir? Yes. I want a direct response. I don't want third party to send me the reply via someone. All right. So what I have done is, acha, and tell me, you remember this, that external confirmation which auditor sends to third party. All right? It can be of two types: positive confirmation request and negative confirmation request. If I send an email to third party, reply whether you agree or disagree, all right, then it is positive. But if I send an email to third party, that reply only if you disagree, then it is negative. Go slow. Whether you agree or disagree, positive. Reply only if you disagree, negative. All right. So in negative, you will reply only if you disagree. Positive, whether you agree or disagree, you will reply. Let us say I am just asking you to provide me some information. That audit, that third party did, banker, just give me the list of bank accounts that my client is holding with you. This is positive, negative, or none of this? Positive, very good. Listen to me very carefully, go slow. All right. Positive confirmation request. Positive confirmation request is a request that confirming party responds directly to the auditor, indicating whether confirming party agrees or disagrees, yes, or providing the requested information. So reply whether you agree or disagree, that is positive. Please provide me X information, that is also positive. Reply only if you disagree, that is negative. Reply only if the confirming party disagrees, that is negative. All right. Okay. So I'll go back. With respect to essay 505, I like this question. One question, multiple concepts get covered. With respect to essay 505, and these are not my homemade questions, these are all ICA questions. Name the appropriate term that may be used in relation to the below statements. Audit evidence obtained as a direct written response to the auditor from third party in paper form, electronic form, or other medium. Tell me, what is this? Positive confirmation or negative confirmation? External confirmation. From this we don't understand whether it is positive or negative. It is just saying audit evidence obtained as a direct written response. Correct? To direct written response from third party to the auditor, or a response from third party to the auditor, either in paper form, electronic form, or other medium. Then, see, hello, Lush. What third party is sending to the auditor? That is external confirmation. What auditor is sending to third party? It is confirmation request. Please be very careful. I am auditor, you are third party. I am sending you email, that is confirmation request. You are sending me response, that is confirmation. Are you getting my point? Okay. So confirmation is a response. All right. Now I am sending to third party. I am auditor, you are third party. I am sending to third party a request that confirming party responds directly to the auditor, whether confirming party agrees or disagrees with the information in the request or providing the requested information. Tell me, what is this? Positive confirmation, yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. A request that confirming party responds directly to the auditor only if confirming party reply only if it disagree. What is this? Negative confirmation request. All right. Now listen to me very carefully. Auditor is sending the request to third party. All right. See, there are two possibilities. Either request got delivered or the request was mail, email bounced, a courier came back. All right. So it was undelivered. If it is undelivered, then I will call it as non-response. I will call it as non-response. If it is delivered, all right, listen. If it is delivered, then there are two possibilities. Either I had sent positive or negative. All right. If I had sent negative positive, and if there is no response, I will call it as non-response. But tell me, for negative, if there is no response, then can I say it is all right, yes or no, sir? Because in negative, I told them reply only if you disagree. So tell me, if you can understand this English, it is a game of words. Is no response to a negative confirmation request a non-response? No. In fact, it is the response that they have agreed. Yes or no, sir? So no response to negative confirmation request is not a non-response. So what is non-response? Non-response. Non-response. When the request is undelivered or when there is no response to a positive confirmation request. What is non-response? When the request is undelivered or when there is no response to a positive confirmation request. All right. Next. A failure of confirmed party to respond to a positive confirmation request or a confirmation request returned undelivered. This will be called as non-response. And let us say if I receive the response, but there is disagreement, but there is a in my client's books of accounts, it is written 10 lakh rupees from the debtor, and debtor sends an email to me and says that he has to pay only rupees 8 lakhs. Then tell me, can I say that there is a misstatement in my client's books of accounts? Yes or no, sir? No. Nah, this is just difference. This is just a, if debtor says 8 lakhs, client says 10 lakhs. Debtor says 8 lakhs, client says 10 lakhs. It is just there is a possibility that my client is correct and debtor is wrong. Hello? It is possible that debtor did not pass entry of 2 lakh rupees and that is why he is saying 8 lakhs. How can you say that my client is wrong? Every difference is not a misstatement. Tell me, every difference is not a. All right, we have to perform procedures to understand whether my client is wrong or not. Just because debtor sent me an email of 8 lakhs, do you think my client is wrong over here? No. All right. So if there is a difference between information requested to be confirmed and the information which is there in the accounting records, it is just called as an exception and not a misstatement. Misstatement means confirmed error in my client's books of accounts. If there is a difference, it is just an exception and not a misstatement. So this question ensures that main terms are clear. Correct. Next, while conducting audit of AB Limited, the auditor K of KLM and Associates Chartered Accountants observes that there are large number of trade payables and receivables standing in the books of accounts as on 31st March. The auditor wanted to send a confirmation request to few trade receivables, but management refuses the auditor to send confirmation request. Remember, in the entire SA 500 series, whenever management says no for anything. I have discussed this in essay basics also. That whenever management says no for anything, if sufficient and appropriate evidence is not available, we will always inquire about the reasons, whether there are valid reasons or invalid reasons. If management says, auditor, sorry, you cannot send email to the data because there is a legal dispute going on, right? It is a valid reason. It is a valid reason. If it is the valid reason, we will perform alternate audit procedures. All right. We will perform alternate audit procedures. So what I'm doing is I'm not teaching all concepts at once. As and when required in the answer, I'm teaching the concept. All right. So we'll perform alternate audit procedures. Tell me if data A is not reply, sorry, management is not allowing me to talk to data A because there is a legal case going on. Then instead of data A, can I say I will send email to data B? Yes or no, sir? Array, this is data A. All right, if this is data A, management is not allowing me to talk to data A because of legal dispute. So instead of data A, I will verify data B. Yes or no, sir? No, no, kya hai? All right. This is not your relationship going on. If you are not replying, then someone else. All right. So everyone over here, listen to me. If data, I am not able to talk to data A, fine. All right. I want to verify data A only. All right. So alternate audit procedure does not mean change your sample. Alternate audit procedure means verify the same item, but by performing alternate procedures. All right. Don't change the destination, change the route. So what I will do is I will verify sales invoice. All right. I'll verify sales invoice, goods outward note, bank statement. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? All right. So perform alternate audit procedures does not mean change the sample. Huh? Perform alternate audit procedure means you will verify different documents. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. So everyone over here, tell me in this question, management is refusing. What is the reason given by the management? What is the reason given by the management? Shh. Question is silent. They have just said that management is refusing. Why management is refusing? That they have not given. So we will have to start the answer and inquire about the reasons. There are two possibilities, valid reasons or invalid reasons. If there are valid reasons, then we will perform alternate audit procedures. If there are invalid reasons, we will they no if management says no, we discuss the matter with those charged with governance. All right. It creates limitation on scope of audit. We will discuss that matter with TCWG. We will ask them to remove the limitation. All right. But if the limitation still continues, if the limitation still continues, then we will consider impact on audit opinion. But listen to me. In any answer, when they are restricting you too much, not allowing you to audit, then in that case, you can write consider impact on audit opinion. Fine. I am not getting too much into which opinion and stuff. That discussion I have reserved for audit report chapter. In chapter 4, I don't want you to think too much about audit opinion. All right. Huh? Otherwise, you will get confused. Okay. But this much at least that when they are restricting, all right, we will consider impact on audit opinion. All right. And along with that, you can write one more line. Consider implications on other aspects of audit. Example, withdraw from the engagement if it is legally possible and practicable. So such kind of English you will write only when management and TCWG are restricting. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes. All right. So this entire chart will come over here. You will see everything. Right? Okay. Next. First, I am discussing only this, the external confirmation and positive request, negative request. What if management is not allowing us? All right. I'm discussing only that part. Means I am not discussing what if management is allowing us. After allowing, all right. If third party replies, then what will happen? I'm not discussing too much about that. I'm discussing only that you are sending, and management is not allowing. Done. All right. Everyone over here. Question is, CA Jignesh Desai is in the midst of audit of a company. The company is fairly large one and has a well-functioning internal audit department. While considering sending out external confirmation request to trade receivables outstanding as on the date of financial statements, he has delegated the process of choosing trade receivables, designing request and receiving responses from customers, internal audit department. The responses are also received on the mail ID of internal audit department. Is the approach of CA Jigu proper? Wait. First, we need to go from the base level. that when it comes to external confirmation procedure, there are 4 steps. I repeat, when it comes to the external confirmation procedure, there are 4 steps. First, we have to decide which information do we want. Determining the information to be confirmed or requested. Okay, debtors, trade receivables. Now select which trade receivables, which debtor. All right. So second is selecting appropriate confirming party. For one more time. First, determine the information. All right. Second, selecting the third party. Third, design the request. All right, whatever is email, letter, whatever it is, then design the request and then you will send the request. All right, so one more time. First, you will determine the information to be confirmed. Second, select the third party. Third, design the request. And fourth, send the request. All right, okay. Now, everyone over here, when I say determine the information, select third party, design request, send the request, in the SA 505, it is written that when you are using external confirmation procedure, this line is very important. Auditor shall maintain control over external confirmation request. Who should maintain control? Right. Audit means auditor should be himself involved in it. Here, what auditor has done is that he has delegated. He has delegated the process to internal audit department, which is the department of the management, which is not correct. The whole point of external confirmation is that there has to be a direct communication between auditor and third party. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes. All right. This line is the main part of that answer, that auditor shall maintain control over external confirmation request. Then you tell them what are the 4 steps, and then you say that it appears that external auditor has delegated the entire work to internal audit department. He has no control over it. All right. And therefore, these acts are not in line with requirements of SA 505. All right. Then, on reviewing schedule of trade receivables of a company, CA Mary finds that in respect of one outstanding balance, the CFO of the company is not willing to allow her to send confirmation request due to the reason that sending out such request would spoil the relations with the customer. On further inquiry, she finds out that there is a dispute going on with the company relating to some quality issues of goods sent to the customer, and the matter is subjudiced. Efforts are also being made by the company for out-of-court settlement. Reviewing correspondence with the customer, she finds out that issue is near resolution and no fraud risk factors exist. Wait. CFO is not allowing. Why CFO is not allowing? That because there is a dispute going on. First reason given by the CFO was not correct, that it will spoil the business relation. But second line is correct, that okay, there is a dispute going on. All right. And she has verified that also, that there is a genuine dispute going on. All right. Is unwillingness of CFO justifiable? Yes. All right. Then what we'll do in the answer? Yes. No, we'll tell them no. If management refuses to allow the auditor to send confirmation request, auditor shall inquire, all right, regarding management's refusal, all right, and seek evidence. Then tell them that this is a common reason and it is acceptable. Tell me, these are valid reasons or invalid reasons? Valid reasons, that we will perform alternate audit procedures. All right. Then again, I have used this point on external confirmation procedure. 4 steps of external confirmation procedures. All right. These points, all of these points are in the part 1 of the essay where I am sending the request. All right. Then there are some examples of external confirmation procedures. That is fine. All right. I have just given it because it's a unique question. I don't need to discuss this in marathon. All right. That what are the examples of external confirmation? I think any third party, just think inventory held by third party, consignment, agent, or anything. Trade receivable, payable. Just think of all third parties and write down the list. All right. Now, there are 2 types of request, positive confirmation request and negative confirmation request. Achha, tell me something. Positive confirmation request, reply whether you agree or disagree. And negative confirmation request, reply only if you disagree. Correct? All right. Now tell me, 1 minute. Now tell me, which one is better, positive or negative? Positive request is better, yes or no, sir? Yes. Why? Because it gives you more convincing evidence. It gives you more convincing evidence. All right. Negative confirmation request, what is the biggest risk? We are saying reply only if you disagree. What is the biggest risk? That what if third party does not read that? All right. They will not reply. They will not reply. We will develop a misunderstanding that they have agreed, yes or no, sir? Yes. So negative confirmation request should be used less frequently. Negative confirmation request should be used less frequently, and only if four conditions are satisfied. What are those four conditions? Low rate, low risk of material misstatement, lower amounts in a large population, all right, small amounts, okay. Then if this I for ignorance, the chances of ignorance by third party are less. You should be confident that at least third party will read the request, all right. You send a message to someone that reply only if you disagree and you are blocked in that person's phone, all right, it is of no use, no? All right, then you should be confident that third party will read the request. All right. And fourth, you will use negative confirmation request only when the chances of disagreement are less. So one more time, basically four conditions fine. I am teaching because of the module. Basically, there is only one condition, that the risk of error and fraud should be less. All right. So everyone over here, low rate. All right. If four conditions are satisfied, only then you can go for negative confirmation request. Otherwise, you should go for positive confirmation request. All right, look at this. CAX is contemplating the use of negative confirmation request. All right, which conditions need to be met to use negative confirmation request? Additionally, so low rate. Additionally, CAX is of the view that negative confirmation provide same level of persuasive evidence as case of positive confirmation. Tell me, will negative confirmation give the same level of evidence of positive confirmation? No, it provides less persuasive evidence. Do you agree with this viewpoint? No. Provide. Oh, we have to logically tell them what is the biggest risk in negative confirmation request. That what if third party does not read? It's a second risk, I will tell you. Third party reads, all right, but does not reply because the disagreement is in their favor. Let us say you are a debtor, you have to pay 20 lakh rupees. My auditor sends an email to you, debtor, you have to pay 16 lakhs. Reply only if you disagree. You will not reply because it is in your favor. All right, so everyone over here. Okay, we have to tell them the reasons also. Okay, so that is why it is a good question. Next, during the audit of accounts for the year ended, now slowly, steadily, I'm moving to the questions where we have sent and now they are replying. Look at this. During the audit of accounts of for the year ended 31st March 24, the auditor of FD Limited wanted confirmation from a trade receivable, which was outstanding for more than 6 months, amounting to rupees 4,25,000. Outstanding for more than 6 months. The auditor sent, see, when the debtor is outstanding for more than 6 months, it is a high risk debtor. The auditor sent a confirmation letter to the party requesting them to respond directly to him, whether or not they agree with the amount outstanding, whether or not they agree, whether or not they agree, whether or not they agree. This is which request? Positive request. Very good. The trade receivable confirmed to the auditor of FD Limited that they were required to pay an amount of rupees 4,20,000. How much is the books of accounts? How much data is saying? That means, can I say there is a mistake in the books of accounts? No. It is just a difference. Every difference is not a mistake. Use this in your caption. Look at this. State and explain the type of confirmation request. Positive confirmation. Course of action that she should take. Tell me, there is an inconsistency, yes or no, sir? So she should perform additional procedures to identify whether it is a misstatement or not. Many students, what they do, they say 5,000 difference, ask management to rectify. And the data can also be wrong. Yeah. Are you getting it? So we have to say that perform additional procedures to identify whether it is a misstatement or not. If it is a misstatement, then request management to rectify. All right. So there is an exception. Auditor should be asked to investigate and reconcile the discrepancy. All right. Next, CAT is the statutory auditor of a company is in the process of designing confirmation request. Designing, I am going to design the confirmation request. All right. What are the factors to be considered in designing the confirmation request? I have a big code word PM Karga, but I have a short code word MAL. All right. When I am designing the confirmation request, what are the main factors to be considered? All right. The main factors to be considered are management's authorization. Because if I'm sending confirmation request to third party, all right, when I'm designing, I will need their stamp, sign something, management's authorization. My whole design, will depend upon the assertions. That which item I'm verifying. For trade receivable, I may have a different design. For trade payable, I may have a different design. If I'm confirming the terms of agreement, I may have a different design. All right. For every, you also have no good morning message, different design. Good evening message, different design. All right. Mood message, different design. Okay. So then it also depends upon ability of third party to provide the information. All right. You also have to ensure that you are writing an email in a language which third party can understand, and they can also provide you the information. Ability of third party to provide the information. And you also have to decide your layout and presentation. All right. So MAL, okay, are the main factors to be considered in designing the confirmation request. All right. So fine, we have all the points of SA 505 over here. 505 external confirmation, direct return response to the auditor from third party. All right, paper form, electronic form, other medium, positive confirmation, negative confirmation, factors to be considered for negative confirmation. All right, then the entire external confirmation procedure, there are 4 points. That is, determining the information, selecting the third party, designing the request, and sending the request. For designing the request, you have to consider factors, then positive, negative, whatever it is, we need management's authorization. If management does not provide authorization, we have to inquire about the reasons, valid reason, invalid reason. Accordingly, we have to respond to it. Am I clear with this? Yes. Now listen to me. When we receive response from third party, what are the possibilities? First, response received, reliable response, no disagreement, happy ending. Second, response received, all right, reliable response. It is from original third party only. Right? However, there is a disagreement, which we solved 4 lakh 20 versus 4 lakh 25. Right? Response received, unreliable response. Response received what? Unreliable response. All right. Remember one thing. All right. This is also a very good point. If it is an unreliable response, I repeat, if it is an unreliable response, all right. If it is an unreliable response, all right, then because it is not very nicely covered in the question bank this point, right? So I think it can be used as a fresh question. If it is an unreliable response, then auditor, tell me everyone, if I send a message to Anushka Sharma on Instagram and I get a reply from a different account, Anushka for PK, that means someone is trying to make a fool of me here. Right? I have to reassess ROMM. I have to reassess the risk that someone is. I have to consider risk of fraud. Whoever is doing that fraud, I will hit him with a rod. All right. And I'll have to consider the effect on other audit procedures. All right. So tell me, whenever you get a question on unreliable response, whenever you get a question on, all right, reassess RMM, consider fraud risk and the effect on other audit procedures. All right. That was one point which was pending, not covered in question bank. So I thought I will cover it. That is your SA 505 external confirmation. Then SA 501, 501, 501. All right, 501 audit evidence, specific considerations for selected items. I think everyone knows that 501. All right, 501 is divided into 3 parts. All right, one is inventory, second is litigation and claims, and third is segment reporting. All right, but in inventory, it only deals with existence and condition of inventory, does not deal with valuation of inventory. What I don't like about the students is that when the question is clearly from SA 501, unnecessary they write points on valuation and stuff. No, 501 does not deal with valuation of inventory. It just deals with existence and condition of inventory. So you keep it with you that inventory is valued at cost or NRV, whichever is lower, you keep it with you. It is not required over. All right? Then second is litigation and claims. All right? Litigation and claims, legal cases. This essay deals only with completeness of litigation claim. So again, you keep it with you. If the chances of losing are high, then create provision. All right. However, if the chances of losing are not high, then it can be shown as a contingent liability. You keep it with you. I will also tell you a place where you can keep it. So everyone over here, this essay is not discussing about that. This essay is just discussing about completeness of litigation and claims. Completeness means just find out the data. Just find out the data. Just identify how many litigation and claims exist. Correct. And third is segment reporting. Here you can bring your knowledge of AS 17. All right. If at all there is. So everyone over here. When it comes to inventories, this essay is dealing only with existence and condition of inventory. I have a clear formula for this essay 501. Very clear formula for 501. Okay. So listen to me. When it comes to essay 501, existence and condition of inventory, auditor, fast. Auditor has to attend compulsory. He has to attend physical counting of inventory, which will be done by the management, but only if inventory is material. All right. In a service sector company, if inventory is just 0.0001% of total assets, all right, then you will not go over there. Here you will not stand on 31st March. Show me how many books are there. Show me how many books are there. Show me. We will count. All right. 40 books are there. Go count. All right. So first you have to see whether inventory is material. Only if inventory is material, then you have to go for physical verification of inventory. All right. Then such procedure is normally performed at the year end, that is the date of financial statements. All right. Now, there are two questions on audit procedures for inventory. Correct. One is, what is the actual procedure to be performed? And second is planning the attendance. This is the actual day when you will actually visit. All right. Then what are the procedures to be performed? And second is planning the attendance. Now let me see this question. While performing statutory audit of TA Industries Private Limited, a company engaged in manufacturing and assembling of LED lights, CAVV has decided to attend physical inventory count process of the company on 30 and 31st March. The inventories are lying at three different locations. Two such locations, A and B, are in one city, and third location, C, is in another city. Further, company also sends inventories to some service providers for quality control and testing. Oh, third party. As such, facilities are not available with the company. CAVV is well versed with this type of industry and has prepared list of following matters which could be relevant to him in planning attendance. All right. Oh, planning attendance. All right. We have to find out which matter he is missing. They are saying there are two important matters which he is missing. Which matters he is missing? So everyone over here. So listen to me. Very good question. So when they talk about planning attendance. Okay, the code word is win later. Okay, I am in the month of February. I'm going to visit in March. So what are the points that I need to consider in planning my attendance? All right. First, and I'm just going by the code word. Work in progress. All right. Okay, you stay. If at all this is there in front of you, you can stay over there. All right. So first is work in progress. All right. I should know now how much work is in progress and stuff. At least in advance, I should do some planning. All right. Then internal control, whether it is manual control, automated control. All right. Otherwise, what if my article visits over there? There are four robots running behind him. All right. Internal control. He will start playing with them for maintenance of inventory. Then nature of inventory, coal, gold and stuff. Gold and stuff. I can't send my article. It will still there. All right. Then location. All right. Location will depend upon the mountains and beaches and stuff. No. It will depend upon materiality and risk of material misstatement. All right. Then this cannot be surprise. Inventory count cannot be surprise. All right. That all of a sudden you will go down and come on, shut the doors, everyone. Auditor is here to count the inventory. No. All right. It is a very well planned activity where you have to coordinate with the management and do it. Look at this. So adequate procedures are established by the management, arrangements made by them. Then timing of the count, normally 31st March. Then whether experts assistance is required or not. All right. And risk of material misstatement, whether it is high or low, accordingly you will perform the procedures. So tell me everyone. All right. Which one is missing over here? Win later, work in progress. Yeah. I for internal control. Tell me, do you see I for internal control over here? No, I don't see that. I don't see that. Can I say that is missing? Yes or no, sir? Yes. And in fact, internal control is a very important step. whether it is a manual control, automated control. Later, L for location, you see. N for nature of inventory, yes. L for location, yes. Adequate procedures established by the management? No. That is also very important. We have to coordinate with the management. Timing, yes. Experts, assistance. All right. All right. So there are few points that are missing. We will tell them which points are missing. All right. Adequate procedures established and internal control. Understood. Okay. Next. So wait. We will go in a sequence. All right. So as I told you, that there are two questions. One is planning the attendance. All right. Second one is procedures. All right. So let us solve any procedural question, if any. All right. Yes. This is all procedural question. Look at this question. Quality Products Limited is engaged in manufacturing of bicycles as a part of manufacturing activity. It sends raw material to some business entities. Okay, stock lying with third party and procures finished components from them. As on 31st March 2024, inventories lying with such business entities are material. Being the statutory auditor of Quality Products Limited, how will you obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence regarding inventories lying with third party? Listen, for inventories lying with third party, all right, the formula is very clear. Either you will obtain confirmation. Confirmation regarding what? Regarding QC, quantities and condition. All right. Or you will go for inspection. But listen, you can perform one or both. You can perform one or both. All right. So either confirmation or inspection or both. You can go for both of them. It depends upon your judgment. It depends upon materiality. Depends upon risk of material misstatement. All right. Okay. See, if you see, they have written more procedures that you can perform. See, perform inspection or other procedures. And for other procedures, they have given some examples. Like you can physically visit over there. All right. Or you can obtain report of another auditor who is at the third party, who would have visited third party. All right. So you have to write one or two points more. Don't just write like military style. Confirmation or inspection or both. All right. You have to ensure that it looks like a statement. Am I clear with this? Yes. Okay. So this is talk line with third party. Then again, audit procedures. Listen to me. If you get question on audit procedures, let me settle it once and for all. Main procedure to be performed, audit procedure is e-topic. All right. Main procedure to be performed. Listen, when you visit that storage location, straight away don't start telling them, hey, open this box, open this box. No. First, evaluate the instructions. See how management has given them the instructions, how they are controlling everything, how they have segregated inventory. Listen to me. Hello. This has to be the first point. Huh? What will be the first point? E topic. E for evaluating management's instructions and the procedures for controlling the count. All right. Then you will yourself also count. You can take few boxes on sampling basis and count. Right? Test count. That is what articles are there for. Then let them count. You can observe. All right. Then finally, I want to perform checks that whether the inventory records are tallying with the actual count results or not. All right. I want to inspect the inventory. So if it is a textile company, inspect that shirt. All right. You see a very big hole in that shirt and it is not sellable. Inspect the inventory to test the condition. And for third party, what formula I've given? Confirmation or inspection or both. Come on, give me the audit procedures one more time. E topic, E for evaluating management instructions and procedures for controlling the inventory count. All right. Then topic T for test count. O for observation. All right. P for perform checks over final inventory records to see whether they are consistent with the actual count results. All right. I for inspect the inventory for its condition, and C for confirmation or inspection or both when it comes to inventory lying with third party, depending upon materiality and risk involved. So once and for all, I have settled the points of audit procedures, E topic, planning the attendance, win later. All right. Now practical possibilities. Okay. See, there are two types of questions when it comes to inventory. One is pure procedure, planning attendance, E topic. And second is nice practical possibilities. Look at this. Bold Limited supplies Navy uniforms across the country. The company has 5 warehouses at different locations throughout India and 4 warehouses at border. The major stocks are generally supplied from border. Bold Limited appointed Messrs. KPM and Company to conduct its audit for financial year 24-25. Mr. P, a partner of Messrs. KPM and Company, attended all physical inventory counting conducted throughout India, but could not attend the same at borders due to some unavoidable reason. Got scared. You are required to advise Messrs. KPM and Company how sufficient and appropriate audit evidence regarding existence and condition of inventory can be obtained. Everyone over here, tell me. In this question, see there are two questions, A and B. In second question, they are saying how auditor is supposed to deal with this case. But first question is a normal theory question. Even if I cancel this case study, it has no impact on the A question. All right, what is that? How sufficient and appropriate audit evidence regarding existence and condition of inventory may be obtained. Tell me, can I say after may be obtained, there is a question mark? They have not said in this case. Hello? That means they just are asking a theory question. They are just asking if you see the answer, they have written E topic. No connection with the case study. All right. This is there in the module. Right? I mean, ICA past attendance, RTP, MTPs and stuff. All right. So there is no connection with the case study because they just simply asked how sufficient and appropriate audit evidence may be obtained. In the second line, in the second question, they are connecting with the case study. How is an auditor supposed to deal when attendance and physical inventory counting is impracticable? Everyone over here now, my three possibilities. All right. See, there are three questions that we will get. One, management is simply requesting auditor 31st March not possible. Can we do it on 25th March? So instead of 31st March, they are requesting 25th March. Just a change of dates, no other restriction. Second, auditor was suffering from loose motion. Right? So auditor could not visit. Management has done it. You could not go. Hey, this is not COVID or war-like situation. It's just loose motion. You could not visit. They have done it. Auditor is unable to attend. Third, it is just not possible to visit. Attendance is impractical. Now imagine COVID or war-like situation. Tell me, what is the last line of this question? What if attendance is impracticable? If attendance is just not possible, all right, it's not like temporary loose motion problem. Attendance is just not possible. All right. Then in that case, we are not able to visit now. So we will perform alternate audit procedures. All right. If it is not possible, all right, due to safety of threat to the safety of auditor and stuff, then we will perform alternate audit procedure here. Perform alternate audit procedures. After performing alternate audit procedures, also if sufficient and appropriate audit evidence is not available, let us say war-like situation, if physically it was not possible to visit, you asked article also, article says I am not going there for 6,000 rupees. All right. So just not possible to visit. So you went for a video call, virtual call. Internet is blocked because of security reasons. So now we are blind. All right. You tried performing alternate audit procedures, but still sufficient and appropriate audit evidence is not available. So you will consider impact on audit opinion. You will modify the opinion. Which opinion I am not discussing. Even though if you recollect, all the best, fine. But in this chapter, I am not discussing too much about audit opinion. Is everyone clear with this? Yes. But listen, I need to discuss other possibilities also. Quickly. If management just says, we will do it as on some other date. All right. Then only the date has changed, not the procedure. So you will perform a topic on other date. All right. Alternate date is not alternate procedure. Hello. Alternate date is not alternate procedure. You will perform e topic. Now listen to me. Instead of 31st March, you did it on 25th March. So additionally, you will have to do a reconciliation for changes between count date and cutoff date. All right. So this e topic plus reconciliation. Come on, tell me. E topic plus reconciliation. All right. Let us say if auditor is unable to attend. Auditor's problem, not management's problem. All right. If auditor is unable to attend. then in that case, visit us on some alternate date. When your motions get normal, all right, then go visit. Compulsory, you have to physically visit. Look at this. You will have to perform some physical counts on alternative. When you visit over there, don't just keep looking at the stock. You'll have to do some test counts. You'll have to do some reconciliation. Look at this. Perform procedures on intervening transactions. Right? And it is best to obtain written representation from the management. That management, you please give it to me in writing that you have properly conducted physical verification in my absence. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Last line of the question will matter whether it is just an alternate date or say who is unable to attend. My father. Okay. Auditor is unable to attend. All right. And third, physical counting is in writing. These are three different situations. Am I clear with this? Yes. All right. And three different answers. Please be careful with this. Okay. Next, yeah, Ahmedabad unit, local disturbances. Okay, this is that auditor is unable to attend. Auditor is unable to attend. Then perform physical counts on alternate date. All right. Now everyone over here, litigations. Listen, when it comes to litigation, one question, very basic question I have not included. All right. Unnecessary increases the length. I will just give a direct code word. When it comes to litigation and claims, all right, auditor has to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence regarding completeness of litigation and claims. When I say completeness of litigation and claims, when I say completeness of litigation and claims, it is nothing but I am crew. Don't never forget this code. Completeness of litigation and claims, I am crew. Or they will not use the word completeness, they will say identify litigation and claims. They will say, then again say I am crew. All right. Okay. First, I will conduct inquiry of in-house legal counsel. But whoever is their internal legal department, hey, is there a litigation claim on it? I will conduct inquiry. Then, if there is a litigation on claim, can I say they would have discussed this in Starbucks? No, no. They would have discussed it in board meeting. So M for minutes of meeting. All right. Then C for whatever is the communication between the entity and the lawyer. I would like to ask for mails, communication between entity and the counsel, external legal counsel. Please give me those copy of emails. Then I will myself review the legal expense accounts, professional fees paid to lawyer, why it was paid. So whatever are the legal expenses, I will check them once. All right. And then comes the most important procedure. That is external confirmation, direct communication with entities, external legal counsel, which is one of their favorite points. Now listen to me very carefully. When it comes to external legal counsel, when it comes to, you will enter into direct communication only when the risk is high or matter is complex. Every year, you don't have to go for a direct communication with entities, external legal counsel. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? So you will enter into direct communication with entities, external legal counsel only when the risk is high or the matter is complex. And there is a way of direct communication with entities, external legal counsel. That lawyer is entity's lawyer, not your lawyer. So that lawyer will require a written permission of the management on a letter which will be signed by the management. So everyone over here, management should be asked to prepare a letter of inquiry on the letterhead of the entity, and such letter will be sent to the lawyer. So listen to me very carefully, favorite MCQ. Letter of inquiry will be prepared by the management. Don't say auditor. Will be prepared by the management, sent by the auditor. One more time. Will be prepared by the, sent by the, many students are committing mistakes in this. Letter of inquiry will be prepared by the management, sent by the auditor. Prepared by the management, sent by the auditor. All right. Requesting the external legal counsel to communicate directly with the auditor. Am I clear with this? Yes. Now listen to me. On this letter of inquiry, I have a question. All right. How is life going on? Good. Sir, in marathon lecture, what you're doing, this is the concept. Listen to me. When you ask general question to someone, you will get general answer. When you ask general question to someone, you will get general answer. So when I am prepared, when that letter of inquiry, whatever questions we are asking, those questions need to be specific and not general. So they want you to give examples of that. Look at this. CA Kavita, auditor of Healthify Limited. while assessing potential risk of material misstatement related to litigations at Healthify Limited, identified a possible legal claim that could affect the financial statements. She sent a general inquiry letter to the company's external. She sent a general inquiry letter. Please let me know whatever you are aware of about the legal cases involving the entity. Very general question. You will not get answer for such questions. General letter to the company's external legal counsel seeking clarification. Mohit and company informed us, sorry, that our professional rules don't allow to respond to these general inquiries. Guide Kavita, what other option is available? What other option is available? Snapchat with Mohit? No. All right. Secret chat? No. What other option is available? That Kavita should send a letter of specific inquiry. Kavita should send a letter of specific inquiry. All right. Letter of specific inquiry. Look at this. Auditor may seek direct communication through a letter of specific inquiry. All right. Now imagine you are the lawyer, I am the auditor. All right. You are the lawyer, I am the auditor. Auditor sending letter of inquiry to the lawyer. Okay. First, I will attach the list of litigation and claims. That lawyer, this is the list given by the management that they have 6 legal cases. And in front of every legal case, I have also attached the probability of winning, losing. That 50% they think they will lose, 60% they think they will lose. And lawyer, can you please confirm as per you whether this is reasonable or not? So first I will attach 2 things. First is list of litigation and claims. Then probability analysis. Management's assessment of the outcome of each of the litigation and claims, all right, including the cost involved and stuff. And then I will request the lawyer that can you please confirm the reasonableness of the list, all right, and the management's assessment. Correctness of the list and reasonableness of the management's assessment. That this is the list, this is the calculation done by the managements. All right, can you please confirm whether this is reasonable or not? This is a letter of which inquiry? One more time. This is a letter of which inquiry? Specific inquiry. I don't want general inquiries. I'm going to conduct specific inquiries to get a response from the lawyer. This is a very good question. Otherwise, I am bored of this question. I am crew. All right. So this is fine. I have taught directly from my chart book. All right. Okay. Even this is asked many a times, but I did not put it in my important questions. Okay. Next, segment information. For segment information, all right, there are, I have created heroes. For segment information, there are only 2 possible questions. Either there will be a procedure-based question or there will be an example-based question. All right. For segment information, either there will be a procedure-based question, example-based question. If you have left AS 17 in option, please don't expect that in marathon lecture, I will explain you what is segment information. All the best from my side. All right. If there is a procedure-based question for segment information, then there are only 2 procedures. As an auditor, whatever are their business segments, whatever are their geographical segments, business segments, whatever are the segments, right? I will perform first which procedure? Analytical procedure. I will compare the segment revenue with total revenue. I will do a trend analysis. What are the changes from the previous year? All right. So I will be performing which procedure? Analytical procedure. All right. Then hello. Tell me in AS 17, what is the main point that first management has to find out the method? All right. Which segment is reportable? For that, you see the revenue, profits, assets. So I, as an auditor, want to understand which method management has used. Whatever method management has used, whether that method is proper as per the accounting standards, as per applicable financial reporting framework. Whatever method they have used, I want to test that method. So listen to me. If there is a procedure-based question and segment information is there in the question, then A for come on, A for analytical procedure, M for methods. For methods, I want to understand the method, evaluate the method, and test the method. One more time. If there is a question on segment information and they're talking about procedures, all right, then A for M for methods. Auditor shall understand the method, evaluate the method, and test the application of such method. that it should be as per applicable financial reporting framework. Second is example based question, which for which I always say read after revising AS 70, which you would have revised now. Yeah. So look at this question is on segment information. Hello, fast. Question is on segment information. All right. Tell me, as an auditor, I want to obtain evidence to verify dash of segment information, presentation and disclosure. In this essay, we are verifying dash of inventory, existence and condition. We are verifying dash of litigation, completeness. We are verifying dash of segment information, presentation and disclosure. All right. We'll have to tell them that we are verifying presentation and disclosure of segment information as per AFRS. All right. Then what are the audit procedures to be performed? M. A for analytical procedure, M for methods. All right. Then they also, what are the procedures to be performed? And then I've also printed the examples. Examples I've just printed over here. Okay. Hey, this is actually litigation question. One question just got printed in segment information, but it is not a repetition. All right. So tell me, when it comes to litigation and claims, I told you that you will meet the external lawyer only when the matter is complex, when the risk is high. Look at this. So when will you meet the external lawyer? All right. Only when the matter is complex, when the risk is high, or there is some disagreement between management. So RCD, forget RCB, say RCD. R for risk, significant risk, C for complexity, and D for disagreement. All right, between the management and the lawyer. But tell me, hello, if the risk is very high and you want to meet the lawyer, but management is saying, no, I will not allow you to meet privately. I will be there present. Tell me, is management's request proper? Answer is yes. Such meetings are held with a representative of because institute does not trust you, what you will do with that lawyer. Look at this. Such meetings are held with the representative of management in attendance. All right. Done. So that is your essay 501. All right. Audit evidence, specific considerations for selected items. I know that your battery is going down. All right. But we can just finish one very small essay. That is 510. All right. That is initial audit engagement. This is very short. All right. Initial audit engagement. All right. Focus over here. Verification of opening balances. When it comes to initial audit engagement, verification of opening balances, first of all, you will have to see whether this essay is actually applicable in the question or not. Sometimes students just see new auditor has been appointed. Wow. Initial audit engagement. Wow. First year with the client. Wow. Essay 510. Relax. The question also has to deal with opening balances. All right. So 510 is applicable only in case of initial audit engagement plus opening balances. All right. Only in this combo you will use 510. What is initial audit engagement? First year with the client. All right. You don't sound so romantic. Tell them initial audit engagement is an engagement either where the auditor has been changed. So previous year was audited by another auditor. All right. So prior period financial statements were audited by predecessor auditor. All right. That is why it is your first year. Or let us say prior period financial statements were not audited. But let us say if it is a newly incorporated entity and it is the first financial year, that case is not discussed in SA 510 because 510 discusses about opening balances. Tell me, newly incorporated entity, whether it will have opening balance? No. So one more time, SA 510, initial audit engagement. Give me the definition of initial audit engagement. An engagement in which either prior period financial statements were audited by predecessor auditor or prior period financial statements were not audited. That is initial audit engagement. All right. Then opening balances. All right. What do you understand by opening balance? Opening balance is opening balance. Opening. No. First, account balances that you will have to say it in English. You have to write something in paper. Account balances that existed at the beginning of the current accounting period. But tell me, if there is a contingent liability on 31st March 2026, I repeat, if there is a contingent liability on 31st March 2026, whether it will be considered as a part of opening balance of 1st April 26? Yes. Focus on the definition. Opening balance, MCQ have written over here. Opening balances also cover matters requiring disclosure that existed at the beginning of the period, such as contingencies and commitments of the prior period. So 31st March 26 contingent liability will turn out to be opening balance of 1st April 26. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? So come on, give me the definition of opening balances. Account balances that existed at the beginning of the period. And second, contingencies and commitments of the prior period which existed at the beginning of the period. Am I clear with this? Yes or no, sir? Yes. One more time, you will apply SA 510 only if the question deals with initial audit, engagement, and verification of opening balances. Now listen to me. Whenever there is a question of SA 510, this question, this always gives you 1 mark. Discuss the objective of auditor with respect to opening balances. All right. Objective. What is my objective? Okay. Students just write on their own. Objective, obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence whether opening balances are. All right. Okay, understood. This is what happens in exams also. So if they say objective of auditor as per say 510, all right, then see, I am an auditor who is a new auditor. I was not there in the previous year. So it is like a new relationship. When you tell the other person, I am not interested in your past. No. All right. We will take a fresh start. You actually want to say that I am not interested in your past if your past does not spoil my present. All right. But if your past spoils my present, so look at this. Whether opening balances contain statements that materially affect current period financial statements. This line students are not writing. Auditor shall obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence in an initial audit engagement, whether opening balances contain misstatements that materially affect the current period financial statements. And I want to see whether accounting policies are properly applied. When it comes to accounting policies, never forget ACC. Whenever auditor is verifying accounting policies, he will always verify appropriateness, consistency, and changes. If there are any changes, you will verify the accounting presentation and disclosure. So everyone over here, whenever you want to write about objective of auditor in opening balances, tell them that auditor shall obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence whether opening balances contain misstatements that can materially affect the current period of financial statements and whether appropriate accounting policies which are consistent have been applied. Okay, now look at this. Panko and Associates Chartered Accountants have been appointed as an auditor of ABC Limited. CA Panko did not apply any audit procedure regarding opening balance. He argued that since the financial statements were audited by predecessor auditor, therefore he is not required to verify them. Is Panko correct in his approach? No. All right. No. No. All right. Now what to do? Now what to do? So everyone over here, listen to me. First, you will tell them that this is an initial audit engagement. All right. This is an initial audit engagement. Then you will tell them that what is the objective of the auditor. But you tell them that what are the reply no if you want to leave. What are the audit procedures to be applied? She has understood. Fast, she is replying. All right. What are the full lecture? She was silent. Now she's replying. All right. What are the audit procedures to be applied? Now listen to me, everyone over here. What are the audit procedures to be applied? The moment you get a question on audit procedures, all right? Look at this. What is it? Read forward adjustment policy. All right. First of all, I will read what previous year financial statements. This is my first year, no? So I will read previous year financial statements or previous auditor's report, if any. Then forward, I will check whether balances have been correctly brought forward. Tell me if the last year's closing balance is 80 and current year's opening balance is 60. That means 20 rupees rectification entry has been passed, yes or no, sir? Past year. 31st March 26, closing balance 80. 1st April 26, opening balance 60. Means 20 rupees adjustment entry passed, yes or no, sir? And if there is any adjustment because of prior period omissions or mistakes, if there is an adjustment in the current year, then it is shown as prior period items, AS5, mistakes or omissions of the last year being rectified in the current year. All right, so everyone over here. One point on adjustment to opening balance. All right, so read forward adjustment policy. And one point on accounting policies, ACC, appropriateness, consistency changes as per AFRF. All right. So everyone over here, these are the procedures that we will tell them to write. Panku should perform these procedures. In an initial audit engagement, in the case of inventories, all right. I love some students, the moment they see inventories. Hey, inventories. Yeah, I say 501. And then marathon lecture that day, sir, took na. Wait. All right. Initial audit engagement. In case of inventories, the current period's audit procedures on the closing inventory balance provide little evidence regarding inventory on hand at the beginning of the period. First of all, do you understand 501? We were focused on the essay before this 501. We were verifying which inventory? Closing inventory. This is which essay? 510. In 510, we are worried about opening balance, but in this question, opening inventory. You understand? These are two different discussions? Yes. So we need to see what is asked in that question. Therefore, in such a case, additional procedures become necessary to so that auditor may obtain sufficient and appropriate evidence. They are talking about inventory on hand at the beginning of the period. Tell me everyone. All right, tell me everyone. If this is financial year 26-27, all right, which is your initial audit engagement. This is 1st April 26 and this is 31st March 27. Here you got appointed as an auditor. Auditor appointed. All right. For closing inventory, we have SA 501. Tell me, by performing procedures as on 31st March 27, can I say you will get evidence for 31st March 27 as well as 1st April 26? Yes or no, sir? Wait. First of all, congratulations for surviving the whole lecture. All right. I thought you will leave in break, but you survived. All right. Okay, Squid Games. Look at this, everyone over here. Listen. For closing inventory, all right, while verifying closing inventory, will you get evidence of opening inventory? No. All right. It is not land and building that it will remain the same. Closing inventory and opening inventory would have changed, yes or no, sir? So while verifying closing inventory, will you get evidence of opening inventory? No. So they are saying what can be done. So listen, what we will do is somewhere over here, we will conduct a physical verification. And then we will do a reconciliation. All right, for opening inventory. Everyone over here, current physical inventory count. So somewhere in August, September, we'll do a physical inventory count and we will reconcile to opening inventory. Are you clear with this? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. Next question. See, when it comes to SA 510, listen to me. When it comes to SA 510, either they will ask you question on fast, initial audit engagement and opening balance. They will just ask you to write the meaning. Very simple, basic question. Or they will ask you a question on objective, which we are done. Whether opening balance contain misstatements that can materially affect current period financial statement, whether accounting policies are ACC as per AFRF. Then either they will ask you question on procedures. Read forward adjustment policy, panku question. Then opening inventory, also that question. Or they will ask you this question, which you are seeing. Factors to be considered in determining nature, timing, and extent of procedures. All right. Sorry, for a few minutes, I'm just looking at it. The same students when I was teaching break and this and that. Today there is a Fevicol here. All right, nice. So I'm just taking my sadistic pleasure. Okay, so factors to be considered in determining the nature, timing, and extent of procedures. Materiality is a relative term. All right, now focus on it. It all depends upon, see, how much effort I will take. How much effort I will take. All right. It depends upon which factors. First of all, it depends upon the nature of the balance. Tell me, for opening inventory, I took a lot of effort, yes or no, sir? All right. Yes. I took a lot of effort. I did a physical verification. I did a reconciliation. All right. Because it also depends upon the significance of the balances. It also depends upon risk of material misstatement. If I tell you that previous year was unaudited, if I tell you that, can I say that the risk increases, yes or no, sir? Then automatically your effort will also increase. All right. But if I tell you previous year was audited and previous auditor gave modified opinion, previous auditor gave, all right, then again the risk increases, yes or no, sir? Yes. And whether previous year was audited or not, whether there was a modified opinion or not, it will depend upon nature, it will depend upon significance, it will depend upon risk of material misstatement. It will depend upon whether previous year was audited or not. All right. And there are a lot of code words that you can prepare. All right. So nature, significance, risk, and whether previous year was audited or not. Come on, tell me. Nature, significance, risk, and whether previous year was audited or not. Listen to me. Procedures and factors determining procedures are two different questions. Procedures means what you will do. What you will do. All right. Then tell them read forward adjustment policy. If I say factors determining procedures, whatever you will do will depend upon which factors. All right. Then you tell them that NSR audited. Okay. Wait. All right. Full sadistic pleasure I will take. All right. So listen to me. When you are using the predecessor auditor's report, if previous auditor has given a modified opinion, in current year, if that matter remains unresolved, and if the matter still remains relevant and material, then can I say you'll have to modify opinion in the current year also? Yes or no, sir? Yes. And then there is one full chart on which opinion should be given. That I'm not discussing. Which opinion I have reserved that discussion for audit report chapter. Is everyone clear with this? Yes. So your SA 510 is also done. So tell me, chapter 4, how many essays we are done with? 500, 500, 505, 501, and 510. 4 essays done, 4 more to go. All right. All right. We are continuing our discussion then. Chapter 4 essays, we were done with 500, 505, 501, and 510. All right. We are now at essay 550, related parties. When it comes to related parties, inter-CA syllabus has very limited syllabus for related parties. Okay. The first is the definition of related parties. The definition is same copy paste of Accounting Standard 18, AS 18 definition, where we look at control and significant influence. Control means power to govern. Don't write that 50%, 51% and stuff. This is audit subject. All right. So control means power to govern the financial and operating policies, and significant influence, that 20% you keep it with you. Right? So significant influence means power to participate and influence key decisions of the entity. What is control? Power to govern. All right. And what is significant influence? Power to participate in key decisions of the entity. All right. The most important thing is that government controlled entities are not considered as related party. So if government is controlling Z and government is controlling R, just because government is the common controlling owner, then they are not considered as related parties. So definition of related parties is same copy paste of AS 18. All right, where you need to be worried about who is controlling and who is significantly influencing. All right, so control and significant influence. These are the points to be considered. All right. Now, when it comes to the question answers, all right, they have not checked too much of the definition part of related parties in the question bank. All right, they have asked such kind of questions. Many related party transactions are in the normal course of business. However, the nature of related party relationships and transactions may, in some circumstances, give rise to high risk of material misstatement. All right. Give few examples of such areas. Now here you cannot write your own examples. Module has given only 3 examples for this, for which I have given the code word complex abnormal system. All right. Why related party transactions have high risk of material misstatement? Why there is more chance of fraud in related parties? First of all, because of the complexity. All right. There are too many related parties, too many relationships, too much of control, significant influence. All right. Subsidiary of subsidiary of subsidiary of subsidiary, directors party, this party, that party. All right. That is why, because of complex range of relationship and transactions, related parties have high risk of material misstatement. Complex, abnormal. Related party transactions may not be conducted under normal market terms. All right, so holding may be selling to the unrelated party at 100 rupees per unit, but it is selling to related party at 10 rupees per unit. So related party transactions may not be conducted under normal market terms. And most importantly, the internal control system of the entity and the accounting system of the entity is ineffective at identifying related party transactions. Majorly, let us say that if there is one company which is a new company, they may not even understand what is related party and stuff. All right. And sometimes company like Rajesh Exports, okay, intentionally they will ensure that they don't maintain documents of all the related parties. So there are three main reasons because of which related party relationship and transactions have high risk of material misstatement. Three main examples: complex, abnormal system, complexity of the transactions, abnormal terms and conditions, and system could be ineffective. If you write any other example, you will not get your marks over there. All right. Complex, not conducted under normal, and systems may be ineffective. All right. There is no fourth example required for this. Next. Sorry, this one question got repeated in this bank. All right. Next. P Limited is a company from a business group ABCD and is engaged in trading of garments. The promoters of the company are promoters and directors of some other group companies also. You have been appointed as an auditor of P Limited. P Limited has entered into various intercompany transactions during the year which are outside the normal course of business. What will be your duties as an auditor in relation to those transactions? All right. Now listen to me very carefully. If there is any transaction which is outside the normal course of business, like for example, let us say manufacturing entity is giving loan. All right. So if there is any transaction which is outside the normal course of business, we always have to check BA. All right. First, we want to check the business rationale of those transactions. What is business rationale? Manufacturing entity has given loan. Why it has given loan? All right. What is the commercial logic for giving that loan? What was the reason for giving that loan? So we will check business rationale. Then most importantly, we will check the accounting of those transactions. It is very much possible that management may try to hide such transactions in different names. And we need to check that who has authorized those transactions. All right. We also need to check who has authorized those transactions. So business rationale, accounting, and authorization. These are the main points that we need to check whenever the transactions have been entered into outside the normal course of business. All right. Then, appropriately authorized. Then next, this is a very repeatedly asked question at inter-C level, that what are the records and documents that you will check with respect to related parties? What are the records and documents you will check with respect to related parties? Tell me, if you want to find out that this entity that I'm auditing has how many related parties, then what are the documents that you are going to check? They have given 10, 12 examples. You can pick up any 3, 4 examples. Okay. Most importantly, I am going to check entities investment register. If I check entities investment register, I will know where they have invested. All right. And accordingly, I can find out their subsidiaries and associates. Then most importantly, I will also check their shareholders register. Who is holding shares in this company? From that, I can find out their holding company, all right, and investing company. Okay, so shareholders register. Then I will also check their income tax returns. By checking their income tax returns, all right, I will come to know what kind of information they have submitted to income tax department. From that, maybe I will be able to find out some more related parties. All right. Then I can check for sure all the contracts and agreements which are very unusual, which are not in the ordinary course of business. All right. By checking the contracts and agreements which are not in the ordinary course of business, for example, a manufacturing entity has given loan, I can find out that, okay, this party can be related party. So I gave you 3, 4 examples. You can have more examples. It was always there in my notes also, the examples of records and documents, all right, with respect to related parties. Okay. So related parties, we don't have too many questions with respect to exams. Look at this. Now, this was new syllabus question, so focus over here. Bell Manufacturing Limited has undergone a restructuring during the current year, resulting in changes in key personnel and ownership interest. The auditor observes that several new parties have become related to the entity due to these changes. During the auditor also notices a few transactions that appear unusual and possibly outside the normal course of business. Management states that all related party relationship and transactions have been properly identified and recorded. Explain with reference to SA 550 inquiries the auditor should make of management and additional procedures to be performed in relation to related parties and related party transactions in this situation. Listen to me very carefully. All right. In case of related parties, I have the presentation over here. If I want to find out that this entity has how many related parties, there are two possibilities. Either I am auditing a proper company. If I'm auditing a proper company, okay, they will have maintained, may have maintained some records. So I gave you examples of records and documents through which I can find out related parties. However, if it is a new entity or if it is a partnership firm, all right, then in that case, I will have to ask them some questions. Now, what kind of questions I can ask through which I can find out that whether how many related parties they have? First of all, if you are the CFO, I will ask, hey, CFO, tell me, all right, who is the owner of this entity? All right, who is the board of director TCWG? All right, CFO, tell me what kind of investments you have made. All right, because from the investments that you have made, maybe I can find out some related parties. CFO, tell me who is financing you. All right, so I need to conduct three inquiries. OFI, who is your owner? Who is financing you? All right, and what kind of investments you have made? All right, who is financing you, what kind of investments you have made, all right, the procedures to be performed. So these kind of inquiries I have to conduct. Plus, there is a general question on audit procedures to be performed that they have asked over there. All right, see. General question on audit procedures that you have to perform that they have asked over there. Listen to me. You can't buy heart this. All right. So if I am conducting audit of an entity, all right, and I want to conduct procedures with respect to related parties. First of all, I want to understand how many related parties they have. All right, what kind of transactions they do with them, what kind of accounting system that they have. All right, what else can I do over here? Look at this. I will understand the related party relationship and transaction. I will conduct inquiry of the management, how many parties they have. For that, I gave you example that you can conduct inquiry of ownership, financing, and investments. All right. Then I will try to understand what kind of internal control they have over related party. All right. So it's a very general answer. If you see, they have written too many things in this answer. See, first you have to conduct inquiries of the management. All right. It's just like you are trying to find the girlfriend of your friend. All right. Tell me the name. All right. Whether it is what has changed from the prior period. What kind of relationship do you have? All right. What you have done with those related parties, transactions with those related parties. What was the type and purpose of the transaction? Then I want to know how you are accounting for those transactions. I want to know who is authorizing those transactions. So this answer is a good answer to write general English on related party. All right. So what I am requesting you is for SA 550 related party, all right, don't prepare too much. Okay. Just have a glance through it, all right, and some general points that you can write. It is not a essay which is very repeatedly asked in exams. All right. That is why even I am not giving too much time to this particular essay. All right. But beyond this, you don't need to prepare for SA 550 related parties. Okay. Now, SA 520 analytical procedures. All right. This essay has been one of their favorite for exams. SA 520 analytical procedures. All right. Listen to me. First, I want to clear a few things about analytical procedures before I start discussing the questions. All right. Tell me, analytical procedure in simple English means ratios, comparisons, and trend analysis. All right. This is very simple English, very, very simple English. All right. However, if you look at my notes of analytical procedure, if you look at my notes of analytical procedure, first I have given some definition, correct, of analytical procedure. You can't simply say ratios, comparisons, trend analysis, and stuff. All right, that will not give you marks. So when I say analytical procedure, you have to say evaluation of financial information. All right, through analysis of plausible relationship. My God, what is this? What is plausible? See, gross profit. Plausible means logically connected. You have done your FM subject. Tell me gross profit divided by investments. Is there any such ratio? No, because that is not plausible only. That is not logically connected. All right. I want to find out such kind of relationships which are logically connected, like gross profit and sales, logically connected. All right.
like salary and total number of employees, logically connected. So one more time, a definition of analytical procedure. What is that? Evaluation of financial information through analysis of plausible relationship among both financial and non-financial data. Wait, very much favorite of the ICI. Financial and non-financial data. Financial data also means figures. Non-financial data also means figures. Financial data means the figures which are there in the financial statements, and non-financial data are operating figures. For example, salary is there in the P&L account. All right, so it is the financial data. No one writes about total number of employees in the financial statements. All right, so total number of employees is also a figure, but it is an operating figure, not appearing in the financial statements. So it is your non-financial data. So gross profit is a financial data, but sales is also a financial data. So what they're trying to say is evaluation of financial information through analysis of plausible relationship among both financial and non-financial data. Then, when it comes to analytical procedure, what are you going to find? FDI, fluctuations, differences, and inconsistent relationship. Whenever you find fluctuations, differences, and inconsistent relationship, that also you will investigate further. So one more time and for the last time. Evaluation of financial information through analysis of plausible relationship among both financial and non-financial data. All right. It will cover investigation of FDI, fluctuations, differences, and inconsistent relationship. So when you are writing the meaning of analytical procedure, give them such kind of definition. Don't just write ratios, comparisons, and trend analysis. Second important adjustment for analytical procedures. Listen to me. Analytical procedures in audit subject are done across all the stages. You can use it at the starting stage for planning. You can use it for testing. You can also use it for completion. Now be very careful. I have given this example. For example, if you are using analytical procedures at planning stage, then I have given one example, and this is very important because we'll be doing chapter 3 also today. All right. So if you are doing analytical procedures at planning stage, all right. For example, last 5 years trend analysis. From last 5 years trend analysis, you came to know that profits are declining, but manager remuneration is increasing. What is this? All right. This shows that there is some kind of fraud going on over here. When profits are declining, how come manager remuneration is increasing? Company is borrowing since last 5 years. Company is borrowing at 8% and lending at 7%. Debt equity ratio has gone from 2:1 to 14:1. All right. So when you did last 5 years trend analysis, you came to know that there are lots of errors going on over here. All right. So you found out risk of material misstatement. Now listen to me very carefully. This kind of analytical procedure is called as using analytical procedure for risk assessment. This is not SA 520. This is SA 315. This is chapter 3, not chapter 4. This is one of the adjustments which Institute has questioned very repeatedly in recent attempts. Right? When you are using analytical procedure at planning stage, you are using it only for risk of material misstatement analysis. You are not trying to obtain evidence on it. You are just trying to analyze the risk. And that is SA 315. Whereas we are doing currently, SA in SA 520. Look at this. Objectives of auditor as per SA 520. Inter-CA student, biggest problem. Any question on ratio analysis, inter-CA student, all that straight away says SA 520. No. If you are doing ratio and trend analysis during planning stage, then it is not SA 520. It is SA 315. SA 520 means that you are using analytical procedure to obtain relevant and reliable audit evidence. SA 520 means to design and perform analytical procedures near the end of the audit completion stage that assist the auditor when forming an overall conclusion. So listen to me very carefully. Look at this. This is example of testing stage, where you are comparing salary versus total number of employees, where you are looking at, that costing calculations, number of workers, wage per day, number of days. All right. This is using analytical procedure during testing stage. Then in FM chapter, you do a ratio analysis at the end. After the whole financial statements are prepared, you do a ratio analysis to understand the performance of the entity. All right. That is called as using analytical procedure at completion stage. At the end of financial year, doing overall ratio analysis like performance ratios and stuff. All right. So only this testing stage and completion stage is covered in SA 520. One more time. SA 520 talks about using analytical procedure at testing stage. That means to obtain relevant and reliable audit evidence. SA 520 talks about using analytical procedures near the end of the audit to form an overall conclusion. All right. That is SA 520. Every question of ratio analysis is not SA 520. Have I made myself very clear? Yes. All right. So this was the basic discussion which I wanted to do before I straight away go to the question bank. Now, when it comes to question bank, for analytical procedure, all right, you will get two types of questions. One very practical question where you don't need knowledge of audit subject at all right, like this kind of question. CARO wants to verify payments made by XYZ Limited on account of building rent during financial year 20 to 23. The rent amounts to rupees 50,000 per month for the year. The monthly rent payments are consistent with the rent agreement. What is the rent? 50,000 per month. All right. So what you will do is you will check the rent payments along with rent agreement. So monthly rent payments are consistent with rent agreement. You saw that rent agreement is also for 50,000 per month and they are paying also 50,000 per month. However, when you compare it with other companies in the same industry, they are paying a rent of rupees 10,000 per month. So by comparison, that is by using analytical procedure, you came to know about this. If you wouldn't have used analytical procedure, all right, then you will never come to know about this. All right. So they want you to explain that how analytical procedure has helped you over here. So we will just tell them that just by performing test of details, he would have concluded that there is no misstatement in rent agreement. However, after performing analytical procedure, he came to know that company is paying substantially high rent in comparison to the industry. Therefore, there is a possibility that company is overbooking the expenses. All right. And therefore, all right, RO came to know about this and RO should investigate this further. Very practical question. All right. I will show you more practical questions. All right. Now look at this. Analytical procedure involves analysis of relationship among financial and non-financial data. They want you to tell them with respect to wages. Tell me with respect to wages, what will be financial data? Wages paid. All right, because this amount is reflected in the financial statements. What will be non-financial data? Number of workers and wage per day, number of days. All right, this will be non-financial data. Just tell them the calculation and tell them this is financial data, this is non-financial data. All right. Then look at this. All practical questions. An auditor of a company intends to apply analytical procedure for verifying. So whenever they say, when they in I have more questions like for purchase also and stuff. All right. So if they give you any financial item, I repeat, if they give you any financial item, all right, and if they say that auditor wants to apply analytical procedure, all right, start using the technique of ratio analysis, start using the technique of comparisons. All right. Look at this, comparing revenue of current year with previous year, comparing revenue of current actual revenue with budgeted. All right. So I have created one full set of examples over here. If they ask you to write, no, focus on the screen. If they ask you to write comparison, then don't calculate ratios. Huh? If they tell you comparison, then comparison will be done with budget, industry, prior period. Bolo? Budget, industry, prior period. All right. You can't talk about ratio over there. All right. But if they tell you compare consideration of relationship, here you can show your costing FM talent. All right. And talk about ratios. All right. Relationship and comparisons are two different things. All right. Salary, total number of employees into average salary per employee is equal to total salary. This is an example of relationship. Salary of current year versus salary of previous year. That is an example of comparison. So you will have to check whether they are giving you the question of comparison or relationship. When I look at this question, tell me, they just asked me to apply analytical procedure. They did not specifically say comparison or relationship. Then I can use all the examples. But if I am the paper setter, I will try to ask you only comparison or only relationship. All right. So you have to be careful. Okay. Whatever they are asking is important. What you know is not important. All right. So you know what? There are such kind of practical questions. Now I will not solve practical questions. Although I have given some more practical questions over here for your practice, but I will not solve practical questions. All right. Now I will just focus on theory questions. Now, when it comes to theory questions of analytical procedures, so one I told you practical questions, second theory questions. When it comes to theory questions of analytical procedures, look at this. This is one theory question. While applying substantive analytical procedures, what are the techniques? All right. I say TRRS. Right? You will have to perform trend analysis, all right, ratio analysis, reasonableness test and structural modeling. Wait, you should know some English, right? When I say trend analysis, means what you are doing. You can't do like this, no? So comparison of current data with prior period or two or more prior period. In trend analysis, we want to know whether current balance is in line with the trend or it is changing the trend. Whether current balance is in line with the trend or changing the trend. For ratio analysis, they've used a very basic English, that is fine. Reasonableness test. What is reasonableness test? Remember one thing very important for MCQ also, reasonableness test. Reasonableness test does not talk about past. Reasonableness test focuses only on current year. As per the current year operations, whether the current year income, expense, current asset, current liability, whether it is reasonable or not. If I tell you that my current year admissions, all right, are of 2 crore rupees, all right, and you see only 10 students sitting in the class, then you will ask, what about other students? I said recorded. Then you will say, okay, then show me the number of books that you have printed. All right. And you see that I have not printed the number of books. All right. My printing and stationery bill is 10,000 rupees only. All right. Then tell me, as per the current year as per the current year number of students, current year books printed, and current year printing and stationery bill, can I say current year admissions are not looking reasonable? Remember one thing, reasonableness test does not rely on prior period. All right. In fact, it will look at the non-financial data, that means the operating data, number of students, number of books, all right, of the period under consideration. This is one of their favorite adjustment for exams, that reasonableness test will not rely on prior period. All right. And reasonableness tests are applicable to P&L items and current asset and current liability, because P&L items and current asset and current liability is something that keeps on changing. All right. Then structural modeling. Have you ever used a graph paper in your life? Yes. That is structural modeling. All right. But we can't right now using graph paper. So we will say it is a modeling tool that constructs a statistical model. All right, from financial or non-financial data. Achha, in IPL also, whatever you know, whatever charts you see, all right, that is all structural modeling. All right. So from the prior period, we try to predict the current period. So you may by heart the head points. All right, but if you write very shitty content inside, they will not give you marks. All right. So tell me, trend analysis, ratio analysis, reasonableness test, and structural modeling. These are the techniques on it when it comes to analytical procedures. These are the techniques when it comes to analytical procedures. 1 minute, this iPad is working on its own. Yeah, okay. What is it? Hey. Okay. Is it getting overcharged? Next. All right. So this is one question is of techniques. All right. Then second theory question. Wait, first I'll finish other theory question. Okay. Explain the aspects to be considered. Eh? Okay. Remember your days, no? Look at this. Explain the aspects to be considered by an auditor when designing and performing substantive analytical procedures, either alone or in combination with test of details. Wait. If the question says, substantive analytical procedures, and the question says aspects to be considered, factors to be considered, matters to be considered. All right. Okay. Because you should know the question. No? All right. Then in that case, I have always taught students SRIA. All right. I'm not teaching from the chart book that though we can easily revise SRIA and stuff. All right. But it is all about understanding the question. So if they say substantive analytical procedures, aspects to be considered, matters to be considered, factors to be considered, all right, you will come out with the point SRIA. All right. Now let us logically understand what they are trying to say. Tell me, can you use ratio analysis for physical verification of inventory? No. All right. If you want to verify existence of inventory, you will have to go for physical verification. All right. So first you have to decide the S for suitability. Suitability of particular substantive analytical procedure for the given assertion. All right. You have to consider the risk involved. All right. And whether it will give you relevant evidence or not. Okay. So now I will go to the chart. I say that first you have to analyze the suitability. Now, suitability will depend upon what is the assertion, because if it is existence of inventory, analytical procedure is not suitable. But for valuation of inventory, yes, it is suitable. Then just because it is suitable, that does not mean that you will use it. It should also be effective. It should also be like in that RO question, rent payment, comparing it with the industry, it was effective. All right. We got some evidence from that. All right. So you have to also consider effectiveness. Okay. And it should give you the relevant assurance. It should give you the relevant assurance, the confidence. All right. Only then you will use analytical procedure. So first, the whole point is on suitability. All right. Then second, chalo, analytical procedure is suitable, but it should also be reliable. So you also have to check the reliability of the data. You also have to check the reliability of the data. Wait. Now there can be a separate question only on reliability. Wait, Sriya, S for suitability, R for reliability. Wait. Now look at this. A separate question only on reliability. All right. A separate question only on reliability. Whatever data management is giving me, whether that data is reliable or not, whether I will be able to rely on the ratio analysis or not, all of this will depend upon, all right, source of nature controls. I'm just changing the last one of the code. Yesterday also I gave this code. Source of nature controls the comparability. First of all, source of information. External evidence is more reliable than internal evidence. External evidence. All right. Comparability. Sorry, I'll go with the code. Nature. Nature of information. Nature of information. Boss, when I ask for budgets, I should get the budgets. When I ask for standard costing, I should get the standard costing data. All right. I should get the logical information. Only then I will be able to perform analytical procedures. All right. Then controls, whether internal controls are effective or not. Because if the internal controls are effective, then I can rely on the internal records. And this is a very unique point, comparability. Indian company balance sheet straight away, I cannot compare with US company balance sheet. All right. Either I will have to convert Indian accounts into US or US accounts into Indian accounts. All right. So source of nature controls the comparability. These are the points which I will consider for reliance. I will go back to my main question. We are discussing aspects to be considered. In aspects to be considered, we are discussing SRIA. S for suitability of the analytical procedure for the given assertion. I for reliability of the data from which we will perform analytical procedure. And if you actually want to perform analytical procedure, you should set reasonable expectation. All right, you should set reasonable expectation. Tell me, in the last 3 years, if the trend is going 6, 8, 10, then next what do you expect? 12. If you expect 120, then you are mad. All right. So that is what they are trying to say, that please develop an expectation that is sufficiently precise, accurate expectation. Only then you will be able to compare actual. All right. If your standard costing data standard itself is wrong, all right, then actual and stuff, everything will go wrong. No? All right. You will get misleading outcome. So you have to develop reasonable expectation. All right. And then at the end of the day, A for you will have to set up an amount of acceptable difference. Okay, chalo, you are expecting 12. What if the actual outcome is 12.2? Fine. What if it is 11.8? Fine. So at the end, you will have to set up an amount of difference that is acceptable without any further investigation. All right. So one more time, aspects to be considered: SRIA, suitability, reliability, expectations to be developed, and amount of acceptable difference. All right. Only then you can perform analytical procedures. Now, students, these are all practical questions which I've included. All right. Look at this. Identify and explain briefly the audit procedure used by the auditor to obtain audit evidence in following situations. While auditing the books of accounts of A&T Limited for the financial year so and so, auditor checked complete documents and records of the company in detail to obtain audit evidence. Tell me, is this analytical procedure? If I'm checking the records and documents, that is which technique? Inspection. Correct. Last lecture. Correct. If I'm checking records and documents, that is which technique? Inspection. All right. Mr. M, auditor of the company, looks at the process of inventory. All right. That is nothing but what? Observation. XYZ Limited is engaged in export of goods to Europe. The sales invoices raised in euros are converted into Indian rupees as per applicable norms. All right. So whatever is the euro, all right, will be multiplied by the conversion rate and converted into Indian rupees. The auditor wants to verify whether conversion is proper or not. Recalculation, this is just calculation. All right, whatever is the conversion rate, multiply Indian rupees. That is recalculation. CA Isha is appointed as auditor of TUE Limited. During the initial stage of audit, she reviewed the gross profit ratio of the company. She also compared GP ratio with other companies. This is which procedure? Analytical procedure. This is which procedure? Analytical procedure. All right. So such kind of questions can also be asked. Now, everyone over here, look at this. CA Srishti, while auditing KSM Private Limited for the first time, utilized the software to analyze the financial data, comparing amounts recorded in the financial statements for current year with preceding 2 years. If I'm comparing current year with preceding 2 years, all right, it is trend analysis. All right. Her objective was to evaluate the risk of material misstatement. Identify the type of audit procedure. She is performing which procedure? Analytical procedures, but as a part of which I discussed at the beginning. All right, as a part of risk assessment procedure. All right. See, I told you every analytical procedure is not SA 520. Tell me, this will be which SA? 315 and not SA 520. All right. CH Srishti in the given case. Discuss its relevance and explain whether an auditor's opinion can rely solely on such procedures. Tell me, can auditor form an entire audit opinion just based upon risk assessment procedure? No. Risk assessment procedure alone cannot give you sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. All right. So that is what they are trying to say over here, that you may identify the unusual transactions and events, all right, but risk assessment procedures alone cannot provide you sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. So tell me, up till now, for analytical procedures, what kind of questions I have told you? First, very practical question, all right? Second, testing your knowledge of definition, all right, risk assessment. Then 520 deals only with testing and completion stage, like this question of Srishti, all right? Then techniques of analytical procedures, aspects to be considered. In aspects to be considered, you will write Sriya, all right? Let us see what are the other questions over here for analytical procedures. But can you see that, they love asking these questions? Look at this. CAM auditor of a company has planned to use substantive analytical procedures during the course of audit. In this regard, he has decided to use such procedures in following areas. All right. For testing relationship between sales and cost of sales. Yeah, this is good. If you want to actually test the relationship between sales and cost of sales. All right. Sales, cost of sales. All right. Then whatever is your closing stock, then gross profit. All right. Can I say these items are related to each other? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. So this is okay. For testing rights over certain assets. Tell me, if I want to check that whether the company has the right over an asset or not, for that I will have to do ratio analysis or examine the title deeds. Examine the title deeds. Comment upon his approach along with reasons. Tell me, I told you Sriya, S for wow, this is full question is on S for suitability. That here it is suitable, but here it is not suitable. All right. So you'll have to tell them. All right. You'll have to tell them that where it is suitable, where it is not suitable, it is affected by nature of assertion. All right. So in first case, it is suitable. Second case, it is not suitable. All right. Then I told you there will be practical questions. All right. Like look at this. They have said, hello. They have said loans and advances and trade receivables, and they want you to perform analytical procedures. Just keep on vomiting whatever ratio, comparison, trend analysis, whatever you want to do, you can write it over here, because they are not telling you to do only trend analysis or only comparison. No, they are giving you free hand. All right. So these questions I'm not reading the answer now. Similarly, for this question, all right, they are just trying to test your knowledge that if I apply ratio analysis, trend analysis, comparisons in the P&L account, all right, then what will I come to know? Okay, why the expense has increased or why the expense has decreased, why income has increased, why income has decreased. All right, that is what we come to know. Why do we perform analytical procedures? To understand FDI, fluctuations, differences, and inconsistent relationship. Again, this is a very practical answer. In one glance also it is fine. All right. Now look at this. Now they are talking about performing analytical procedures on on purchase quantity and price. All right. Now this depends upon your knowledge of costing and FM or how much you are writing. All right. Okay. But see, it has been asked so many times in the new syllabus only. So practical questions, I can wish you all the best only. Look at this. Substantive analytical procedures are generally more applicable to large volume of transactions that tend to be predictable. Perfect. Listen to me. You can't apply analytical procedures for unusual items. Litigation expense, what you will do? Compare your lawyer's expense with other lawyer's expense. All right. And then loss due to earthquake in India versus earthquake in Vietnam. All right. So you cannot apply analytical procedures for unusual transactions. You can apply analytical procedures only for large volume of transactions that tend to be predictable. All right. Sometimes what happens, you look at the question. Yeah, correct, correct. Now what will I do? Correct. So listen to me. This is a pure conceptual question, which is talking about suitability. All right. The whole question is talking about suitability. Suitability depends upon how effective the procedure will be. Suitability depends upon the nature of assertion. Suitability depends upon what kind of assurance you will get. All right. So the question is on suitability. Now listen to me. You cannot by heart this. Okay. You can just give them examples. See, they are also giving examples of payroll, profit margins. All right. You can just give them examples. You cannot by heart such kind of answer. All right. But I want to tell you that they do have such kind of question. All right. Then again, see, this full answer is on suitability. I have discussed it now a lot of times, suitability. You can just give them examples. Okay. Wonder Homes Private Limited. See again, MTP November 25. Wonder Homes Private Limited owns a commercial building. All right. Divided into several apartments that are rented out. During the course of audit, the auditor decides to apply substantive analytical procedure to verify the rental income. So that we know rental income we have done. The auditor predicts total rental income based on number of apartments, monthly rental rate, and average vacancy rate. So if there is a building which has 100 apartments and the entire building is on rent, all right, then whatever are the apartments, monthly rent, all right, and whatever is the occupancy rate of that apartment, all right. Based upon that, we can do a rough calculation. Explain how auditors approach in the above case represents the use of so first you have to prove that is this analytical procedure? Yes. All right. If you are doing such kind of multiplications, ratios, comparisons, it is an analytical procedure. But you have to give them the definition. Look at this. You have to prove that this is actually analytical procedure. So first point, give them the definition that what is analytical procedure. And then connect with the case study that he is comparing with the rent agreement, rent in the industry, or he's predicting total rental income based upon this. So he's doing a relationship analysis. Which analysis? So first write the definition and then prove that this is an analytical procedure. All right. State the circumstances where substantive analytical procedures are more applicable. Tell me where substantive analytical procedures are more applicable for large volume of transactions that tend to be predictable over time. Tell me for large volume of transactions that tend to be predictable over time. All right. And also discuss how the procedures can give you better evidence over here. So again, a pure discussion oriented answer. In such, please understand in analytical procedure, don't wait for some kind of code word. All right. Whatever you are understanding from that question, just start vomiting. All right. Mostly your answer will tally because there are only 4 or 5 points in this essay which are dealing with code word. All right. This is not a code word by heart essay. No, this is a conceptual essay. All right. Where you have to understand, read the answers once, and then try to write it on the spot in the exams. All right. There is one question also which has been repeatedly asked, one more question, which I left in between. The statutory auditor of MNO Limited, CA Kishore, identifies certain inconsistencies while applying analytical procedure. All right. That means he has already performed analytical procedure, and after performing analytical procedure, he has identified inconsistencies. Yesterday, I was telling you that if there is any inconsistency, then our general answer is discuss the matter, perform additional procedures. All right. This is general answer. Let us see what is over here. What is he supposed to do? Okay. So when you identify FDI, you see this is a legendary question. All right. Also there in study material. All right. When you identify FDI, fluctuations, differences, and inconsistent relationship. All right. Then in that case, they are saying that first inquire of the management. Go and discuss with the management. Conduct inquiries. All right. Try to understand why there is a difference. Try to understand why there is a fluctuation. All right. Try to obtain responses from them. Try to obtain responses from them. All right. Try to tally it with other evidence available. First, you will conduct inquiries. All right. However, if you are not satisfied with the inquiries, if management is unable to provide an explanation, then you will perform other procedures, all right, like inspection, external confirmation as necessary in the circumstances. Now, what I am worried, listen to me carefully, all right? If you find such a question, and if students write, discuss the matter as, perform additional procedures as the first point, then zero. They are saying first conduct inquiry, go and discuss first. No. All right. If you have doubt over your girlfriend, all right, first straight away you will appoint investigator or what? First, have a discussion, no? All right, try to fight with her. Look at this. So, inquiry of the management. All right, obtain responses, evaluate those responses, compare it with other evidence. And after that, if you are not satisfied, if management is unable to provide an explanation, then you perform other audit procedures as necessary in the circumstances. Am I clear with this? Many students are writing this answer, but they are first writing perform additional procedures, then randomly they are writing discuss the matter. You will not get marks. This is a sequential answer. All right. So everyone over here, if they talk about analytical procedure and if auditor identifies inconsistencies, all right, then this is the answer to be written. All right. So I have discussed about meaning of analytical procedure, techniques of analytical procedure, factors to be considered, aspects to be considered. I have discussed your practical question answers, and I've also discussed that what if auditor identifies inconsistencies. All right. This much preparation is more than enough when it comes to analytical procedures. Okay. Then when we move ahead in this chapter, all right, chapter 4. Sorry, this was large. Over here. All right, there is one headache essay called as Essay 530 Audit Sampling. As I told you yesterday, students of May 26 who left this in option, they know very well how important this is. But again, I understand this is a lengthy essay. All right. That is why I never ask students to by heart this entire essay. All right. Although while teaching, I may take a 3-hour lecture. All right. But at the end, you can't by heart this whole essay. So there are some really, really sensitive points that you should be aware of. Okay. I will discuss only those points when it comes to Essay 530 audit sampling. Okay. First of all, you should know the definition because to write something, you will require definition. All right. So Essay 530 audit sampling. All right. I always use one example when it comes to audit sampling. Focus over here. If management is giving some data to the auditor, that data is of 20,000 entries of expenses. Auditor divided that data into two: capital expenditure 500 entries on it and revenue expenditure 19,500 entries. Capital expenditure auditor has decided to verify on 100% basis on it, and revenue expenditure auditor is going to take the sample. Then whatever data you have received from the management, that is not population. Don't call that as population. Population means from which you are going to take out sample. So expenses is not your population because capital expense you're going to verify on 100% basis. Population is revenue expenditure. If I tell you sample, then 3,000 entries. If I tell you sampling units is not sample. Sampling units are the individual units that make up that population. So the English will be that auditor has selected a sample size of 3,000 entries from the population of revenue expenses, which consist of 19,500 entries. One more time. Auditor has selected a sample size of 3,000 entries from the population of revenue expenses, which consist of 19,500 sampling units. Now, this is practical, this theory, all right, over here. So tell me, basically, I am going to apply audit procedures to less than 100% of items within the population, which will be relevant for me. One more time. Application of audit procedures to less than 100% of items within the population of audit relevance, such that all sampling units, means every item of the population, all sampling units have a chance, have a known chance of selection. because I want to verify sample but draw reasonable conclusion on the entire population. So what is my last line? In order to draw on it, in order to obtain a reasonable basis to draw conclusion on the entire population. So one more time, everything at once. I'm going to apply audit procedures to less than 100% of items within the population of audit relevance, such that all sampling units have a chance of selection in order to provide reasonable basis on which to draw conclusion about the entire population. All right. So you should have some kind of definition with you for sampling. Now let us understand what kind of questions that they have asked. What is the meaning of sampling? Also discuss methods of sampling. All of this is ICA question bank only. Meaning of sampling, we just did. Methods of sampling. All right. Methods of sampling. All right. So there are these methods of sampling. I will quickly explain over here. When they say methods of sampling, all right. So practical example. If I have 1,000 transactions from which I am selecting 200, all right, without applying my brain, without even thinking which 200, all right, I am just selecting any unit from anywhere. All right, then this is with sampling 0.5%. This is not random. All right. Now listen to me. Random sampling is not random. Random sampling is very structured. In random sampling, I will make chits of every single unit. For example, if I want to do random sampling over here, I will ask you to make one chit of one person. Right? I will put it in a box. Then I will select. In that case, every single unit has an equal chance of selection. All right. Let us say there is a pain in my neck. I'm not able to see this side. So I am selecting anyone from anywhere, but only from this side. This is haphazard. All right. Then Yash will never be selected. No? He never will. So what I'm trying to tell you is in random sampling, even Yash will have an equal chance of selection. All right. So random sampling, hello. Random sampling and haphazard sampling, be careful. All right. Random sampling ensures that all items in the population have a known chance, equal chance of selection. All right. That is random sampling. Random sampling can be done either manually by using these sheets. All right. No one does that shit in practical life now. All right. Or you can use random number tables which are generated from computer. It is like a lottery system only. All right. Random sampling includes two very popular methods. Very popular methods. All right, focus over here. Two very popular methods. Focus over here. All right. If I have an revenue expense, all right, of 10,000 entries, I have a revenue expense of 10,000 entries. All right, from this, I divide into two related party transactions and unrelated party transactions. From this, I go for random selection, and then from this, I go for random selection. Okay. This first population, I divided into groups. Then from each group, I'm selecting the sample. This is called as stratified random sampling. But if I don't divide the population into groups, and if I select from the entire population, then it is called as simple random sampling. Look at this. Simple random sampling and stratified sampling. All right. In simple random sampling, each unit of the whole population has equal chance of being selected. All right. It is done by using random number table. All right. Now listen MCQ. Simple random sampling is suitable for homogeneous population where there is no variety. But when it comes to stratified sampling will be dividing the whole population into few separate groups, all right, and then sample will be selected from each of them. Every single group will be treated like a separate population, all right. Grouping depends upon auditor's judgment and how he wants to group, all right. So random sampling, two very popular methods, simple random and stratified random, all right. Then what is this interval sampling or systematic sampling? Let us say I have a population of 1,000 units and I want to select a sample of 20 units. So 1,000 divided by 20. I will go with every 1,000 divided by 20 will be what? 50. Then I will go with every 50th unit. All right. 50th, 100th, 150th. But then if management comes to 1,000 divided by 20 every 50th, then they will ensure that every 50th unit always is a proper unit. So what I will do is that from first 50, I will select any unit. Let us say 37th randomly. All right. Then 37th, 87th, 137. So instead of going 50, 100, 150, I will go 37th, 87th, and 137th. All right. That is your interval sampling, systematic sampling. Look at the English. All right. Population is divided by sample size to give a sampling interval. For example, 50. Then determine starting point within first 50. Then each 50th unit thereafter is selected. Starting point within first 50, 37, and then each 50th unit thereafter is selected. 87th, 137th, and stuff. All right. When using systematic selection, auditor will need to determine that sampling units are not structured in a way that sampling interval corresponds with a particular pattern. Hello, this 37, 87, 137. All right. I should not end up selecting the same unit every time if I'm selecting purchase from X, purchase from X, purchase from X. All right. So that is not good. Sampling interval should not correspond with a particular pattern. All right. Then monetary unit sampling. What is monetary unit sampling? All right. So let us say if I have debtors A, B, and C, their amount receivable from them is 10,000. All right. 20,000, 10 plus 20, 30, and let us say 70,000. All right. Total 100,000. So 1 lakh. Okay. So what I will do is I will give a weightage. I will give a weightage. All right. So I want to select 100 units. I want to select 100 units. All right. So what I will do is I will select 10 units from here because it is only 10% of 1 lakh. Then I will select 20 units from here because it is 20% of 1 lakh. And I will select 70 units from here because it is 70% of 1 lakh. Listen to me, everyone. Understand this, why I am teaching this, because it is a, don't say weighted, it is a value weighted selection. All right. Where value will be the weightage. Tell me where value will be the weightage. Where value will be the weightage. All right. So it is a type of value weighted selection where everything is decided based upon monetary amounts. So accounts with larger amounts will have a greater chance of selection. Then haphazard sampling is no brain. All right. Haphazard sampling, the only thing that you have to remember is selecting sample without following a structured technique. No judgment, no statistics, no formula, no method. Absolutely nothing. All right. Block sampling. If this is the sales book, if this is the sales book, if this is the sales book, if I say I am selecting first 100, this is a block. I have selected the whole block. If I say last 100, I have selected the whole block. All right, but this is not enough for exams. So when I say block sampling, you should know the English also. Block sampling means selection of a block of continuous items from within the population. One more time. Selection of a block of continuous items from within the population. One more time. Selection of a block of continuous items from within the population. Continuous. All right. Block selection is not normally used in sampling because just by first 100 and last 100, you cannot draw valid conclusion about the entire population. All right. So everyone over here, one more time, what are the techniques? Random sampling, systematic sampling, monetary unit sampling, block sampling, and at the end, haphazard sampling. All right. Random sampling, systematic sampling, monetary unit sampling, block sampling, and haphazard sampling. All right. If you make this block sampling is also, sorry, systematic sampling is also called as interval sampling. All right. So you can also say BHIN, beam. All right. Random beam. Okay. So random sampling, block sampling, haphazard sampling, interval sampling, systematic sampling, and monetary unit sampling. All right. These are the different methods for sample selection. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes. Because they will ask you some practical question on methods of sample selection. So I've covered all the methods and I gave practical example also to you. All right. Now, methods of sample selection is fine. All right. There is one question which is repeatedly asked at inter-CA level. When you look at these methods, hello, in random sampling, they use some probability theory. Every unit should have an equal chance. In monetary unit sampling also they used probability theory, value weighted selection. So if you see, all right, in some methods, institute is using probability theory. All right. Random sampling, we say every unit should have an equal chance. All right. Wherever probability theory is used, remember one thing, wherever probability theory is used, we call it as statistical approach. Which approach? Statistical approach. Random sampling is a statistical approach. Systematic sampling every 50th unit means 1 to 49 zero probability, 50th 100% probability. Right. So again, wherever they are using probability, this is called as statistical approach. Remember one thing, wherever you're using probability, it is called as statistical approach. Here also we are using probability, so called as statistical approach. But in block sampling, haphazard sampling and stuff, we are not using probability. Right. That is why it is a non-statistical approach. Achha, there is one more sampling which is not written anywhere. All right. Judgmental sampling. Auditor is selecting based upon judgment. All right. No technique, only judgment. All right. Then that is also one kind of method. It is also non-statistical. It is also non-statistical. Now look at this question. An auditor, while now I will just focus on the questions of statistical and non-statistical. An auditor, while conducting audit of an entity, has selected samples based upon his personal experience and knowledge. Tell me, if you are selecting samples based upon personal experience and knowledge, it will be called as which approach, statistical or non-statistical? Non-statistical. Later on, it turns out that selected samples were not representative and it has led to faulty selection of samples. The auditor contends that samples were selected based upon his personal experience and knowledge. Can auditor escape from his responsibility? No. But what? No. Right. We have to say that this line is very important. One more time. Whatever may be the approach, statistical or non-statistical, sample must always be representative. One more time. Whatever may be the approach, statistical or non-statistical, sample must always be representative. All right. This line is very important. Okay. I am going only with statistical, non-statistical over here. All right. See. Write short note. These are all module questions. Huh? What is this? Advantages of statistical sampling. Right? Hey, come on, man. I cannot start teaching statistics over here, but at least 2 points we will remember. Huh? For advantages of statistical sampling. Saves time, saves effort. See. So advantage of statistical sampling, because of probability theory, all right, the sampling is more objective, unbiased. Ethical principles we have done, na, Halu? All right, it is more objective, unbiased. All right. Then because of statistical sampling, it will provide a better description of the data. All right. It is more scientific. Bas. All right. 2, 3 advantages you should know. All right. When it comes to statistical sampling. Stratified sampling that I've already discussed, dividing the population into groups. All right. Achha. But one very important point for stratified sampling. Tell me, everyone, if there is a population of expense of 10,000 entries, if there is a population of expense of 10,000 entries, let us say case 1, I select sample of 3,000 entries. All right. But I am not dividing the population into groups. Case 2. All right. What I will do is I'm dividing expense into 2 related party transactions and unrelated party transactions. From here, I'm selecting 1,000. From here, I'm selecting 1,200. So total, how much I've selected? 2,200. Which one makes you feel more confident? Case 1 or case 2? Case 2. In case 1, I don't know whether related party, unrelated party, both of them have got selected or not. In case 1, I have just selected 3,000. What if out of these 2,900 are unrelated party transactions? We just discussed that related party transactions have high risk, yes or no, sir. But in case 2, I am confident that I am verifying related parties also as well as. So this 2,200 gives you more confidence or 3,000? That is the biggest advantage of stratified sampling. That even with a reduced sample size, you can get better results. So I will just underline, because stratified sampling, you just ask inter-CA students, no, dividing population into groups. After that, papa. All right. So when it comes to stratified sampling, all right, they have just given example, all right. But in my book also I've written this, and this is there in 2, 3 answers also, that when it comes to stratified sampling, the biggest benefit is that it will allow sample size to reduce without increasing sampling risk. All right. Okay, so I just wanted to clear that point. I am just currently looking at different techniques, all right, and only the questions of statistical and non-statistical. Okay, look at this. This method, see, you have to understand SA 530 how. First, sir has given definition. Now, sir is talking only about techniques. I'm talking only about techniques and approach. Hey, hello. If I say techniques, you have to exactly find out that technique. Huh? whether it is random sampling, systematic, monitoring, block, haphazard. But if I say approach, means there are only two approaches, statistical approach, and you have to see in the question whether they're asking technique or they're asking approach. All right. If they're asking technique, I repeat, if they're asking technique or method, if they're asking technique or method, all right, then you have to come up with random beam. Okay. But if they are talking about approach, all right, then it is statistical approach or non-statistical approach. Now look at this. This method is considered appropriate, provided population to be sampled consists of reasonably similar units which fall within a reasonable range, and it is suitable for a homogeneous population. Tell me which method is suitable for homogeneous population? Simple random. Don't just say random. Simple random. There is no need to divide into groups. All right. Next, wait. I'm just focusing on different. See, look at this. Everyone over here. Everyone over here. Tell me related party transactions and unrelated party transactions. Which one you would like to verify based upon random sampling? Unrelated party, because they have low risk. I can leave it up to computer. Computer, you select any 40. All right. But when it comes to related party transactions, which require where there is a high risk, all right, which are also observed by income tax department laws, regulations, and stuff, then I'll be very much worried. I will see every single transaction and carefully select the sample. All right. So everyone over here, now see, this knowledge will help you. An auditor, while verifying sales during the year, observed that sales transactions in that year are more than 1 lakh in number. Tell me, is sales a predictable item? Yes or no, sir? Are hello? Yes. Tell me, is the volume very large? Yes. All right. He wants to determine the sample size on the basis of his personal experience and testing on his own judgment. Kindly advise based about the scientific approach to be used and method of sampling to be chosen. Tell me, everyone, which approach is better for such kind of transactions? Statistical. Non-statistical approach is required, all right, where the things are judgmental and of high risk areas. For routine transactions which are predictable, and have a large volume. I repeat, for routine transactions which are predictable and have a large volume, you can select based upon probability theory. But for non-routine transactions, judgmental areas, it is better to go for non-statistical sampling. Everyone over here. Statistical sampling is an approach to sampling that has random selection of sample units and probability theory. One line, never forget, statistical sampling will have use of probability theory. All right. Now look at this. Statistical sampling is more scientific. All right. It involves mathematical laws of probability. Now this line, statistical sampling has reasonably wide application, where population to be tested consists of large number of similar items. All right. As you can see over here also. All right. When it comes to statistical and non-statistical approach. All right. Statistical and non-statistical, you will see this. Statistical sampling has wide application, where a population consists of large number of similar items. All right, be careful with this. Okay. Like, see, they have given example also. In large organization with huge transactions, statistical sampling is always recommended as it is unbiased and the samples are not prejudged. All right. So over here, statistical sampling is recommended. So they had asked, wait, they had asked approach and they also asked, oh, if there is a homogeneous population, large homogeneous population, then it is better to go with simple random sampling, yes or no, sir? So they are also suggesting with sampling, random sampling. They had asked approach and also the method. All right. So statistical approach, random sampling method. One more time. Statistical approach and random sampling method. All right. I am currently looking after only such questions which talk about sampling method. Okay, we am done with the questions of sampling method. I'm done with the questions of sampling method. Let me now see whatever are the balance questions. Okay, I'll go line by line. With reference to SA 530, state the requirements relating to audit sampling, sample design, and sample size. Remember one thing, hello. SA 530 is extremely worried about Sample DSS, sample design, size and selection. All right. Sample selection I have done. All right. But let us say if they ask you this entire thing in one question, 4 marks. All right. Then what you will write 4 pages or what? So listen to me. Sample selection. Tell me in every method that we were using, we were trying to ensure that each unit has a chance of selection. So for selection, always remember one line. Each unit should have a chance of selection. Each unit should have a chance of selection. All right. For sample size, all right. Our sample size should be such which can reduce our sampling risk. Which risk? Oh, now what is this sampling risk? Right? Sampling risk. Okay. Sampling risk. See, there is one question also. Risk factors sampling. I will come back to this answer. Wait. All right. Sample design. If they talk about sample design, remember my whole design depends upon PC. Purpose of the procedure and characteristics of the population. Let me link it with our last discussion. SA 505 external confirmation. There are two types of confirmation, positive confirmation and tell me for top 10 daters. All right, I would like to go for positive or negative. Top 10 based upon amount. If I see top 10 daters, I would like to go for positive or negative. See, automatically, the moment you decided positive confirmation, you come to know, for high value items, I should go for positive. So you started selecting. So it depends upon purpose of the procedure. You set the purpose, automatically you'll come to know the sample. All right. And it also depends upon characteristics of the population. Homogeneous population, we are saying simple random. Heterogeneous population, we are saying stratified random. All right. So listen to me very clearly. For sample design, remember PC. If they say sample design, remember PC, purpose of the procedure and characteristics of the population. If they say sample size, then tell them that sample size should be able to reduce sampling risk. If they say sample selection, then remember this line that each unit in the population should have a chance of selection. That is how you will get your 4 marks for sample design, size, and selection. All right. Now I'm worried about only one point, that is sampling risk. All right. What is this concept of sampling risk? They have printed in detail in chapter 3 of the module. All right, in ICI module, but I take it along with SA 530 sampling only. So with this chapter 3 also one concept gets over. All right, everyone over here. What is sampling risk? Focus over here. What is your fear? What is your fear in sampling? That what if the actual scenario is different from sampling result? What is the actual scenario is different from sampling result? All right. So everyone over here, there are two types of sampling risk. Type 1 sampling risk and type 2. Okay. Try to remember through emojis. Type 1. Based upon sample, I feel everything is okay. First start with a smile. Like that, I think everything is okay. But actual scenario, everything is not okay. Right? That is type 1. Type 2, reverse. What is going on with you right now? You feel everything is not okay. You are trying, you are panicking, and everything is not okay, but relax. Things are not that bad as you are thinking. All right, so everyone over here, why so relatable content? So type 1 sampling risk and type 2. First emojis. Type 1 start with a smile, automatically the whole chart will follow. All right. Type 1 sampling risk. Okay. Now we use sample for test of controls and test of details. Everyone focus on my diagram. A and B, A1, A2, B1, B2. If you see, A1 and B1 has same emojis. A1 and B1 has same emojis. All right. So I feel that controls are highly effective, but actually controls are less effective. Test of details. I feel that population is free from material misstatement. Actually, population is materially misstated. So we will say it at once. Type 1 sampling this. In case of test of controls, auditor concludes that controls are more effective than they actually are. Or in case of test of details, auditor concludes that material misstatement does not exist when in fact it does. So basically, you have a risk that you are not able to find out the errors, all right, because your sample selection went wrong. Listen to me. Out of 100, if I selected 90 transactions in my sample, 90% sample, but my bloody article, all right, he did not verify even a single transaction. All right. He was just listening to the music All right. And he wrote that everything is okay. Then tell me, this is not sampling risk. My sample was proper. My sample was proper. Something else went wrong. My article was not in the mood. So everyone over here, that is non-sampling risk. Listen to me very carefully. Risk of deriving wrong conclusions is not sampling risk. Risk of deriving wrong conclusions due to improper sample is a sampling risk. One more time. Risk of deriving wrong conclusions due to improper sample. If your sample is perfect, but you derive wrong conclusions due to other reasons, then it is non-sampling risk. All right. I repeat one more time. When I say sampling risk, means there is a risk of deriving wrong conclusions due to inadequate or inappropriate sample. All right. If your sample is perfect and you are deriving wrong conclusions due to other reasons, then it is non-sampling risk. Everyone over here, sampling risk, type 1 sampling risk and type 2. Type 1, I feel everything is fine. Test of controls, controls are more effective than they actually are. Test of details, population is free from material misstatement when it is not. All right. Type 2, reverse. I feel everything is not okay. All right. So, and in the test of controls, I conclude that controls are less effective than they actually are. In case of test of details, I conclude that population is materially misstated when it is not. All right. So you have to be very clear about type 1 and type 2. Now listen to me why we are understanding this for MCQs. In type 1 sampling risk, I am not developing any doubt. In type 1, focus on the markings. In type 1, I am not developing any doubt. I am fresh. I am happy, just like how you were 3 months before. All right. Because I don't know what is the syllabus. All right. So, type 1 sampling risk, I am not developing any doubt. Because I am not developing any doubt, I feel that I am in control of the things. All right. And I may not give too much time. I may finish it faster. But then at the end, my audit will not be effective. But you have come out of that problem. You are in type 2 right now. You feel everything is wrong. All right. So you are taking too much effort. All right. You may end up giving too much time, too much panic, too much stress. But at the end, your result will be good. So everyone over here, in type 1 sampling risk, auditor has a risk of deriving wrong opinion. I repeat, in type 1 sampling risk, auditor has a risk of deriving, but in type 2 sampling risk, auditor is unnecessarily developing doubt. So there is a risk that auditor will end up giving more time, more procedures, all right? But at the end, his opinion will be correct. So tell me, type 1 sampling risk has a negative effect on audit effectiveness. Please understand there are two words, audit efficiency and audit effectiveness. Audit efficiency means how much time I am taking, resources, procedures, time. Audit effectiveness, audit effectiveness means, all right, that whether my end result conclusion is correct or not. Type 1 sampling risk has a negative effect on audit effectiveness. Whereas in type 2, I may take more time, so it has a negative effect on audit efficiency. All right. So that is why we are studying this. Tell me, as an auditor, you will be concerned more about type 1 or type 2? Type 1. Because in type 1, I may end up deriving wrong opinion. All right. This concept will be connected again today in the concept of audit risk. Okay. So that is your sampling risk, type 1 sampling risk and type 2 sampling risk. I tried my best to cover it, but sampling is not something where you can become an expert in some time. All right, what I can do is, all right, we can ensure that we are solving some questions over here. Okay, now listen to me very carefully. Last discussion for sampling. Okay, last discussion for sampling. Whenever this I will discuss in short, all right, otherwise it's a very long discussion. Whenever you perform sampling, after performing sampling, you will get results. You will get results. All right. Let us say that you have verified out of 10,000 entries, you have taken a sample of 2,000 entries. Here it one time. All right. 10,000 entries, you have taken a sample of 2,000 entries. You have identified misstatements. All right. You have identified misstatements. All right. In 400 invoices out of 2,000, there was wrong GST. Oh, so it is representing a large part of the population. It is representing. So from this 400, which is out of 2,000, 400 out of 2,000, I want to find out total how many out of 10,000. We don't do cross multiplication like this. But what we do is we investigate further. We investigate further because it is representing large part of the population. All right. Let us say today, if someone tells me that, sir, auditor's primary duty is to detect fraud, then I will hit him with a rod. All right. I will kill that person. All right. So tell me something. If he says that auditor's primary duty is to detect fraud, I will not hit all of you, no? Because this is very exceptional. This is very all right. So everyone over here, if there are just two entries in which there is the misstatement out of 2,000, then I will not think how many out of 10,000 because this is something exceptional. This does not seem like it is representing the population. This does not seem like it is representing the population. So listen to me very carefully. Whenever you identify misstatements, there are two types of misstatements. One which represent the population, all right? They one which represent the population, and second which do not represent the population. The ones which represent the population, the ones which represent the population. All right. Acha, let me teach the reverse. The one which do not represent the population, the one which represent the population, they are called as anomaly. All right. Something unusual or strange. But something which represents the population, something which represents the population, they are called as non-anomalous. So listen to me very carefully. Just tell me with common sense, you'll be able to answer. 400 out of 2000. Then how many out of 10,000? Wait, we will not do cross multiplication. But at least we will think about this, yes or no, sir? Means whatever is non-anomalous, whatever is, you will try to project it into the population. You will try to project it into the population. But whatever is anomaly, I will not even think of projecting it into the population, all right? Because it is something unusual or strange. So that is one question which institute has asked about projecting misstatements. Projecting misstatements. All right, see. It is imperative for the auditor to project misstatements for the population. All right. The auditor, see, let us see whether you're understanding this or not. Auditor is required to project the misstatements to obtain a broad view. When misstatement has been established as an anomaly, it will be excluded when projecting. You cannot conclude based upon anomaly on the whole population. It should be excluded when projecting. All right. But whatever are the non-anomalous misstatements, whatever are the that will be projected. Right. That will be projected. Okay. So just simple. If they question you on projecting misstatements, tell that yes, auditor has to project the misstatements to the population because from the sample you want to form conclusion on the population. However, all right, anomaly cannot be projected because anomaly is not representing the population, whereas non-anomalous misstatements will be projected. Am I clear with this? Yes. All right. So everyone over here, if I look at the questions, all right, we are done with this question. Tell me, after performing entire sampling, what if you are not satisfied with the sampling? What if you are, so out of 100, out of 1000, I verified 200 and I'm not satisfied. Then what to do? Wait, out of 1000, I have verified 200 and I am not satisfied. Then what to do? Then for balance 800, I will ask management to investigate. I will give them homework. Look at this. Look at this question. There is a big question. Then last line is you are supposed to guide the auditor if audit sampling has not provided a reasonable basis for the conclusion. That means auditor is not satisfied with sampling. Don't write modify opinion over here. If auditor is not satisfied with sampling, all right, then in that case, he has to request management to investigate the misstatements. All right, and whether there is any further misstatement. So I will ask management to investigate and give them the homework. But I will also take additional sample. I will also modify my nature, timing, and extent of further audit procedures. This line students are not writing. Students are saying that if auditor is not satisfied with sampling, half of the students are saying modify opinion. All right. Some students are saying discuss the matter with TCWG. All right. They know only 4 points. Discuss the matter with TCWG. All right. But here, this essay wants you to give some homework to the management that to you ask management to investigate the misstatements, and then you will also modify the nature, timing, and extent of your further audit procedures. Am I clear with this? Yes. Yes. All right. So When it comes to sampling, hello, when it comes to sampling, definition of sampling, yes. Sampling risk, type 1, type 2 sampling risk, yes. Sample DSS, sample design, size and selection, all right. Then perform procedures and at the end evaluate the results by projecting the misstatements. Still, I have covered only 60% of sampling in this, all right. There are more points, but this is it, all right. Beyond this, I cannot go for sampling, otherwise you will go for brain average right now, all right. So when it comes to sampling, at least these many questions will ensure that you are covered. If something like May 26 happens, all right, 14 marks from one essay. So I don't want you to be master of only one essay and leave everything in option. You have to be jack of all. Am I clear with this? Yes. All right. So your essay 530 audit sampling is over. Now we have the last essay of chapter 4 audit evidence, last essay of chapter 4 audit evidence, that is essay, that is essay 610. All right. You can relax for 5 minutes, then I'll continue. Yes, essay 610, using the work of internal auditor, very easy peasy essay. All right. Easily you can finish this. Okay. After the heavy workload of essay 530. Now, essay 610, using the work of internal auditors. Let us say that you are conducting audit of financial statements of X Limited. All right. So you will be called as EA, external auditor. And let us say X Limited, as per section 138 of Companies Act 2013, all right, has appointed a separate person to conduct internal audit. So he will be called as internal auditor. So you have to play the character of external auditor and external auditor who is using the work of internal auditor. All right. So SA 610, using the work of internal auditor. Okay. Now look at this. I will straight away go through the questions. Don't forget, you are the external auditor and you are going to use the work of internal auditor. A company has stipulated, means scheduled a control through its automated software that interest at the rate 12% per annum is charged in case of those customers who fail to make the payment within a month of a sales transaction. The internal auditor of the company finds that during a certain period, software has failed to charge interest due to certain technical glitches. Does reporting of above situation fall in the domain of internal auditor's work? Relax. So this question is not testing your knowledge of essays. This question is just testing the concept of internal audit. Why internal auditor is appointed by the company? Tell me, what is the main job of an internal auditor? Internal auditor is appointed to conduct audit of internal control system. Whether it is an operational control, admin control, financial control, whichever control. Internal auditor is appointed to conduct audit of internal control system. So if company has put up a control which has failed, then tell me whether it will fall in the field of internal auditor? Yes. All right. You have to tell them that one of the functions of internal auditor is reviewing controls, evaluating their operation, recommending improvements. Bolo? Reviewing controls, evaluating their operation, recommending their improvements. All right. The internal auditor has found that the control is not following effectively. It can result in loss of income, and obviously he can report this. All right. It is in the domain of internal auditor. So one category of question is in this essay where they are not asking about essay only. They are just asking you, they're just testing your knowledge about internal audit. Wait, there is one more such question where they are just testing the knowledge of internal audit. Look at this. Saburi Textile Limited is an established player in the textile manufacturing sector. All right. It has developed strong internal controls in almost every area. It has appointed you as an internal audit team head. Internal auditor has a very strong relation with internal control of the company. Oh, very strong relation with the internal control of the company. Internal auditor analyzes the effectiveness with which the internal controls of the company is operating and also makes suggestions for improvement in that internal control. Explain stating clearly activities relating to internal control. Again, this question is not testing the knowledge of SA 610. This question is just talking about the activities to be performed by internal auditor with respect to internal control. All right. So now listen to me. I'll give you one code word. Foley. Internal auditor will verify financial and operating information. See, internal auditor will verify accounting information also. Internal auditor will verify operating information also. All right. He is not just interested in balance sheet, P&L stuff. He is interested in accounts also. He is interested in operations, admin, everything. So financial and operating information. He will review the activities of operations. He will see whether operations are functioning smoothly or not. Acha, he is also interested in understanding whether company is L for complying with laws and regulations or not. And he will obviously verify overall internal control system. So one more time, internal auditor will cover 4 activities relating to internal control. He will conduct evaluation of Foley, F for financial information, O for operating activities, L for laws and regulations, and I for internal control. So 2 questions I did, which are only talking about the activities of the internal auditor. They're only talking about the activities of the internal audit. I have not started SA 610. I was just discussing activities of internal auditor. Now, look at this. CS Sukesh is the external auditor of an entity. He comes to know that there is also an internal auditor in the entity. Now they are talking about SA 610. However, he finds that internal auditor is not reporting directly to higher echelons, means higher authority of the management. CS Sukesh has also assessed risk of material misstatement to be high. Discuss whether it would be proper for CS Sukesh to rely upon the work of internal auditor extensively in the above situation. Listen to me. SA 610 requires external auditor to evaluate internal auditor. Before I start using his work, I should be able to trust that person. Before I start using his work, I should be able to trust that person. So SA 610 requires external auditor to evaluate internal auditor. And I have always given the code word of OCA for this. Yes. That when external auditor says that let us evaluate internal auditor, all right, we will look after objectivity. Wait, unbiased attitude. We know objectivity. That is why I finished ethics first only. All right. Then competence and approach. Why competence? Because internal auditor may or may not be a chartered accountant. As per section 138, internal auditor can also be an employee of the company. All right. He may not be a chartered accountant. He is appointed by the management. All right. So these issues can create the problems of objectivity and competence. Approach. Standards on internal auditing are recommendatory and not mandatory. All right. So internal auditor may or may not follow standards also. All right. He works based upon the instructions of the management. That is why we will have to evaluate OCA. Tell me everyone, if internal auditor is reporting to juniors and he is not reporting directly to seniors, that means there are so many people who can influence the internal auditor. So that will compromise the objectivity of internal auditor. His organizational status is not supporting the objectivity. This will compromise the objectivity of internal auditor. And that is why CS Sukesh should not rely upon the work of internal auditor. All right. Let me see more question. Discuss some of the circumstances when work of internal auditor cannot be used by external auditor. One more time. Discuss some of the circumstances when work of internal auditor cannot be used by external auditor. But when OCA is negative. All right. When there is a doubt over objectivity, doubt over competence, all right, or doubt over his approach, there is a sufficient doubt over that OCA. If OCA is negative, all right, if objectivity, competence, and approach is negative, then I will not use the work of internal auditor. All right, it is about understanding the question and what kind of answers to write. Next, look at this. Messrs. PSR and Associates are the auditors of the Saturn Hotel, a chain of 5-star hotels. Since the nature of their business is prone to frauds, the company has appointed internal auditors at various locations. The company has also devised a system of effective and efficient internal controls. The auditors, Messrs. PSR and Associates, want to use the work of internal auditors in order to ensure effectiveness. What kind of? See, if the question deals with external auditor and internal auditor, and if they use the word coordination, what should be the coordination between them? What should be the coordination between them? All right, then you have to write a very romantic answer. If you want coordination between 2 people, then discussion should take place. All right, time to time. Huh? Then look at this. I should inform something that is important for you. You should inform something that is important for me. And if you give me access to your phone, all right, I will feel very special. Similarly, if internal auditor gives access to his reports to the external auditor, then he will feel very special. Look at this. The external auditor informs the internal auditor of significant matters. Then external auditor should have access to relevant reports. All right. And internal auditor should also inform the external auditor. So discussion should take place. External auditor inform internal auditor, internal auditor inform external auditor. All right. That will increase their coordination. Full romantic answer. All right. Next, CAT is appointed as statutory auditor of TSU Private Limited for the year 23-24. There exists an internal audit function in the company headed by its chief internal auditor. CAK. Okay, internal auditor is also CA. Fine. Valuation of trade receivables of company is assessed as an area of high risk by the statutory auditor. He wants to take direct assistance of the chief internal auditor in respect of the above matter. Discuss along with reasons whether it would be proper for the statutory auditor to assign the checking of accuracy of aging of trade receivables to chief internal auditor and assign the evaluation of adequacy of provision based on aging of trade receivables. Wait, listen to me very carefully. Whenever there is a question, case study question, which question? Case study question, where external auditor is using the work of internal auditor. You will have to analyze the case study perfectly. Okay? Because there are two ways in which you can use the work of internal auditor. One is direct assistance. Direct assistance means internal auditor will work under the direction, supervision, and review of external auditor. Second one is no direct assistance. No direct assistance means internal auditor will not take instructions from the external auditor. I repeat, internal auditor will not take instructions from external auditor. Internal auditor will work as per the instructions of the management, and external auditor will only use the work. External auditor will only. So if he is the internal auditor, there are two ways. One, he is working under my instructions. That is direct assistance. Second, he is not working under my instructions. Okay? He is working as per the instructions of the management, and I am just using his work. Okay? If you see in this question, they have used the word direct assistance. That means internal auditor is working under the instructions of external auditor. Wait, you have just understood the first part of the question. The second part of the question is that, okay, fine. He is working under my instructions. I am the external auditor. What kind of work I can give to him? Can I give him the work about related party transactions, going concern? I will ask him to form audit opinion only. I will sit in the canteen. So the question is, what kind of work I can give to him? That is the question. Understand the question. Okay? They have given something in the case study, and they are saying whether this work can be given or not. Now remember one thing. All right. When it comes to direct assistance, all right, what kind of work can be given, what kind of work cannot be given, all right. Remember one thing, the external auditor shall not use internal auditors to provide direct assistance on the screen. The external auditor shall not use internal auditors to provide direct assistance in this area. I always say significant RJ area. Any area of significant risk and significant judgment. Any area of risk and significant. If the area is of significant risk and significant judgment, I will not use his work for direct assistance. I will not use his work at all. All right. There are certain areas where we are not supposed to use the work of internal auditor. One of the most important point over there is an area of significant risk and significant judgment. All right. Let us say that he himself has calculated the salary. He himself has calculated the salary. Tell me, can I ask him to check the salary calculation? No, because maker cannot be checker. So one more point. If there is any work in which internal auditors are involved, if internal auditor is involved in the work, where he himself is the maker, then I cannot make him the checker. Okay, I called him one day, said internal auditor, you tell me in which areas you want to work. Hey, no. These kind of decisions, which area he can work, what kind of instructions I need to give him, what kind of sample he should select. These are the decisions which I will make. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. So remember one thing. Significant RJWD. Tell me, significant RJWD. Significant risk, significant judgment, work in which internal auditors are involved, and decisions made under SA 610. All right. One more time. Significant RJ, significant risk, significant judgment, and WD. W means work with which internal auditors are involved, and decision making under SA 610. All of this will be done personally by the external auditor and not the internal auditor. Now look at this question. They have clearly given the hint that valuation of trade receivables. I repeat, valuation of is an area of high risk. Then tell me, can we assign this work to the internal auditor? No. Look at the question carefully. There are two parts of the question. I understand that trade receivables valuation is an area of high risk. So I will not ask him to do the calculation of provision for doubtful debts. No, because that is directly related to valuation. But can I just ask him to mathematically just check that which data is pending since how many months? All right. Aging 0 to 6 months, 6 to 12 months, more than 12 months. This is an Excel calculation ChatGPT can also do. All right. So this kind of work, yes, this, no. All right. Two answers that they have given. All right. They are saying that judgment required in checking of accuracy is limited. All right. Therefore, external auditor can assign checking of accuracy of aging. This is just mathematical calculation. All right. However, provisioning is an area of high judgment. All right. And the area is also of high risk. Therefore, we will not assign this work to the internal audit. Am I clear with this? Yes. All right. So this turns out to be a very good question in this chapter. All right. Next, look at this. I am not reading this full point. Give examples of procedures in which Mukul shall not use interpreter to provide direct assistance. All right, that's significant RJWD. But this part of the question I will read. All right, look at this. CA Mukul is external auditor of B Limited, a large company engaged in manufacturing of FMCG. After assessing internal function of the company, CA Mukul decided to use the internal auditor of the company to provide direct assistance. In this context, what is meant by direct assistance? Direct assistance means internal auditor will work under the DSR of external auditor. Tell me, internal auditor will work under the of external auditor, direction, supervision, and review. Also comment whether prior to using internal auditor for direct assistance, CA Mukul is required to obtain any written agreement or not. Listen to me. I am going to make this person work under me. I cannot rely on oral agreements. I'll have to take written agreements. I will take written agreement from the internal auditor also, and I will take written agreement from the management also. I will ask internal auditor to give it to me in writing that he will maintain confidentiality, and I will ask management to give it to me in writing that they will not interfere in the work. So yes, you will have to take a written agreement from the management that they will not intervene, and we'll have to take a written agreement also from the internal auditor that they will maintain confidentiality and objectivity. All right. Yes. Yes. So this is also a good question for practice. Next, PQRN company chartered accountants appointed as statutory auditor. The financial statements of the company have material amount outstanding as debtors. Tell me, with this line, can I say you came to know that it is a significant risk area? Yes or no, sir? No. Material and significant risk are two different words. Tell me, is the figure of salary material? Yeah. Is the figure of salary material? Yes. That means it is an area of high risk. All right. Are your parents important for you? Can I say they are fraudulent people? Are you getting it? So materiality and risk are two different words. Sorry for giving such emotional example, but I don't have time to convince you. All right. So materiality and risk are two different words. All right. Just because it is material does not mean it is an area of high risk control. All right. We just understand that it is material. All right. Let us see the question. Aging of debtors is being done by the aging of debtor is being done by the internal auditor. Means internal auditor himself is calculating the aging. Right? He is involved in that and is given by them in their monthly report. The issue was also discussed with the management. The engagement partner from PQRN company decided to give age-wise debtors as per the report of decided to give age-wise debtors as per the report of internal auditor due to shortage of time. All right, wherever he is involved, all right, that I am taking from his report only. Great. After the audit report was released, the engagement partner realized that the disclosure of data is misleading and the aging was not done by internal auditor on correct principles, due to which the provision made against old debtors was wrong. The engagement partner held the internal auditor responsible for this. Is he correct in making the statement that internal auditor is responsible? No. All right. Can I say internal? We should not have used the work of internal auditor in the areas in which he is involved. All right. Significant risk, significant judgment, areas in which is involved decision making. These areas I should not use his work. All of that is fine. All right. But you should also see this. Right? They are also using that OCA and stuff also they are writing. Because look at the last line. They just don't want you to name the list of areas where you should not use the verb. Look at the question is bigger. What considerations PQR and company should have undertaken before relying on the work of? Before you rely on the work of interpreter, you should evaluate is OCA. All right, that is also there. All right. So that point is also required in this answer. All right, OCA. All right, significant risk judgment, that work in which interpreters are involved. All right. So they have given the situation, they have given the conclusion. And look at this, they are also talking about this. That he should have also done the DSR of the work. See, and then 3 points on OCA. So it's a little general answer. All right, and not just a code word answer. Okay. Yes, that is it for your essay 610 using the work of internal auditors. All right. And with that, we complete a short discussion of chapter 4. Okay. I think all the essays of chapter 4 are done now. Yes, are done. Correct. Now, chapter 6, sorry, 7, completion and review. All right. Chapter 7, completion and review. All right. This should not take a lot of time. Okay. Because what is the best part of this chapter is there are very clear questions and very clear answers. All right. So you don't have too much, fuss in the discussion like essay 530, 520. No, in chapter 4, we got stuck in couple of essays. That is not the case over here. All right. So chapter 7, completion and review. Essay 560, subsequent events. Now listen to me very carefully. Hello. Hello, hello. When it comes to this chapter, again, this can give you 10 to 12 marks. All right. What we are seeing in the ICA papers also. Okay. There are 6 essays in this: 560, 570, 580, 260, 265, and 450. All right. There are such essays in this. But you know what? Out of this 260, 265, and 450, all right, are very short essays. Right? Only we have to give some time to 560, 570, and 580. I will go one by one. Essay 560, subsequent events. All right. Now focus over here. 560 subsequent events. I will give you clear formula. After that, you will not go wrong at all. See, when you are sitting for marathon lecture, I'm assuming that you are done with AS4. All right. Events occurring after balance sheet date. All right. At least that much liberty I can take. Okay. So when I say subsequent events, first of all, focus over here. If there is any question after the balance sheet date, if there is any question after the balance sheet date, you will have to be very clear, all right, with respect to the dates. That 31st, for example, financial year 25-26. Then 31st March 26 will be your, don't say balance sheet date. There is no such word called as balance sheet date in my subject. All right. Say call it as date of financial statements. All right. Then in AS4, you are worried about date of approval of the financial statements, which is the signing. All right. But we are worried about this date of auditor's report. But the good news is that signing of the financial statements and signing of the auditor's report is done on the same date. All right. So you call it in AS4 events occurring between the after the balance sheet date up to the date of approval of the financials by the statements by the management. I call it as events occurring between the date of financial statements and the date of auditor's report. Events occurring between the date of financial statements and the date of auditor's report. All right. So this students can solve very easily. Listen to me, category 1. And the good news is that normally question is from this category only. All right. So listen to me, I'm giving you clear formula. Events occurring between the date of financial statements and the date of auditor's report, I call it as category 1 because there are more 2 categories in this. All right. The moment you get such a question, first you will write a standard introduction. Tell me, as an auditor, I am worried about sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. For which events? Adjusting events or non-adjusting events? Come on fast, adjusting events. But there is no such word like adjusting events in my subject. I told you instead of calling daughter, my subject will call, sorry, instead of calling sister, my subject will call daughter of my father. Long cut. Look at this. Obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence, whether events occurring between the date of financial statements and the date of auditor's report. But which events? Adjusting events. But wait, look at what you're writing for adjusting events. Events that require or disclosure in the financial statements are appropriately reflected in the financial statements as per AFRF. One more time, what will be the standard introduction for category 1? Obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Then full category 1, events occurring between the date of financial statements and the date of auditor's report. But which events? Events that require adjustment of or disclosure in the financial statements are appropriately reflected in the financial statements as per applicable financial reporting framework. All right. This is the standard introduction which you will write. Then you will analyze the question, whether it is just a practical question or they want theory procedures. Wait, I will show that. Hey, hello. Hey. This is just example of adjusting events. Look at this. Many financial reporting frameworks specifically refer to such events, explain those events. There are two types of events. Adjusting events are events for which conditions were existing as on balance sheet date, all right, and further events have occurred which give the outcome of those conditions, all right. And then there are events which are completely new events which occur after the balance sheet date, for which no conditions were existing as on balance sheet date. So this you can just give your AS4 sheet and get your marks, all right. But look at this. CAJ is working as an internal auditor in TAA Limited, a non-listed company. The responsibilities of internal auditor include reviewing financial information and performing detailed tests on transactions and balances. He is also responsible for compliance with laws, regulations, and external requirements. During the year 22-23, services of an employee of the company were terminated. The said employee had filed a suit against the company in respect of certain compensation dues amounting to rupees 10 lakhs, which were not paid to him. Based upon the legal counsel advice, the company has made a provision of 10 lakhs for 22-23. However, somewhere in June 23, there is an out-of-court settlement between the company and employee for rupees 6 lakhs. The statutory audit of the company is under progress and audit report has not yet been finalized. So tell me, June 23 means, can I say after 31st March, yes or no, sir? All right. Events occurring between the date of financial statements and the date of auditor's report. All right. So category 1. How they have used internal auditor, actually they should have used statutory auditor, but fine. How statutory auditor should have proceeded in the situation. All right. Tell me, if you are the auditor, will you ask management to make the adjustment for the 6 lakhs, yes or no, sir? Fast, AS4, there is a provision entry of 10 lakhs, but settlement has been agreed for 6 lakhs. When they have to write back the provision of 4 lakhs, na? All right. Yes or no, sir? Yeah. Tell me, this is a practical question or a theory question? Practical question. There is no point of writing too much theory over here. All right. But you will need some accounting English. It provides evidence, conditions for existing as on balance sheet date. Hello. All right. I will need such kind of English. You will have to say that why this is an adjusting event. All right. Done. So sometimes such kind of practical questions are asked. All right. Always write an introduction of SA 560. All right. And then solve it practically. But look at this. CAK is the statutory auditor of Demma Private Limited for the year 22-23. The company has 3 plants in India. He is nearing completion of audit procedures relating to financial statements for the year under audit and has yet to sign the audit report. Meanwhile, a huge fire had broken out in one of the plants of the company located near Nashik on 25th June 2023, damaging substantial part of machinery and work in progress, resulting in loss of about rupees 5 crores. Unaware of the incident, he is in the process of finalizing his report in the first fortnight of July 23. State few. All right. So by till here, you were so excited. Wow. I will show my knowledge. All right. I will show my AS4 knowledge to them. All right. And all of a sudden, U-turn. All right. They're asking you to write horrible. So question will be from category 1, but you will have to check. If they say, how will you deal in this situation? How will you deal in this situation? Then answer practically. But if they say state few audit procedures. All right. State few audit procedures. All right. Then I have my audit procedures. Sumi's adjustment in writing. All right. So everyone over here, first of all, basic audit procedures. Boss, if you are auditing 25-26, then the first 3 months of the next year, first 3 months of the all right, are very important. So they are saying S for subsequent interim financial statements to be read. S for follow S for subsequent interim financial statements to be read. That means first quarter of the next year. All right. Then U for you have to understand the procedures which are established by the management, that how they are identifying such kind of subsequent events. All right. M for I will have to read the minutes of meeting held after the date of financial statement. Which meetings on it? Which meetings, board meetings, minutes of meeting which are held after the date of financial statements. And I for I will have to ask lots of questions, inquiries of the management to identify whether there are such subsequent events which require adjustment or disclosure. And come on, man, last point we have discussed in many essays. All right, that we will take a written representation from the management that they have disclosed to the auditor all the subsequent events. All right. So Sumi's adjustment in writing, we will write it and we'll finish it. But look at the last line. Also explain auditor's responsibility in this situation. Tell me, AS4, is this an adjusting event or a non-adjusting event? Boss, wait. Whenever there is a fire, all right, there are two possibilities. There is a fire, no? Fire on 25th June. So whenever there is a fire, there are two possibilities. Either it damages the going concern or not. All right. Tell me, if it damages the going concern, then you pass the adjustments. But if it is not damaging the going concern, all right, then will you still consider it as adjusting event? Or you have to provide a note in the notes to accounts? You can include one note. Are hello? Yes. Yeah, yes. They are just saying, look at this. I was not happy with the last line of the answer. They are just saying auditor has a responsibility to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. They have not discussed the case. Actually, they should have discussed that case. All right. Okay. So we are very clear about what will happen in category one. With respect to category one, all right, I have one more question for category one. All right. CA Chandni Khanna is going to complete audit of a company within next few days. She has performed necessary audit procedures like Sumi, find out Sumi. I for inquiry, M for minutes of meeting. All right. Then going through the books of accounts after the date of financial statement. So S for subsequent interim financial statements. All right. So she has done S, then M, and I think she has done U also by understanding this whole entity. All right. Still, she wants to be certain that no such events have been left out. All right. What she should do in such a situation, discuss the rationale. Madam, adjustment point will come only when, all right, you have identified certain subsequent events and you want management to adjust. All right. Sumi's adjustment in writing. What was the last point? Writing. Obtain a. So what is she missing out? Written representation. All right. So she should obtain a written representation from the management. Tell me, why do you want a written representation from management? Why? How the written statement signed by the management? How it will help you? All right. Tell me, SA 580 written representation. What do you remember? Written representation is just a necessary evidence. It is a supporting evidence. Written representation alone is not a sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. But tell me, every evidence is incomplete without written representation. Written representation is your situationship here. All right? But I cannot stay without you, but only you are not enough. All right, so look at this. Why do we want written representation? There is one line. There is one line over here. The rationale of obtaining written representation is that she may not come to know all subsequent events. All right. So that is why she wants a written representation from the management. All right. Because remember one thing, written representation is a necessary evidence. Auditor cannot form an opinion without obtaining written representation. Although it is not a sufficient and appropriate audit evidence, but it is a necessary evidence. So full connection with written representation over here. All right, nicely asked question. Category 1, I rest my case. Now, with respect to category 2 and category 3, listen to me. Hello. Facts that become known to the auditor after the date of auditor's report. Tell me, facts that become known to the auditor after the date of auditor's report. Then you will have to check very carefully. After the date of auditor's report, fine. See, in this case study, my audit report was signed on 15th May. All right. On 19th June 2026, the audit report was going to be issued. When I say issue means it will be issued to third party. It will be issued to issue means when financial statements and audit report are made available to third party. All right. So if it is between this date between the date of auditor's report, but before issue, I will call it as category 2. If it is after issue, then I will call it as category 3. In your AS4, you don't talk about category 2 and category 3. You go only till the date of signing. All right. However, my question goes till category 2 and category 3 also. Look at this. Listen to me. Once the signing is done, see, tell me, once your engagement is done, huh? Oh, 200 people attended the function, engagement is done, and that person is not replying to your only one message. All right, will you break up? That don't no shit, like block. No, you will not act like a mad person, psychopath. Once the audit report is signed, then for every single thing we don't want it to be changed because it is signed. So look at this English properly. And once the audit report is signed, then your English should change. Look at this. Look at this. Respond appropriately to the facts that become known to the auditor. All right. Had it been known to the auditor at the date of auditor's report, it may have caused the auditor to amend the auditor's report. All right. After engagement, you came to know that the other person does not have the habit of brushing his teeth. All right. Only once a week. If tell me if this was known to you earlier, can I say you would have changed the decision? Yes or no, sir? But exactly. I want the same feeling. Look at the English. All right. Had it been known to the auditor at the date of auditor's report, had it been known to the auditor at the date of auditor's report, it may have caused the auditor to amend the auditor. Only if you come across such facts, then you will react. So this becomes your standard introduction for category 2 and category 3. One more time. For category 2 and category 3, as per SA 560, auditor shall respond. Auditor shall respond appropriately to the facts that become known to the auditor. Had it been known to the auditor at the date of auditor's report, it may have caused auditor to amend the auditor's report. Only then auditor will respond. Am I clear with this? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. Now listen to me. There is a question. Where is Rashmi? All right. CA Rashmi is the auditor of ABC Limited for financial ending 31st March 24. The audit report for that year was signed by her on 19th April 24. Audit report signed on 19th April. On 25th April 24, the company received a communication from the central government that an incentive amount of rupees 5 crores pertaining to financial 23-24 was approved. It was paid to the company before the end of April 24. The financial statements of the company were not yet issued. So this is category 2. The board of directors wished to include the incentive amount in the financial statements and requested the auditor to issue a fresh audit report for that year, analyze the issues involved, and give an overview of auditor's responsibility in such a situation. Listen to me. Whenever you get such a question, first there is one common theory that you will write. Acha, congratulations, this theory will remain common for category 2 as well as category 3. 3 marks you will score here only. All right. So first you will say auditor has no obligation towards such facts. Then you will say, however, if a fact becomes known to the auditor, had it been known to the auditor at the date of auditor's report, may have caused the auditor to amend the auditor's report. Then auditor shall. Now go to the management. Management. Give me more information about this. Then you have to decide whether financial statements need to be amended or not. If the financial statements need to be amended, then ask management that how they will amend these financial statements. 3 points. Don't forget this for 3 marks. Come on, one more time. Discuss the matter with management and where appropriate, those charging comments. This to anyways randomly students keep writing. All right. Determine whether financial statement need to be amended. And if so, inquire how management intends to address the matter in the financial statements. All right. This will give you 3 marks. Now there are 2 possibilities. Either management amends the financial statements or management does not amend the financial statements. All the best from my side. Now listen to me. In my regular course lectures, I would have discussed this for 1 more hour. But in this lecture, I need to respect how much institute has asked. I may discuss the full chart, very technical chart. But institute is not asking that. They are just in the theory part. Yes, with this, you may not score. With how much I have discussed, out of 4, you will score 3. 1 mark you will not score. But for that 1 mark, I don't want to give 30 minutes of chart discussion. Am I clear with this? So for category 2 and category 3, for category 2 and category 3, you write the introduction, write the theory, and then just write all the best. All right. Don't try to give the conclusion. Fine. You lose your 1 mark. That is okay. All right. Done, everyone? Yes. May 26, my student, one of my student, SA 530, he left in option. He got scared. He wrote in the paper, please pass me. I have family pressure. All right. Result reserved. Disqualified. He had to write apology letter for the next examination attempt. All right. What is this? Look at this. Chalo, okay, cut this. this. So then he's texting me, sir, what to do. All right. So focus over here now. SF 560 subsequent events is over. Category 1. All right. Practical question answer practically. Here you write Sumi's adjustment in writing. For category 2 and 3, just write the standard introduction and theory. You may not get full marks, but as of now, I just want to ensure that you get 70-80% of marks in whatever we are discussing. All right. Now everyone over here. SA 570. Hello. SA 570 going concern. All right. When it comes to going concern, first of all, when you should look at the question and try to understand that whether when it comes to going concern at impartial level, there are three types of questions. All right. One, accounting question, where they will just ask you accounting concept of going concern, where I have nothing to do. Whatever you know from accounts, vomit. What is going concern assumption? Entity does not have an intention to shut down in the foreseeable future. If going concern assumption is appropriate, company can continue to recognize balance sheet at historical value. They can continue to book income on expense on approval basis of accounting. No need to shift to receipt basis of account. So your regular things you can write about accounting concepts. Second is procedural question. Which question? Procedural question. There I have a role to play. Okay. And then reporting question. Question dependent on audit report. So first try to find out what is the question. All right. We will just straight away look at the question. Okay. We will just try to find out what is the question. The auditor of a company is having concerns about following of going concern basis of accounting followed by the management for preparation of financial statements. It asks management to justify the preparation of financial statements. However, management is not willing to make its assessment and share it with the auditor. What are the implications for auditor's report in such a scenario? Tell me, what is this question? Accounting concept. All right. Sorry. Accounting concept. Procedural question or reporting question? Reporting question. It is which question? Reporting question. Last line, we are clear. Auditor's report. All right. Now, I have avoided the discussion of auditor's report till now. But at least now I'll have to discuss something with you. All right. Whenever there is a question on auditor's report, whenever there is a question on auditor's report, yeah. All right. And it is talking about going concern. Wait, I drew the chart today also over here. All right. Focus over here now. Focus over here now. Whenever there is any question on audit report, whenever there is any question on audit report, first check whether it is accounting matter, auditing matter, or statutory reporting requirements. I don't want to teach this full chart right now. I want to stay in the zone. Tell me, going concern is an accounting matter, auditing matter, or statutory matter? Accounting matter. All right. It is an accounting matter. All right. I don't have time to explain logic today. You will straight away understand and accept what I'm trying to tell. All right. So if it is any accounting matter, you will first check whether evidence is available or evidence is available or evidence is. All right. Relax. Tell me in this question, can I say management is not willing to make the assessment? So auditor has developed doubts. Listen to me. Auditor has developed doubts over going concern. So auditor is requesting management, hey, management, please show me the plans for the next 12 months. Management says, no, I don't want to show you any plan. We don't want to make the plan. That means management is not ready to provide proper information to the auditor. Yes or no, sir? That means sufficient and appropriate audit evidence is available or not available? Not available. Not available. All right. Not available, you said. Huh. All right. I thought not was silent. Look at this. If evidence is not available, then you will straight away say either qualified or a disclaimer of opinion. All right. Either qualified or disclaimer of an opinion. What is qualified opinion? that financial statements show a true and fair view except for the following. All right. Second, what is disclaimer of an opinion? We are unable to form an opinion. Today, no arguments. You have to simply apply this. If there is any accounting matter and sufficient and appropriate audit evidence is not available, then you will have to go with qualified or disclaimer of an opinion. All right. So tell me, over here, they are not ready to make the assessment. All right. So you will go with, what is the answer you will go with? Qualified or disclaimer of an opinion. The unfortunate part is the students are being very sensitive when it comes to going concern. Management is not ready to make the assessment. Going concern, disclaimer. All right, because going concern is a very big matter, no? All right, whereas institute says either qualified or disclaimer. What is the logic behind this? Dash off, not today. Are you getting my point? Okay. You will have to accept what I'm trying to tell you. So if management is not willing to make the assessment, all right, it will be either qualified or disclaimer of an opinion. Next. After the lecture, you can sit with me full night. Look at this. While conducting audit of TA Limited, CAY notices that company has lost one of its key markets along with the important customers. Additionally, several highly successful competitors have emerged, impacting business of the company. Despite the existence of material uncertainty, CA finds the use of going concern basis of accounting appropriate for the preparation of financial statements. The company has also disclosed material uncertainty in the notes to accounts adequately. How should he deal with this matter in the auditor's report? So tell me, this is an accounting question, procedural question, or reporting question? A reporting question. Why? How he should deal with the matter in auditor's report. So tell me, the question is a reporting question. Means you don't have to think about long procedures, nothing. Straight away think about audit report. Now focus over here. Focus over here. I will give you this chart for audit report. All right. There are three possibilities when it comes to going concern. Either auditor concludes that going concern basis of accounting is appropriate, Reliance Industries Limited. Okay? Or auditor concludes that going concern basis of accounting is appropriate, but a material uncertainty exists. What is material uncertainty? There are losses, there are debts, there are problems, but the business is still going on, just like a married man's life. All right, there are problems, but still going on. So there is a material uncertainty over going concern. All right. And when I say going concern basis of accounting is inappropriate by choose, all right, that there is no intention to continue. Okay. Vodafone idea is over here. Huh? But fine. Today I am focused only on the question. All right. So wait. Auditor has concluded that there is a material uncertainty. Tell me, material uncertainty or inappropriate? What have they used in the question? Means the business is still going on. Now wait, one by one, one by one. When there is a material uncertainty, first of all, we want management to provide. In material uncertainty, we don't want management to show balances at NRV. We don't want them to start preparing liquidation basis of accounting, but we want them to provide adequate disclosures. All right. Even I have given only adequate disclosure to my father-in-law that I don't know how long it will continue. All right. But I have not started shifting my assets and stuff. No. All right. So everyone over here. When there is a material uncertainty, we just have to provide. There are three disclosures to be given. First, explain material uncertainty. These disclosures are not to be given by the auditor. Huh? This is to be given by the CFO in the notes to accounts. All right. So CFO has to write three things. First, explain material. Imagine me talking to my father. There is a lot of problem here. Explain material uncertainty. Second, but we have met one counselor. Plans to deal with material uncertainty. But I don't know, sir, how far it will continue. Entity may not be able to realize the assets and discharge the liabilities. So I repeat, CFO has to give three disclosures. One is material uncertainty. Second, plans to overcome such uncertainty. And entity may not be able to realize the assets or discharge the liabilities. Now there are two possibilities. Either management provides adequate disclosures or management. Okay. If management provides adequate disclosures, if management, then there will be no impact on audit opinion. An institute says that you will have to write this separately. In which paragraph? Material uncertainty related to going concern paragraph. All right. So everyone over here, if you see this question, there is a material uncertainty. There is a material uncertainty and management has provided adequate disclosures. All right. So auditor has to write this in which paragraph? But tell me everyone, if you remember this, I will be your fan. All right. Tell me. If let us say if TA Limited is a listed entity, if I change this question and make this entity a listed entity, then where will you write this? K audit matter. No. All right, you will still write in Murg paragraph. Murgi. All right, so everyone over here, we had done this. All right. We wrote key audit matter, emphasis of matter, and we cancelled it. All right. Then you have done it. Look at this. But I don't know what happens to interstate students the moment they see listed entity. Key audit matter, key audit matter, key audit matter. All right. So everyone over here, whether it is a listed entity or unlisted entity, you will write it in Murg paragraph only. Am I clear with this? Yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So when will you use Murg paragraph? At once. When will you use Murg paragraph? There is a material uncertainty over going concern. Management has provided adequate disclosures. Then auditor will write it in Murg paragraph. Now you are the auditor. What you will write in Murg paragraph? All right. I gave you a code word for that. You will have to write RUM. All right. You will have to give reference to the notes to accounts. That we would like to draw our attention to note number. You have to give reference to the notes to accounts. All right. You will have to explain that there is some material uncertainty, and you'll have to tell them, relax. They have given the disclosures, so we do not have a modified opinion on this matter. You for unmodified opinion. So one more time, as an auditor, okay, everything at once. If there is a material uncertainty over going concern, we will ask management to provide adequate disclosures. If management provides adequate disclosures, then whether it is a listed entity or not, you will write it in Murg paragraph only. And in Murg paragraph, you will explain reference to the notes to accounts in the financial statements where they have explained material uncertainty. Then you for unmodified opinion on this matter because management has provided adequate disclosure. And M for material uncertainty, you will have to explain in the audit report. Am I clear with this? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Okay. Wait. I am just explaining this material uncertainty. If there is a material uncertainty, we ask management to provide adequate disclosures. If management do not provide adequate disclosures, management does not provide, that means you came to know that there is a material uncertainty, yes or no, sir? Hello. Yes. You ask management to provide adequate disclosures, but they are not doing it. All right, then we will give qualified or adverse opinion. Everyone over here, look at this. If management is not ready to show you the plan only, if management is not ready to show you the plan, then qualified or disclaimer. But if evidence is available, we told management to write in the notes to accounts and they are not writing properly. All right. If ACPD is incorrect, one more time. If evidence is available, we will have to check amount classification, presentation, disclosure. If it is incorrect, then we will have to give a qualified or adverse opinion. So final formula, if evidence is not available, then what will you say? Qualified or disclaimer. But if evidence is available and there is a material misstatement, if evidence is available and there is a they are not giving disclosure, giving wrong disclosure, whatever it is. But if they are committing mistakes, then we will say qualified or adverse. All right. What is qualified opinion? Financial statements show true FRU except for the following. What is adverse opinion? Financial statements do not show true FRU. And what is disclaimer of an opinion? That we are unable to form an opinion. Am I clear with this? Yes. All right. There will be more practice of that in audit report chapter. And as of now, I'm just teaching to the extent I require for this SA 570. All right. Look at this. Sometimes you will find such questions. Mention any four financial events or conditions individually or collectively that may cause significant doubt on the entity's ability to continue as going concern. Everyone over here, listen to me. When it comes to going concern, one of their favorite content for MCQs, yeah, yes. What is that? Indicators of material uncertainty. When do you start developing doubt? When do you start developing doubt? All right. When do you start developing doubt? Either there are financial problems, all right, or let us say financial, there is no financial issue, but there are operational problems like supply, there is no supply available, Strait of Hormuz. All right. Or there can be other indicators. All right. Modi ji at 8 p.m. says that, all right, plastic ban. Are you getting my point? So other indicators. So everyone over here, either a financial indicator or operating indicator or other indicator. Financial indicator. Hello, I am not reading all of this. but this is their favorite for MCQs. All right. So any financial issue, any financial problems, you will say financial indicator. I'm just reading operating indicator. Look at this. If management has an intention to liquidate, let us say they have a surplus of 700 crores, but management says we want to shut down. That's it. All right. I want to retire from this life. And gone. Entity gone. All right. It is an operating indicator. Second, loss of key management without replacement. They have 800 crores, but no one is ready to run that company. Rajesh explained. Next, loss of major market, key customer, franchisee, license of principal supplier. All right. Nokia phones, how they vanished. Then labor difficulties, full labor union on strike. All right. Shortages of important supplies, Strait of Hormuz. Emergence of a highly successful competitor, Amazon and Geo. All right. Now, other indicators, any legal issue, litigation issue. Which issue? Legal issue or litigation issue, government issue. All right. Or this fire, flood, and Donald Trump. Look at this. Okay, he's a catastrophe only. All right. So everyone over here, this will be our other indicator. Okay. So everyone over here. Now I am not reading this. They can ask you either financial indicator or operating indicator or other indicator. Okay. Now listen to me. Hello. Now the last part that I want to discuss. In SA 570, I told you there are three types of questions. Either accounting questions or procedural questions or reporting questions. If there is a procedural question, first of all, how will you come to know that there is a procedural question? All right. Look at this question. During the audit of a company, CA Karthik has noticed that company's turnover has fallen. Basically, a lot of bad things have happened. All right. Huh? In first 2-3 lines only, you will understand very negative. Then they will say which additional audit procedures are to be performed. Right. Over here also, if you see, lot of negative things have happened. All right. Lot of negative, and then at the end, which? So listen to me. Listen to me. SA 570 procedures get divided into two. First is risk assessment procedure. Second is further audit procedure. Risk assessment procedure, we are just trying to find out whether there are events or conditions, whether there are events or conditions that may cast significant doubt on the entity's ability to continue as going concern. One more time, you can't just say find out problems over going concern, then your going concern will be damaged over there. All right, so you have to say as an auditor, first we have to perform risk assessment procedure and identify whether there are threats to going concern. No, chichi. Events or conditions that may cast significant doubt on the entity's ability to continue as going concern. But if you look at this question, can I say auditor has already identified the events or conditions that may cast significant doubt to the going concern? Yes or no, sir? Then they are saying which? So tell me, the question is talking about risk assessment procedure or further audit procedure? So now listen to me. If the question already has negative indicators, if the question already has, and it is talking about further audit procedures, all right, then in that case, always remember this full code word. First, we will ask management to give me an assessment of the next 12 months. First, we'll ask management to give me an assessment of the next 12 months. That show me the plan, all right? Show me the jalwa, show me the plan. That next 12 months, how do you plan to continue, all right? Now, if management submits that, okay, then in that case, never forget this full code word. Complete period beyond future forecast is facts to be written. Tell me. Complete period beyond future forecast is facts to be written. Okay, now management has submitted the plan. First, I will check the completeness. There should be no omission in that. They should have considered all the relevant information. Then most importantly, I will check the period. Period has to be at least next 12 months from the balance sheet date, covering the foreseeable future. Then I will also see whether there is any event beyond the period. Let us say 13th month from now, company has to repay a major loan. Yes, it is not getting covered in the next 12 months, but I can clearly foresee it. All right. So even though it is on the 13th month or 14th month, all right, we have to conduct inquiries of the events or conditions beyond the period of management's assessment. So one more time, complete period beyond future. Boss, I want to know whether this will improve. All right. I want to know their future action plan, whether it will improve their situation or not. I want a forecast. I want a forecast, cash flow forecast. Tell me very clearly for the next 12 months, what are your cash inflows and cash outflows? All right. Then I want to know whether there are additional facts, subsequent events, whether there are additional facts that I come to know. And at the end, I want to obtain a written representation whether their plan is feasible, achievable or not. So you will see this entire procedure over here. All right, complete period beyond future forecast is facts to be written. Full procedure you will see. Why? Because negative things were already identified, and we asked the management. All right, I'm sorry, and the question was asking us that what kind of additional procedure you will perform. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wait. So this is procedural question. Which question? Procedural question. All right. Now look at this. Which MTP July 24. How does the going concern affect the preparation of financial accounting question? All the best from my side. Whatever you know about going concern, just keep on vomiting. All right. You see this going concern. What is going concern? What if going concern is not followed? All right. Whatever maximum you can write from accounts, that you will write. For me, you will just write my essay number, essay 570 going concern. All right. Now look at this question. TA, a CA student, is part of an engagement in conducting audit of an entity. The audit procedures are nearing completion. He notices that engagement partner has asked for a cash flow forecast from the management for the next 12 months from the date of financial statements. Keeping in view above, answer the following. Discuss the likely purpose of engagement partner in the above situation. Listen, this many students are not able to answer properly in English. See, why engagement partner is asking for such kind of documents? Because he wants to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. And he wants to form a conclusion. Conclusion on what? On appropriateness of management's use of going concern basis of accounting. Further, his purpose is also to conclude on the basis of evidence obtained whether a material uncertainty exists or not. This much I want at the tip of your tongue. Tell me, why are we performing procedures as per SA 570? What we will get from SA 570? We want to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence to conclude on the appropriateness of their going concern assumption. One more time. We want to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence to conclude on the appropriateness of their going concern assumption. And I want to obtain evidence and conclude whether there is a material uncertainty or not. Right? This much at least you should be very clear. This is the purpose of engagement partner. All right. Now listen to me. He is specifically asking for a cash flow forecast. If I give you my next 12 months cash flow forecast, you will have to check RD, RA. First, you will have to check reliability of the data. You will have to check. All right. You asked me that, Pragnesh sir, from where you have created this next 12 months, cash flow forecast. Actually, it is based upon last 3 years financial statements. But in all the last 3 years, each of the year, I gave you an adverse opinion. Sorry. All right. So first, reliability of the data. The data has to be reliable. And this next 12 months, you are expecting your turnover to go 3 times. Right? Yeah, actually, we are planning a reel. Reel will go viral. We will get a turnover. What is this? This is the reasonable assumption. What is this assumption? So when it comes to cash flow forecast, when it comes to, you have to see the and support your reasonableness for the assumptions. And am I clear with this? Yes. Then you will get your answer over here. This is again a procedural question. Look at this. Any two procedures only with respect to cash flow forecast. There are only two procedures for cash flow forecast: reliability of data and reasonableness of assumptions. All right. Again, a procedural question. All right. With that, we have covered almost all the possible questions. There is one reporting question. All right. Yeah. CAB is the statutory auditor of Boom Payments Banks. All right. For the year ATM payment for the year 23-24. The license was cancelled. No? During the year, banking regulator has imposed restrictions on the bank from accepting new deposits due to non-compliance in conducting KYC. Full Paytm case only. In large number of accounts and violation of rules aimed at preventing money laundering. There is material uncertainty regarding probable outcome of such restrictions on ability of the bank to continue as a going concern. However, for financial year 23-24, auditor has concluded that use of going concern basis of accounting is appropriate. The financial statements of the bank do not make adequate disclosures of material uncertainty due to above events in the financial statements. Wait. There is a Going concern is appropriate, but there is a material uncertainty. We want management to provide 3 disclosures. Management does not make necessary disclosures. What are the implications for auditor's report? Hello. Evidence is obtained or not obtained? Are obtained? All right. Are they have already concluded? It means evidence is available. Yes. All right. Evidence is available. We ask management to provide something in the notes to accounts. They are not writing it in the notes to accounts. So this is not a case of evidence not available. This is a case of evidence available, but there is a material misstatement. So tell me everyone, if evidence is available, we check ACPD is correct or not. If ACPD is wrong, amount, classification, presentation, disclosure, then we will give qualified or adverse opinion. Okay, this qualified opinion or adverse opinion. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes, sir. All right. With that, we finish the discussion on SA 570. So we are done with SA 560. We are done with SA 570. All right. Now SA 580. All right. Now SA 580, written representation. They have asked really good questions for written representation. All right. I will quickly revise written representation for you. Everyone over here, I don't want any material uncertainty over written representation. All right. Hello. What is written representation? Written representation is a written statement signed by the management addressed to the auditor. Come on, fast. Written representation is a written statement signed by the management addressed to the auditor. See, when I was teaching, I had created full written representation over here. Listen, over here in the worst possible handwriting. Look at this. So, to the auditor. Wait, focus over here. To the auditor, then the date and everything. Then, dear sir, ma'am, guru, signed by, all right, the management. Okay, so we will go one by one. We'll go one by one. When it comes to written representation, first the format. Focus over here. It has to be in letter format. It has to be in letter format. All right. Then date. I know in the revision series, I always take SA 580 after SA 560 so that you understand date point very clearly. All right. Date of written representation should be as near as practicable to, but not after the date of auditor's report. So you need to take it before the date of auditor's report. You need to take it before the date. Thank you. You need to take it before the date of auditor's report, but not very early. All right. So it should be as near as practicable to, but not after the date of auditor's report. All right. So everyone over here, listen to me. Why it is written in this manner? As near as practicable to, but not after the date of auditor's report. Why they have written in this manner? Why they are saying as near as practicable to? All right, because we also want to cover subsequent events. We also want to cover Sumi's adjustment in writing. So we also want to cover subsequent events. So first of all right, we want to cover the subsequent events. Yeah, date. We want to cover subsequent events. And why I'm saying not after the date of auditor's report? Why I'm saying that at least you should take it before the date of auditor's report? Because written representation is a necessary evidence and it is not possible to form an opinion without written representation. And am I clear with this? Yes. All right. So very important logic for the word date. All right. So subsequent events and written representation is a necessary evidence. Listen to me. Wait. We will go one by one. Too much of discussion will create a problem. So if you see over here, CA Manoj is the statutory auditor of a company. He has completed the audit and issued the audit report dated 30th June 2024. Before signing the audit report, written representations dated June 29, 2024 were obtained from the management of the company. Discuss the significance of the date of written representation. Also state whether written representation obtained on June 29 is proper or not. Tell me everyone, he has obtained it on June 29. Can I say it is proper? Yes or no, sir? Audit report is signed as on 29 June. Written representation should be dated as near as practicable to, but not after the date of auditor's report. Why? Because auditor wants to obtain sufficient and appropriate evidence for subsequent events. All right. So auditor also has to take it in writing from the management that they have fulfilled their responsibility for subsequent events. Second, written representation is a necessary evidence. So it is not possible to form an opinion without written representation. You will explain these reasons and you will talk about the date and you will say that, okay, date is appropriate. So there are dedicated questions only for date. All right. Wait. Now, period. All right. Hello. We ask management. See, this is the CFO is writing this. CFO is telling us we have fulfilled our responsibilities and hereby confirm the following to the best of our knowledge. We have fulfilled our responsibilities in relation to preparation presentation of. Tell me, if you are conducting audit of financial year 25-26, there are two columns in the financial statements, current year column and previous year column. We are taking written representation for which column? On both the columns. This is what happened 10 minutes late. All right. और ऐसे का 10 मिनट का कंटेंट फोकस over here. Listen to me. When it comes to period, all right, written representation shall be taken for all financial statements referred to in the auditor's report. So say we will take written representation only for the period which is covered in auditor's report. Now, which period is covered in auditor's report? Current year. Then we will take written representation only for current year. If audit report is covering 2 years, then we'll take written representation for 2 years. But in India, audit report cover only the current period. Am I clear with this? So don't just say current year. All right. Then you will get current in the mark sheet. You will have to say written representation shall be taken for all financial statements. All right. For the period under audit. Tell me, for the period under audit, the period which is referred to in the auditor's report. All right. Now let us say, hello, Shoy. Let us say that you are conducting audit of financial year 25-26. You ask the CFO to give the written representation for financial year 25-26. CFO says, hi, actually not possible. Why? I joined from October 25. From April 25 to September 25, there was previous CFO, CFO Sam. I am CFO Raju from October 25. So I will give you written representation only for 6 months. Is it acceptable? No. 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 Give me the English why it is not acceptable. Yeah. Actually, we just feel. No, wait. Look at this. The management of PQ Limited changed during the period under audit. The full question paper, you should just write yes, no, within 50 minutes you'll answer. Mr. G, an auditor at the time of receiving return representation. Hey, wait, first line adjustment. Management was changed. Mr. G, an auditor at the time of receiving return representation of management, responded for management was in a dilemma relating to the date and period. Date we are clear with. For the new management was of the view that they can give return representation only from the date they took over and not for the prior period when old management were managing the affairs. All right. So what you will do? Shout then. All right. Then I need one very important line. Date is covered. Period also we know referred in the auditor's report. This line. Situations may arise where current management were not present during all periods referred in the auditor's report. Such persons may assert that they are not in a position to provide some or all of the representations because they were not in place. This fact, however, does not reduce such persons' responsibilities for financial statement as a whole. Accordingly, requirement for the auditor to request from them written representations that covers whole of the relevant period still applies. Am I clear with this? Yes or no, sir? I will need this. At least in short form also it is fine, but something from this situation word at least. Situations may arise where current management were not present during all periods referred to in the auditor's report. They may say that they don't want to give written representation for full financial statement. All right, still it is okay. At least you are writing something. Okay. However, this does not reduce the responsibility of the current management to provide written representation for whole of the financial statement and the relevant period covered in the auditor's report. Therefore, auditor must obtain written representation from the current management for the whole of the relevant period. You will have to explain this. Are you getting my point? I mean, at least little bit in your own English, fine. All right, but something is required over here. At least chemical paneer you give. All right, everyone over here. You are giving dhokla instead of paneer. This so See, I've written also when I was teaching. This is case study. All right, this line. So I'm not saying by heart everything of written representation. All right, but few lines are very sensitive. Yes, sir. All right. Next. Still I'm talking about content. Okay, content of written representation, content. Now I will focus on content of written representation, content of written representation. First, I will give you a clear formula. Focus over here. When it comes to written representation, first we want management to give it to us in writing that they have they have fulfilled their responsibilities. They have fulfilled word, very very important, that management has fulfilled its responsibilities, all right, with respect to financial statements. They have provided complete and accurate information to the auditor. They are not hiding anything from you. Full toxic mode, huh? You're not hiding anything from me, no, you're not hiding anything. So they have provided complete and accurate information, all right, to the auditor. Then whatever was agreed in the whatever was agreed in the terms of engagement. Hello. I was expecting a hero moment, like I'll say, and you will reply. All right. Whatever was agreed in the edit this edit. Whatever was agreed in the terms of engagement. See, everyone is replying. Huh? Whatever was agreed in the terms of engagement, letter of engagement. They have also fulfilled those responsibilities. So hello, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, all about fulfillment of their responsibilities. Am I clear with this? Yes. So first, fully you have to write about fulfillment of the responsibilities. All right. Then you have to, then why I'm taking up SFIAT after so many essays? Tell me, in different essays, can I say we are taking different types of written representation? Yes or no, sir? All right. So we also have to take written representation as required by other essays. We have seen this in these 2, 3 essays that we were talking about written representation. And then for any other additional matter as required by the auditor, you can take written representation. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes. One more time. Give me the formula. Fulfillment of responsibilities plus other essays plus as required by the auditor. Tell me. Fulfillment of responsibilities plus other essays plus as required by the auditor. Now look at this. Written representation about management's responsibilities involves confirmation of fulfillment of the responsibilities in the preparation of financial statements. Explain. So you have created formula, fulfillment of responsibilities, other essays as required by the auditor. Body, whatever you are aware that they have printed in the question. All right, responsibilities. They want you to elaborate this only. All right, so everyone over here. What are the 3 points of fulfillment of responsibilities that we have? Fulfilled our responsibilities for preparation presentation of financial statement. We have provided complete and accurate information to the auditor. All right. And whatever was agreed in the terms of engagement, whatever was agreed in the all right, we have fulfilled those responsibilities. This is the basic written representation that we will require. Now look at this. Next written representation. Other written here. Okay, yeah, this is also a good question. Look at this. CAK is reappointed as the auditor of B Limited. He wants to reconfirm certain matters and has asked management to give written representation for the same. Under what circumstances can auditor ask management to reconfirm its acknowledgement and understanding of responsibilities in written representation? Trust me, answer is very simple. Only question is difficult. All right. This is a very logical question. Listen. This is financial year 25-26. Here you have signed line of England. What is this? Letter of engagement. All right. You started the audit. Okay. Now you are ending the audit. Now you are ending the audit. Here you are taking written representation. So we want management to give it to us in writing that they have fulfilled the responsibilities. All right. Tell me, when I was taking the lecture, I gave you one homework. You remember? You remember? No? All right. Listen. Nothing. I'm just joking. All right. Listen to me. So when you have agreed something few years back, right? And now you are taking written representation. Forget about fulfillment. I did not ask him whether you have done the homework or not. I asked him, do you remember? Do you remember? So sometimes what happens is, forget about fulfillment. We want management to give it to us in writing that they understand. All right. So sometimes in written representation, we ask them to first confirm that they understand. Then we ask them about fulfillment. So they are saying some circumstances, sometimes auditor can ask management to reconfirm its acknowledgement and understanding. All right. And then auditor will ask them to confirm that they have fulfilled. Otherwise, normally we directly ask that they have fulfilled. But sometimes we want them to reconfirm that they have understood. So everyone over here, listen to me. Understood the question? Yes. Now answer is very simple. All right. Whenever there are changes, if there are too many changes, all right, then in that case, I will be worried that do they understand their responsibilities? All right. Yes. Yeah. Oh, all right. Don't worry. What happened? All right. So let us say if there are too many changes. All right. Or let us say that terms were prepared in a old terms. If you have given someone work before 1 week, today first thing you will ask is, do you remember or what? All right. So old terms, previous year. All right. Or let us say that there is too much of misunderstanding. All right. If there are too much of misunderstanding. All right. So PM changes. All right. Previous year, yeah, change the PM. All right. Previous year or misunderstanding, all right, or changes. In that case, we will ask them to reconfirm that they understand their responsibilities. Then we will take an acknowledgement about fulfillment of their responsibilities. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes. All right. Now listen to me. So if I go to these points, tell me, written representation is a sufficient and appropriate audit evidence or just a necessary evidence? Written representation alone, is it a sufficient and appropriate audit evidence? No. All right. Then can I say auditor will have to perform his procedures to obtain the sufficient and appropriate audit evidence? Yes. All right. Wait. I'm just looking at some very important points now. Content done, reliability done, form done. All right. Now listen to me. Last chart. Auditor has requested management to provide written representation. There are two possibilities. Either management provides written representation or management does not provide written representation. Question why? CAR Gurumurthy is about to complete the audit of a company. Before completion, he asks management to provide him a written representation, confirming that management has fulfilled its responsibilities regarding preparation of financial statements. He also wants management to confirm in writing about providing of all the necessary information and completeness of transaction. Management feels that auditor is seeking irrelevant documents near the completion of audit. Is the management correct? No. What will Guru Murthy do? Now again chart. Management refuses to provide requested written representation. Auditor shall discuss the matter with TCWG as per SA 260. All right. Man A. But if you want to tally with the suggest answer, you will write discuss the matter with management and TCWG. In this answer, they are printing both. I don't know why. All right. Otherwise, they should directly print TCWG. All right. So discuss the matter with management and TCWG. If still the written representations are not provided related to fulfillment of responsibilities, if still written representations are not provided related to fulfillment of responsibilities, then you will lose the trust over the management. You will lose the. Tell me if they are not, it will leave that bench. All right. If they, all right. What happened? Sorry, yes. All right. So look at this. What happened? Sorry, yeah. Document. That is what happens when you tease innocent child. All right. Okay. Now focus over here. If they are not ready to give it to you in writing that they have fulfilled their responsibilities, then you will lose the trust over the entire management. Then in that case, they are saying straight away give. No, that is why I'm telling focus. Straight away, institute has written disclaimer. Why? All right. What is your name? Okay. Kajal. All right. So now please, you can you give it in writing that you are the most sincere person? All right. It's a fake statement. All right. So Kajal will fall in this case. She is giving it to me in writing, but I know that I have a doubt. All right. So everyone over here. Now focus on. If management is not giving to you in writing, let us say she would have denied. No, I cannot give it to you in writing. All right. Then I will for sure doubt yes or no, sir. If management is not ready to give it to you in writing about fulfillment of responsibilities, Then till date, whatever evidences they have given, purchase invoice, sales invoice, whatever they have given, all right, tell me, we will have develop a doubt, and that is why we will give its opinion. No qualified, na, straight away disclaimer. Only in this essay. All right. Now listen to me. You are saying, say at the top of the voice in this lecture, that written representation is a necessary evidence. Audit, or it is not possible to form an opinion without. So if I don't give you the necessary evidence only, you will not be able to form an opinion. And you will give which opinion? Disclaimer. So Gurumurti. All right, Gurumurti will give disclaimer of an opinion. Am I clear with this? Yes. All right. Focus over here now. One more nice question. All right. During the audit of a company, CA Jack, just read this question. With on coffee. Focus over here. Tell me, he has obtained written representation, yes or no, sir? Hello? Yes. Regarding all known instances of non-compliance, that should be considered in the preparation of financial statement. However, during the audit, he observed that. Achha, management says that we have disclosed everything to you. All right. All known instances of non-compliance. However, during the audit, he observed that information provided in this regard was complete, and evidence indicating such non-compliance contradicted the written representation. Casting doubt on the everyone over here. Means management has provided written representation, but auditor develops doubt over reliability of written representation. Well, let us say written representation is inconsistent with the evidence. All right. Then auditor shall discuss the matter, perform additional procedures, try to resolve the doubts. But tell me, if the doubts remain unresolved, listen, if you don't give me a written representation, or let us say you give me a written representation on which I can't rely. Let us say that I am the auditor of Rajesh Exports. He is the CFO of Rajesh Exports. Morning 11 a.m. he signed written representation. 4 p.m. he was taken by police. All right. Then tell me, will I trust? No, na. So either you don't give me written representation, or you give me a written representation on which I can't rely. For me, it is the same. All right. So even this will lead to disclaimer of an opinion. Look at this. Full chart they have copied what I have over here. Right? Means I have copied from them. Right? So full chart they have written. Okay. And then at the end, they're talking about disclaimer of an opinion. Am I clear with this? Yes. So, there is one just small adjustment. In the written representation, sometimes management may use such language. All right, listen. In the written representation, sometimes management may use such language. We hereby confirm the following to the best of our knowledge. This is called conditional language. Which language? Qualifying language. All right? If management is using such language, but if a responsible person is signing, all right, then in that case, we can accept such kind of qualifying language. All right, not a problem over there. So when it comes to written representation, either there will be a technical question on date period, or there will be a technical question on the content. All right. Or there will be a technical question on management is not providing written representation or providing, but we are not able to rely. Tell me, whose signature on written representation you will prefer? CFO or the chairman? CFO. Or any of these? CFO, very good. Written representation is signed by management rather than those charged with governance. Because management has the knowledge of the concerned matters. Remember one line forever. Written representation shall be signed by such person who has knowledge and responsibility of the financial statements. Who has knowledge and responsibility of the financial statements. And it is normally the management who has the knowledge and responsibility of the financial statement. So CFO signature will be preferred over the chairman. Am I clear with this? Yes or no, sir? Yes. So let me just think. Written representation, date, period, content, who will sign? None. Written representation is just a supporting evidence, not a sufficient and appropriate done. Written representation provided by the management develops doubt, question done. Written representation not provided by the management, that is also done. So we are done with essay 580, written representation. So 3 long discussions of chapter 7 are over. That is essay 560, 570 and 580. Now we have short discussions. That is essay 260, 265, and essay 450. All right. All these three look like one essay only. All right. Okay. All right. So we are continuing our discussion in chapter 7 essays. Chapter 7 essay 260, 265, essay 450 is something that we will target to wind up ASAP. All right. Essay 260, very clear question. Communication with those charged with governance. All right. No confusion at all. If you see on your screen, all right, there are basically three types of discussions over there. First one is who is those charged with governance. So we know who is those charged with governance. In normal English, we know, but whether we know it in essay English or not. All right. So who is those charged with governance matters to be communicated and the manner of communication. All right. These are the three discussions. Who is TCWG matters to be communicated and manner of communication. And sometimes they can ask you on benefits of such communication. All right. Which is the very first question. Look at this. In what ways an effective two-way communication between auditor and TCWG is important? See, if auditor and TCWG, both of them communicate with each other, all right, then it will help in understanding the matters related to audit, right? That is the first thing. Second, if auditor has a very good relationship with TCWG, then it will help the auditor in obtaining important information from those charged with governance. If auditor is communicating important matters with TCWG, then it will also help TCWG in fulfilling their responsibilities. All right. So three things. First, both of them will develop a good relationship. Second, it will help the auditor. Third, it will help the TCWG. All right. First, both of them will develop constructive relationship. Second, it will help the auditor. Third, it will help the TCWG. It will help auditor in obtaining important information. It will help TCWG in fulfilling their responsibilities. That is how effective two-way communication can help. All right. So that is one point. Then look at this. This was asked in Jan 25. All right. They want to know clearly who is those charged with governance. All right. And we have to guide them by explaining that who is TCWG. Look at this. Who is TCWG? See, when I say who is TCWG, means TCWG is the person who is providing strategic direction, and supervising oversight of the management. Now, when it comes to big entities, all right, large entities, you will clearly see a difference between management and TCWG. So normally you will see the two-tier structure over there, where management and TCWG will be separate. All right. However, in mid-sized entities, all right, you will see that management and TCWG could be the same. All right. So one tier structure. In government entities, we have seen the concept of external TCWG. Like Railway Ministry is the TCWG for India and Railways. All right. So it becomes external TCWG. And in NGO, NPO, sometimes Chopra uncle is supervising, sometimes Malhotra uncle is supervising. All right. So in NGO, NPO, TCWG may not be clearly defined. So 4 points for who is TCWG. In large entities, you will clearly see two-tier structure. All right, in mid-sized entities, you will see one-tier structure, and in government entities, you will see external TCWG, and in some NGO, NPO societies, TCWG may not be clearly defined. So that is your point on who is those charged with governance. All right, and you get your marks over here. Then next is the matters to be communicated. All right. Now, if you see over here, in matters to be communicated, I have created one code word IFRS. There are total 4 matters to be communicated. How many matters? 4 matters to be communicated. Now, what are those matters? All right. I for independence. Listen, this is very important for MCQs. In listed entities, auditor has to give a written declaration. I repeat, in listed entities, auditor has to give a written declaration to the TCWG that I am independent. All right. So auditor has to give a written declaration about independence in case of listed entities. Wait, I for independence. Wait, F for findings. What auditor will communicate with TCWG? Whatever are the important findings. F for important findings. All right, significant findings. R for responsibilities of the auditor. Whatever are the important responsibilities of the auditor, which we study in chapter 1, that auditor will communicate with TCWG. And S for whatever is the scope and timing of audit. All right. One more time. What are the matters to be communicated with TCWG? IFRS. I for independence. That is a written declaration required only in case of listed entities. F for findings, significant findings from audit. R for responsibilities of the auditor, and S for scope and timing of audit. All right. IFRS, 4 matters to be communicated. First, I will explain I for independence. That I'm explaining only for MCQ. All right. So when it comes to independence, listen, if ABC firm of chartered accountants is the auditor of Alpha Limited and CA is the engagement partner, then in case of listed entity, they have to give a written declaration. Now, what is the content of that written declaration? The CA will have to say that, hello, engagement partner, that means CA, his audit team, all right, his firm and network firm. All right, sir, which is the network? So, what do you understand by network firm? Let us say ABC firm and PQR firm, both of them are controlled by EY. Then ABC firm and PQR firm will become the network firm. So, I repeat, if you just by heart that in listed entities, auditor has to give a written declaration about independence, it's of no use. You need to know the content. That in written declaration, they will have to write engagement partner, audit team, firm, and network firm. All of them have complied with the requirement of independence. All right. Then, whatever is the relationship between ABC firm, all right, and Alpha Limited, let us say one partner is providing some other services, one distant cousin is working over here, whatever it is. All relationships and other matters between the firm, network firm, and the listed entity. So between the firm, network firm, and the listed entity, whatever relationships that they have, which can in fact, which can affect their independence, that also needs to be communicated. Third, and the most important, whatever are the audit services and non-audit services, because I'm done with the concept of independence. Chapter 11, you can understand that if you are providing non-audit services, all right, it can affect your independence. So whatever are the audit services and non-audit services provided by firm and network firm to listed entity and the subsidiaries. All right, remember this table. Whatever are the audit services and non-audit services provided by the firm, network firm to the listed entities and its subsidiaries, whatever income they are earning from that, that they will have to disclose to TCWG. All right. And third, they also need to disclose the safeguards. All right, applied to eliminate such threats, whatever preventive corrective actions they have taken. One more time. What is the written declaration of independence? That engagement partner, audit team, firm, network firm, all of them have complied with the requirement of independence. Then whatever are the relationships and other matters between the firm, network firm, and the listed entity and the subsidiaries of the listed entity, that also needs to be disclosed, especially in that case, audit and non-audit fees, which is earned by the firm and network firm while providing audit and non-audit services to the entity and its subsidiaries. That needs to be disclosed. And third, safeguards applied to eliminate or reduce the threats to an acceptable level. That also needs to be disclosed. All right. So this will be the entire written declaration for independence, which is mandatory in audit of financial statements of listed entities. IFRS, I done. I done. All right. Now F for findings from audit. Significant findings from audit. Again, this is one of the question over here. Look at this MTP August 25. What if it is question in September 26? Look at this. CA Ritu is conducting statutory audit of KLM Limited. During the audit, she encountered significant difficulties in obtaining certain information. She also noted that one of the accounting practices was not applied by the company properly. With reference to SA 260, what are the significant findings from audit that should be communicated to TCWG? So I'm giving you simple formula. If the question is about significant findings, all right, your code word should be wo mard. All right. So these are the points which are to be communicated with TCWG. All right. So look at this. Wo. W for written representation. Whatever written representation we have requested from management, if management is not providing, then we will go to whom? Those charged with governance. All right. O for any other matter which is relevant to financial statements, which is very important for TCWG. Now, Mard. M for matters subject to discussion with management. There can be some very significant matters which were discussed with management, like some fraud by employees or some GST non-compliances. So whatever was discussed with management, which is very important, that you feel that there is a requirement to communicate with those charged with governance. All right. A for accounting practices. Not some simple points of accounting practices. Like debit what comes in, credit. No. Qualitative aspects of accounting practices. Which aspects? Qualitative aspects of accounting practices. Important policies, estimates, disclosures. All right. These kind of things we will communicate with those charged with governance. All right. Then R for hello, whatever are the modifications in the report, qualified, adverse, disclaimer, key audit matter, emphasis on matter, other matter. All right, whatever are the main concepts of audit report. All right, wherever you have included additional discussions in audit report, that also you will communicate with those charged with governance. And whatever difficulties you have encountered, like management is not allowing you to get the data, whatever it is. So whatever difficulties you have encountered, that also you will communicate with those charged with governance. Now listen to me, everyone. If I look at this question, wo mard, W for written representation, O for other matters relevant to financial reporting, M for matters discussed with the management, A for accounting practices, qualitative aspects, R for report modification, and D for difficulties encountered. If you look at the question, D for difficulties encountered and A for accounting practices were already discussed. So you have to write the balance points which are not covered over here. All right. So wo mard. All right. Whatever you have to write that wo mard, and whatever is covered is fine. Other points you can write over here. All right. So wait. I'll go back to my discussion. We are communicating with those charged with governance. All right. What are the matters to be communicated? IFRS. I for independence, very important MCQ which we have done. F for findings. R for responsibilities of the auditor. When I was taking the revision of chapter 11, all right, ethics and terms of engagement, there was one very important point which I did not discuss at all. All right, now it will help me. All right, so listen to me. When we were discussing chapter 11, yeah, when we were discussing chapter 11, we came across this concept. All right, we came across this concept of engagement letter, correct? We came across this concept of engagement letter. All right. Engagement letter is sent to whom? All right. It is to the management by the auditor. So if I am the auditor, can I write engagement letter to those charged with governance? Yes. Listen to me. Engagement letter can be given to management or TCWG. Now imagine she is the management and imagine he is those charged with governance. All right. I am the auditor. If I have already discussed the letter of engagement with TCWG, then he already knows the response. He already knows that I'm the auditor, yes or no, sir. He already knows my responsibility, yes or no, sir. Now, if I tell him, hey, yeah, should sit for 2 minutes, no? Actually, my responsibility is to obtain reasonable assurance. Hey, what you are suffering from some Alzheimer? You have only discussed the letter of engagement with me, no? SA 210, chapter 11, interfere. But now I'm discussing SA 260, chapter 7. Listen, my response, hey, no, yeah, this will look so comedy, so stupid. All right. So look at this. They are saying that if letter of engagement has been discussed and agreed with TCWG, then there is no separate communication required as per SA 260. However, if letter of engagement has been agreed with, then we will have to forward a copy of such letter to those charged with governance. So one more time. I for independence listed entity written declaration compulsory. F for significant findings. वो मर्द. Alright. R for responsibilities of auditor. If I have discussed letter of engagement with TCWG, no need to communicate as per SA 260. If I have not discussed letter of engagement with TCWG, then I will have to forward a copy. All right. And as for scope and timing of audit, no need to by hand this. All right. Plan scope and timing of audit. Whatever is my planned scope and timing of audit, when I will visit and stuff, all that I will discuss with TCWG. All right. So I repeat, we are done with who is TCWG. We are done with matters to be communicated with TCWG. The very first question that we did was benefits of the communication. All right. Now let us see if there is some more question over here. All right. 1, 2, 3. Yes. So very few questions have been asked from SA 260 because anyways the content of SA 260 is limited at CA inter level. All right. So who is TCWG? Matters to be communicated and benefits of such communication. All right. That is more than enough when it comes to SA 260 communication with TCWG. All right. Next, SA 265. All right. This has some good question. Communicating deficiencies in internal control to those charged with governance and management. Communicating deficiencies in internal control to TCWG and management. The essay is very clear that essay is worried only about deficiencies in internal control. Everyone over here, listen to me. deficiencies in internal control. Okay, listen to me. When you are conducting audit, all right, during the course of audit, if you find that there is some weakness in their internal control system, means there is some deficiency in internal control system. First of all, what is the meaning of the word deficiency? I want clear formula in your mind. Either internal control is unable to PDC, either it is unable to prevent, detect, or correct misstatement. So system is there, but it is not functioning. All right. For example, cashier and accountant are separate people. I've divided the duties, but no one is checking the work of each other. All right. So it is unable to prevent and detect and correct misstatement. Second, all right, the control is missing. The necessary control is missing. It is a missing control. All right. That is why it is not able to PDC. Let us say I have appointed the same person as the cashier and same person as the accountant. If same person has multiple duties, okay, then in that case it has too much power. Too much power, then they can commit a fraud, yes or no, sir? Yes. So one more time. Either control is unable to PDC or the control necessary to PDC is missing. Tell me. Either control is unable to PDC or the control necessary to PDC is missing. Then we say it is a deficiency in internal control. Let us say you are conducting audit of DMart. All right. And in one of the stores of DMart, let us say in South End store of Bangalore DMart, all right, there was one daily stock reconciliation exercise which was not done properly by them. Which was not done properly by them. Can I say we need to inform the CFO of DMart? Yes or no, sir? Oh, that will be too much, yeah. All right, that will be too much. Okay. So what institute says is, if you identify deficiency in internal control, you will have to check whether it is a significant deficiency or not. Only if it is a significant deficiency, then you go to higher level of management, TCWG and stuff. But if it is not a significant deficiency, all right, then you will communicate with lower level only. All right. Like I told you, DMart, one of the store, there is a problem in stock reconciliation. You cannot say it is a significant deficiency. Wait, don't read the chart. That means our main job is to find out whether a deficiency is a. All right. Then which deficiency will be called as significant deficiency? Any deficiency which requires the attention of TCWG. Tell me. Any deficiency which requires the attention of TCWG. Theory is fine. Practically, how we will come to know. All right. Exactly. That is the question. List some of the matters that auditor may consider in determining whether a deficiency is a significant deficiency or not. There are too many matters given over here, but my code word is clear, like volume and amount of SUSU. All right. When will I say that the deficiency is a significant deficiency? Listen, when the likelihood, what is likelihood? Probability. Probability of material misstatement increases, like, okay. Second, imagine in a banking industry, in the interest calculation software, if there is a simple deficiency that there is one error of 1 day, software is not able to calculate that 1 day properly. So that leap year and stuff is not functioned programmed properly. Tell me, will it be a significant deficiency? Yes. Because of the volume involved, because of the all right. So volume will also decide whether a deficiency is a significant deficiency or not. All right. Then I also need to see how much amount is exposed to that deficiency. I went to the management. Management, there is no one ready to over here. There is no one watching over the cash balance. All right. No one is looking at the hard cash. Management gave me a hard slide. That idiot, the only cash that we have is petty cash. For that, you want me to appoint an employee or what? Oh, so I also need to see the amounts exposed to deficiency. All right. Then SUSU. Sue. Sue for susceptibility to loss or fraud. Tell me, if I give you plant and machinery, which is there in 2 acres of land, right? That okay, you can steal this. Or I give you cash to steal. Where you will steal first? Cash, no? Because the cash is more exposed. Susceptibility means exposed. Cash is more exposed to loss or fraud. So that cash deficiency is a significant deficiency. Understood this? So everyone over here, you can't take decision just by one factor. You have to see everything. All right. Like volume and amount of SUSU. All right. SU. Subjectivity and complexity of estimated amounts. All right. Tell me everyone, I have invested in a private limited company, all right, which is a computer company, computer software company. The turnover of this private limited company is Infosys turnover divided by 1 lakh. All right. So can I say the share price of this private limited company will be Infosys share price divided by 1 lakh? Yes or no, sir? Are you know now? If I am calculating in this manner, all right, first of all, you will take my CA degree. All right. Boss, value of a private limited company is a very subjective calculation. It is a very all right. If there is a deficiency in such area, then it will turn out to be a significant deficiency. All right. So, like volume, I should have a proper calculation software, not this way. Like volume and amount of susu, like for likelihood, then volume, amount, all right, and susceptibility to loss or fraud, and then subjectivity and complexity. All right. These things will help me to decide whether a deficiency is a significant deficiency or not. Now my essay goes ahead. If it is a significant deficiency, if it is a significant deficiency, all right, if it is a significant deficiency, then I will communicate in writing with appropriate level of management and TCWG. Both are both. I will communicate with appropriate level of management and TCWG. Who will be the appropriate level of management? Some kind of lower level manager or the CEO, CFO? CEO, CFO, because it is a significant deficiency. Let us say that I have a complaint with CFO only. CFO is the one because of which there is a deficiency. Then I will communicate straight away with TCWG. If management appears to be involved, then communicate directly with TCWG. If TCWG is also involved, then this essay does not talk about it. All right. Because this essay is an internal communication. But normally we take legal advice then what to do. All right. But don't write all of that. So if there is a significant deficiency, we will communicate in writing with appropriate level of management and TCWG. If management appears to be involved, then communicate directly with TCWG. However, if it is not a significant deficiency, like one DMart store stock reconciliation problem, right? Then you will communicate with that store manager. You will communicate with that. But wait, you went to the store manager. Store manager, yesterday employees, they did not do the reconciliation properly. Get out from here. I already have a field manager. He told me that. You should have first asked field manager whether he has informed me or not, and then entered my cabin. Understood? Look at this. So I have to determine whether such deficiency has been communicated internally to appropriate level of management. If someone has already communicated this to the appropriate level of management, all right, then in that case, no communication is required by the auditor as per SA 265. All right. However, if no one has communicated this to the appropriate level of management, then I will communicate in writing with appropriate level of management. But who will be the appropriate level of management over here? The immediate higher level authority. So if it is the stock reconciliation it will be the store manager. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes. So one more time, this chart is everything. All right. First, we need to see whether there is a deficiency in internal control. Deficiency in internal control, either internal control is unable to PDC or the necessary control which is required for PDC is missing. All right. Then we have to see whether it is a significant deficiency. For that, I will have to see like volume and amount of susu. All right. Then, if it is a significant deficiency, I will communicate in writing with appropriate level of management and DCWG. Your appropriate level will be CEO or CFO. However, if management is involved, then I will communicate directly with TCWG. If TCWG is involved, I will not think about it. If it is not a significant deficiency, then first I have to determine whether it is internally communicated to the appropriate level of management. All right. If it is internally communicated to the appropriate level of management, then in that case, no communication is required by the auditor as per 265. However, if it is not communicated with appropriate level of management, then we'll have to communicate in writing as per 265. You don't watch this video in 2x, 4x, idiot. All right. So everyone, that was for record. Okay. Look at this. Examples of significant deficiency, like volume and amount of susu that is done. Sometimes students susu at the wrong place. All right. No. Sometimes the question can be indicators of significant deficiencies. Sometimes the question can be indicators. Which caters? Indicators of significant deficiency. Let us say if you find mistake in my book. All right. The first thing that you will think is, see, that means he did not see his own book. We are students, no? He should have first read the book. That means there is some problem in his process. All right. You have not actually found out what is the problem, but you are now doubting me. Right. This is an indicator of significant deficiency. Look at this. Misstatements detected by the auditor which were not detected by entities, internal control. Hello, yes. All right. Mid. Yeah, MIP. Yeah, mid. All right. Then look at this. Ineffective control environment. Work culture. Bloody that CFO, CEO, director, chairman are playing Ludo. All right. When you are communicating deficiency to them, they are asking you also to join in the game. Ineffective control environment, work culture. All right. Work culture is very ineffective. No one is looking after anyone. All right. Then, hello. Let us say you did not find mistake in my book. I told you that there is a mistake and I asked you to rectify. Still, you will doubt me. That means he did not see this before printing. Right. So, even if management discloses mistake to the auditor, that sorry, auditor, last year we committed a mistake, we have rectified it. That means something went wrong somewhere, yes or no, sir? Yes. So disclosure of prior period items, this mistakes of the last year getting rectified in the current year, prior period item, all right? So tell me everyone, indicators of significant deficiency, say MID or FDIM, all right? So M for misstatements detected by the auditor, which were not detected by the management. I for ineffective control environment, all right? D for disclosure of previous year's misstatement in the current year's P&L. Am I clear with this? Yes. All right. Sometimes that can be a question. Let us see what they have asked over here. CA Vasu was appointed 1 minute. This question. See MTP April 25. What if it is actual question September 26? All right. Auditors are required to obtain an understanding of internal control. Yeah. PDC Limited appointed CA Nikhil as auditor for financial year 25-26. Yeah. During the audit, he observed significant deficiency. Yeah. Look at this theory question. What is that straight away? Actually, there are 5, 6 indicators. I gave you only 3 because beyond that, students can't buy it. Right? If you can, then it is fine. Misstatement detected by the auditor, which management has not detected. Misstatement detected by the auditor, which management has not detected. Then I for ineffective control environment. D for disclosure of a misstatement. All right. So at least 2, 3 points. There's some respectable marks will get over there. All right. If they talk about indicators of significant deficiency, do not susu. If they talk about indicators of significant deficiency, where you will susu? Only if they ask, list out some matters or examples which talk about significant deficiency. All right. Now listen to me. Let us say you have identified significant deficiency. All right. Then this essay wants you to communicate in writing with appropriate level of management and those charged with governance significant deficiency. But how you will communicate in writing? Can I say we can just send a snap to TCWG? No. All right. You will need to give a detailed communication. All right. Look at this. You have to explain what is the deficiency. D for description. You have to tell them that what can be the effect of that deficiency. So listen, when you are communicating in writing, you have to they. Okay. D for description and E for explanation of the effect. All right. Sometimes it so happens, all right, that one girl is sharing her notes with one boy, and the boy starts family planning. All right. And she is so supportive. And then the girl says, relax, bro. All right. I am just sharing notes. You are thinking too much. Similarly, even auditor needs to control the expectations of TCWG. That bro, I am here to conduct audit of financial statements and express an opinion. I am not here to provide a separate assurance on internal control. I am not here to provide separate assurance on internal control. All right. So my audit does not include such assurance on internal control. This communication is only for your clarification. That does not mean that I will express a separate opinion on internal control. Look at this. You have to explain them the context that, bro, I was just sharing notes. What you want me to share, I will not. Look at this context of the communication. That purpose of audit was only to express an opinion on the financial statements. All right, I have considered only those controls which are relevant to financial statements. Only those deficiencies have been communicated which were identified during the audit. Am I clear with this? Yes. This is compulsory. Further, it's just a recommendation, but this is compulsory. D, E, they, context. Tell me. They, context. D for description, E for explanation of effect. All right. Of that deficiency. And then we have to explain them the context. All right. The point of view, the feelings. So everyone over here. Now let us go to this CA Vasu. CA Vasu was appointed as auditor of Messrs. Pizza Limited for financial year 23-24. While reviewing internal controls, all right, he observed that the company has entered into many transactions with firms in which directors are interested. The company's specified procedure was bypassed in such transaction. Oh, system not followed in related party transactions. What do you think? Is it a significant deficiency? Are hello. Yes, if the system is not followed in a related party transaction, obviously it is a significant deficiency. Don't worry, they are not trusting your brain. They have written it in the question. That it is a significant. Anyways, you should understand that it is a significant deficiency. All right. He communicated this deficiency to TCWG as under. Look at this CA Vasu, Gen Z auditor. Look at this. One line is communicating that, bro, controls over significant transactions with related parties are weak. Okay. Thank you. All right. This is such a short communication. All right. In view of the above, please explain what is meant by internal control. Hey, baby, what is meant by deficiency in internal control? All right. So look at this. What is meant by deficiency in internal control? All right. One control is YouTube editor. Right. One, I'm a very sophisticated person. All right. One control is unable to PDC. All right. Or the necessary control for PDC is missing. All right. Then, as per SA 265. All right. Whether the significant deficiency communication is appropriate? No, because CA Vasu has to their context. All right. Look at this. He has to give a description. He has to explain the effect. He also has to give a context of communication. All right. Therefore, this communication is not proper. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes. One more time. When it comes to SA 265, first we should know that the definition of deficiency in internal control. All right. Then we should find out like volume and amount of SUSU, whether it is a significant deficiency. If it is a significant deficiency, management and TCWG, unless management is involved. If it is not a significant deficiency, check whether it has been internally communicated. Yes, then no need to communicate. If no, then you have to communicate. And then when you are communicating significant deficiency, you have to the context. Is everyone clear with this? Yes. Remember one thing. SA 260. All right. Communication with TCWG. What was that? IFRS. All right. In that, only I for independence was compulsory communicated in writing. IFRS. There were 4 matters. In that, only I was communicated in writing. F, R, and S can be communicated orally also. All right. R though may not be required only if letter of engagement has been communicated with TCWG. But SA 265, SA requires only written communication. Which communication? Only written communication. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. So 260 is not mandating written communication for everything, but 265 requires a written communication. All right. Last essay for chapter 7. Hey, this is that same question. I mean, not repeated just for practice. Deficiency and significant deficiency. All right. Now, essay 450. Sorry. Last essay for this chapter 7, essay 450. Evaluation of misstatements identified during the audit. I have a very clear formula for essay 450 also. Everyone over here, please focus if you want to do it very fast. All right. Essay 450. Okay. This is the small working of SA 450. All right. As you can see on your screen. SA 450. All right. Says evaluation of misstatements identified during the audit. The first thing, the moment you obtain misstatement, if you identify a misstatement, can I say the first thing that you will do is communicate with the management for rectification? Yes or no, sir? No, wait. All right, listen, that's okay. All right, that's okay. Let us say that you are conducting audit of Reliance Industries Limited, and you found an error of 5,000 rupees in salary. 5,000 rupees in Reliance Industries Limited. You will communicate with the management. Management, 5,000, they will kill you there. All right. Have some level. Don't expose your class over there. All right. That is Anand Ambani. Are you getting my point? So tell them, listen, hey, I don't want to communicate. That is on identifying misstatements. All right. We only know our bank balance. Don't show it to them. All right. On identifying misstatements during the audit. All right. The first thing is first evaluate whether it is within clearly trivial level or not. Whether it is within, listen, clearly trivial means immaterial. Bullshit. Listen, material, immaterial, and clearly trivial are three different words. Tell me, material, immaterial, and clearly trivial are three different words. Material and immaterial is very judgmental. All right. For example, 50 rupees currently. Just God Lakshmi only for example. All right. 50 rupees currently in this age and in this situation. All right. For me, it is immaterial. All right. Currently, for you, not considering your father's income, considering for you, it can be material. All right. As of now. But let us say for both of us, if we are traveling in two separate autos, there is a bill of 29 rupees and we have three 10 rupees note. All right. And the auto person says, sorry, I don't have change. Then 1 rupee, we will let it go. That is clearly trivial. When I say clearly trivial, means, acha, that 1 rupee, I will also let it go, you will also let it go. Clearly trivial is not immaterial. You will get zero if you write immaterial. Say clearly trivial is clearly inconsequential. Say clearly trivial is clearly. You use this no when you are frustrated with someone that bloody you are absolutely not important for me. If you don't message, what do you think? I will not be able to live my life. You are clearly trivial, clearly inconsequential. All right. Don't use slang language. No. Use audit language. I will give you the words. All right. So if someone is absolutely not important, trash in your life, tell them you are clearly trivial. You have no consequence considering your size, nature, and circumstances. All right. So everyone over here, considering your size, nature, and circumstances. All right. So remember, now you will never forget this. Clearly, see, when I'm taking normal lectures, no, I am worried too much about concepts. In this, I'm a different person. I am just worried that please wear the clothes. That is. So on identifying misstatements, all right, I want to see whether it is within clearly trivial level or not. If it is clearly trivial level, clearly inconsequential considering S and C, size, nature, and circumstances. All right. Neither the size of the amount matters, nor the nature matters, nor the situation matters. All right. Absolutely no consequence. If that is the case, if it is within clearly trivial level, then you need not accumulate such misstatements for further communication. You need not accumulate such misstatements for further communication. However, if it is above clearly trivial level, all right, then you will accumulate the misstatements for communication. So every single misstatement is not rectified or not communicated. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, wait. If it is above clearly trivial level, you will accumulate the misstatements for communication with the management. But before communication, check one thing. Let us say you're conducting audit of government entity and Comptroller and Auditor General of India has said that if you find any misstatement which is above clearly trivial level, all right, then you will communicate directly to the office of CNAG. Then don't communicate with management. Check whether there is any prohibition by applicable laws. So listen to me. Communicate such misstatements with appropriate level of management. Look at this. What I've written. Such communication is prohibited by applicable laws. And I will communicate with a request to correct. So not 99% you will communicate. 1% if there is prohibition, then you will not communicate. Alright? So misstatement above clearly trivial level, yes. Then you will accumulate, yes. You will communicate only if there is no prohibition by law. Alright, with a request to rectify. Let us say now there are two possibilities. Either management rectifies or management does not rectify. If management rectifies, then we'll have to check whether it is appropriately rectified. However, if management refuses to rectify, if management refuses to rectify, all right, then you will have to understand the reasons that why it is not rectified. Sometimes it is possible that misstatement is not misstatement only. It is just your misunderstanding. All right. So you have to obtain the reasons. If the reasons are not valid, they have valued inventory at cost or NRV, whichever is higher. So tell me, can there be any valid reason for this? No. All right. So reasons are not valid. Reasons are not valid. Now we will communicate with those charged with governance. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? Yes. But wait. What we will communicate with TCWG? Whatever are the fast, whatever are, we can't give too much time to this essay. Whatever are the uncorrected misstatement and its effect on the financial statements, and I will request them to correct. But listen to me, Halosh. I am going in front of those charged with governance. I am going in front of those charged with governance. All right. I am the auditor. Madam, you are TCWG. All right. You are fully serious, like Board of Director Audit Committee Chairman. All right. So let us say she is TCWG. I tell her, TCWG, actually management has not rectified this misstatement. You see this drunkard management. All right. So this management has not rectified certain misstatements. She is TCWG. She will want more information from me. Like, Pragnesh, so what? What is the exact effect of this? Is it material? Do you want to modify opinion for this? Maybe. My homework is pending, man. So listen to me. Hello. If you see, I have pulled out an arrow from you. Right? That when you go to TCWG, you can't go unprepared. Where there is a question. All right. We will have to evaluate the effect of uncorrected misstatements. We have to evaluate the effect of uncorrected misstatements. All right. She is TCWG. She would want to know what is the effect of uncorrected misstatements. All right. Now listen to me. I have to finally tell her whether that effect is material or immaterial. You know what? Many times every day I feel, right, that I should divorce my wife. All right. But then when actually I will divorce, then the matter has to be actually material. When I actually think about signing divorce papers, I feel no, yeah, it's okay. All right. Then again, no, yeah, it's okay. So what I'm trying to tell you is that when you finally complain to TCWG, all right, please ensure that you consider everything: size, nature, circumstances of uncorrected misstatements of current period. When I think about that final step, no, it's not only about the latest fight that I've had. I think about all the fights that we have. Look at this. Consider size, nature, and circumstances of uncorrected misstatements of current period plus the unresolved trauma of the past. Effect of uncorrected misstatements of prior period. One more time. What will I tell to TCWG? Size, nature, and circumstances of uncorrected misstatements of the current period plus the effect of uncorrected misstatements of the prior period. Am I clear with this? Yes. Wait. I need to tell to TCWG whether it is material or it is immaterial. Whether it is material or it is immaterial. You see, I've put double asterisk over here. Look at this. And when I go for that final signing of divorce papers, I like, no. What she did was cute. It was not that irritating. Look at this. So prior to evaluating the effect of uncorrected misstatements, you please think one more time. What do I have written? Re-evaluate. Come on, in one voice. If I'm giving so much time and I'm doing drama, then there is a question for this. Please understand. Re-evaluate materiality as per entity's actual financial results. That means one last time we will evaluate as per the actual results, whether it is material or not. Am I clear with this? Yes or no, sir? Yes. One more time. We are going to communicate with those charged with governance. Those charged with governance will require uncorrected misstatement and its effect on the financial statements. All right. But then how to evaluate the effect of uncorrected misstatements? All right. I need to consider size, nature, and circumstances of uncorrected misstatements of the current period. Plus, I need to also consider the effect of uncorrected misstatements of the prior period. And I need to finally re-evaluate the materiality. All right. And then I will decide whether it is material or not. And I will communicate with TCWG. All right. Everything I'll communicate with TCWG. Okay. I will request them to correct those misstatements. If misstatement is not rectified, now listen to me. Problem is, what? Students straight away modify opinion. Your problem of your generation is you want to straight away come to climax. Okay. Bloody look at this. There is whole process. Okay, straight away, don't say modify opinion. Look at this. If misstatement is not rectified, institute says, wait, one last chance. Take a written representation from them. I went to management, oh, take TCWG. All right. I asked her to rectify. She's also saying no. Then I will say, okay, you fraudster. All right. No, no. What I will do is, I will ask her to give me a written representation. Then, madam, you please give it to me in writing. And according to you, misstatements are not misstatements. Or you give it to me in writing that according to you, misstatements are immaterial. See, I will embarrass her. Sometimes you know what happens. You also fight with your parents. I am 25 years. I have my life. I will take my own decision. Then parents will say, okay, leave. Go, live your life. That's not the solution. You will say, sorry. All right, I just spoke, sorry. Similarly, I'm trying to embarrass her. Madam, you don't want to verify, you don't want to rectify inventory value at cost hierarchy, whichever is higher. All right, you are not showing legal cases as contingent liability. You give it to me in writing that it is immaterial. Do you think she will write that? No. So she will rectify. Please understand this English. I want to obtain either you sign that they are not misstatements or you give it to me in writing that they are. All right. This will be the last effort from my side to get it rectified. If still it is uncorrected, then I will evaluate the materiality of whatever is uncorrected. And then finally, if it is material, then I will modify my opinion. That is SA 450. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? All right. This can be very nice MCQs. All right. This one page, all right, has entire SA 450. All right. Listen, everyone over here. Now I will straight away solve the questions. You are nearing completion of audit of a company. All right. On going through your working papers, it is noticed that finished goods inventory was overvalued by rupees 2 crore. It has also been noticed that freight of rupees 10 lakhs paid on import of machinery was charged to statement of P&L. Discuss how you should proceed, and you know what inter-CA students are doing? The moment this inventory overvalued, rate of qualified or adverse opinion. Bloody no one is asking your opinion. They are saying how you should proceed and communicate. Means the question is from SA 450. Any question about communication of misstatement? Any question about communication of misstatement? That question will be from SA 450. Tell me everyone. Chalo, fatafat 450. Is this misstatement above clearly trivial level? Are fast, yaar. Inventory overvalue. All right, one more time. Is this misstatement above clearly trivial level? Yes, you will accumulate such misstatement and communicate to appropriate level of management unless prohibited by law and regulation with a request to rectify. If management does not correct the misstatement, you will obtain the understanding of the results. If the results are invalid, then you will communicate with those charged with governance the effect of uncorrected misstatements on the financial statements with a request to rectify. Are you getting my point? So you have to bring that communication point over here. Yeah. All right. All of a sudden, do you see that I am energized here? Increase in energy because this chapter is getting completed. I'm as happy as you. Look at this. Feelings are mutual. All right. Up and High Private Limited. You don't want to see me. I don't want to see you. Up and High Private Limited has started its export business during the year. Joking. Huh? I want to see you at CA Final. During the year 23-24. The company was catering to domestic market only in past years. CAH, statutory auditor of the company, is of the view that company has understated its revenue by rupees 50 lakhs by not complying with requirements of AS9 relating to revenue recognition. Discuss the responsibilities of statutory auditor. Some idiot in first 15 minutes he will think, oh, AS9 question. All right. Discuss the responsibilities of statutory auditor to communicate with management in the above situation in accordance with SA 450. All right. Okay. This is fine. Also explain the usefulness. The best usefulness of this communication is that management will rectify. If management rectifies, all right, it ensures that financial statements are free from material mistake. If management refuses, so do you understand my chart is enough? All right, for answering these questions. CA Sandeep has identified certain misstatements during the course of audit of an entity. Except two misstatements, all were corrected by management. He wants to obtain written representation. One more time, what will be the content of written representation? That either you give it to me in writing, that these are not misstatements, or you give it to me in writing, all right, that the effect of uncorrected misstatement is immaterial. All right. Okay. Describe the matter contained in such written representation. MTP August 25, September 20. Also discuss documentation requirements regarding misstatements identified during the course of audit. Hello. What were the main points in SA 450? First, clearly trivial level. Then communication. All right. And then evaluation. Hello. That all that we will document. Clearly trivial, whatever you've accumulated, whatever you've communicated, whatever is your final conclusion. Whenever there is any question on documentation, just remember that particular concept, whatever main points you recollect of that concept, say that document. All right. This question I was talking about for all that drama that I did. This is final say question copy pasted at Inter CA level. While assessing the impact of uncorrected misstatements in the audit of Mini Builders Private Limited, Mr. Gautam encountered a significant issue relating to calculation of materiality on revenue. The initial materiality was based on estimated figures provided by the management to estimate full year extrapolated sales for 11 months to arrive at a figure for 12 months. This relax. Basically, they have set some kind of materiality level. They have set some kind of materiality level. Tell me, when you started inter CA preparation for your attempt, you would have decided what is important, what is not important, yes or no, sir? Hello? You would have done some analysis, yes or no, sir? But when you came closer to your attempt, tell me your materiality level changed, yes or no, sir? Yes. Exactly. So, listen, initial level, Gotham had set some kind of materiality level. But what happened, however, given the nature of mini builders on it, as a company in the construction sector where monthly sales exhibit substantial variation, unique challenge emerged. What happens with, what you feel is important at the start turns out to be not important at the end. Actual sales for the last month deviated significantly from the estimated sales. So earlier, what you thought was important, now that level is changing. All right. As a result, the last month's actual sales represented only 30% of estimated sales. All right. Now, Mr. Gautam is confronted with a dilemma regarding the appropriate approach to evaluate the uncorrected misstatements using previously calculated materiality. So at the start of the audit, he had calculated a materiality. But what did I tell you? What did I tell you? That at the end, you will have to reevaluate the materiality as per actual financial results. Tell me, when you started inter CA, you would have set some kind of materiality. Then when you wrote mock test papers, you realize that something is some other chapters are also important. So what you will do is you will reevaluate the materiality as per the actual financial results. Do you feel this point? Yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. All right. That is what they are trying to say. That what Gotham needs to do is he needs to reassess the materiality as per the actual financial results. You will see some references of SA 320 materiality, but that you can ignore in this answer. All right. As the audit progresses, materiality may be revised. All right. Then most importantly, they have discussed the case. Mr. Gautam must review and reassess materiality to ensure its continued validity as per the actual results. Don't worry about the entire answer. This is a CA final level question. I'm not expecting copy paste at inter CA. All right. But if it is asked, I don't want my students to score zero. You should understand that as per the actual financial results, we have to reassess the materiality. Am I clear with this? Yes. Yes. All right. That is your essay 450 evaluation of misstatements identified during the course of audit. Okay. With that, we bring chapter 7 to an end. All right. Everyone over here. We will now finish chapter 8 audit report. Okay. Chapter 8 audit report. Listen to me. When it comes to chapter 8 audit report, there are certain short questions that are asked from this chapter 8 and it is logically easily doable. All right. I will divide chapter 8 into three parts. One is SA 700 to SA 706. All right. Which is the main part of chapter 8, the whole audit report format, qualified opinion, adverse opinion, disclaimer of opinion, emphasis of matter, other matter. All right. Okay. Then second part of chapter 8 is some small essays. SA 710, SA 600 and SA 299. And third part of chapter 8 all right, is the company audit reporting requirements, all right, which includes your section 143, subsection 1, subsection 3, subsection 12, and CARO 2020. All right. So how much can you remember for this and how much is actually required for exams? All right. So everyone over here, when it comes to chapter 8, audit report, first and the foremost thing that we should be very clear with is qualified adverse and disclaimer of opinion. There should be no doubt over there. One minute. Yeah. Okay. First and the foremost thing that we should be very clear with is qualified adverse and disclaimer of opinion. So we will first finish all the questions of essay 705. All right. Modification to the opinion in independent auditors report. See, I know that by the time you reach marathon session, obviously you know qualified opinion is financial statements show a true and fair view except for the following. Adverse opinion is financial statements do not show a true and fair view. Disclaimer of opinion is that we are unable to form an opinion. I'm not interested in such basic knowledge. I'm very much interested in directly the question and the answers. All right. So everyone over here, discuss the factors affecting the decision of the auditor regarding which type of modified opinion is appropriate. How do we decide between qualified adverse and disclaimer? How do we decide? First of all, we need to see whether we have obtained evidence or not. So the very first matter is whether we have obtained evidence or not. Second, if we have obtained evidence, what are the uncorrected misstatements? We need to see the effect of such uncorrected misstatement, whether the effect is material or not. There are two possibilities. Either the effect is material but not pervasive. What do you understand by pervasive? Major portion of the financial statements. All right. So effect is material but not pervasive. Then we will give a qualified opinion. But if effect is material and pervasive, then we will give an adverse opinion. All right. Like I had given questions over here. While auditing a company running coaching classes, you observed that admissions of the students and payment done to professors were wrongly recorded in the financial statements. In a coaching class, if admissions of students and payment done to professor itself is wrong, all right, that means the effect is material and pervasive. So we will say financial statements do not show a true and fair view, and we will give an adverse opinion. But in a coaching class company, all right, if the rent payments, all right, have not been properly recorded in a coaching class company, if the rent payments have not been properly recorded, then in that case, all right, it is only 5% of total expenses. Is it material? Yes, but it is not pervasive. Then we will say financial statement show a true and fair view except for the following, and we will give our qualified opinion. So basically, we decide based upon whether evidence has been obtained or not, and then we decide based upon whether it is pervasive or not. All right, so everyone over here, the decision which the factors which help us to make the decision, nature of the matter, or inability to obtain sufficient and appropriate evidence, judgment about pervasiveness of the matter. And then if you just draw my chart, all right, they have given table. If you also draw a chart, all right, with this theory and then the chart, then you are done. All right. This is how we decide which type of modified opinion is appropriate. All right. Okay. But if you remember, I had such kind of examples also. All right. Where I gave you an example that there is a material misstatement in opening balances. All right. But they have not given the name of the company, nothing. All right. We are not able to understand that whether it is malaria or cancer. We are understanding that it is material, but we are not understanding whether it is pervasive or not. All right. So listen. You observe that there are material misstatements in opening balances which have not been rectified by the management. So focus over here. Evidence obtained, yes. Uncorrected misstatements, yes. Effect is material, yes. But we are not understanding whether it is material but not pervasive or material and pervasive. All right. If we are not understanding whether it is material but not pervasive or material and pervasive, all right, if the question is silent on pervasiveness, then we will say either qualified or adverse. All right, but listen, what if they ask in MCQ? What if they keep the question silent on pervasiveness and you want to write either qualified or adverse? And what if they ask in MCQ and they are forcing you to select? Then in that case, you will go with the qualified opinion. So formula is very simple. Listen, evidence is available, yes. Uncorrected misstatements, yes. Material, yes. Material but not pervasive, qualified. Material and pervasive, adverse. But if the question is silent on pervasiveness, then either qualified or adverse. But if they are forcing you to select, then you will stay with a qualified opinion. However, if evidence is not available, then what is the English? All right, we need to evaluate the possible effect of undetected misstatement. If possible effect is material but not pervasive, all right, then we'll go with a qualified opinion. If possible effect is material and pervasive, then we'll go with a disclaimer of an opinion. So financial show and true except for the following, or we are unable to form an opinion. Again, look at this question. You observe that there is insufficient evidence to verify opening balances. Which balances we are not understanding? All right. So the question is silent on pervasiveness. Because the question is silent on pervasiveness, we'll go with qualified or disclaimer of an opinion. But again, if they are forcing us to select, then we will go with a qualified opinion. Am I clear with this? Yes. Okay. So everyone over here. Question number next. Distinguish between an adverse opinion and a qualified opinion. Why I have kept such kind of a question here? Distinguish between adverse and qualified, that is fine. That you just copy my chart, it is done. All right. Also, draft and opinion paragraph. All right. For both types of opinion. English, drafting. Adverse opinion, how much you know? Financial statements do not show true and fair view. All right. But listen to me. Whenever there is an opinion, all right. In any opinion paragraph, first there is always an introduction. 1, 2, 3, 4 till here. First, there is always an introduction. In introduction, we have to find out ENP. We have to find out the entity. We have to say that we have audited. All right. We have to find out the title of each statement, balance sheet, P&L, cash flow statement. All right. We have to give a reference to the notes to accounts. All right. We also have to, give the period. So directly don't start opinion. All right. First give an introduction. What will be the introduction? We have audited financial statements of so and so entity. Even if it is broken English, fine, but give some introduction. All right. We have audited financial statements of Reliance Industries Limited, consisting of balance sheet, P&L, cash flow statement for the year ended 31st March, so and so. All right. Give some introduction. And then you will start with the opinion. Adverse opinion, what is the main line? Financial statements do not show a true and fair view. So, in our opinion and to the best of our information and according to explanation given to us, right, the accompanying financial statements do not give a true and fair view. True and fair view of what? Of my face. True and fair view of the state of affairs as on year end. True and fair view of the means whatever is the position as on year end, and profit and loss and cash flows for the year ended. Everyone, if you want to see it very clearly, then look at this. How to draft an adverse opinion. This is just main opinion. All right. To the best of our knowledge and information available with us, financial statements of the entity do not show a true and fair view of the state of affairs as on year end, and profit and loss and cash flows for the year ended. But tell me, if you remember the audit report format, below opinion, there is always a basis for opinion. Below opinion, there is always a basis for opinion. So we have to say that due to the matters explained in basis for adverse opinion paragraph. All right. Okay. Qualified opinion, same. To the best of our knowledge, financial institutions show true and fair view, except for the matters explained in basis for qualified opinion paragraph. So everyone over here, drafting part. Okay. Then qualified opinion, again, if you see from here, it is introduction. All right. And then they are starting with opinion. If you just at least read once, no, this whatever questions I've selected for the revision. All right. Then you get a very good confidence. Okay, this is what we are supposed to do. All right. Next, while conducting audit of WPL Limited, you as an auditor are not only prevented in completing certain audit procedures, but also are not able to obtain evidence even by performing alternate audit procedures. How will you deal with this situation? Very nice question. All right. Everyone, there is a particular concept which I want to remind. There is a particular concept which I want to remind. All right. I don't have time to just surf through that particular concept now. Oh, I will not be able to control F over here. Wait. अरे यार एक तो हैंग हो रहा है. ठीक है चलो, आई मेक द नोट ओनली ओवर हियर. ऑलराइट. बहुत हैंग हो रहा है. ओके. Focus over here now. Everyone over here, very quickly. Oh, Baba, don't have time for all this. Right? Focus over here. Let us say that if sufficient and appropriate audit evidence is not available, all right. You tried performing alternate audit procedures. No, wait. I always tell you that when evidence is not available, you have to inquire for reasons. Whether there are valid reasons or there are invalid reasons. Okay. If there are invalid reasons, we discuss the matter with TCWG. We request them to remove the limitation. All right. But let us say TCWG refuses. TCWG refuses. All right. Now, this is an intentional limitation on scope of audit, which they are trying to put on me. This is a limitation on scope of audit imposed by management and those charged with governance. All right. Wait. If I'm going so slow in the marathon lecture, please understand this is very sensitive. All right. If sufficient appropriate audit evidence is not available, we ask for reasons. And if there are valid reasons, we will perform alternate audit procedures. All right. We perform alternate audit procedures, but after this also, if sufficient and appropriate audit evidence is not available, all right, then in that case, we call it as limitation. Do you remember this? Limitation on scope of audit due to circumstances. There are two types of limitations. One is limitation on scope of audit due to circumstances. One is they are intentionally blocking you. So limitation on scope of audit imposed by management and those charged with governance. Now listen to me. If there is a limitation on scope of audit due to circumstances, let us say accounting records destroyed due to fire. Accounting records destroyed due to fire. All right. So you will see focus over here. If there is a limitation on scope of audit due to circumstances, you will see whatever is the possible effect. Either possible effect is material but not pervasive, then you will give a qualified opinion. But if the effect is material and pervasive, then you will give a disclaimer of an opinion because evidence is not available. All right. But if there is a limitation of scope of audit imposed by management and TCWG, again you will evaluate the possible effect. You will evaluate the possible effect. There are two possibilities. Either possible effect is material but not pervasive, or possible effect is material and pervasive. If it is material but not pervasive, you will give a qualified opinion. But listen to me. If the possible effect is material and pervasive, first you will have to evaluate whether it is possible to withdraw. Whether it is, because it is pervasive, whether it is possible to withdraw. Practicable and possible to withdraw. Yes, then withdraw. Have some self-respect. If management is shutting the door on your face, not giving you purchase invoice, sales invoice, creating too many restrictions, you went to TCWG, they are also not cooperating, then we withdraw. Because possible effect is material and pervasive. Then you withdraw if it is possible. If it is not possible to withdraw, then you will give a disclaimer of an opinion. All right. It was a very special adjustment in the question bank. So everyone over here, limitation on scope of audit being imposed by management and those charged with governance. This is very special adjustment. Limitation on scope of audit being imposed by management and those charged with governance. Everyone over here, look at this. In this question, look at this. You are not only prevented in completing audit procedures, but you're not able to obtain evidence even by performing. All right, this is old course. Now, new course question. All right, CATA, while conducting audit of an entity is facing following issues. All right, look at this. He has not been provided with necessary support for attending inventory count. One, accounts manager is not providing him present address of customers as well as suppliers. Two, even mail IDs have not been provided. He was not able to verify revenue. He has been asking for bills on sample basis, but staff has been making lame excuses. Tell me, this is a limitation that they are trying to impose, yes or no, sir? Yes. The matter was brought to the knowledge of higher management, but of no avail. The auditor CATA has come to the conclusion that the possible effect, all right, would be material and affecting many aspects of the financial statements. In such a case, qualification will be inadequate. Means the possible effect will be material and pervasive. You may have to give a disclaimer. No. First, you'll have to decide whether it is possible to withdraw, because this is not a limitation due to circumstances. It is not like accounting records have been destroyed due to fire. No, 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 no. All right, this is very clear that they are trying to impose the limitation. So that full explanation is given. All right. Management has imposed limitation. It can lead to qualified or disclaimer. Request management to remove limitation. Management refuses, go to TCWG. All right. If auditor is unable to obtain evidence, auditor shall determine if the possible effect is material but not pervasive, qualify the opinion. If the possible effect, all right, is material and pervasive, then first decide to withdraw. If withdrawal is PP, practicable and possible. If it is not possible and practicable, then you give disclaimer of an opinion. Oh, but this will happen only when the limitation on scope of audit is imposed by the management. If it is due to circumstances, then you don't have to think about all this. Then only qualified or disclaimer, whatever is the opinion, you have to give it. Am I clear with this? Yes. All right. Next question. Seeing an associates while carrying out statutory audit of Rubber Industries Limited, observed that debtors are not making payment invoice wise, as the debtors constitute 60% of the total assets. Hey, debtors are not making payments invoice wise. Debtors are 60% of total assets. So auditor requested management to provide external confirmation of all the debtors outstanding for an amount exceeding rupees 1 lakh. However, management resisted and no external confirmation were made available. Auditor firm has decided to disclaim an opinion on the financial statements and seeks your guidance on amendments that should be made in the basis for opinion section and elements required by SS 700, which need not be included in the auditor's report. Guide them suitably. Listen to me. In a normal audit report, unmodified report where you are giving a clean opinion. Which opinion? Clean opinion. In the basis for opinion, there are total 4 points. I'm not talking about a disclaimer of opinion. In normal report, all right, basis for opinion has how many points? 4 points. All right, first, they have to give reference to essays. Second, they have to give reference to code of ethics that we have fulfilled our independence and all of that. Third, auditor has to give reference to auditor's responsibility paragraph, which is another paragraph in audit report. And fourth, all right, auditor has to say that evidence available with us is sufficient and appropriate. These are the 4 points which are included in the basis for opinion in a clean opinion. Which opinion? In a normal report, basis for opinion has how many points? 4 points. However, when you are giving disclaimer of an opinion, 2 points are removed. Which points are removed? Reference to auditor's responsibility paragraph, and the statement that evidence available with us is sufficient and appropriate. Look at this, everyone. They are saying auditor has decided to give Then they are saying if auditor has decided to give disclaimer of an opinion, then they are saying that there are some points which are supposed to be amended in basis for opinion. Then tell them, first of all, the title will be amended. Basis for opinion will be changed to basis for disclaimer of an opinion. And then 2 points, auditor's report shall not include following elements. Reference to auditor's responsibility paragraph will be removed, and evidence is sufficient and appropriate, that will be removed. So one more time, by heart this now. When it comes to disclaimer of an opinion, there are 2 points which will be removed from basis for opinion. Which points will be removed? Reference to auditor's responsibility paragraph, and then second, that evidence available with us is sufficient and appropriate. Normally basis for opinion has how many points? 4 points. From that, 2 will be removed. Question number 3. Messrs. ABC and Associates, statutory auditors of OPEC Limited, are in the process of finalizing the audit report of the company. But in view of their inability to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence, they would like to disclaim their opinion on the financial statements. Explain the reporting responsibilities of Messrs. ABC pursuant to SS 700. 700 means your audit report format. How will they address key audit matters as per SS 701 when they are expressing disclaimer of an opinion? Go slow. When it comes to disclaimer of an opinion, all right, this we will have to see practically only. All right. When it comes to disclaimer of an opinion, they want the list of all the changes in the audit report. So when it comes to disclaimer of an opinion, first the title opinion will change to disclaimer of an opinion. I am showing practically what if Reliance Auditor had given disclaimer. So opinion title will change to disclaimer, because sometimes through visuals you can remember. Okay. So opinion title will change to disclaimer. Then this first line we have audited. This line will change to we have been engaged to audit. See, I can't say we have audited. In a qualified opinion, adverse opinion, unmodified opinion, I can clearly say we have audited. Correct. But in disclaimer of opinion, we have not audited. So we'll have to say we have been engaged to audit. So first change, title will change. Second change, we have audited will change to we have been engaged to audit. Then this main opinion will change. Are we going to write in our opinion we are unable to form an opinion? Very straight away say we are unable to form an opinion. All right. Then basis for opinion will change to basis for disclaimer of an opinion. In basis for disclaimer of an opinion, 2 points will be removed. One is reference to auditor's responsibility, and second, that evidence available with us is sufficient and appropriate. 2 points will be removed. All right. Then, when you have a disclaimer of an opinion, first of all, are you aware that a listed entity has to include key audit matters? Yes or no, sir? Yes. But when you have a disclaimer of an opinion, when you have a audit, there will be no key audit matters. There will be no key audit matters. One more time. When you have a disclaimer of an opinion, the title opinion will change to disclaimer of an opinion. All right. Then in the opinion paragraph, we will have to say we are unable to form an opinion. Basis for opinion will change to basis for disclaimer of an opinion. All right. Then in that, 2 references will be removed. One is auditor's responsibility and second one is sufficient and appropriate. All right. Then entire key audit matters will be eliminated. Then listen to me. There is one paragraph called as auditor's responsibility paragraph. All right, which has 9 points. How many points? All 9 points will be removed and they will be replaced by only 3 points. All right, they'll be replaced by only 3 points. These are the changes in the audit report when you give disclaimer of an opinion. I will go back, and this has been questioned. What I don't like is that CA inter students are just qualified adverse disclaimer, qualified adverse disclaimer. All right, these are the questions. Look at this. So everyone, they have given the list of changes. All right. They have given the list of changes. Okay. And if you see over here, explain the reporting responsibilities. Okay. And most importantly, key audit matters will not form part of such a report. Are you clear with this? Yes. Yes. Okay. All right. So these are the basic points which I want you to remember for essay 705. All right. That is modification to the opinion. At least this much should be clear. All right. There are more points, but obviously here we have also our inherent limitations. All right. 705 is done. All right. 706, emphasis of matter and other matter paragraph. Emphasis of matter and other matter paragraph. Come on. First tell me, what do you remember for emphasis of matter and other matter paragraph? Emphasis of matter paragraph is used for accounting clarifications or auditing clarification. Accounting clarification. So as an auditor, whenever I feel that there is an important accounting adjustment which I want to highlight, then I will use which paragraph? Emphasis of matter. But as an auditor, whenever I feel that there is some very important clarification which I want to give with respect to my audit report, then I will use it in which paragraph? Other matter paragraph. All right. So everyone over here, emphasis of matter and other matter paragraph. Okay. So now English. Emphasis of matter is a matter which is presented or disclosed in the financial statements. Emphasis of matter is a matter which is presented or disclosed in the financial statement, for which auditor does not have a modified opinion on such matter. But as per auditor's judgment, matter is fundamental to the user's understanding of the financial statements. One more time, a matter which is presented or disclosed in the financial statements. Remember one thing, for which auditor does not have a modified opinion. All right, for which auditor does not have a modified opinion. If there is a modified opinion, then you write it in opinion paragraph and not in emphasis of matter. All right. So one more time, a matter which is presented or disclosed in the financial statements, for which auditor does not have a modified opinion, but as per auditor's judgment, matter is fundamental to the user's understanding of the financial statements. And most importantly, if you are conducting audit of a listed entity, you should be very clear that this is not a key audit matter. Only then you will write it in emphasis of matter. Give me four conditions one more time. A matter which is presented or disclosed in the financial statement, provided auditor does not have a modified opinion on such matter, provided auditor believes that disclosure of such matter is fundamental to the user's understanding of the financial statements. All right. And most importantly, provided auditor has concluded that it is not a key audit matter. Emphasis of matter you will write only if you are 100% sure that this is not a key audit matter. That is why, if you see my chart, which I give normally to all the batches, all right, if there is any accounting question, balance sheet, P&L, cash flow statement, no stock accounts, any item from accounts, you will have to see whether evidence is available or not available. If evidence is not available, then qualified or disclaimer of an opinion. If evidence is available, then you will have to check whether ACPD is correct or not. If ACPD is correct, wait. If ACPD is incorrect, then qualified or adverse opinion. But if ACPD is correct, all right, then there is a fight between different paragraphs. Okay, wait. You are not ready for the full chart right now. All right. So emphasis of matter paragraph. Next, other matter paragraph. Other matter paragraph is for auditing clarification. Other matter paragraph is for auditing clarification. This paragraph is used as additional disclosure in the audit report. Wait. Other matter is not your sundry paragraph. You can't write anything over there. Other matter is only for your auditing clarification. So it is a matter other than the matter presented or disclosed in the financial statements, provided you should feel that this matter is very important, all right, for the better understanding of the audit that has been performed, to bring more clarity about the audit. I am the company auditor, you are the branch auditor. In my audit report, I have used your work. In my audit report, I have used your work. You are the branch auditor, I am the company auditor. I would like to write in my audit report that there are 15 branches audited by another auditor whose work I have used. For such kind of things, you will use which paragraph? Other matter paragraph. All right. I have written as an example also. But you will use other matter only if it is not prohibited by law. And most importantly, it should not be a key audit matter. So give me the four conditions for other matter. A matter other than the matter presented or disclosed in the financial statement, provided auditor believes that disclosure of such matter, all right, is important for the better understanding of the audit that has been performed, to bring more clarity about the audit, auditor's responsibility, audit report, all right, provided it is not prohibited by laws and regulations, and most importantly, provided that auditor has concluded that it is not a key audit matter. All right. Am I clear with this? Yes. Wait. So if there is any matter related to audit procedures, scope of audit, auditor's responsibilities, that is auditing matter, first we will check whether it is covered in auditor's responsibility paragraph, which is 9-point paragraph. Yes, then auditor's responsibility paragraph. No, then we'll have to check, we'll have to confirm between key audit matter and other matter. All right. If it is a key audit matter, then we'll write it in key audit matter paragraph. If it is not a key audit matter, then we'll write it in other. You don't try to see the whole chart. All right. Just try to get the theme, the scheme of the things over here. All right. Don't try to get into the whole chart. So let us see now whether we are able to solve the questions or not. Lomax Limited is a company engaged in the business of manufacturing of candles. CA Kamalnath is the statutory of the company for financial year 21-22. During the year under audit, there was a fire in the company's factory, as a result of which some of the company's plant and machinery was destroyed. The same was disclosed by the company in the notes to accounts attached to the financial statements for the year ending 31st March 22. Hey, the same was disclosed by the company in the notes to accounts. Okay. CA Kamalnath decided to communicate this matter in the auditor's report, as he is of the view that the matter is of such importance that it is fundamental to the user's understanding of the financial statements. Help CA Kamalnath to deal with this situation. All right. First of all, tell me, is this an accounting matter or auditing matter? Accounting matter. Is it properly disclosed in the financial statements? Yes. Now you can use which paragraph? Emphasis of matter. But tell me, just don't copy the answer and just vomit. Don't you think it is a listed entity? Lomax Limited. If they write Lomax Limited, don't you think it is a listed entity? Yes or no, sir? No, no. This is what you will feel in exams. All right. Control your emotions. If they just say limited, it means it is a public company. Listed has to be given in the question. Am I clear with this? So all of a sudden you will feel emphasis matter, but no, there seems to be some hidden adjustment. I think no one has understood. Only I have understood. All right. So don't no overacting. Listed entity, key audit matter, these concepts you will think only if they have given in the question. Otherwise, you will not think about them. Am I clear with this? Yes or no, sir? Yes or no, sir? Wait, currently you are tired. There are more things in this question. There is the fire. All right. There is a fire. Can I say fire will damage the going concern? Yes or no, sir? अभी लाइटर है मेरे पास करूँ फायर मर जाएगा ऑलराइट सेवन सॉरी सो टेल मी tell me I don't have light that's all for the confession what I'm trying to say is if there is a fire some of the company's plant and machinery was destroyed all right some of the company's plant and machinery was destroyed what going concern no na there is no problem of going concern over here are you getting my point yes or no sir so currently you are just copying and you're doing like this all right acting karte karte sachi mein so what I'm trying to tell you is think about different things that you will think in the exam. This is only emphasis of matter. There is no other adjustment. Am I clear with this? Yes or no, sir? Now listen to me. When you are drafting emphasis of matter paragraph, you have to give reference to the notes to accounts and you have to clearly say that our opinion is not modified. Understood? Yes. All right. Now focus over here. Question. A Services Limited is into the litigation relating to some legal action initiated by the industry regulator. The matter has reached jurisdictional high court. Keeping in view uncertainty related to future outcome of the matter, statutory auditor of the company has decided to include everything given in the question. Emphasis of matter. Briefly discuss the considerations to be taken care by the auditor when emphasis of matter is included. Hello, my 4 points of that theory. Full theory you will have to write. State any two examples of circumstances where auditor may consider it necessary to include an emphasis of matter. One example you can write about subsequent event, adjusting event. One example of that question number one only you can write fire away. Hello. Right. So just write any two examples from notes to accounts, but good examples. Right? Okay. So that is your emphasis of matter. Other matter paragraph questions are covered in SA 710 and SA 299. So that is why I'm not covered it over here. Other matter paragraph questions. All right. Now SA 701. What is that? Communicating key audit matters in the independent auditor's report. All right. We will finally finish this concept of key audit matters. Everyone over here, listen to me. First of all, when it comes to key audit matters is a concept which is mandatory only for audit of financial statements of listed entities. All right. When it comes to exams, if there is a listed entity, key audit matter concept you must use. But if it is other entity, apply key audit matter only if, because even in unlisted entity, auditor can voluntarily apply. But you don't voluntarily apply. All right, don't take flying arrows in different places. All right, so in listed entity, key audit matter is must. In other entities, apply key audit matter only if question specifies. Correct. Now, what is the meaning of key audit matter? Which matter will be a key audit matter? Tell me. Key audit matters are selected from matters communicated with those charged with governance. One more time. Key audit matters are selected from Wikipedia? No, no. Selected from matters communicated with those charged with governance. And most important line is this line. Key audit matters are those matters that in auditor's professional judgment are of utmost significance in the audit of financial statements of the current period. One more time, what is the theory of key audit matters? Key audit matters are those matters that are selected from this, which is fine. But key audit matters are those matters that in auditor's professional judgment were of utmost significance in the audit of financial statements of the current period. In exams, how to find out which matter is a key audit matter? In exams, how to find out which matter is a key audit matter? Significant read. All right. Factors to be considered in determining which matters could be key audit matters. All right. Significant read. Significant read. R for risk of material mistake. If there is any area of significant risk, if there is any area of significant risk, then it will be a key audit matter. I have some examples of significant risk in chapter 3. All right. But it's okay. They will tell you that this area is an area of significant risk. We will consider it as a key audit matter. If then E for estimates. If there is any area of significant estimate, not your shitty provision for doubtful debts. All right. I'm talking about significant estimate like valuation of unlisted securities, all right, like complex legal cases, whether to show it as contingent liability or provision, such kind of estimates, like estimation of oil and gas reserves in Reliance Industries Limited. All right. So significant estimates with high uncertainty. Tell me, significant estimates with high uncertainty. So significant R for risk of material misstatement, E for estimates with high uncertainty, and then ET, significant events and transactions on it. So if there is a significant read matter, if there is a significant read matter on, then in that case, we will be very clear that we should include it in key audit matter paragraph. But first, you have to check whether key audit matter is applicable or not, and then you have to check significant read. Tell me, first you have to check whether key audit matter is applicable or not, and then you have to check significant read. All right. Now, how does this help you? How does this help you? How does this help you? If there is any matter related to auditing matter, first check whether it is covered under auditor's responsibility paragraph. That no student remembers, that is fine. So basically, you have to do this only. Key audit matter versus other matter. For key audit matter, first check whether SA 701 is applicable. Yes. Whether it is covered under significant read. Yes. Then key audit matter. If SA 701 is not applicable, then straight away other matter. If SS70 is applicable, but it is a very basic matter, then again other matter. And am I clear with this? Yes, yes. So in a listed entity, by default, don't include everything in key audit matter. You will include only if the question gives you hint of significant read. All right, only then you will include it. Okay, okay, okay. Wait, let us see how much we are able to solve from this. Communicating key audit matter is not a substitute for disclosure in the financial statements. Rather, communicating key audit matter is in the context of auditor having formed an opinion. Tell me, everyone, if I write something in key audit matters, can management start deleting their notes to accounts? No. So one more time, key audit matter is not a substitute for disclosures. Key audit matter is not a substitute for modified opinion. And in SA 570, I told you na, even if it is a listed entity, for going concern also, key audit matter is not a substitute for Murg. So even in a listed entity, going concern material uncertainty is in Murg only. Okay. Then key audit matter is not a separate opinion. Key audit matter is not a separate opinion. Opinion is always there in opinion paragraph. Okay. So key audit matter is not a or is not a substitute. Alright. For disclosures, modified opinion, and going concern paragraph. Alright. And key audit matter is not a separate opinion on individual matters. Alright. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes. Okay. An auditor of a listed company. What are the matters that auditor should keep in mind while determining significant breach? Significant breach. Alright. SA 701 deals with auditor's responsibility to communicate key audit matters in the auditor's report. It is intended to address both the auditor's judgment as to what to communicate in auditor's report and the form and content of such communication. In the above context, explain the purpose of communicating key audit matters. Here, if you just write definition, you will not get marks. Why the concept of key audit matter has been introduced? To increase the value of the report, communicative value, to bring more transparency, to bring more to make the readers of audit report understand the significant matters. This is full psychology. Look at this. To enhance the communicative value of the auditor's report, 1 mark. To provide greater transparency, 1 mark. 2 marks done, 0. No. Then it provides additional information to the users. Yeah. All right. So this is the purpose of key audit matter. So you can write the definition and then you write this, you will get your marks. Am I clear with this? Yes. All right. So we don't see nice, very good questions for key audit matters. All right. It seems like they've asked very basic questions for key audit matters. All right. Okay. Now everyone over here, that is your 701. So I'm done with 701, 705, and 706. Now main SS 700, SA 700, that is your audit report format. SA 700 is your audit report format. All right. I don't think you will struggle a lot over here because we have discussed a little bit. Look at this. SA 700, forming an opinion and reporting on the financial statements. All right. Messrs. Amitabh and Associates are the statutory auditors of Ringston Limited, which is a company engaged in the business of manufacturing of pen drives. The auditor has started drafting the audit report for financial year 21-22. CA Amitabh, engagement partner, is of the view that financial statements of Ringston Limited represented true and fair. Give the draft of the 700 best thing is to solve maximum questions only. Draft of the opinion paragraph. Now tell me, he wants to write that financial statements give a modified opinion or unmodified opinion? Unmodified opinion, clean opinion. All right. Again, you will have to give introduction. First introduction. Then you will say, in our opinion, and to the best of our information, according to explanation given to us, the aforesaid financial statements give the information required by the act, that is right, and they give a true and fair view, all right, as per accounting principles generally accepted in India. Right. So if you are able to write this, then fine. But in broken English also, right, at least maintain few lines. All right. Don't just write in your mother tongue over. CA Ayush has recently qualified and has joined as CA firm. On going through various audit reports, he observed that this was a very technical question asked. He observed that there were that different phrases were used to express an unmodified opinion. All right. On the financial statements. On inquiring with the senior, he got to know that all those phrases can be regarded as being equivalent. Which phrases are appropriate and which phrases are inappropriate while drafting an unmodified opinion? Focus over here. For unmodified opinion, you will say, in our opinion, the financial statements present fairly in all material respect, See, they have also used as per AFR. Instead of present fairly, you can write. So listen to me. Give a true and fair view of present fairly in all material respects. Tell me. Give a true and fair view of dot 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 dot. All right, then present fairly in all material respect dot 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 dot. Apart from dot dot dot, are you understanding it? All right, give a true and fair view or present fairly. Both of them are same. Are you getting it? Whether I write give a true and fair view or present fair view, both of them are same. That is what they are saying, that there are some phrases which can be regarded as equivalent. We gave them that example. Right? Either you write true and fair view or present fairly, both of them are same. But tell me, which, while expressing unmodified opinion, while expressing, can I write subject to verification of fixed assets? Financial statements are showing a true and fair. Eh? Subject to notes to accounts. Financial statements showing a true and fair. Subject to full audit. Financial statements showing a true and fair. Tell me, can I write such phrases? No. So what I'm saying is inappropriate phrase. Subject to, with the foregoing explanation. All right. These are the inappropriate phrases. Means you are trying to add too many conditions. You are trying to add too many conditions. All right. Are you getting my point? Subject to exercise, I am Ritik Roshan. All right. Too many conditions. Are you getting my point? Okay. Now you understood. This is inappropriate. Okay. Question. Messrs. Kite, Wright and Associates are the statutories of Prime Deluxe Limited. At the time of finalizing the audit report, one of the engagement team members, Mr. Robin, asked the engagement partner CA Kite as to what all should be included. Included in, I told you, basis of opinion will have 4 points. Reference to essays, reference to auditor's responsibility, reference to code of ethics, all right, and 1 point that we have obtained sufficient and appropriate audit notice. Help Mr. Robin to draft basis for opinion. So what is it? We have audited reference to sunset, reference to essay. We have audited as per standards auditing issued by the ICI. We have fulfilled our responsibilities as explained in auditor's responsibility paragraph. We have complied with the requirements of independence as per code of ethics. We believe that evidence available with us is sufficient and appropriate. So whatever you recollect, just say we. And that will be your drafting. But there is something more over here. That's fine if you don't recollect. All right. Basis for opinion should basically have 4 points. Am I clear with this? Yes. Okay. Question. Diamond Shine Limited is a company engaged in the manufacture of detergent. Messrs. Bright and Associates are the statutory auditors of the company. Explain how the paragraph related to management's responsibility will come in the auditor's report. Listen, many students are writing very general line for this. Preparation presentation of financial statement is the responsibility of management. Design, implementation, maintenance of internal control is the responsibility of management. Prevention, detection of fraud and responsibility of management. Providing access to the information, that is precondition. Section 210, chapter 11. They are asking management's responsibility paragraph in the audit report. In audit report, there are main 3 points for management responsibility paragraph. That is GIF. All right. First, there is 1 point on going concern. That management is responsible for assessing the entity's ability to continue as going concern. Then there is 1 point on internal control system. That management is responsible for design and implementation of internal control system. Right? Then the basic point I think everyone writes, management is responsible for preparation of financial statements. I am not saying that you by heart everything, but at least something. That management's responsibility paragraph, I need to include GIF. G for going concern, I for internal control, and F for financial statements. All right. Next. Messrs. Ajay, Vijay, and Associates are the statutory auditors of Sarovar Limited for financial year 21-22. The company is engaged in the business of manufacturing of water bottles. At the time of finalizing the auditor's report, one of the audit team members asked CA Ajay, the engagement partner, to advise as to how auditor's responsibilities can be shown in an appendix to the auditor's report. Draft the auditor's responsibility paragraph so as to advise the audit team member. So many students have WhatsApp this question to me, sir. They are asking us to draft auditor's responsibility paragraph. In auditor's responsibility paragraph, sir, there are 9 points. How many points? Then they are saying the answer. Sir, answer is incomplete. Listen, wait. First, what they're asking, listen. There are three ways in which auditor's responsibility paragraph is presented in audit report. I repeat, there are three different ways in which auditor's responsibility paragraph is presented in audit report. Right? Those three ways are bar, where I will go today after the lecture. Look at this. One is within the body of auditor's report. Body of report means inside the audit report. Normally, all the auditors they write it inside the audit report only. Second option is as an appendix, annexure. Means you will attach it behind the audit report. Right? Third option is you give a reference to the website. Which website? Sir, so many websites. All right, wait. Website of a legal authority where the responsibilities are prescribed. For example, if it is a government authority, you can give reference to CNAG website. Hello? So listen to me. There are three ways of including auditor's responsibility paragraph. That is bar. B for body of auditor's report. A for appendix, all right, and R for reference to the website. They are saying that what if I want to include it as an appendix? Now, when you want to include it as an appendix, all right, basic 4 5 lines are written, and then we give reference to the see only few lines are written, and then we say further description of our responsibilities is included in the appendix X of this audit report. Are you getting my point? Are hello? All right, only 4 5 lines are written, and then we say for further responsibilities, please refer appendix. And that also, if you see now, these lines are from chapter 1 only. So what you can do is you can cut down even this. You can just write 4 lines. Our objectives are to obtain reasonable assurance whether financial statements are free from material misstatements, whether financial are materially prepared in accordance with applicable financial reporting framework. Reasonable assurance is a high level of assurance. We cannot provide a guarantee because auditing suffers from inherent limitation. Our further responsibilities. Don't watch in 4x. Right. Our further responsibilities are described in appendix X. Am I clear with this? Yes. Okay. Question. Messrs. TUV and Associates are the statutory auditors of Venus Limited for financial year 21-22. At the time of finalizing the auditor's report, one of the audit team members asked the engagement partner, CA Tarun, to explain as to how auditor's report will be signed. All right. How auditor's report will be signed. Then don't just sign and come up. This is how it will be signed. Today I am manifesting. All right. All right. So you will have to write the name of the firm. All right. You will have to say chartered accountants. Then, I mean, the name of the firm includes that word. Then firm registration number, signature, name of the partner or proprietor, designation that, okay, this person is a partner, membership number. Then don't write mobile number, membership number. Then UDIN. What is UDIN? Unique document identification number. Tell me. Unique document identification number. It is like an OTP which is generated from the ICI website only, which every practicing CA has to compulsorily, all right, put it in the any report or certificate signed by him. Any report or certificate, not only audit report. UDIN is required in all types of reports or certificates which are signed by chartered accountants. It acts as an authenticating number. It acts as an authenticating number to trace the original member who has signed. All right. Then place of signature and date. You didn't got printed original. Place of signature and date. All right. Place of signature is the name of the city, town where the report is signed, not exact latitude, longitude. Question. All right. So listen. These questions were on audit report format. These questions were on audit report format. All right. Sometimes there can be a theory question like this. I am worried about this question, not the answer. I feel that the moment students look at this question, they will start explaining different types of opinion. Auditor shall form an opinion. And so many times it has happened that this has been asked in exams, all right, and students have just written the opinion. Auditor shall form an opinion on whether financial statements are prepared as per AFRS. By heart this question. By heart this question. Auditor shall form an opinion whether financial statements are materially prepared as per AFRS. All right. Then they will just say, explain. Right. It feels like they're asking full subject. All right. Here they are very clear. Guide him about the factors he should consider to reach such conclusion. Tell me, what are the factors that we consider in forming the conclusion? First, whether evidence is available or not. Second, whether misstatements are corrected or not. Correct? Yes, that is what they are saying. Conclusion shall take into account whether sufficient and appropriate audit evidence has been obtained. Whatever are the uncorrected misstatements, whether they are material, and they are saying you have to do some specific evaluations. Sometimes there are such theory boring questions, correct? Which will be there, and you are ready with the whole report format, and they have asked such question. All right. All right. Next, in considering qualitative aspects of entities accounting practices, auditor may become aware of possible bias in management's judgment. Wait. When do you feel that your parents are getting partial towards you and they are not focusing on you? When they are focusing on my brother's sister and treating me like garbage. Correct. So whenever management also does some kind of selective correction of misstatements, when management does some kind of, you did the mistake, you got two slaps from your father. Same mistake done by your brother, he got a chocolate. All right. So tell me, selective correction of misstatements. If management also does selective correction of misstatements, can I say we will start developing doubt that management is lacking neutrality? Yes or no, sir? And there is a bias in management judgment. So one is whenever they do selective correction of misstatements. All right. Second, whenever they are recognizing in accounting estimates, there is always a chance of management getting partial. Correct. So S for selective correction of misstatements and E for estimates. These are the areas where management can turn out to be biased. Now look at this. An auditor is required to make specific evaluations while forming an opinion. I am so sure that students will end up explaining there are two types of evaluations. One is whether evidence is available, evidence is not available. Evidence is available, material but not previous material. Zero. Not because you are wrong, because their English is poor. Right. This is not a case of difficult question. This is a case of dash type of English used. Look at this. An auditor is required to make specific evaluations while forming an opinion. This question has been killing the careers for many years now. Many a times they've asked this question and students end up writing different types of opinion and everything. Right. And this is the answer. Check the accounting policy, accounting estimate, presentation, disclosure, terms used in the finance system. I don't know why, but they are doing this. And they are doing this since 10 years now. All right. Even old course, grand old course, forefather courses, new course, all right. Everywhere they are doing this. So by heart this question. All right. It is there in my question bank also. Don't worry. That's small question bank. Like this. So, which you have never studied. So, essay 700. So we understand 700 forming an opinion has audit report format, all right, questions and some theory questions. 705 qualified adverse disclaimer of opinion. 701 key audit matters, and 706 emphasis of matter and other matter paragraph. I told you that this chapter is divided into three parts. All right. One is 701 to 706. Second is 710, 600 and 299. And third is company audit reporting requirements. All right. That second part, 710, 600 and 299. It's a very short part. Let me finish it so you will feel confident that this chapter, at least all essays are done. All right. So everyone over here, hey, Chapli. Okay. 710. You're spoiling my YouTube video here. 710. You think I'm teaching this for you? All right. 710. And it please. Comparative information, corresponding figures, and comparative financial statements. All right. Just few minutes and you will be done. Focus over here now. 710. Comparative information, corresponding figures, and comparative financial statements. Listen to me. When will you understand, first of all, that the question is from 710? All right. There are two columns in the financial statements. Whenever there is a question from, whenever there is a question from previous year column, that means question is from 710. Right? Because previous year column is called as comparative information. Right? Previous year column is called as comparative information. Now listen to me very carefully. There are two ways in which in India comparative information is prepared. One is corresponding figures, second one is comparative financial statements. Very easy. Listen to me. What is corresponding figure? In India, you download financial statements of Reliance, Tata, Adani, anyone. Current year has detailed disclosures. Previous year has only limited disclosures. So previous year is presented only to support the current year. So when I say corresponding figures, means current year detailed disclosures and previous year limited disclosures. So previous year column is just a figure. Previous year column is just a so corresponding figure. Previous year column only figure. Hello, yes. Corresponding figure. All right. Look at this. Comparative information where amounts and other disclosures for the prior period are included as a very important part of the current period. They are intended to be read only in relation to the amounts of current period. The level of detail presented in that previous year column is dictated primarily by its relevance to current period. Tell me, auditor's opinion is on current period or both the columns? Audit report format is done. Yes. Audit report format is audit report opinion is always on current period. Auditor's opinion on the financial statement refers to current period only. Corresponding figures are not discussed in the audit report unless the need arises. So corresponding figures is also previous year column only. But when I say corresponding figures, means previous year column will have only limited disclosures and my opinion will be on current year. In India, this is what is followed. Okay. So listen to me. If you get a question, if you get a question on if you get a question on corresponding figures, you don't have a case study based question over here. Yeah. All right. If you just get a question X limited, something of previous year column and stuff, then relax. You have to assume that they're talking about corresponding figures. This is completely different. What is it? Comparative financial statements, where current year as well as previous year, both of them will have equal detailed disclosures. All right. So previous year column is not just figure. Previous year column is comparative financial statement. Previous year column is comparative financial statement. That means the level of information in the previous year column is comparable with the financial statements of the current period. All right. That means auditor's opinion will refer to each period, not only current year. Auditor's opinion will refer to current year also, as well as means there will be two opinions in the same audit report. One opinion on current year and one opinion on previous year. This is not seen normally in India. In India, this is seen only when company applies for listing. Only in that case, SEBI compulsorily requires 3 years in the same financial statement, all right, and three opinions in the same audit report. Otherwise, you will not see this in India. In India, normally they follow which one? Corresponding figures. Am I clear with this? Yes. Now let us see what are the questions. NG Limited appointed CA head as the statutory auditor for financial year 21-22. Previous year's auditor gave a qualified opinion on the comparative financial statements for the year ended 31st March 21. What will be the reporting responsibility casted on CAN when he forms an opinion and prepares audit report on comparative financial statements? Listen, they are talking about. But there is one point which is common in this entire essay, and that is the only point which they have repeatedly questioned at inter-C level. All right, listen to me. If previous year is audited by someone else, and it is your first year, then you have to compulsorily write in the other matter paragraph of your audit report that previous year was audited by another auditor. You also have to mention the date of that auditor's report. And if previous auditor gave a modified opinion, then you also have to explain the reasons. All of this you will explain in which paragraph? Other matter, right? This is very repeatedly asked at inter-C level. All right. Look at this. If SA7, sorry, as per SA710, if the fine, so I'm not asking you to by heart the entire essay, but main points. All right. If the financial statements of the prior period were audited by predecessor auditor, in addition to expressing an opinion, auditor of the company shall state in an other matter paragraph that prior period was audited by predecessor auditor, what was the opinion expressed by him, and if it was a modified opinion, then you also have to give the reasons. All right. Then date of the report, DOP, date of the report, opinion expressed by predecessor auditor, and P for you have to state that previous year was audited by predecessor auditor. This is a compulsory requirement in which paragraph? Other matter paragraph. So we discussed other matter today, no? So I wanted to cover this. All right. Next, I just want you to finish these questions. When corresponding figures are presented, the auditor's opinion shall not refer to the corresponding figures except in some circumstances. Listen to me, relax. This is a very nice discussion. All right. They are saying that if corresponding figures are presented, if corresponding figures are presented, then you don't have to talk about corresponding figures in the audit report because we don't keep on talking about previous year. Our audit report is on current year. So we don't talk about audit previous year in our audit report unless the need arises. Now they want you to explain when that need will arise. All right. So listen to me. There are 3 points which you are supposed to write over. Either prior period financial statements were audited by existing auditor, or prior period financials were audited by predecessor auditor, or prior period financial statements were unaudited. I will straight away explain from there. First, the shortest is this. If prior period financial statements are not audited, then you have to write that in other matter paragraph. That prior period financial statements are not audited. Okay. If prior period financial statements are audited by predecessor auditor, that's why I explained that you have to give a reference to that predecessor auditor's report. However, if you have only audited previous year, look at this. If auditor's report on prior period included a qualified opinion, disclaimer of opinion or adverse opinion, very simple. If you have audited previous year and in previous year you give a modified opinion, then we have to see whether in the current year that matter is resolved or not. If the matter is resolved, fine. But if the matter is not resolved, then if it remains material, all right, then in that case, we will have to give a modified opinion on the current year. But why we are modifying? Because of the matter of the previous year. So listen. If previous year was modified, current year matter remains unresolved, then we will give a modified opinion on current year if the matter remains relevant and material. But why we are modifying? Because of the previous year. So in the basis for modified opinion paragraph, we will give a reference to corresponding figures. Don't buy it everything. Just simple. If I have not audited previous year and previous year was audited by someone else, then I have to write in other matter paragraph DOP, date of the report, correct? Opinion expressed, and previous year was audited by predecessor auditor. If previous year was not audited, if previous year was, then still I'm supposed to write in other matter paragraph that previous year was not audited. If previous year was audited by me, by the existing auditor, and if I give a modified opinion in the previous year, if I give a modified opinion in the previous year, if the matter remains unresolved, if the matter remains unresolved in the current year, all right, if it remains relevant and material, then in the current year I will modify opinion with a reference to basis for previous year figures in basis for modified opinion paragraph. Am I clear with this? Yes. These are the situations that you will explain. All right. Next, the nature of comparative information that is, listen. They want you to explain theory. The difference between comparative information and corresponding figures, right? That they want you to explain. Now listen to me. That is my theory, which I explained at the start. Difference between corresponding figures and comparative financial statements. All right. When they're also asking you to write, they're also asking you to write audit procedures. All right. They're also asking you to write audit procedures. If they ask you to write audit procedures, I'm just giving you 2-3 basic points. You will cover 1 point on applicable financial reporting framework. You will cover 1 point on classification. You will cover 1 point on whether it agrees with the previous year, all right? And you will cover 1 point on return representation. I don't want to write too many points. If they talk about audit procedures, if they talk about audit procedures, you talk normally about applicable financial reporting framework, classification, presentation, disclosure, whether the amount agrees with the previous year or not, and you take a written representation. Correct? That is one point. Achha, today we did that written representation. Tell me, written representation is taken for all periods which are referred in the auditor's report. Written representation is taken for all periods which are referred in the auditor's report. But tell me, in comparative financial statements, not in corresponding figures, in comparative financial statements, can I say we are giving opinion on each column, yes or no, sir? Yes. So we will take written representation also for each column. All right, for current year also as well as previous year also. Otherwise, normally we take written representation only for current year. All right, that is one point regarding the procedures. Okay. See, they have also written very limited procedures. Okay. So everyone over here, 710, don't try to prepare too much. All right. Just solve these questions. It will be done. All right. Now, there is one question, only one question on SA 600. What is SA 600? Using the work of other auditor. Tell me, using the work of other. Listen, I am the company auditor, you are the branch auditor. I am using your work. Or I am the holding company auditor and you are the subsidiary company auditor. Again, I am using your work. Only one question in this inter-CA level. All right. They will ask you to just tell them what are the procedures to be performed by the principal auditor. What are the, I am the principal auditor, you are the other auditor. I am holding company auditor, I am the principal auditor, you are the other auditor. I am the head office auditor, I am the principal auditor, you are the other auditor. Then very simple question on what are the procedures to be performed by the principal auditor to be satisfied that the work of other auditor is adequate. All right. For this, I have a very simple code. For this, I have a very simple code. Hey, this is my final CA chart. All of these points are not there in your. Look at this. Principal auditors audit procedures. All right. Although I discuss these things in the lectures, but when it comes to module only, this procedural part is there. All right. So principal auditors audit procedures. Listen to me. If I am the principal auditor, you are the other auditor. I can't direct you. Huh? Oy, you are not my article. Hmm? I can't give you instructions. Look at the English. Advice, arrangements. Look at this. I will give you code word. Written special advice, plan and arrange timetable for accounts and audit. Tell me. Written special advice, plan and arrange timetable for accounts and audits. All right. Written. I can take a written declaration from the other auditor. That other auditor, you bloody give it to me in writing. Okay? Then you have fulfilled significant accounting auditing requirements. Then advice. I can advise other auditor on how his work and report will be used. Okay? Then plan and arrange. I need to start the arrangements from the planning stage itself. I need to start the arrangement from the planning stage itself. On a timetable, I need to ensure that we also discuss the timetable for completion. All right. And then whatever are the significant accounting and auditing requirement, for that we will coordinate. Right? So such kind of soft answer is to be written. Principal auditor can give instructions to other auditor. Principal auditor. Principal auditor can do only this much when it comes to other auditor. Tell me, yesterday we have discussed this. Can principal auditor establish his right over the working papers of other auditor? No. All right. Okay. So that is one answer. Next, joint audit. Joint audit, I just want to know some basic things whether you're clear or not when it comes to joint audit. All right. Tell me when it comes to joint audit. Joint auditors, same company being audited by more than one auditors. All right. What is expected from them? That at the end, they will give a joint audit report in which they will form a joint audit opinion. All right. Important parts of joint audit. Joint auditors are separately responsible for the work which is divided. Hello. If both of us are joint auditors, if I am looking after purchase and you are looking after sales, am I supposed to check your work? One more time, answer this. If I am, both of us are joint auditors. I am looking after purchase, you are looking after sales. Am I supposed to check your work? No. Are you supposed to check my work? No. For the work which is divided, for the work which is divided, joint auditors have their individual responsibility. But for the work which is not divided, for the work which is There we have a joint responsibility. All right. That is the main point which I wanted just to understand. Secondly, joint auditors are supposed to give a joint audit opinion. Joint auditor is supposed to give a joint audit opinion. All right. If joint auditor is supposed to give a joint audit opinion, but let us say there is a difference in the opinion. There is a difference in the opinion. Then in that case, the let us say there are three joint auditors, JA1 and JA2. You are saying qualified opinion. I am saying clean opinion. So JA1 and JA2 will give one audit report, and I will give one audit separate. All three don't have to give separate report, but both of us have to give cross reference to each other's audit report. So you will give a reference to my report that Mr. Pragnesh I issued separate report, and I will give a reference to your report that JA1 and JA2 have issued a separate report. This cross-referencing that we are supposed to give, if there is a difference in the opinion, this cross-referencing that we are supposed to give, that cross-referencing we will give in which paragraph? Other matter paragraph. All right. Now listen. Sometimes they will ask you a question of joint audit plan and strategy. Joint audit. Yesterday we did that. Chapter 2 audit strategy. And character of reporting team resulted in resources. And same code word you have to use. Right? No other code word. Same code word you are supposed to use. Secondly, hello. Yesterday we also did engagement letter. Joint auditors will obtain common engagement letter. Even if there are four joint auditors, they will get common engagement letter. Right? Then we also did this now. Today, written representation. Joint auditors will get a common written representation. All of us will not give separate, will not take separate written representation from the management. Joint auditors will get a common written representation. And there is no majority rule when it comes to joint auditor. Even if there are five joint auditors and one joint auditor has a different opinion, he can issue a separate report. Am I clear with this? Yes. You know, sometimes you are ready with such kind of questions. Yes, I know the concept. And they are in the mood of become. Can you give advantage of joint audit? They've actually asked this. Look at this. Are you getting it? Advantage of joint audit. Sharing of expertise. Mutual consultation, lower workload, better quality of performance. What is disadvantage? Sharing of fees. Sharing of fees. There can be difference of opinion. There can be confusion between the liabilities. Right? And who will be liable for what? All right. So there can be advantage also as well as disadvantage also. All right. So they will be ready for such kind of questions. This is jointly responsible for what? And if there is a difference of opinion, issue separate report, give cross-reference in other matter paragraph. Done. All right. So your essay 700 to 706 is also over. And your essay 710, essay 600 and essay 299 is also over. Now we will start with the discussion of reporting requirement under. Okay. So we are continuing our discussion in the marathon revision. We were in chapter 8 audit report, which is talking about and we were on this point, reporting requirement under Companies Act 2013. Now, when I say reporting requirement under Companies Act 2013, it is nothing but the reporting responsibilities which are given under Companies Act 2013. I will go very quick. First, I'll give you a little bit of briefing. There is this section 143 subsection 1, duty to inquire upon certain matters. First, understand why we are studying this. All right, there are certain sections in Companies Act which says that auditor has to comment. All right. So these comments are given in a separate paragraph in the audit report. These comments are given in a separate paragraph in the audit report. And the name of that paragraph in the audit report is Report on Other Legal and Regulatory Requirements paragraph. Report on Other Legal and Regulatory Requirements paragraph. All right. Now, there is this section 143 subsection 1, duty to inquire upon certain matters. It has 6 clauses, A, B, C, D, E, F. Listen, on these 6 clauses, auditor has to conduct inquiry. After conducting inquiry, only if there is a negative remark, I repeat, only if there is a negative remark, then auditor has to write it in the audit report. If there is no negative remark, then auditor is not supposed to write it in the audit report. All right. I have a code word for this. These 6 clauses are dealing with some 6 specific matters. All right. So A for advances, B for book entries, C for company other than investment and banking company. D for deposits. E for expenses. All right. And F for fake booking of cash against shares allotted. All right. So A for advances, B for book entries, C for company not being an investment company or a banking company, D for deposits, E for expenses, and F for fake booking of cash against shares allotted. Now listen to me. In clause A, if company has given loans and advances, then we have to check whether these loans and advances have been properly secured. All right. And the terms on which they have been made means rate of interest security, whether it is proper or not. If company has given loan of 10 lakh rupees at only 1% interest per annum, all right, then it is against the interest of the company. So there will be a negative mark which will come over here. B for book entries. Whatever transactions are represented merely by book entries. All right. Let us say only depreciation entry, provision entry, adjustment entry. So the transactions which are represented merely by book entries, all right, we have to check whether those book entries are genuine or not. If there is an entry which has no logic, all right, just it is a nor fake entry or something like that, then there will be a negative mark over here. C for company not being an investment company or a banking company. So this clause is only for such companies which are not an investment company or a banking company. That means imagine a manufacturing company or a coaching class company, something like that, not an investment company or a banking company. This clause wants to know whether there is a loss on sale of securities, whether there is a loss on sale of securities, whether there is a loss on sale of securities. All right. So if the securities have been purchased at a price, but they have been sold at a lower price, all right, there is a loss on sale of securities. So there will be a negative remark over here. D for deposits. If the company has given loan, all right, but company is trying to show it as deposits on the asset side instead of loan, company is trying to show it as deposit, then it is a negative remark which will come over here. E for expenses. If the personal expenses of the employees, or the directors are charged to the company's P&L account, then again there will be a negative remark which will come over here. All right. F for fake booking of cash against shares allotted. If company has allotted shares against cash, all right, but that that company has not received the cash, okay, then again there will be a negative remark which will come over here. Just broadly you should know, no need to by heart the entire clause over here. No need to by heart the entire clause over here. Just broadly, you should know these points, as simple as that. Okay. That there will be a negative mark which will come under report on other legal and regulatory requirements paragraph. That is 143 subsection 1. Then we have 143 subsection 3, which is duty to report upon certain matters. So if you see, there are certain matters given over here. These are questions asked by company law. And again, there is a separate paragraph. That same paragraph, report on other legal and regulatory requirements paragraph. Report on other legal and regulatory requirements paragraph, all right, where these comments will be given. So if you see clause A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, and under J there are certain matters, all right. Don't worry, everything you don't need to buy it, you should know this, all right. I have a shortcut for this also, don't worry. A for audit evidence. So this clause is just trying to ask whether you have whatever information you have asked from the company's employees, officers, whether you have received that information or not. If not, then you have to give a comment over here. All right. But if you have received the information, listen. If you have received the information, still you have to give a comment over here. In 143 subsection 1, you are supposed to comment only if there is a negative mark. But in 143 subsection 3, all right, auditor's report shall state. That means you must comment upon all matters. I repeat, you must comment upon all matters. So A for audit evidence, B for books of accounts, all right, whether in his opinion proper books of accounts as required by law have been kept by the company as per section 128 of company law, whether proper books of accounts have been kept or not. And C for, I will call it in Hindi, chota auditor. Chota means small, all right. So if I am the company auditor and you are the branch auditor, so I have to comment over here whether I have used your report and how I have dealt with that report, all right. Then D for disagreement. if there is any disagreement between the balance sheet P&L on one side and the books of accounts on the other side. All right. If there is any disagreement between balance sheet P&L on one side and books of accounts on the other side, that needs to be commented. If there is no disagreement, I repeat, if there is no disagreement, all right, still we have to comment that there is no disagreement between balance sheet P&L and the books of accounts. All right. E for accounting standards. Sir, how come E for accounting standards? Everyone wants E for exemption in accounts, yes or no, sir? And if you want exemption in accounts, all right, then you should know accounting standards. All right. So it is whether in his opinion the financial statements comply with accounting standards or not. All right. F for financial transactions with adverse effect. I repeat, financial transactions with adverse effect. Sir, what is this financial transactions with adverse effect? If let us say company has entered into some transactions like forex transactions or something like that, and it is not complying with laws and regulations, correct? So that is a financial transaction or matter which has adverse effect on the functioning of the company that we are supposed to comment over here. Then G for guilty director. As an auditor, I have to check whether directors of the company are disqualified under Companies Act. There is a section for director disqualification, which is there at finance level. But at least you should know that there are directors which are disqualified. If disqualified, then comment is required over here. If the directors are not disqualified, then we have to say that none of the directors are disqualified. All right. All right. H for they want healthy accounting system. They want healthy accounting system. So they want you to comment whether there is any negative remark, whether there is any qualification, reservation or adverse remark, basically whether there is any negative remark relating to maintenance of accounts and other matters connected therewith. So if there is any negative remark with respect to the accounting system, let us say that the company is not maintaining backup of accounts or something like that. If there is any negative remark with respect to accounting system, then it will come over here. So I repeat, A for audit evidence, B for books of accounts, C for chota auditor, D for disagreement, E for exemption in accounts, accounting standard, F for financial transaction with adverse effect, G for guilty director, and H for healthy accounting system. All right. Now clause I. Clause I. This is very, 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 very important for exams. Please understand what they are trying to say. Whether company has adequate internal financial controls. So first of all, please understand that clause I is focusing on internal financial controls with reference to financial statements. You need to understand what they are trying to say with this. Internal controls is a very big word. There are admin controls, operational controls. There are too many different types of controls. They are worried only about accounting controls, all right, like authorization of expenses, like stock reconciliation, something like that. Only accounting controls, like controls over journal entries or something like that. So, as an auditor, you are requested, you have been asked, as an auditor, you have been asked whether there are adequate internal financial controls with reference to financial statements and the operating effectiveness of such controls. So remember, I will give you one formula. So basically, you have to comment upon IFCFS OA. IFCFS OA, whether internal financial controls with reference to financial statements are operating effectively and whether it is an adequate system. Now listen to me very carefully. This report is given as an annexure to the main report. So this is your main report and this is your annexure. Everyone knows that CARO is given as an annexure. Similarly, even this report is given as an annexure to the main audit report. But you know what? IFCFS is not applicable to some companies. Yani, that means I'm going to say some companies. IFCFS is not applicable to these companies. Okay, IFCFS is not applicable to which companies? Okay, IFCFS is not applicable to one-person company. IFCFS is not applicable to small company. Small company, please ensure that you know the revised definition. You would have heard about this paid up share capital, turnover 10 crore, 100 crore, whatever you have studied in your law subject. All right. So one-person company and small company, IFCFS auditors don't have to worry about IFCFS. Then, if there is a private limited company, I repeat, if there is a private limited company, okay, then there are two conditions that they have given. If private limited company fulfills two conditions, how many conditions? Two conditions. All right, then in that case, IFCFS is not applicable. That means the auditors of these private limited company are also not supposed to worry about IFCFS. Now, what are those two conditions? What are those two conditions? All right, for that, I always ask students to remember in this manner. All right, what, when, and how much? What, when, and how much? Please understand, in a marathon lecture, if I'm taking this much effort for this point, it is very important. All right, so two conditions. What are those two conditions? First, you will have to see turnover. Okay, turnover should be less than 50 crores as per the latest audited financial statements. Okay. So it should be less than rupees 50 crores. But as per what? As per latest audited financial statements. So if you're conducting audit of financial year 26-27, all right, then you will see the turnover of financial year 25-26. It should be less than 50 crores. And second condition, which has aggregate borrowings from banks or financial institution or any body corporate at any point of time during the financial year less than rupees 25 crores. Okay. So basically, total borrowings from banks, financial institution, body corporate, addition, total from banks, financial institution, and body corporate when when at any point of time during the financial year, at any point of time, at any point of time during the financial year. So if you are conducting audit of financial year 26-27, even for a single day is also covered over here. At any point of time during the financial year should be less than rupees 25 crores. All right. So even for a single day, if it goes 25 crores, then IFCFS will be applicable. For non-applicability, you have to fulfill two conditions. I repeat, for non-applicability, you have to fulfill two conditions over here. All right. So that is your A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I. I am repeating one more time. Internal financial controls with reference to financial statements. You have to express an opinion on adequacy and operating effectiveness. It is not applicable to one-person company, small company, and it is also not applicable to private limited company, which are fulfilling two conditions. Which conditions? First, turnover less than rupees 50 crore as per latest audited financial statements, and second, aggregate borrowings from banks, financial body corporate less than rupees 25 crore at any point of time during the financial year. All right. Then you have this clause J, which says such other matters as may be prescribed. But which matters? All right. In that, there are too many points. Okay. Now, you don't have to worry about all of these points. You don't have to worry about all of these points. We will cover these points only to the extent it is covered in the past questions. All right. So section 143 subsection 1 done. Section 143 subsection 3 done. Now I also request you to go through section 143 subsection 12 of Companies Act 2013, which is duty to report fraud to the central government. I know that this is covered in the law subject. All right. So I am not going to a very big extent, but little bit at least we will be very clear with. 143 subsection 12 of Companies Act 2013 talks about duty to report fraud to the central government. All right. Now, when it comes to fraud reporting to central government, okay, first you have to see you are an auditor, right? First of all, you should have reasons to believe. You should have convincing evidence, all right, that there is a fraud, which is current fraud, past fraud, whatever fraud is committed in the company by its officers or employees. If a fraud has been committed by supplier or customer and none of the employees officers are involved, then 143.12 is not applicable. So by heart this much, auditor of a company during the course of performance of his duties as an auditor has reasons to believe that an offense involving fraud is being or has been committed against the company by its employees or officers, all right, which involves or is expected to involve individually an amount of 1 crore or above. So amount of 1 crore or above, then you are supposed to report to the central government. But sir, how you are supposed to report to the central government? That full line I have given over here. That how you are supposed to report to the central government. Wait, I will draw one diagram. So let us say here you come to know about the fraud. Within first 2 days, within first 2 days, you have to report to the board of directors audit committee. Okay. You will have to ask board of directors audit committee to give their reply and observations. Then you will wait till 45th day. So this is 0 to 45, not 2 plus 45, 47. All right, you will wait till 45th day for the board of directors or audit committee to give their reply observations. If board of directors audit committee submit the reply observation, let us say they submit the reply observation over here, then from here within next 15 days you will report to central government. But if they submit the reply observations on 45th day, then within next 15 days you will report to the central government. But if they fail to submit the reply or observations till 45th day, then immediately on the next day, that is 46th day, you will report to the central government. All right, whatever information you have, you will report to the central government, and that is form ADT4 where you are supposed to report. All right, Baki you can study from your law subject also. But listen to me, if the fraud amount is less than rupees 1 crore, if the fraud amount is less than rupees 1 crore, then you don't have to submit a separate report to the central government, but you have to report NAP, nature of the fraud, amount involved, and parties involved. Nature of the fraud, amount involved, and parties involved. All of this you have to report, all right, to both the board, to the audit committee, if any, otherwise to the board of directors within 2 days. then it is the audit committee and the board of directors who have to report this in the director's report. But there are two possibilities. Let us say you found a fraud of cash misappropriation by cashier of 75 lakh rupees. You report it to the audit committee and the board of directors. All right, your duty is over. Now let us say audit committee, board of directors took some action against it. Audit committee, board of directors took some action against it. If they have taken action against it, that means remedial action has been taken. Then in the director's report, the board of directors audit committee will not expose the name of the party. All right. So be very careful. Board of directors need to provide following disclosure in the board's report. If remedial action has been taken, then only NAR, nature of the fraud, amount involved, remedial action taken. If remedial action is not taken, then NAP, nature of the fraud, amount involved, parties involved. I hope I have made myself very, very clear. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So this chart you should read a couple of times to get the clarity. After that, we have CARO 2020. CARO 2020 is very sensitive, all right, but very, very important. But first, what I will do is, I will try to solve the questions, all right, which we see over here. So look at this. CA student Manoj is studying. You see this September 25 question. On exemptions available to private limited company in respect of certain reporting requirements, you are required to guide Manoj on the following. All right. First, IFCFS. All right. So IFCFS, one person company, small company, private limited company, two conditions. Okay. And then CARO. Okay. CARO. Wait for some time. Let us finish questions other than CARO for reporting requirements, because everyone feels that only CARO will be asked, but that's not the case. There are sometimes other questions also that are asked. All right. Then we have put concepts of CARO over here. Now look at this. This is MTP 24, August 24 and July 25. So these questions are also there. Section 143, subsection 1 of Companies Act 2013 states that every auditor of a company, all right, shall have access to books of accounts and stuff. But section 143, subsection 1 also wants auditor to inquire upon certain matters. What are those matters? I told you, na, A, B, C, D, E, F. A for advances, B for book entry, C for company other than investment company, banking company, loss on sale of securities, D for deposits, loans and advances shown as deposits, E for expenses, and F for fake booking of cash against the shares allotted. All right, so these are the matters which we see over here. CARO questions are there. Obviously, CARO questions are always there, one of their favorites. But then apart from CARO also, we can see few things, all right, that are there in this particular question bank. Otherwise, CARO questions are always going to be there. Okay. All CARO questions, 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 still CARO questions, CARO questions, CARO questions. All right. Look at this. Fraud amounting to rupees 5 lakhs. Okay. Again, CARO question. In CARO also there is a point of fraud, and again CARO questions. All right, so we have certain CARO questions over here. All right, and apart from that, there can always be a question of fraud reporting to the central government, which is also one of their favorite question. Yes, now look at this. There is a fraud. All right. There is a fraud of about 75 lakhs or so. You see this reporting to the audit committee, board of directors. This is from section 143, subsection 12. So obviously CARO questions are there, but apart from that also there are certain questions, or at least the important points which I have covered right now. Okay. Now, when it comes to CARO 2020, as of now, what I can do for CARO 2020 is, all right, in this particular session, I can give you a very, very quick revision of CARO 2020. All right, which I think should be enough, more than enough. I have a code word for CARO 2020, the clauses to be remembered, that I will share separately with you in this YouTube comment section also. I will share, not a problem. All right. Now, when it comes to CARO 2020, for the students who are not at all aware, CARO 2020 is Companies Auditors Report Order. It is issued as an annexure. It is issued as an annexure to the main audit report. All right. However, when it comes to CARO 2020, all right, so this is also part of audit report. Inter-CA students should be aware about two things. First is the applicability of CARO, and second is the reporting requirement. First is the applicability of CARO, and second is the reporting requirement. All right, these are the two things that an inter-CA student should be aware of. Okay. Now, when it comes to applicability of CARO, CARO 2020 is not applicable. CARO 2020 is not applicable. It is not applicable to whom? It is not applicable to BSO 8 private. It is not applicable to banking company. It is not applicable to I for insurance company. It is not applicable to small company. It is not applicable to one-person company. It is not applicable to Section 8 company. All right. And it is not applicable to private limited company which fulfills 4 conditions. It is not applicable to private limited company which fulfills 4 conditions. How many? 4. Condition number 1. that private limited company should neither be a subsidiary nor a holding of a public company. That private limited company should neither be a subsidiary nor a holding of a public company. First condition. Second condition, the paid up capital and reserves and surplus. The paid up capital and reserves and surplus should not be more than rupees 1 crore as on the balance sheet date. Just don't by heart 1 crore, focus on other things also. All right. So first of all, if you are conducting audit of financial year 26-27, when I say balance sheet date, this is nothing but 31st March 27, not the previous year. Paid up capital, reserves and surplus will include all types of reserves. All right, add everything that is given over there. Don't exclude any reserve, including revaluation reserve. All right, it should not be more than rupees 1 crore. So exact 1 crore is fine, but it should not be more than rupees 1 crore. All right, so this becomes the second condition. The third condition, which does not have total borrowings exceeding 1 crore rupees from any bank or financial institution at any point of time during the financial year. All right. So again, they are talking about total borrowings, but only from bank and financial institution. Whereas in IFCFS, they were talking about aggregate borrowings from bank, financial institution, and body corporate. Here, they are talking only about total borrowings from bank and financial institution. All right. At any point of time during the financial year, that means full financial year, even for a single day, it should not exceed 1 crore. So again, this is within 1 crore. Okay. Borrowings limit also include all types of borrowings from banks and financial institution. And fourth condition, which does not have a total revenue. All right, as disclosed in Schedule 3 to Companies Act, exceeding 10 crore rupees during the financial year as per the financial statements. So total revenue should not exceed 10 crores. All right, so it should be within 10 crores. All right, during the financial year means financial year 26-27 as per the financial statements if the question is of 26-27. So 1110, 1110, 1110. All right, 1110, one paid up capital, reserves and surplus, one total borrowings from banks and financial institution, 10 total revenue, not just turnover, revenue from operation plus other income, total income. All right, total revenue, 1110, 1110, 1110. All right, for paid up share capital, reserve surplus, balance sheet date, for total borrowings at any point of time during the financial year. And again, total revenue also you have to see of the financial year under audit. All right. These companies, if private limited company fulfills all four conditions, then CARO 2020 is not applicable. Otherwise, CARO 2020 will be applicable even if one condition is not fulfilled. So tell me, CARO 2020 is not applicable to BSO 8 private. All right. This is one thing that you need to understand. There is one more thing that you need to understand. Before I go to that, let us see this question. All right. Achha, this was just a theory question on IFCFS and private limited company, CARO. So you write the theory, you will get your marks. Okay. Now, there is one more point of applicability of CARO which you need to understand very, very clearly. There is one more point of applicability of CARO which you need to understand very, very clearly. Listen to me very, very carefully. CARO has total 21 clauses. All right. Out of that, 20 clauses are applicable to audit report on standalone financial statement. And 21st clause is only made for consolidated financial statements. That is why for consolidated financial statements, we say first 20 clauses are not applicable. All right. So let us say if Alpha Limited is holding S1 Limited, S2 Limited, and S3 Limited. All right. Alpha Limited will prepare two financial statements, standalone financial statements, and consolidated financial statements. For the standalone financial statements, we have 20 clauses. All right. And for consolidated financial statements audit report, all right, we have only 21st clause that you need to understand. So what we will do is we will first finish 21st clause of CARO 2020. We will first finish 21st clause of CARO 2020. All right. 21st clause of CARO 2020. Everyone over here. What does the 21st clause say? Obviously, I'm not going to revise every single line, but I will tell you very quickly. I am the auditor of the holding company. You are the auditor of subsidiary company. In your CARO, all right, whatever are the negative remarks, okay, whatever are the negative remarks in your CARO, okay, I need to give a reference of that in my audit report. Listen to me. I am conducting audit of the holding company. Holding company will also prepare two financial statements, standalone financial statements and consolidated financial statements. In standalone financial statements, first 20 clauses are there. In any of those first 20 clauses also, if there is a negative remark, all right, I need to compile it over here. So let me give you a very simple formula. Right? So consolidated financial statements is made up of standalone financial statements of parent entity plus the subsidiaries. Yes. So in their standalone financial statements, CARO, wherever there are negative marks in any of the clauses, only CARO negative marks, not the negative marks of the entire audit report. All right. Only CARO negative marks. All right. That will be included in the CARO of CFS. Okay, let me read. Whether there have been any qualifications or adverse remark by the respective auditors in the CARO reports, all right, of the companies included in the CFS, not only subsidiaries, all the companies included in CFS. So standalone financial statements of parent entity, first 20 clauses also, if there is a negative remark, that will also be given reference over here. If yes, indicate the details of the companies and paragraph numbers of the CARO report containing the qualifications or adverse remark. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Now listen to me very, very carefully. All right. There are about 20 clauses over here. 21st is done. It is for CFS. Now we are talking from the angle of standalone financial statements. All right. There are 20 clauses over here. So what we will do is quickly we will just take a briefing of the clause. All right. Now clause 1 is talking about property, plant and equipment. Okay. Which will, and it is not only talking about property, plant and equipment, it is also talking about intangible assets. Now in clause 1, they are worried about whether company is maintaining proper records. They are worried about inspection, physical verification. All right. They are worried about ownership of the immovable properties. Then they are worried about revaluation. And then they are worried about Benami property proceedings. All right. So what we will do is RIO, RB or BR. All right. Records, inspection, ownership, revaluation, all right, and Benami property proceedings. First, the head points. Okay. Proper clause 1A is very simple. Proper records of fixed assets, proper records of intangible. Clause B talks about physical verification, whether the property, plant and equipment have been physically verified by the management at reasonable intervals. Reasonable intervals will be at least once in 3 years. So we have to comment that at least once in 3 years, whether management is physically verifying the inventory or not. And in that physical verification, verifying fixed assets or not. I'm so sorry. Physically verifying fixed assets or not. And in that physical verification, if there is any kind of material differences, all right, whether it has been rectified in the books of accounts or not. Then C, that is ownership of immovable properties. Okay, whether title deeds or title documents of all immovable properties which are disclosed in the financial statements, whether they are held in the name of the company or not. All right. Then D, they are talking about revaluation, whether property, plant, equipment, intangibles, whether they have been revalued or not. That is fine. If they have been revalued, whether they have been revalued by registered valuer or not, which is a certified valuer under Companies Act, whether they have revalued from that registered valuer or not, that is also fine. What is important over here is the amount of change. So let us say if there is a building, there are 3 buildings, B1, B2, B3. The carrying value is 100, 100, 100. All right. And the revalued amount is 115, 100, 100. So here there is 15% change. But if you compare the whole block of asset, there is only 5% change. So which percentage we have to take into consideration? The block of asset. Look at this. If change is 10% or more in the aggregate of net carrying value of each class, means the whole block of property, plant and equipment or intangible asset, then that needs to be specified over here. I hope I have made myself very clear. And clause 1E is just talking about whatever are the legal cases with respect to Benami property, whether they have been disclosed in the financial statements. All right. If we just have to comment upon that, and if there are any cases going on of hidden properties, Benami properties, properties holding in the name of some stranger, all right, then hidden properties basically. If there are such cases going on, then we have to comment that whether they have been disclosed in the financial statements or not. All right. So RIO, RB, when it comes to clause 1, property, plant and equipment. Clause 2 talks about inventory. Inventory, there are 2 discussions. One is regarding physical verification. Second is regarding working capital loan sanctioned. All right. When we talk about physical verification of inventory, we have studied that properly in SA 501. Even in marathon revision, I have covered it. So I am only interested in the CARO points over here. We want to know whether physical verification of inventory has been conducted at reasonable intervals. So when I say reasonable intervals, it is nothing but at least once in a year, physical verification should be conducted by the management. For property, plant and equipment, at least once in 3 years. And in that physical verification, wait, in that physical verification, whether the coverage and procedure of that verification is proper or not. And most importantly, if there is a difference, if there is a difference of 10% or more in the aggregate for each class of inventory were noticed, then whether it has been rectified in the books of accounts or not. So let us say when the physical verification was going on, all right, at that point of time, if there was a difference of 10% or more in the aggregate of class of inventory, so let us say that there is product 1, product 2, product 3, all right, all products under finished good, all right, 100, 100, 100, all right, there is a difference, let us say of 110 here, here it is 100, here it is 100. So total 10, 300, this is 310. But this difference, if you see, we have to compare this class. This difference is not 10% or more. Then in that case, we are not supposed to be worried. Okay. So physical verification conducted at reasonable intervals. If yes, what is the coverage and procedure of such verification? Are you satisfied with that? If yes, if there are differences of discrepancies of 10% or more in the aggregate of each class of inventory, then whether it has been properly dealt with in the books of accounts or not. Then clause 2b is about working capital loan sanctioned. Be very careful whether during any point of time of the year the company has been sanctioned working capital limits in excess of 5 crore rupees or more in aggregate from banks or financial institution on the basis of security of current assets. Relax. All right. You know what? If there is a manufacturing entity, it can go to the bank. This is done in bank audit also. It can go to the bank. It can show its inventory and trade receivables, and bank will sanction a loan. All right. So that is called as working capital loan. Okay. Now they are worried about such kind of working capital loan on the security of current assets. But listen to me. Let us say bank has sanctioned working capital loan of 2 crores. Then there is one more bank which has sanctioned of 3 crores. Then there is one more bank which has sanctioned of 1 crore. So three banks from three different banks you have taken working capital loan, and total comes to 6 crores. All right. Then you have to consider it more than 5 crores because they have used the word in aggregate from banks and financial institution. All right. So I will read one more time. Whether during any point of time of the year the company has been sanctioned working capital limits in excess of 5 crore rupees in aggregate from banks or financial institution on the basis of security of current assets. In this video, just focus on revising CARO. Don't think about by hearting everything. 2-3 times you will see solve questions. It will be done. All right. And CARO code word I will give you separately in the comment section. All right. Now listen to me. There is a requirement where manufacturing entity has to file once in 3 months. They have to file the statement of current assets with the bank. So CARO wants to know whether that statement was properly filed with the bank and whether there is any difference with the books of accounts. Whether quarterly returns or statements filed by the company with such banks or financial institutions are in agreement with the books of accounts of the company. If not, then please provide the details. All right. So one CARO clause 1, property, plant and equipment, REO, RB done. All right. 2, inventory. Again, it is when it comes to inventory, it is PW, that is physical verification and working capital loan sanctioned. Okay. Now clause 3, investment made, loans or guarantees given. Investment made, loans or guarantees given. All right. Now I call it as LIGS, LIGS, LIGS. All right. Focus over here. Little bit technical clause. All right, but be patient. Whether during the year the company has made investments. I am not showing any fancy notes for CARO because you have to read line by line. All right, CARO. That is, I'm not showing fancy notes to you. This is not the time. You have to ensure that you are going through the wordings. Whether the company has made investments in or provided any guarantee or security or granted any loans or advances in the nature of loans, secured or unsecured, to companies, firms or LLPs or any other parties. Wait, that means they are talking about if the company has given leaks to any person, all right, loan, investment, guarantee, security. So they are talking about companies asset side, all right, asset side, loans and investments. Okay. Then in that case, first of all, they want a breakup of loan given. Okay. They want to know how much loan was given to subsidiaries, joint ventures, associates, how much was given to others, what was the amount of the loan given, and what is the amount outstanding as on year end. All right. To subsidiaries, joint ventures, associates, and to others. But if you see for 3A, they have clearly said that it is not applicable to companies whose principal business is to give loans All right, so there are so many companies whose main business is to give loans like NBFCs and stuff. So 3A is not applicable to such companies, not applicable to loan giving companies, not applicable to loan giving companies. All right. 3B, whatever leaks company has done, whatever leaks company has done, whatever LIGS company has done, all right, whether it is prejudicial to the company's interest, means it should not be biased to the company's interest. All right, let us say company has given a loan of 1 crore, all right, at 1% interest per annum. It is against the interest of the company. All right, company has made investments in such a company has made investments in a company which is going to default. All right, but company is going to make investments over there. They are making lots of investments. Again, it is against the interest of the company. Then when it comes to 3C, all right, repayment schedule and recovery, whether the repayment schedule has been decided and whether the recovery is regular. 3D is worried about total amount overdue for more than 90 days. If the amount has been due, all right, and if it becomes overdue, if the borrower is not paying it, if the amount is overdue for more than 90 days, then D is worried about it. D also wants to know whether the company has taken reasonable steps for the recovery. All right. E, listen to me. E is worried about loan RER, loan renewal, extension and replacement. Loan renewal, extension and replacement. Let us say you are the borrower, I am the company. All right, you are the borrower, I am the company. You are supposed to make the repayment in this year, but either I replaced your loan with a fresh loan, all right, or I extended your loan, all right, or I extended your loan, or what I did is I just passed a journal entry, I closed your old loan and passed a new loan. So either renewal, closing old, passing new, all right, extension, extending the same loan period, replacement, giving fresh loans to settle the earlier loans. If there is a loan RER, then whatever is the total amount of loan RER done during the year, that needs to be specified over here. All right. F, demand loans or without defined repayment schedule. I call it as demand loans. So DL, demand loans. What is demand loans? That listen, I am giving you loan of 2 crores. Whenever I demand the repayment, only then you make the repayment. So there is no repayment schedule. It's a demand loan. If I demand the repayment, then you give me the repayment. Or without defined repayment schedule. So no repayment schedule. So either company has done DL, demand loans, or no repayment schedule. All right. Then in that case, CARO wants to know about it, that if there are such loans which have been sanctioned. CARO also wants to know whether such loans were given to promoters, directors, all right, and related parties. Then that also amount CARO wants to know. So let us say if the demand loan and no repayment schedule, if the total demand loans plus no repayment schedule is 100 crores, all right, out of that 80 crore has been given to promoter, then this 100 crore should also be shown, and 80 crore to the promoter, that also needs to be shown over here. All right, so that is your clause 3A, B, C, D, E, F. One more time. 3A is breakup of loan given to SJs and others. 3B, whether there is any LIGS which is prejudicial to the company. 3C, D, E, all worried about loans, whether there has been any repayment schedule or recovery, whether it is regular, whether recovery is regular. 3D, overdue for more than 90 days, reasonable steps taken for recovery. And E for extension, renewal, extension, replacement. And F for fraud loans, I will say, or like demand loans or without any defined repayment schedule. I understand clause 3 is little heavy, but you have to go through this once. All right. Clause 4 and clause 5, I am not expecting at interest level to be asked separately. Clause 4, just knowledge you should have. Clause 4 is just dealing with whether section 185 and 186 have been complied or not. Those are company law, directors and related party sections. All right, so that is not there at interest level. Just that you should know that clause 4 deals with section 185 and 186. Clause 5 is your full deposits chapter from company law subject, that is section 73 to section 76, whether it has been complied or not, that you study very well in law. Here we just have to comment that whether these sections have been complied or not, and if the sections have not been complied, then we will write the nature of violations. All right. Clause 6, this is also there in company law, section 148 of Companies Act 2013, where the law professor would have taught you that which company needs to maintain cost records. All right. Clause 6 just wants to know that if you are auditing a company which is covered under section 148, all right, then whether they have maintained their cost records or not. You don't have to check whether they are properly maintained or not. Don't write the word properly. We just have to check whether the cost records have been maintained or not. All right. Clause 7, if you want me to tell you the important clauses at inter se level, it will be clause 1, clause 2, clause 7. All right. These are the clauses which can get their attention. Clause 7, statutory dues. Now listen to me. If there is any taxation due, all right, or GST due, income tax, sales tax, whatever it is, all right, such kind of dues to appropriate authority, then the CARO clause 7, CARO clause 7 wants to know that whether as on the balance sheet date, whether as on the balance sheet date, that is the last day of the financial year, whether it has been paid or it is unpaid, whether it has been paid or it is unpaid. All right, if it has been paid, whether it has been regularly paid or not, whether it has been regularly paid or not. And let us say if it is unpaid, then we have to ask why it is unpaid. There are two reasons: either it is disputed or it is undisputed. Disputed means legally disputed. Huh? Just sending a letter to the income tax department is not dispute. If it is disputed, then we have to mention the details of it. First, I will show that disputed. 7B. All right, 7B, disputed, where the statutory dues given above have not been deposited on account of any dispute, then the amounts involved and the amounts involved and the forum means whatever is the amount involved, and the forum means that income tax appellate tribunal or whatever it is, amounts involved and the forum where the dispute is pending shall be mentioned. All right. But writing a letter to the department is not a dispute. It has to be a proper legal dispute. But listen to me. If it is undisputed and unpaid, means they are genuinely outstanding. All right. If they're outstanding for more than 6 months from the date they became payable, if they're outstanding for more than 6 months from the date they became payable, then again that details need to be mentioned. Let me read this: whether the company is regular in depositing undisputed statutory dues, whether the company is regular in depositing undisputed statutory dues, all right, including, then they have given names of different dues. And if not, means the company is not regular, all right, in depositing statutory undisputed statutory dues, the extent of arrears of outstanding statutory dues, very important line, the extent of arrears of outstanding statutory dues as on the last day of the financial year for a period of more than 6 months from the date they became payable shall be indicated. One more time: extent of arrears of outstanding statutory dues. Tell me, extent of arrears of outstanding statutory dues as on the last day of the financial year concerned for a period of more than 6 months from the date they became payable shall be separately indicated. Yes sir, yes sir. Clause 8. Acha, you know now that in income tax there are so many scrutinies which are done by income tax officers. So let us say that there is a particular company on whom the scrutiny was going on. You are the auditor of that company, and that company has surrendered the income. That sorry, income tax officer, the company has surrendered the income. All right, they had hidden some income. That company has surrendered and disclosed it in the income tax proceedings. Then Ministry of Corporate Affairs says that okay, company has surrendered the income in front of income tax department, but they should also pass the rectification entry in the books of accounts. So they are worried about it. Whether any transaction not recorded in the books of accounts has been surrendered or disclosed as income during the year in the tax assessments under Income Tax Act. If so, whether the previously unrecorded income has been properly recorded in the books of accounts during the year. All right. So that is the point. Okay. So if you have surrendered in front of income tax department, but whether it has been properly recorded as income, all right, in the books of accounts during the year. Clause 9, again one of their favorites, whether it is inter C or final C level, default in repayment of dues. All right, stay connected, don't quit. All right, clause 9, I know that you want to see CARO 2020 in 5 minutes. That's not the case. You have to stay connected. All right. Clause 9, default in repayment of dues. Okay. 9A, whatever borrowings you had taken from any lender, if you have defaulted in the repayment, then in that case there will be details over here. Whether the company has defaulted in repayment of loans or other borrowings or in the payment of interest thereon to any lender. If yes, the period and the amount of default is to be reported as per the format given below. Try to remember the format if possible. But let me tell you, in case of bank, financial institution and government, if the lender was the bank or financial government, then lender-wise details will be given. So you have defaulted to Kotak Bank, SBI and other Bank of Baroda, then Kotak, SBI and Bank of Baroda, separate names will be given over there. All right, for other lenders, you can club the name. All right, let us say there are n number of deposit holders to whom you have not paid, something like that. All right, then you can just write deposit holders or debenture holders, and accordingly you can write it over here. All right. Next, if the company has been default, if the company, B for beggar, willful defaulter. All right. If the company has been declared willful defaulter, what is willful defaulter? That you have the money to pay but still you are not paying, that is called as willful defaulter. If the company has been declared willful defaulter by any bank or financial institution, then that also needs to be mentioned. C and D, very very important. C talks about any kind of misutilization, any kind of misutilization. If you had taken loan for plant and machinery, all right, but you went on a world tour, look at this, whether term loans were applied for the purpose for which the loans were obtained. If not, the amount of loans so diverted and the purpose for which it is used may be reported. But D is very, very specific. All right. D is saying that whether you have used short-term loans for long-term purposes, all right, whether you have used, all right, short-term loans for long-term purposes. If you have used short-term loans for long-term purposes, then in that case it will be specified. Let us say you took a working capital loan, all right, you took a working capital loan, but you have utilized for purchase of plant and machinery, then you have used short-term loans for long-term purposes, that will be given in 9D. I don't know how many of you will relate or connect with this, but it is my duty to tell you that if short-term loans have been used for long-term purposes, it also indicates doubt over going concern. It is one of the official indicator mentioned in the module for going concern. In the last session, I took SA 570 where I described about indicators over going concern. It is one of the financial indicators. So they can try to mix this short-term loans used for long-term purposes. All right. Any other misutilization? Clause C. All right. Plant and machinery you used for, let us say, buildings. Clause C. All right. It is long-term loan, long-term purpose. Long-term loan, short-term purpose, clause C. Only short-term loan, long-term purpose is clause D. All right. Then 9E. Loans taken to meet obligation of component. If the company has taken loan, but not for its own liability, it has taken the loan to meet the obligations of the component subsidiaries, joint ventures, associates, then again it will be mentioned over here. Clause F, securities held in the components pledged. Let us say I am the auditor of a holding company. Let us say I am the owner of the holding company. I am the owner of the holding company, but I am also holding shares in the subsidiary company. All right. So what the company will do, holding company is holding shares in subsidiary company. Alpha Limited is holding 60% shares in S1 Limited. So Alpha Limited will go to the bank and say, bank, 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 bank. I have the shares of S1 Limited. I have the shares from S1 Limited. So they will keep that as a security and try to get the loan from there. All right. Again, that is wrong. Okay. Whether the company has raised loans during the year on the pledge of securities held in SJS, then report if the company has defaulted and repayment of such loans. All right. So you have to report about these details also if securities held in the components have been pledged. All right. So 9, clause 9, again very sensitive. If you want me to give the sensitive clauses for inter CA, 1, 2, 7, 9. All right. Very, very sensitive. Now comes clause 10, which is again equally sensitive. Public offers and private placement. I will be very clear, very, very, very fast with this. All right. 10A. If you have raised money by IPO, FPO, all right, of shares and other public instruments, and if you have misutilized it, you raised money for one of the project and you have misutilized it, all right, then it is 10A. So tell me, students, quick fire round. If you have taken a loan from the bank and if you have misutilized it, loan from the bank and misutilized it, 9C. Short-term loan from the bank, long-term purposes, 9D. Shares from the public, all right, you have raised the money by shares and you have misutilized it, 10A. But let us say you have raised the money by private placement. So you have issued shares to private equity holders, Shark Tank India and stuff. All right. And whatever money you have raised that you have misutilized. All right. Then that is 10B. Company has made any preferential allotment of private placement or shares or other convertible debentures, whether it was used for the purposes or not. So come on, everyone, misutilization of loan, 9C. Short-term loan, long-term purposes, 9D. Misutilization of IPO, FPO money, 10A. Misutilization of private placement of shares money, 10B. All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Clause 11, fraud reporting. In this session itself, we have discussed. In this session itself, we have discussed that fraud amounting 1 crore or more is reported to the central government, but less than 1 crore is not reported to the central government. But when it comes to CARO, very, very, very important. When it comes to CARO, A for any fraud. All right. Any fraud, whether employee officer was involved, anyone else was involved, fraud against the company, by the company, fraud on the company. All right. Any amount, 5 lakh, 2 lakh rupees also has been noticed or reported during the year. If yes, the nature and amount involved is to be indicated. So A for any fraud. B for Bharat. Bharat central government. Okay. So that reporting to central government, whatever you have done, section 143 subsection 12, whatever report you have submitted to the central government, all right, that reference will be given over here. That fraud also details need to be given over here. Form ADT 4 if you have filed. C for city. All right, city, whistle pudu. All right, C for Chennai Super Kings, whistle pudu. Whether auditor has considered whistleblower complaints. Whistleblower complaints are the complaints where the insider, employees, or anyone anonymously, without disclosing their identity, reports the fraud, complaints about the fraud. So A for any fraud, B for Bharat central government reporting to central government, and C for city whistleblower complaints. Clause 12, Nidhi company. All right, Nidhi company concept is covered in company law, but I will tell you very quickly what they are trying to say over here. Whether Nidhi company has complied with net own funds to deposits in the ratio of 1:20. So in front of 20 rupees deposits, Nidhi company should at least have 1 rupee. You know the business of Nidhi companies that it will take deposits from the members. It will also give loan to the members. All right. So in front of 20 rupees of deposits, at least Nidhi company should have its own fund of 1 rupee. All right. Next, whether Nidhi company is maintaining 10% unencumbered term deposits as specified in Nidhi Rules 2014 to meet out the liability. Sir, what is this? Listen to me, everyone. If members have paid deposits with Nidhi company, all right, of 100 rupees, then out of this 100, 10 rupees, that is 10%, Nidhi company has to keep it as an FD with one of the bank, all right. And then from this FD can't be used as a security for loan. This FD can't be used as a security for loan, so it has to remain unencumbered. Unencumbered means not available to be given as security. It should be free from any other obligation. So that is what they are trying to say, whether Nidhi company is maintaining 10% unencumbered term deposits. Next, 12C. Whether there has been any default in payment of interest on deposits or repayment thereof for any period, and if so, the details thereof. So if Nidhi company has defaulted, in the repayment of deposits, all right, if Nidhi company has defaulted in the repayment of deposits or interest on the deposits, then it will be reported in 12C. So tell me one thing, if you get a question of Nidhi company, and let us say Nidhi company has defaulted, in repayment of bank loan. Tell me, Nidhi company has defaulted in repayment of bank loan. Then it will be reported under which clause? If you get a question on Nidhi company, and if it is defaulted in repayment of bank loan, then it will be reported under which clause? Sir, it will be reported under 12C. No. It will be reported in 9A only. Hello. Just because looking at Nidhi company, don't jump to clause 12. 12C is for default in payment of interest on deposits. All right. So if it is a Nidhi company, but if it has defaulted in repayment of bank loan, it will still remain 9A. All right. Students, be very clear. Default word is separate. Misutilization word is separate. Default, I am not paying the installment. Misutilization, I am using money somewhere else. So listen to me, guys and the girls and everyone. All right. If there is a default in bank loan 9A, Nidhi company defaulted in payment of deposit holders money 12C, misutilization of bank loan 9C, short-term loan for long-term purposes 9D, IPO, FPO money is misutilized 10A, private placement of shares being misutilized money 10B. Yes, sir. All right. Clause 13, it is just dealing with related party transactions, whatever are the related party transactions, whether they are complying with sections this 177 and 188, that will not be questioned, but the next line can be questioned to you, that they want to know whether related party transactions details have been disclosed in the financial statements as required by applicable accounting standards. So AS 18 disclosure, whether it has been made or not, and for final C, Ind AS 24 disclosure, whether it has been made or not. Next, clause 14, Clause 14 talks about internal audit system. So if section 138 is applicable to the company internal audit section, then whether the company has internal auditor, and more importantly, whether that internal auditor is sufficient, commensurate for the company. Now, if Reliance Industries Limited has just one person acting as internal auditor, all right, that's not good. They should have a full internal audit team. Whether the company has an internal audit system commensurate with the size and nature of its business, commensurate means sufficient. All right. Second, whether the reports of internal auditors for the period under audit were considered by the statutory auditor. So if you are the statutory auditor, whether you have considered the reports of internal audit or not. Already we did this in chapter 4 SA 610. Okay, so clause 14 is for internal audit system. Clause 15 will not be asked at inter-CA level. All right, final CA also less chances, because final CA also these sections are there in SPOM. Compliance with section 192 of Companies Act 2013. All right, whether company, but at least you should know this, whether company has entered into any non-cash transaction. So what is non-cash transaction? All right, director giving building to the company giving land to the director, non-cash transaction. All right, then there are lots of provisions to be complied with. So they are just giving reference to section 192 of Companies Act 2013. Again, clause 16 is one of the favorites, but at CA final level, not at CA inter level. If the company is satisfying the definition of NBFC, then whether it has obtained registration license from RBI or not. All right, that much at least inter-CA students should know. Beyond that, not required that knowledge. Okay. Clause 17, cash loss. What is cash loss? Tell me everyone. If you see in the PNL net loss of 20 lakhs, but you also see that I have passed a provision entry of 30 lakhs, then actually 20 lakhs, you add back 30 lakhs, then actually I had a 10 lakh profit. It is because of this provision entry of 30 lakhs that I am showing net loss of 20 lakhs. So I actually did not have any cash loss over here. All right. So when I say cash loss, means net loss, and you will add back non-cash expenses. One more time, net loss and you will add back non-cash expenses. You have to report whether company has incurred cash losses in the financial year and in the immediately preceding financial year. If so, you have to state the amount of cash losses. Clause 18, resignation by the statutory auditor. Whether there has been any resignation of the statutory auditor during the year. If so, whether the auditor has taken into consideration the issues, objections or concerns raised by the outgoing auditor. All right. So one more time, you have to talk about resignation by the statutory auditor. If you have appointed as an auditor, previous auditor resigned, then you have to say that whether you have considered whatever the issues, objections and concerns were raised by that particular auditor. Clause 19 is worried about whether the company will be able to meet the liability which in the foreseeable future, which arises in the next 12 months from the balance sheet date. In 19, when you are writing the English, don't write the word going concern. I will tell you what you're supposed to write. In 19 clause, if you read the entire clause, there is no word called as going concern. Clause 19 wants to know whether auditor is of the opinion that no material uncertainty exists as on the date of audit report, and that company is capable of meeting its liabilities existing at the date of balance sheet as and when they fall due within a period of 1 year from the balance sheet date. All right. So that is your clause 19. Clause 20, CSR activities, corporate social responsibility activities, section 135, that you do it at CA inter level, you already have it. All right, but what I would like to just add to it is that this clause is worried about only unspent amount. There is a requirement that unspent amount is supposed to be transferred to a separate special account, all right, within 6 months from the end of financial year. That requirement they are testing, all right, whether CSR is applicable or not, that they are not checking. They will assume that CSR is applicable. We have to just check whether the amount is remaining unspent with respect to any project. All right, then we have to comment whether it has been transferred to a special account as per section 135 or not, but not one of their favorites at CA inter level. All right, so that those are your 20 clauses. Now listen to me, couple of tips when it comes to CARO. All right, that when it comes to CARO, whenever you are writing the answer, clause number obviously important, that I will write in the YouTube comment section, the whole code word, don't worry about it. All right, very important to understand. First of all, the important clauses 1, 2, 7, 9, 10, 11. All right, at least these clauses are very, very important. Balance clauses, whether they will ask, not ask, they do ask, but these clauses are though very, very sensitive. Now, when you're writing the answer, you have to always start in this manner. According to clause dash, under paragraph 3 of statement on CARO 2020. Tell me, according to clause dash, under paragraph 3 of statement on CARO 2020, that will show to the paper checker that you have ensured that you are writing as per the bare CARO. Sir, every single word of CARO do we need to by heart? That is not humanly possible. In broken English also, if you write, it is fine, but the clause number should be proper, and try to be as near as possible, but don't take the pressure of by hearting every single word of this clause. All right. Now let us see what are the questions that they're asking. Remember, in entire CARO, if there is any negative remark, you have to give all the details possible with respect to that negative remark and the reasons for that negative remark. And in any of the clause, if management has not given you the data, then you will say that, okay, for this clause, management did not give me the data. All right. Now everyone over here, when we go to the question bank and we solve the question, look at this. Fraud of came across payments made to various creditors 75 lakhs. All right. Fake invoices of 25 lakhs. So fraud reporting to Board of Directors Audit Committee because it is less than 1 crore. But under clause 11 also it will be reported. Under clause 11 of CARO 2020 also it will be reported. Right? In 11A, A for any fraud, B for Bharat central government, and C for city bajao whistleblower. All right. Next, yes. CA Ravi Patnaik is conducting audit of a company for which reporting requirements under CARO 2020 are applicable. He finds that cash credit facility amounting to rupees 4 crores were released to the company by a branch of a bank for meeting its working capital requirements. He finds that out of the above funds, rupees 1 crore have been used by the company for installing effluent treatment plan. Okay. It was for working capital requirements, so short-term loan being used for long-term purposes. Short-term loan, long-term purpose, clause 9D. Sir, in the answer, if you write only 9 and 9D, less chances they will deduct your marks. They will not give 0, but they will for sure deduct the marks. All right. That is why for the important, very sensitive clauses, it is important that you remember with subclause. Okay. Try to make some code, try to remember with subclause, but don't just ignore subclauses completely. All right. Then then you have to also give the case study and the conclusion, reporting obligation. Okay. Discuss the reporting requirements with respect to monies raised by the company by way of IPO, FPO, preference also 10A and 10B. Okay. I told you that these are all very sensitive clauses. Then this was a very big controversy in May 22. If you see, it is a private limited company, paid up capital reserves 1.2 crores. All right. So actually it is, if you actually see 1.2 crores means it is within the limit of small company. All right. And if you also see that company has incurred losses to the tune of rupees 25 lakhs. All right. Turnover of 850 lakhs. So if you actually focus on paid up capital and 850 lakhs turnover, all right, then it is within the limit of small company. But the entire angle of small company has been ignored because for small company, we need the details of the previous financial year, all right, and complete details are not available. So let me tell you that the entire angle of small company has been ignored. I request you, please don't bring the angle of small company. They have to give you clear hints of it being a small company, all right. Otherwise, you will ignore the angle of small company in case of a private limited company. And the moment you see over here, paid up capital, reserves and surplus, all right. So 1.2 crore minus 25 lakhs of this accumulated P&L, so it comes to 95 lakhs. Turnover is 850 lakhs, which is within 10 crore. But if you see, the borrowings are 55 lakh each from a bank and financial institution. All right, so 55 lakh into 2 comes to 110 lakhs. So borrowing limit is getting violated, and therefore CARO 2020 will be applicable, because for CARO 2020, even if one limit is violated, it is applicable. But they have completely ignored the angle of small company. In law subject, please do whatever law professor has told you. But in my subject, please follow these instructions. This was a very big controversy in May 22 attempt also. All right. Then next, working capital limits. TA Limited, a biopharma company and global manufacturer of selected critical care medical products, has been sanctioned working capital limits of rupees 5.99 crore. Working capital limits of 5.99 crore. Clause 2B. Working capital limits are exceeding 5 crores. All right. From a nationalized bank on the basis of security of current assets. During the year-end audit, the statutory auditor considers that inventory is material to the financial statement and performs audit procedures over the company's final inventory records to determine whether they are accurately reflect actual inventory count procedures. What are the reporting requirements under CARO 2020? So clause 2A, physical verification of inventory at reasonable interval by the management, and clause 2B about working capital limits. All right. Money Limited is a listed company engaged in the business of manufacturing. During the financial year 24-25, the company has given loans. Given loans means clause 3 to the subsidiary and provided a corporate guarantee on behalf of a related party. State the reporting responsibilities of the auditor. So clause 3, all right. Whatever are the loans, investments, guarantee, security, they should not be prejudicial, all right. And whatever loans have been given by the company, all right, that how much it is given to subsidiary, joint venture, associate, how much it is given to others, all that breakup is required. It's a very detailed clause, so we will try to write as much as we can. They have written whole clause 3, all right. Deposits accepted by the company, that is clause 5, that is company law knowledge. Then you can see clause 7, statutory dues. You can solve this, it is very easy, don't worry about it, all right. I am just giving you a briefing. Default in repayment of loans and borrowings, again clause 9. Full reporting they want over here, full reporting they want over here, all right. Now see this May 24, they tried to question on clause 3, huh? All right, that demand loans and without any defined repayment schedule loans given to promoters, directors, related parties, all right, 3F, they tried to question that, okay. So clause 3 also we will add in our important list, but it is too lengthy, okay. Then again this IPO, FPO, private placement of shares, clause 10A, 10B, all right. This is fully convertible debentures, means 10B, read that properly, all right. I think that should be it. This is just exclusions of CARO. Chalo. So everyone over here, I request you that you should be very careful and you can solve these many questions, all right. But when it comes to CARO 2020, just don't by heart the clause headings. Please ensure that you are reading properly. So as promised to you, up till now, we have covered entire chapter 8 audit report, all right. We first did 700 to 706, then we did small essays like 710, 600, 299, and now in the last 65 minutes or so we are done with our reporting requirements, section 143 subsection 1, 143 subsection 3, 143 subsection 12, and CARO 2020, all right. At this moment in the video, all right, you should pause for at least 5-10 minutes and then come back and finish the last chapter of standards. Yes, if you have reached up till here, don't quit now. Last chapter of standards which is pending, and that is chapter 3, risk assessment and internal control. Yes, we will now go to chapter 3, that is risk assessment and internal controls, okay. But we will take a break of 10 minutes and then we will continue. We are continuing with chapter 3, risk assessment and internal control, all right. Now, when it comes to this chapter, most of the students have left this chapter in option, but trust me, the kind of questions that we are going to do, all right, you will feel very much covered. I cannot say we can cover 100% over here, but you will feel very much safe when it comes to risk assessment and internal control. All right. I will also keep my notes very handy, all right, for risk assessment and internal control. So I think all of us can nicely prepare it. Okay. Now, when it comes to this risk assessment and internal control, first of all, what is risk assessment procedure? Whereby SA 315, all right, this is SA 315, whereby auditor first, all right, understands the entity and its environment. Auditor evaluates the accounting system and related internal control system. He does not test anything. He just understands and evaluates so that he can find out the risk of material misstatement. All right, what can go wrong, how much can go wrong and stuff. Now, I have divided this chapter into about 6 to 7 parts. As you can see over here, first is a very sensitive part for exam, that is components of audit risk. But at least few things if you do, you will feel very much covered. 80-90% probability that the questions will be from what we are discussing right now. All right. But for at least for 3-4 minutes, all right, we should be clear about what we are discussing in the concept of audit risk. So I will take you to the notes. Listen to me. Audit risk is risk of expressing inappropriate opinion when financial statements are materially misstated. Just focus on this much. All right. So listen to me very carefully. The reality is that financial statements are materially misstated, and in the report you wrote that financial statements are free from material misstatement. All right. This is the fear in the mind of the auditor, that he may end up writing financial statements are free from materially misstated, when actually the reality is that financial statements are materially misstated. If you look at the definition, risk of expressing inappropriate opinion when financial statements are materially misstated. All right, give me few minutes. Okay. But if you think the reverse, that reality is that financial statements are free from material misstatement, and in the report you are writing that financial statements are materially misstated, this is just not possible. All right, because if actually financial statements are free from material misstatement, then how come you are writing that financial statements are materially misstated? In that case, management will defend themselves, all right, because they are good and you're trying to say that they are bad. So they will defend themselves. So this is not possible. All right. That is why don't put a full stop over here. Otherwise, if you put a full stop over here, you're talking about both the possibilities, which is wrong. You have to see the entire definition, risk of expressing inappropriate opinion when financial statements are materially misstated. All right. Now listen to me. When will this happen? Just simple English. When will this happen? When will this happen? When auditor fails to detect material misstatement. When auditor fails to detect material misstatement, that is when this will happen. That is why it is a combination of two risks. One is risk of material misstatement, that means financial statements are materially misstated, and detection risk, that means auditor fails. All right, relax, relax. Okay. Now, when will the financial statements be materially misstated? All right, when the transaction balances and disclosures, some error or fraud happens, and when the company's internal control fails. So let us say one of my employee committed a misappropriation of 3 crores and my system could not detect it. All right, so then financial statements will be materially misstated. So that is why risk of material misstatement is a combination of two risks. Now, this probability of error or fraud in the transactions, balances and disclosures. Any transaction balance or disclosure, all right, is exposed to error or fraud. Salary, clerical error, inventory, overvaluation, investment, overvaluation, contingent liabilities not disclosed. Any financial item, every single financial item is exposed to some kind of error or fraud. That risk is unavoidable. So that is inherent risk, unavoidable risk. However, in order to reduce this, management implements internal control. So if the control fails, all right, so that is your control risk. So everyone over here, inherent risk multiplied by control risk. When both the things happen in combination, then there is a risk of material misstatement. I am explaining the logic. If you're not able to understand the logic right now, this is the moment that you buy heart, please. All right, so inherent risk multiplied by control risk. All right, will lead to risk of material misstatement. All right, and risk of material misstatement. When auditor fails, so risk of material misstatement into detection risk will lead to audit risk. Okay, will lead to audit risk. Yes. Okay. So now listen over here. Very logical thing. DMART employee fails. DMART internal control system fails. And DMART auditor also fails. All right. Then auditor will end up expressing wrong opinion. Therefore, inherent risk multiplied by control risk multiplied by detection risk is equal to audit risk. Please by heart this now. I am explaining the logic, but there are limitations in this video. All right. So inherent risk multiplied by control risk multiplied by detection risk is equal to audit risk. Okay. Now listen to me. Auditor wants to keep audit risk as low as possible. So tell me, if that is why auditor first performs risk assessment procedure. Only then auditor moves ahead, na? So if risk of material misstatement is high, when you are understanding the entity and its environment and stuff, you came to know that risk of material misstatement is high. Okay. Then obviously you will become more alert and you will perform more procedures. You will increase the nature, timing and extent of your procedures. Yes, sir. So therefore, what will happen that you will reduce the chance of your failure. So detection risk will go down. And therefore, ultimately, your audit risk will also go down. So risk of material misstatement and detection risk, they have an inverse relationship. Risk of material misstatement and detection risk, they have an inverse relationship. All right. Logically, I hope you have understood this much. Now I will straight away go to the questions. XYZ Limited is engaged in the business and running several stores, dealing in variety of items such as ready-made garments for all seasons, shoes, gifts items, watches, etc. There are security tags on each and every item. Moreover, inventory records are physically verified on monthly basis. Discuss the types of inherent risk, control risk, and detection risk. Inherent risk, just think what can go wrong. In inherent risk, don't think anything else. Inherent risk means what can go wrong if there are no internal control system. Can I say employees can steal, customers can steal, there can be misappropriation? Yes or no, sir? Yes, that is inherent risk. Okay. Now, control risk, where the controls can fail. See, they have security tags, but what if someone removes the security tags? Plus, inventory records are physically verified on monthly basis. It is a very less frequency for such kind of a store. All right. So it is a very less frequency because there are small items. So reconciliation, physical verification needs to happen on more frequent basis. All right. That is your control risk. Okay. Then detection risk, auditor may fail. Remember, if you have attended my session, sampling and non-sampling risk, detection risk, listen, detection risk is a combination of two risks, sampling risk and non-sampling risk. Sampling risk, what if your sample is wrong? So you selected wrong sample only as an auditor. Out of 100 transactions, you selected 10 useless transactions in your sample. All right. Then your sample is wrong. That is sampling risk. But let us say your sample is proper, but you did not apply proper audit procedures. That is non-sampling risk. All right. So everyone, detection risk is that auditor may miss out on the transactions, auditor may select wrong sample, auditor may apply wrong procedure. All right, that is your detection risk. Okay. So practically, we just have to tell them the inherent risk, control risk, and detection risk over here. If such a practical question is asked, I don't think you will struggle. Next, Wear and Tear Private Limited is a startup engaged in providing holistic solutions to the problem of paddy stubble burning, mainly catering to the needs of farmer of northwestern India. Due to importance given by government to this issue, companies have entered in the market in the past few years. Many of these companies have not been successful and have gone bust. As an auditor of the company, can you spot the component of ROMM when they say component of ROMM? So ROMM is combination of inherent risk and control risk. Control risk will come into picture only when the internal control system fails. If you apply even 2% of your brain, tell me, is the internal control system failing over here? No, the question is not dealing with internal control only. All right. The question is clearly dealing with, the question is clearly dealing with, the question is clearly dealing with the risk involved due to the entity's business environment, what can go wrong. So it is inherent risk. A company has devised a control that its inventory of perishable goods is stored in appropriate conditions in a controlled environment to prevent any damages to the inventory. Responsibility is fixed on two persons to monitor the environment using sensors and to report on deviations. Identify the component of ROMM. So again, ROMM is equal to inherent risk into control risk. Now, is this talking about the risk due to the business or like something? No, it is purely talking about internal control system. So the controls may fail. What if the device is not functioning? What if the device is functioning but the persons who are monitoring it are not paying attention? All right, so control may fail. So that is your control risk. A partnership firm of chartered accountants HT and Associates was appointed to audit the books of accounts of Wind and Ice Limited for financial year 2021. There was a risk that HT and Associates would give an inappropriate audit opinion if the financial statements are materially misstated. Risk of expressing inappropriate opinion when financial statements are materially misstated. All right, this is which risk? Audit risk. Jojo Limited is planning to list on Bombay Stock Exchange next year. As an auditor of Jojo Limited, identify any one reason of increased audit risk due to listing of the company. Tell me if the company is planning to list. All right. This shows that the company may go for overvaluation, may try to overstate their revenues, understate the expenses, overstate the amount of assets, understate the amount of liabilities so that they can get a favorable listing price. So risk of material misstatement increases because of this, and therefore ultimately, all right, if auditor does not pay attention to this, then even audit risk will increase because there is a risk of entire financial statements being materially misstated. Satranga Foods Private Limited is engaged in manufacturing of pickles. The auditors of the company have planned audit procedures in respect of recognition of revenue of the company. Despite that, there is a possibility that misstatements in revenue recognition are not identified by the planned audit procedures. So tell me, here they are talking about auditor's failure. All right, the risk that the audit procedures may fail to detect misstatements. That means they are talking about which risk? Detection risk. They want you to identify this risk and explain the risk in detail. Now, as I told you, detection risk can be either due to sampling risk or it can be due to non-sampling risk. All right. Sampling risk is that auditor's conclusions based on a sample may be different from the conclusion if the entire population was subjected to the same procedure. Basically, sample is not representative of the population, so your sample selection is not proper. Non-sampling risk is the risk that auditor reaches a wrong conclusion for any reason not related to sampling risk. All right. Because of that, it could lead to detection risk. Next, one of the team members of Auditors of Highly Capable Limited was of the view that materiality and audit risk are only considered at planning stage. See, listen to me. Materiality and audit risk are such concepts which we need to consider throughout the audit, at planning stage, testing stage, execution stage, at all the stages. All right. So that is your, these are the questions on audit risk. Now I can understand you may not know in technical English what is inherent risk, control risk, and risk of material misstatement. That much risk you can take rather than just being exposed, all right, to completely leaving chapter 3 in option. But just one line control risk, that control fails to PDC, prevent, detect, and correct misstatement. Risk of material misstatement, that financial statements could be materially misstated. It is because of inherent risk and control risk. Detection risk, that audit procedures may fail to detect the misstatements. Frankly speaking, control risk, ROMM, and detection risk have very, very simple definitions. Only inherent risk has a little bit of tough definition. So inherent risk means what can go wrong if there are no internal controls. All right, that is simple English. But inherent risk over here means, all right, in technical English, susceptibility. Susceptibility means you are exposed to. Like students, as of now, you're looking at video, you are susceptible to sleep. All right. Similarly, salary, clerical error, inventory, overvaluation. All right. So susceptibility of an assertion. Wait, to a misstatement before consideration of related controls. If you can remember this much, susceptibility of an assertion to a misstatement before consideration of any related controls. All right. So this much will help you. Acha, what is not included in audit risk? What is not included in audit risk? My dear friends, reality is that financial statements are free from material misstatement, and in report you write that financial statements are materially misstated. This can be done only if you are on drugs. Right? So obviously this combination is not included in the concept of audit risk. Look at this. Audit risk does not include the risk that auditor might express an opinion that financial statements are materially misstated when they are not. This risk is ordinarily insignificant. Financial statements are materially misstated when they are not. Okay. And audit risk is a technical term related to audit procedure. Audit risk does not mean auditor's business risk. What if client does not pay and stuff. So it is not your normal English meaning of risk involved in audit business. No, that is not the audit risk. All right. So at least this much will really help you to cover your audit risk. All right. Now there are some specific questions on risk assessment procedure. See, when it comes to risk assessment procedure, all right, there is one very general question which has been very, very repeatedly asked. All right. So look at this, everyone over here. For the purpose of identifying and assessing ROMM, auditor shall identify risk throughout the process of obtaining an understanding of the entity and its environment. Explain in detail. Okay. Steps to be taken. Okay. Specific activities for identifying and assessing ROMM. So if the question somehow deals with how to identify and assess ROMM, if you see three different English wordings used, but at the end all three dealing with how to identify and assess ROMM. All right. So if the question deals with this, then in that case, remember, for identifying the risk involved, first I should understand the entity's environment. I should evaluate the entity's internal control system. Then I will come to know what is risk of material misstatement, what can go wrong, how much can go wrong, where there are chances of error and fraud. All right, so few basic words: understanding the entity and its environment, including relevant controls. All right, then I can find out the risk of material misstatement. But now I will explain two more points. Okay, very simple. When you are analyzing risk of material misstatement, there are two levels. One is risk of material misstatement in overall financial statement level, where there is a possibility that many transactions can go wrong. All right. Sir, for example, we just did that question of Jojo Limited. In Jojo Limited, they were planning to list on Bombay Stock Exchange. Because they are planning to list on Bombay Stock Exchange, there is a risk of material misstatement at overall FS level. So they are saying that, hello, check whether the risk relates to more pervasive, means major part, to the FS level. All right. So first they are explaining normal risk assessment procedure. Then they are explaining risk of material misstatement at overall financial statement level. All right. Then listen to me. There is something called as risk of material misstatement in assertion level. Let us say there are just manual records over inventory. If only this much is given in the question, then this shows that there is a risk of misappropriation in the inventory. All right. So that means what can go wrong at the assertion level? ROMM at assertion level. So understanding the entity and its environment, evaluating the accounting system and relevant controls, identifying the ROMM at overall FS level and ROMM at assertion level. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Next, risk of material misstatement may be greater for significant non-routine transactions. Okay. Risk of material misstatement may be greater for significant judgmental matters. Okay. They want you to explain this in detail. Very simple. So two concepts that they are covering: risk of material misstatement in non-routine transactions, all right, and risk of material misstatement in judgmental matters, estimates and stuff. Yes, in both of these are very unusual things and they may have high risk. All right. First, let me explain for non-routine transactions. For non-routine transactions, imagine one transaction, example, amalgamation transaction. This does not happen every day. All right. Now, in this such kind of transactions, there is a possibility of M2C. All right, what is this? There can be management intervention. The top management will be involved. We are taking over that company. Ensure that it looks like if it's a good company that we have taken over. Okay. Okay. Management intervention. Or there can be manual intervention because these are non-routine transactions. They cannot have automated system, manual entries and stuff. All right. And obviously there can be C for complex calculations for such kind of transactions. And if you want to write full all the points, then MC nature. The nature of such transactions is such that it is very difficult to implement an automated system. All right. Then judgmental matters. Whenever you talk about estimates, provision for doubtful debts, depreciation, impairment, provisions, different types of provisions. All right. Then in that case, it is subject to differing interpretation. So D for differing interpretation. My interpretation, your interpretation can be different. All right. Then it can be very subjective. All right. So it can be very subjective. First is interpretation issue, and second is the subjectivity element of assumptions and stuff involved in that. So because of DS, all right, there is a possibility of high risk of material misstatement in judgmental matters. Okay. In exercising the judgment as to which risk are significant risk. All right, significant risk. Okay, listen to me. Very easy. If they ask you to give me the factors of significant risk. All right, factors for significant risk. Then again, significant risk, explain the factors. So how do we decide that which risks are significant risk? All right, that I will give you a simple code word. We decide based upon fraud Oscar, that which risks are significant risk. Focus over here. If there is a risk of fraud, it is very significant risk. Now I will give you Oscar. O for outside the normal course of business, like manufacturing entity giving loans. Listen, if you are seeing the full lecture, then just before this chapter, I did audit report chapter. You remember key audit matters, significant risk. All right. In that also, first point was significant risk. So do you understand that these fraud Oscar matters? All right. They can be key audit matters also in a listed entity. Second, if I am the external auditor, you are the internal auditor, I cannot give you the work with respect to significant risk. So these things I will not give to the internal auditor. I will not rely upon the work of internal auditor. Just giving you practical aspect of it, that why we are learning this. So fraud Oscar, O for outside the normal course of business, S for subjectivity, wherever there is high subjectivity involved. All right. Wherever there is high complexity involved. Then if there are recent accounting developments, like let us say new Ind AS or new framework, new accounts framework, or economic developments, income tax act changes, GST changes, all right. And then obviously significant transactions with related parties. So fraud Oscar, they are called as significant risk. In other words, they are also called as areas requiring special audit considerations. They are also called as areas requiring special audit considerations. All right. See, these are points for risk of material misstatement. Now, risk assessment procedure techniques. All right. I'll show you one very basic chart first for risk assessment procedure techniques. For risk assessment procedure techniques. All right. Remember one code word IAO, 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 All right. There are three techniques for risk assessment procedure. One is I for inquiries, A for analytical procedures, and O for observation. I for inquiries. If I want to conduct risk assessment procedure, I will have to conduct inquiries of management and others within the entity. Example of others, just tell them Tamil. We will ask questions to TCWG. What kind of questions we will ask? How TCWG is supervising the management. All right. Then A for accounts department. We will ask accounts department about how they are processing some very material transactions. All right. Who is responsible for transaction processing and stuff. M for marketing department will try to understand their marketing and sales strategies so that we can understand the impact of that on the financial statements. I for internal auditor. We will conduct inquiries of internal auditor who will help us to understand whether there is any problem with respect to their internal control system. All right. And L for legal counsel, whether there are litigation or claims, all right, through which I can understand the risk of material misstatement in the financial statements. All right. Then listen to me. A for analytical procedures. I have said this in my revision of SA 520. Also, I am repeating. Analytical procedures, ratios, comparisons, and trend analysis, all right, are used at planning stage, are used at testing stage, and are used at completion stages. When you use the technique of ratio analysis for testing and completion, it is SA 520, not SA 315. But I solved one question in SA 520 where one of the auditor was using risk assessment, was using analytical procedure at the planning stage, starting stage of the audit for risk assessment. All right. So when you use analytical procedure for planning stage, all right, then it is called as using analytical procedure as risk assessment. This is not SA 520, this is SA 315. So if you use analytical procedures like trend analysis of past profits, I do a trend analysis of last 3-4 years. I come to know, oh my God, all right, there is a very unusual trend. So I may find out some unusual transactions, events which can have an impact on my audit. But you know what? When I'm performing analytical procedures, I have explained this in SA 520 also. I use financial as well as non-financial information. Salary is financial information. Total number of employees is non-financial information. Sales is financial information. Number of units sold is non-financial information. Both the information will help us. But you know what? The biggest problem of analytical procedure is that when you are doing trend analysis, you are just doing at a very macro level, at an aggregated level. Here is the ground reality, and you are performing trend analysis. All right. Now, if I do a trend analysis of last 3 years, I see that, oh my God, all of a sudden sales dropped. And it was because of Strait of Hormuz, yaar. That there was some issue with respect to supply chain. So what I'm trying to tell you is, all right, that when you are using analytical procedures at an aggregated level, it can only give you an indication about RMM. Analytical procedures plus other procedures can give you proper information about ROMM. Otherwise, analytical procedures can give you only an indication about ROMM, not the exact analysis. You have to explain this. Okay. Wait, I will come to the last technique later on. First, focus over here, the kind of questions that are there. Inquiries of management. Give 3 examples. This was old course material. New course, the same question was asked. All right. In this manner, whereby they gave you the name of the person and you are supposed to tell what kind of questions you will ask. That is why I just did not write the full form of Tamil. I told you also about what kind of questions we will ask. Then, if you see, this is your analytical procedure being performed. All right. Through this, you can easily understand what are the different risks over here. All right. Then, look at this. This is also analytical procedure. On perusing the financial statements of Jojo Limited put up for audit, it is observed by the auditor that current ratio has improved from 1:20:1 to 1.75:1. Jojo Limited is planning listing, all right. And Jojo Limited auditor saw that, oh my God, from last year to this year, all of a sudden current asset ratio has improved. All right, current assets have increased. Identify what kind of risk assessment procedure being performed by the auditor. Do you think it has any relation with the listing of the company? The company is going to the company is planning listing, so company will go mostly for overvaluation. So there is a risk of material misstatement over there. And the trend analysis, that is the analytical procedures used as risk assessment procedures, are confirming this risk over here. All right. Okay. So these kind of practical things. Now, this is a very theory question. How analytical procedures can be performed as risk assessment. First, you will explain the meaning of analytical procedure, which I have explained earlier also. Then you will tell them that analytical procedure can be used at the planning stage for risk assessment to help the identify existence of unusual transactions events. Analytical procedures will use financial, non-financial data both. Analytical procedures can give you a broad initial indication of ROMM because they use data aggregated at a high level. When analytical procedures are supported by other procedures, all right, then it will give you proper analysis of risk of material misstatement. All right. So these are the different techniques. I will explain the last technique also. The last technique is observation and inspection. We don't do a lot of inspection of invoices and stuff during risk assessment, but yes, we will go for observation and inspection of drop. All right. We will see the documents, basic MOA, AOA, such kind of documents. We will see internal reports prepared by the management because we want to understand more and more about the entity. We will go, we will visit and just try to observe their operations, and we will also visit their plant and premises. All right. So everyone over here, we are done with risk assessment procedure techniques. All right. See, it's easy going. At least you should know something. All right. What if they give you a surprise of chapter 3, 12 marks or so? We should be ready for that. Now, there are some concepts of internal control which I obviously want you to know. Not all the concepts, but few concepts very, 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 very sensitive. All right. Everyone over here. First of all, for the internal control answers, you should know the definition of internal control. Internal control, normal English, yes, it is a process which is implemented by the management, yes, to prevent, detect fraud and error, yeah, all that is fine. But internal control system, we say that it is a process which is designed, implemented and maintained by management and TCWG so that they can give you trust, all right, to provide reasonable assurance that we are doing our job about achievement of entities objectives in regards to FOLA. Management wants you to trust their financial reporting. Management wants you to trust their financial reporting. Management wants you to trust their efficiency and effectiveness of operations. Management wants you to trust compliance with that don't worry, we are complying with laws and regulations. Management itself also wants to trust that their assets are safeguarded. Okay. So any system which is implemented to provide trust on FOLA, all right, that is nothing but what? Internal control system. Okay. All right. Then we are doing the first question only, don't worry. They can ask you such a question, objective, that is purpose of internal control with respect to accounts, that as a CEO, CFO, as management, why do we implement system over the accounts? Because any business owner, when it comes to their accounts, would like to Tata. So Tata, yes, if I am an owner of a business, I want my transactions, all right, to be properly authorized. I want my assets to be safeguarded. I want my transactions to be properly recorded, timely recorded. I want my assets to tally with the existing assets. I don't want unauthorized use of my assets. All right. Books of accounts and actual assets should tally. So you have to write 4 points. That is Tata. All right. So everyone over here, if you see, they are talking about internal controls over safeguarding of assets and against unauthorized use. Disposition may include internal controls relating to both financial reporting and operations. Explain stating clearly the objectives of internal control. The moment they say objectives of internal control, you say Tata. All right. And there was one specific point on assets. You don't need to get into too much detail for that. See, if there is an inventory, then there are financial controls also, plus there are physical operational controls also. All right. Auditor is more worried about the financial reporting controls. Okay. Auditor is not going to check the fire extinguisher everywhere. Next, the division of internal control into 5 components provides a useful framework for auditors to consider how different aspects of an entity's internal control may affect audit. Mention those components of internal control. Very, very sensitive question. Components of internal control, one of their favorites. All of this is with respect to components of internal control only. So please understand, hear me out once, please. All right. When I say components of internal control, I have changed the code word, crick monitor, 1 minute. Okay. When I say components of internal control, means different parts of the system which come together and makes the internal control system. When I say components of human body, means hands, legs and stuff. All right. So components means different parts of internal control system. Now there are total 5 components, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there are practical questions on it. So don't mess up. All right. Crick monitor. C for control environment. Control environment is nothing but the work culture which is set up by the management and DCWG. That is a basic foundation of the whole system. Then R for whether entity itself has any kind of risk assessment process or not. That means entity should be able to find out the risk of material misstatement, that where things can go wrong. Entity should have some kind of risk assessment procedure. All right. Then their accounting system, that how they have implemented their information system. That means how the transactions are initiated, recorded, and then finally reported in the financial statements. All right. Information system relevant to financial reporting. Tell me, information system relevant to financial reporting. So C for control environment, R for risk assessment process of the entity, I for information system relevant to financial reporting. All right. Then C for control activities. Control activities are nothing but different techniques used by the management for implementing internal control, like dividing the duties, authorization, and all of that. All right. And at the end, someone from the company, CEO, CFO, someone should monitor the entire internal control system. So they should have some monitoring techniques also. So click monitor, please ensure that you maintain the sequence also in the answer. Click monitor, C for control environment, R for risk assessment process of the entity, I for information system relevant to financial reporting, C for control activities, and then M for monitoring. All right. Now everyone over here, click monitor, click monitor, click monitor. I will just solve the questions which they have asked. Okay. Z Limited is a manufacturer of ready-made garments. During the year 25-26, they have opened 2 new branches and there is a substantial increase in their sales. The management has appointed CAR to review the internal control system as they feel that there are lapses in control environment. What is included in control environment and what will the auditor evaluate in order to obtain an understanding of the control environment? Oh, so everyone over here, listen to me. When it comes to control environment, as you can see this page, there are total 1, 2, 3 questions when it comes to control environment. First, what is included in control environment? It is nothing but work culture which is set up by management and TCWG. All right. So it is nothing but attitude, action, awareness, approach of management and TCWG. All right. That how they are functioning. It is nothing but governance and management functions. All right. It is the control environment will set the tone of organization. Culture of honesty, ethical behavior. Try to write all Satyug English over there. Look at this. Culture of honesty, ethical behavior, governance, management function, attitude, awareness, action. All right. Control environment will set the tone of organization. So at least now when you're seeing this lecture, you know, boss, you are not getting 0 in this chapter, but we will try to score maximum. All right. But this chapter has a risk of 0. First, we need to remove that. All right. Don't worry. There are no ghosts in this chapter. Okay. So that is one question of control environment. Second question, how many things will come together to make a control environment? Elements of control environment. All right. You get this. Human philosophy is to commit, communicate, participate, and organize. This is my code word. How do you judge work culture of an entity? By their human resource policies. If they're taking care of their employees, then good. Otherwise, it can be a toxic culture. All right. Then also by management's philosophy and operating style. There is no better example than Honorable Ratan Tata, sir. I get goosebumps when I think about him. All right. So philosophy and operating style, that also shows their work culture. All right. Then commitment to competence. They should be committed to competence, all right, and not like Air India pilots. Then they should communicate ethical. They should communicate ethical values to their employees and get it. They should also enforce ethical values. Then the highest level, TCWG should also involved in some of the activities. All right. And then there's structure, organization structure. Who is reporting to whom, which you study in your SM subject, or at middle level, lower level, high level, whatever level. All right. That should be very clear and there should be no confusion in that. So this creates a very good work culture in the entity. All right. Now, why I solved this? Focus over here. Why I solved this? Focus over here. Look at this. CS Smriti is the auditor of a company. As part of audit, she is going through company policies and practices regarding employee recruitment, training, orientation, and related matters. She seems to be very much interested in finding out whether company hires best candidates or not. Identify what she is trying to do, how it will be useful. So if the auditor is trying to understand the human resource policies and procedures, all right, that means auditor is trying to understand the control environment of the company. I hope, am I clear with this? Yes, 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 sir. Yes, sir. Okay. So these are the kind of questions that you see on control environment. Look at this, one more question. Spare Parts Limited received an input from the internal auditors that the internal controls implemented by the company appear to be reasonable, but not so strong that any fraudulent activity can be prevented or timely detected by such controls. Accordingly, a qualified person should head the internal control department. CA Raj has been appointed as an internal control head of the company. His scope of work includes development of internal controls in various department areas of the company. On his joining, he studied various verticals and after identifying the important areas, implemented strong controls in those areas. In his meeting with senior management and statutory auditors, he assured that satisfactory control environment exists and fraud cannot happen. Now listen to me. Just because there is a satisfactory control environment, it is just a work culture. It is an indirect control. It is an intangible thing. Right? Just because there is a satisfactory work culture, that does not mean that fraud cannot happen. All right. Even when Honorable Ratan Tata was leading the Tata Enterprises, all right, even though being the most gem of a person, still some employees here and there were committing fraud. So, whether existence of satisfactory control environment can be considered as an absolute stoppage to deterrent to fraud? No. So, if now see what kind of answer you will write. The existence of a satisfactory control environment for sure can be a positive factor. It can reduce the risk of material misstatement. It can reduce the risk of fraud, but it cannot act as an absolute deterrent of fraud. Because at the end of the day, control environment is an indirect control. All right. A control environment itself cannot prevent, detect, or correct misstatement. But yes, if there is a deficiency in control environment, if control environment is not proper, then for sure it can increase the risk of fraud. But even though if it is satisfactory, it cannot act as an absolute deterrent to fraud. All right. So there is a question clearly on that also. Explain what understanding an auditor should obtain regarding an entity's risk assessment process. Hello, Creek monitor, C for control environment, done. All right, R for risk assessment process. If I want to know whether the entity that I'm auditing, is actually having some kind of risk assessment or not, I should understand that, hello, CFO. All right, do you have any process for identifying the business risk? All right, what if there are cash transactions not reported and stuff, business risk? All right, which can affect the financial statements. Okay, CFO, do you know how big that risk is? Have you thought about it? Estimating the significance of that risk. CFO, all right, have you done the probability analysis of how many times this error and fraud can happen? Hey, CFO, don't sleep. All right. Have you decided about actions to address those risks? This has to be written in a sequence only. Yeah? Now, what is my biggest concern? Let me tell you. I feel that they may ask a question on entities risk assessment process, all right? But I feel that students will end up writing auditor's risk assessment procedure, understanding the entity and its environment, evaluating the accounting system, internal control. No. Entities risk assessment process, whether entity has a process for identifying business risk, estimating the significance of the risk, assessing the likelihood, and deciding about the action. All right. So entities risk assessment process forms the basis for the risk to be managed. If that process is appropriate, it will help the auditor. If it is not, then it shows an increased risk of material misstatement. One more time, identifying the risk, estimating the significance of the risk, assessing about the likelihood of the occurrence, and deciding about the actions. Do not create the code word idea. IDEA. No, deciding about actions has to be at the end. So if you want to create the code word idea, then identifying risk, then you said determining significance. All right. Then estimating likelihood. I don't mind that. All right. Then deciding about, then actions to be decided. Okay. But it has to be identify business risk, significance, likelihood, and actions. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, isla you can create. All right. Sila bila bhi nahi, asli basli bhi nahi, और लीजा बीजा भी नहीं, isla. The auditor shall obtain an understanding of information system relevant to financial reporting. Hello, click monitor, C done, R done, now I. Information system relevant to financial reporting. If I want to understand their accounting system, all right, I will give you a very simple code word. Write down SP records capturing of finance journalist. SP records capturing of finance journalist. All right. If I want to actually understand their accounting system, then I need to see what are the significant transactions over there. S. Then I need to see that how they are recording those transactions. In a coaching class company, admission is very significant. Now, how they are recording those transactions. So P for procedures by which those transactions are initiated, recorded, processed, corrected, and reported. Then records. I want to see what kind of accounting records they are generating at each stage. I want to see that whether they have a system which captures the events and conditions which are important, all right, like changes in law and stuff, whether that system is able to capture. SP records capturing of finance, all right. I want to see that how do they finalize their financial reporting process of the financial statements, how do they finally prepare their balance sheet, P&L and stuff, and what are the controls over their journal entries, so journalist. So SP records capturing of finance journalist, all right. This you will write when they are questioning about information system relevant to financial reporting. I hope I have made myself very clear. Yes. All right. Wait. We are still in the component. So C done, R done, I done. All right. Now one more C. That is control activities. Control activities, one of their favorite for MCQs. Control activities are nothing but different techniques used by the management to implement internal control. You go to any organization, you will see this authorized IPS to perform. You will see that management at some stage will set some kind of authorization. Management at some stage will come up with information processing, or like that how the information will be processed. Management at some stage will implement physical controls, ID card, all right. Then segregation of duties, dividing the duties in a manner that work performed by one person automatically checked by another person, all right. Then management will also go for performance reviews. Sir, what is performance reviews? Whether the targets have been achieved or not. Listen to me very carefully. There is one more point: monitoring and performance reviews are different, all right. Let us say I'm talking about performance reviews of Chroma. This salesperson was given X target. Whether he has achieved that target or not, performance review. But in achieving the target, whether he has followed our system or not, let me check whether he has followed my system or not. That after customer buys phone, you have to show the phone to him. That is monitoring. All right. So performance review is purely based at whether the targets have been achieved or not. Monitoring is whether my system is being followed or not. All right. So everyone over here, you see why I'm teaching this. During the audit of the same company, CA Smriti is keen to find out whether there exists a proper system of segregation of duties. She wants to be sure that the person responsible for recording a transaction is different from the person authorizing it. Discuss what she is trying to do and how its understanding is very significant to her as an auditor. If she is trying to understand segregation of duties, that means she is trying to understand the control activities. Because if the control activities are properly implemented by the management, it will increase the confidence on the internal records of the entity, and the chances of error and fraud will be less. Look at this. Next, auditor shall obtain an understanding of auditor shall obtain an understanding of major activities that entity uses to monitor. For this also, I'll give you very simple code word. Listen to me. If I am the CEO or CFO of the company, all right, and I want to ensure that my entire system is being properly followed, I want to monitor that. Then there are three techniques which I can use. Look at this code word. Separately evaluate X. Separately evaluate X on ongoing basis. Separately evaluate X on ongoing basis. Sir, what is this code word? First of all, what I can do is I'm the CFO. I will set up a separate department only for monitoring. All right. Internal audit department. Okay. So internal auditors can act for separate evaluation. They can act for separate evaluation. All right. They can be my separate evaluation. Then X. What I can do is I can directly talk to external parties. Hello, student, you took admission, na? You got free receipt today? You were given the bill for this? All right. Directly talk to external parties. Communication with external parties. Then what I can do is on daily basis in normal recurring activities, I can include monitoring. That X will perform, Y will check, Y if X has not done properly, report to Z, Z you report to me. All right. Ongoing activities are built into normal recurring activities. All right. So separately evaluate X on ongoing basis. Everyone over here, look at this. Separately evaluate X on ongoing basis. You will see over here. All right. In case of small entities, the owner himself can be the manager. All right. And he can effectively exercise monitoring over there. All right. But what is the main benefit of monitoring? That management can always check the RAW of the system. Sir, what is RAW of the system? Relevance, adequacy, operating effectiveness of the system. All right. That management can check on its own. That is the best benefit of monitoring. So if you see entire components of internal control, click monitor, there are questions on bloody every single component. All right. CA Amit is the auditor of LMN Limited. While conducting audit, he wanted to analyze the different components of internal control of the company, identify and explain which component of internal control he is trying to understand in the following two cases. Whether controls in element limited are operating as intended, they are modified as appropriate for changes in conditions. RAW. If I am checking the RAW of the controls, that whether controls are operating properly and whether changes have been made, that means I am talking about monitoring. I am talking about monitoring. All right. Whether there exists proper segregation of duties, that means I am talking about control activities. Proper segregation of duties, I am talking about control activities. All right. So see, so many questions on components of internal control. This I have selected from more questions. All right. So please understand, this is very sensitive. All right. Now next, no internal control system is foolproof, even though it can be the system of Reliance Adani. No internal control system is foolproof. There are always some limitations of internal control. All right. There are always such limitations of internal control. And what are those limitations? Look at this, everyone over here. I will give you one code word for this. Limitations of internal control. High Court judge likes samosa. High, this is just to remember first letter. Huh? All right. High for human error. H for human error. All right. There is always a possibility of human error which can cause system breakdown. What we have been discussing this since long, collusion, secret understanding between employees, all right, and third party, they can always defeat the system. Then there can always be judgmental errors by the management. Tell me everyone, management is the one which implements the internal control system. So management can always, trust someone more than what was required. So there can be judgmental errors by the management. All right. Then there can be lack of understanding. Today if I implement, all right, a completely new system, all right, and my employees don't understand how to operate the system, then it will be of no use. And in case of small entities, the biggest problem is that the owner himself is the manager. So yes, it helps him to monitor, it helps him to implement things faster. But then what if owner himself is fraudulent? Plus small entities have fewer resources. You don't have a lot of opportunity to divide the duties. All right. So that is the problem. Okay. So we can, if you see all the points, you will see over here in the answer. Human judgment, lack of understanding, collusion amongst employees, judgment by the management, limitation in case of small entities. All right. Then now listen to me. These were the concepts of very sensitive concepts of internal control which were required. We can talk about more concepts, but then this much is okay. All right. Now auditor needs to understand the internal control system. All right. Now there are two questions with respect to understanding of internal control. One is how to understand internal control. All right. And second one is benefits of understanding internal control. All right. Look at this. Explain the meaning of internal control. Meaning FOLA. Right. The process design implemented and maintained by the management to provide reasonable assurance on FOLA. Benefits of understanding the internal control. Look at this. It will help me to identify the risk of material misstatement. It will help me to design my nature, time, extent of procedures. It will help me to find out the error, chances of errors and fraud. So you talk a little bit like that already logically about benefits of understanding the internal control system. Okay. Next, if you see over here, now there are some questions on how to understand internal control system. If you see, there is one separate topic in the module of evaluation of internal controls, different techniques. Yes, I am very proud of you that you are still in this video. All right, come on, chapter 3, you will conquer it. You will conquer it. Evaluation of internal control, different techniques. All right. So everyone over here, evaluation of internal control, different techniques. Yeah. So there are total 4 techniques, very much favorite of the Institute for MCQs and stuff. Narrative record. Narrative record is nothing but description. Hey, listen, I am understanding the system. Okay? Yes, tell me. Okay. And I am writing it in paragraph form. That is narrative record. But tell me, such kind of narrative records will be useful only in small companies and unorganized system. If there is a huge big company which has n number of software systems and stuff, then narrative record is not useful over there. It is difficult to record it and understand that. No? All right. Checklist is nothing but an internal document for the audit team. All right. Checklist is something which is only broad areas are covered in point form. It can also be in question form, but only broad areas are covered, and it is only for an internal reminder to the audit team for the task that they are supposed to do after understanding the internal control. All right. Questionnaire is on one single area. There will be n number of questions, series of questions that auditor will frame, like who prepares the purchase order, how the purchase order is prepared. But listen to me. Who prepares the purchase order, how the purchase order is prepared? You will get zero if you write such questions. Because in a questionnaire, it is very important that the answer should be in the form of yes or no. Now listen to me. Is there a designated person for preparing purchase order? Yes. Do you have a software for purchase order? Yes. Is there a person defined to use that software? Yes. All right. Do you have a purchase order policy? Yes. All right. This is internal control questionnaire. So look at this series of questions concerning internal control. And the biggest difference between checklist and internal control questionnaire is that checklist covers only broad areas, which is for internal reminder to the audit team. Whereas internal control questionnaire will have n number of questions on a particular area, and it is emailed to the client, and client will fill it up and give it to us. Oh, series of questions, most widely used technique. Questions are framed for each stage. Answer can be yes, no, not applicable. All right. It is issued to the client who should get it filled up from their employees. Flowchart is just a graphic presentation, diagrammatic presentation. All right. So best presentation in flowchart. Most widely used technique, questionnaire. Small company, unorganized system, narrative records. All right. There it is used. And a document which is used for internal purpose of the audit team, that is checklist. Are you clear with this? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Look at this, everyone over here. In this question, all right, a small company and yeah, small company systems are unorganized. All right, description of control. Description means paragraph, narrative record. All right. In order to evaluate the control of your and my limited, a team member of the auditors used a method according to which number of questions relating to internal control were required to be answered. After obtaining the answer, there was a discussion relating to those answers between the team members and the employees for a clear understanding. It is internal control questionnaire. Internal control questionnaire is a comprehensive series of questions concerning internal control. A company is engaged in the business of manufacturing of chemicals. It has 2 plant locations in city A and 1 plant location in city B. All right. Involving huge value of assets. Building at 3 locations is owned by the company. The company earns handsome profits and does not want to suffer losses due to the business interruptions. It has a dedicated department for looking after insurance matters. As an auditor, prepare an internal control questionnaire concerning this department for obtaining staff responses. Okay, so it is internal control questionnaire only for this department. All right, looking after insurance matters. All right, answer should be in the form of yes, no only. Are competitive quotes obtained from insurers? Is there is a comprehensive insurer? Are all 3 locations covered? Are all assets covered? Is there a policy? Is there a system for reminding the insurance payment dates? Is there an official who decides on which policy to be taken? Look at the questions. Don't frame big questions. Small questions, and all the questions should be such that the answer should be in the form of yes or no. All right. They have already asked this in the new syllabus. Be careful. All right. Now, automated environment. Only last 2 parts pending. Only last 2 parts. All right. I know automated environment. You hate it like anything. I also don't want to discuss everything. But listen to me. If you are at all interested, all right, then I have this full page which is dedicated to automated environment. You can see all the code words, everything over here. All right. These are the only questions which are asked. All right. So I will just look at the questions over here. At least if this much you cover, I'll be very happy. You are appointed as auditor of a company manufacturing paints. The company has a robust system of internal control. Most of the controls in the company are automated and they are working effectively. However, in certain situations, manual elements in internal controls are more suitable. What are the circumstances where manual elements in the internal control, may be more suitable? See, every single time, we don't want to just go behind automated controls. Sometimes, if you are the management, you will implement manual controls, especially if it is an unusual transaction. All right. If it is a transaction which is heavily governed by law, all right. Such kind of transactions, you need to be very careful. Judgmental elements in the transactions are more. So look at this. If judgment is required, if it is very difficult to define, all right. If there are lots of changes every single day, there are changes in laws and business environment, all right, which is very difficult to continuously keep on changing the software. And no matter how much ever you try to implement a software, but to monitor the software, you will need a human only, no? and there are large, unusual or non-recurring transactions. Listen, I'll give you a code word. Unusual changes are difficult to predict. All right, unusual changes are difficult to predict. Okay, so you can unusual changes and difficult to predict. 3 points at least you can remember, where manual controls will be more suitable. All right, now look at this. Understanding the automated environment. Understanding the automated environment. All right. Understanding the automated environment. If you get a question on understanding the automated environment, all right. You see this, I've used one code word. Inform the architect that its key purpose is to locate the package latest version. One more time. Inform the architect that its key purpose is to locate the package latest version. Or you can create a code word of 2-3 points. All right. Now listen to me. Inform. I want to understand now understand logic also. I want to understand the softwares used by the entity and the whole automated environment. All right. 1 minute. Okay, we are back. I want to understand the software used by the entity and the whole automated environment. All right. Then first, let me see what kind of information system they are using. What kind of architecture, whether they have developed homegrown systems, all right, or whether they are using some cloud-based system, whether it is connected with the clouds, okay, cloud, or whether it is locally connected. Who are the key persons in this entity who are responsible for the system? What is the purpose of the system? What is the location of the system? Local means local network. Global means connecting straight away to the world internet. All right. Package system. Have they created some? They have just bought the software for some package system, or they have created their own in-house system. And then what is the version of that system? So inform the architect. Inform the architect that its key purpose is to locate the package's latest version. If you can remember this code word, I'll be very happy for understanding the automated environment, or else you can create your own code words also. And if you are not happy with all the points, you can remember 3 points, not a problem. All right. Like LAV, love, or something like that. All right. Lavi, Vali, all right. Something like that also you can create. Okay. Given below is a table containing column A and column B. Column A contains description of certain controls in an automated environment. Complete column B by stating appropriate type of controls. Superb. One of their favorites. All right. You see over here, and there are more questions like this. Yeah, even this question. One of their favorites. Listen to me. All right. When it comes to types of controls in automated environment, there are 3 types of controls. Guy. All right. G for general IT controls. General IT controls are such controls which are common for all the applications, like IT policy of the company, like let us say control over database, control over server. These kind of controls are for everyone. When if you want to buy a new system, what should be the system or policy of the company? All right, how the changes will be made to the softwares. These are common controls, which are common systems, common policies for the all applications. All right, that is a general IT control. Okay, code word is PADA. Program change controls, access security controls, data center, database server and stuff, and application system. So what is application system? I am worried that application system, students will mark in application controls. Application systems are common policies to be followed in designing and implementing any application. All right. Okay. General IT controls. Now, application controls are controls in a particular application, like salary application. If I'm writing the name of the employee, it requires the date of birth of the employee. If I don't write date of birth, it will not allow. These are all application controls inside the salary application. It can be automated controls, it can also be manual controls, but only for that particular application. All right. Okay. IT dependent controls. See, listen, system generates a report. Manager takes action based upon that report. So manager is dependent upon the system. So IT dependent controls are actually manual controls. It's a proper manager, manual controls that make use of some form of data generated from IT system. So tell me everyone, if general IT controls are not functioning properly, then application controls will have error. So application controls will be dependent on general IT controls. And if general IT controls and application controls are not functioning properly, then this manager will take wrong action. So IT dependent, it is also dependent on these controls. The relationship between application controls and general IT control is such that general IT controls are needed to support the functioning of application controls, and both are needed to ensure that IT dependent controls function properly. All right. This content will be very, very helpful over here. Now look at this. This is still not the full content, but at least to the extent we can. Access security, you know, it is general IT control. Pada code word. Sequence number check. It is there in a particular application, number check and stuff. Application control. Data center, general IT control. In a particular form, there are certain mandatory fields to be fulfilled. All right, application control. Okay, we'll solve one more such question. All right, look at this. Whether any data is reasonable or not, reasonableness check means the data is reasonable or not. Application control, that is there in every application, has its own reasonableness check. Controls over data center, general control. Application system acquisition and stuff, which is common for all the application, general IT control. Program change control, pada, P for program change control. All right, that is also general IT control. Okay, so they can ask you such questions. Now, what are the other questions over here? This was asked in Jan 25. Same question was repeated in May 26 also. In an automated environment, there are generally 4 types of audit tests available. As a senior auditor, it is crucial to guide your team in selecting the appropriate audit test based on the situation. Explain the types of audit tests commonly used in automated setting and provide insights on how to determine when and which test to apply. Wait, listen to me. All right. There are basically 4 types of tests in an automated environment: inquiry, observation, inspection, reperformance. Inquiry is the easiest to do because you can ask questions, get the answer. It is most efficient. Efficient means less time, less resources. Reperformance means doing everything from start to end on your own. All right. Reperformance gives you the best evidence. It is most effective, but it takes a lot of time, so it is least efficient. Inquiry is most efficient, but does not give you the relevant evidence. All right, it just gives you supporting evidence. So most efficient but least effective. So what to do? Best combination: ask the questions and test some system. So inquiry plus inspection gives you the best evidence. All right, that is your answer. All right. Okay, which audit test is matter of professional judgment, but normally inquiry plus inspection will give you the best evidence. Am I clear with this? Yes. Okay. This is also done. Then look at this, how many times this has been asked. At least few questions we can always do, right? This is a question on data analytics. Data is the new oil. Data analytics is basically computer assisted audit techniques, also called as CATs. Data analytics, computer assisted audit techniques, how it can help you in audit. It can help you to do everything in audit here: sample selection, calculation, evaluation, completeness of the data, accuracy of the data. It can help you for everything. All right. Look at this. Just pick up any 3, how it can help in audit: completeness of data, selection of sample, recalculation, fraud investigation. All right. This exam insights was just an extra comment. There are 2 software examples which they have given: IDEA, Intelligent Data Extraction Analysis, and ACL, Audit Command Language. All right. If you can replicate this, data analytics, CATs and stuff, this is the answer to be written. All right. Then this also has been asked very repeatedly, that if you are an auditor, all right, and in an automated environment, don't quit now, don't quit. We are almost through with this. If you are an auditor and in an automated environment, if you find certain weaknesses, all right, then in that case, what are the points to be considered at the end? Look at the question. At the end of the audit, you find certain findings. Okay. You need to consider something. Now, when you find certain findings, first of all, is there a weakness in the IT control system? What is the impact of this weakness? Let me report it to management TCWG. All right. To memo, internal control memo or management letter means to management. Right. And then if there is significant deficiency, we'll go to those charged with governance. Hey, this was done in SA 265 also. Weakness, impact, report to management. All right. Report to TCWG, but TCWG only in case of significant deficiencies. All right. The last part of this chapter, that is test of controls. All right. Now listen to me very carefully. There are some questions, and in recent attempts, these questions are increasing. Only few questions. All right. Tell me, as an auditor, I want to perform test of controls. This is SA 330, auditor's responses to the assessed risk. Let me just read the question and explain the answer. Not all the points will not cover, but at least the questions which are given over here. SA 330 states that auditor shall design and perform test of controls to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence as to operating effectiveness of relevant controls. Correct. Briefly discuss when such tests are to be designed and performed. If auditor intends to place greater reliance on effectiveness of a control, state its likely effect on audit evidence to be obtained as a result of such test of controls. Why higher level of assurance may be sought by an auditor about the operating effectiveness of controls. Listen to me very carefully. Today, if you're conducting audit of a bank, then that bank ATM software, what if it does not function properly? Can I say there will be too many errors? Yes. That means as an auditor, you are dependent on that software. You want that software to function effectively. So I will test that software at least once. Because if that software functions effectively, then the crores of transactions which are operated through that software, I don't need to test them separately if the software is functioning properly. So when I am conducting test of controls, I know that I'm dependent on that system. And I know that just by test of details, I will reach nowhere over here. So listen to me. When auditor expects the controls to operate effectively, I'm expecting you to operate effectively. When will I start question a student? When I'm expecting the student to clear? When will I shout at a student? When I'm expecting the student to score marks? Exactly. So when we expect something to operate effectively, we will test. All right. Second, I know that only by test of details, I will not get the relevant evidence. For example, in case of inventory verification, only by just, inventory cost, NRV, whichever is lower, you will not get the evidence. You'll have to go for physical verification, check the inventory, count the inventory, see the system over that inventory. So two reasons: when I'm E for expecting the control to function effectively, and when I know S for substantive procedures alone will not provide evidence. But tell me, that means I will have to test the controls in detail. If I get good evidence about internal controls, then automatically it will reduce the sample size for test of details, because I can now confidently rely on the internal control system. All right. Next, during the audit of Apex Limited, auditor plans to rely on internal control system. This is a straight away theory question. I will just underline that point. Discuss the matter the auditor may consider in determining extent of test of controls. Chalo, when I will test the controls, understood. How much time I will give? All right, till what extent I will test? I will just give you one clear code word. FD's length is reliable. Okay. First of all, it all depends upon how frequently that system is used. If that system is used very frequently, I would like to test it in detail. Then it also depends upon what will happen if that system does not function properly. Deviation. If the deviation happens, all right, then it will create a lot of problems. So it is better to test that system. Expected rate of deviation, how much damage the control can do if it is not functioning properly. Then I am dependent on that system for the entire year. Means every single day that system is being used by the management. So I would like to test it in detail. Length of time period during which auditor is going to rely on that system. All right. Then I know that I will keep on testing till the point of time I don't get a relevant and reliable audit evidence. So if you want to remember only FD's length, fine, but by heart the question, extent of test of controls. Next, CAB, see, you see it is being asked in recent attempts, the frequency has increased of such questions. CAB was the auditor of Star Limited. He wanted to ensure that the company had correctly reconciled its bank accounts and also want to understand whether and how far the internal control system was operating in the company. What kind of test of control was CAB, performing? Hey, hello. If you are trying to understand everything, whether it is done correctly or not from start to end, that means you are doing reperformance. This I have discussed in SA 500 also. All right. What are the other procedures that can be applied while undertaking test of controls? I will give you a simple code word. CORI. So what is CORI? This is code word is for test of controls. Whenever they ask you on test of controls, what are the different techniques for test of controls? C for you can check controls in computerized application, whether computerized application are functioning properly or not. You can go for observation, you can go for inspection, and you can go for reperformance. So CORI. All right. Next, discuss various points which auditor needs to consider in determining whether it is appropriate to use audit evidence about operating effectiveness of controls obtained in previous audit. If so, the length of time period that may elapse before retesting a control. Hello. In financial year 25-26, you conducted test of control. In financial year 26-27, will you retest this control or will you rely on the prior period evidence? It depends. Depends upon what? Write down over here CDE. It depends upon characteristics of the control. Whether that control is a manual control or automated control. Because if it is a manual control, I would like to retest. Automated control, only if there are changes, I will retest. Then it also depends upon the deficiency that you have identified. All right. The deficiency that you have identified, whether there were deficiencies over there or not. Look at this, effectiveness, 1 minute. Deviations. All right. The deviations that you have identified. In the past, if you have identified lots of deviations, all right, then in that case, you would like to retest the control. And it also depends upon effectiveness. That creek monitor components, whether they are effective or not. All right. If they are effective, then I will not keep on retesting. But if they are not, then I would like to retest. So CDE decides, all right, whether you want to retest the control or you can rely on the evidence obtained in the prior period. All right. So students, have I covered everything? No. But looking at the recent attempts and ICI module, I have tried to cover maximum possible questions, and this should give you good confidence. If you have liked this entire revision, I expect you to share it ferociously, aggressively with your friends, and all the very best, my dear. All right, you will come to CA final very, very soon. All the very best. All right, drop some love, drop some comment in the comment section. It really motivates us. Thank you so much. All right, so welcome to the last part of the revision, whereby we will be covering all the non-asset topics. Chapter 9, audit of different types of entities. Chapter 10, audit of banks. And Chapter 5, audit of different items of financial statements. Now, when it came to standards, the kind of revision that we did was completely through the question bank. But when it comes to these non-essay topics, the questions are not that tricky. It is just that students don't have knowledge only. Okay. So that is why I will be taking help of these charts more often. All right, to cover the entire revision. I have also kept my question bank open to show you some very critical questions. Otherwise, mostly through charts, we'll be able to do it. All right. Now, when it comes to audit of banks, first of all, this topic is divided broadly into 3 parts. First, some basic banking thing that they are explaining. Second, most important, very important, very important, all right, is the audit of advances and the discussion of non-performing assets. Mostly we see question from there. We are expecting 8 to 10 marks question from audit of banks. All right. And the third thing that we see in audit of banks chapter is some audit procedures related questions. All right. So the first basic banking questions and the third basic audit procedures related question, the chances are less. All right. Most of the times they are asking questions from the second part that I will be taking up. That is your audit of advances and non-performing assets. Without wasting time, because it is a revision very close to the exam, so we will focus only on critical points. All right. But yes, these notes are very comprehensive. So there are different types of banks in India: commercial banks, regional rural bank, cooperative bank, payment bank, development bank, and small finance bank. For these different types of banks, you are learning since your basic commerce levels. All right. So I don't think there is any issue over there. You can just read my notes, and that will be more than enough. Then there are dedicated questions on Reserve Bank of India, RBI. All right. There are dedicated module questions also. There is one big question for which we need to prepare. When it comes to RBI, everyone understands that it is the central bank, and RBI is responsible for, that is one question. And what are the important functions of RBI? All right. So RBI is responsible for RIP. RBI will regulate the activities of commercial banks, other banks, in fact, NBFCs also. All right. Then RBI is responsible for Indian financial system development and supervision. And RBI is also responsible for policy determination. All right. That means whatever are the monetary policies, CRR, SLR, all of that. So regulation, Indian financial system, and policy determination, RIP. Next, important functions of RBI are CCB, currency issuance, currency regulation, currency issuance, and also regulating currency. And obviously, RBI acts as a banker to the central and the state government. All right. Next, As I told you, this I will take it as the last part. Okay. So these are some banking, basic banking things that were there. Apart from that, the most important terms that I want to discuss over here, all right, for which I think you're looking at this lecture, is the entire discussion on audit of advances. Okay, entire discussion on audit of advances. Basic other things we'll cover later on. When it comes to audit of advances, very quickly, there are two types of advances that the bank will give. One is funded loan, second is non-funded loan. Funded loan is where there will be an actual transfer of funds from the bank to the borrower. Example, term loans, demand loans. Non-funded loans will be where there is no actual transfer. Bank is just giving a guarantee on behalf of the customer. All right. So if I am the bank, I am giving guarantee on your behalf to someone. It is a non-funded loan. Okay. Then there is a separate discussion that different types of advances comprises of, all right, when I say funded amounts, the actual funded loans that are given, all right, for that I have created a code word. That topic, this classification you cannot change, you cannot write your own word. If they tell you that please explain different types of advances, then you have to write this. All right, topic of bill and demand. All right, topic term loans, overdraft, CCOD. All right, overdraft, cash, P for participation on risk sharing basis, term loans, overdraft. P for participation on risk sharing basis means multiple banks giving loans. All right. Then I for interest bearing staff loans, and C for cash credits. These are all short term credits which are given. All right. Interest bearing staff loans given to the staff. Then bills discounted and purchased, and demand loans. What is demand loans? I am transferring the loan to you. I am giving the loan to you. You please repay to me whenever I demand. All right. Now, legal requirements of disclosure in the balance sheet of the bank. In the balance sheet, in the notes to accounts, in the balance sheet, in the notes to accounts, there is a mandatory disclosure which is required in the case of a bank's balance sheet. All right, that disclosure can be seen from three different angles. One, RBI wants to know in the notes to accounts the nature of advance. Second, RBI wants to see the same advances but based upon security. All right. So let us say bank has given total advances of 100. So first 100 will be shown as nature of advance. How much is topic of bill and demand. All right. Then again 100 will be shown based upon secured, non-secured, secured by tangible asset, secured by intangible asset, all right, or secured by government guarantees. Then 100 will be again shown based upon geographical, that is advances in India and advances outside India. All right. So this is how broadly there will be a legal requirement of disclosure in the balance sheet of the bank. Next, classification of advances. Okay. Now RBI, what RBI has done is that RBI has described certain priority sectors. All right. Like agriculture sector. Okay. Micro, small, medium size entity, education sector, and housing sector. So HEMA. These are given in the module. This is prescribed as priority sectors. So bank has to compulsorily give certain amount of loans to these priority sectors. So that is why RBI wants to know sector wise advances also. So if you see over here also in advances in India, they wanted to see how much is given to priority sector, public sector, to other banks and to others. Okay, so that is sector wise classification. If there is at all 2 to 3 marks question on sector wise classification, you should be able to write. Then RBI sees advances based upon security wise classification also. Now there are two types of security: primary security and collateral security. Primary security is the main security for an advance, the one against which the advance has been given, the one against which the advance has been given. So if I say home loan, all right, then home becomes my primary security, that is the principal security. And my father has also given guarantee to the bank. My father's guarantee to the bank for my home loan becomes the collateral security for the bank. So collateral security is basically an additional security. Very basic concepts. Now this is, now whatever I'm discussing for the, I mean, since last 5 minutes and for the next 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes also is going to be very sensitive for audit of banks topic. Now mode of creation of security, all right. Now there is how do I create security? All right, if I'm giving you my home, all right, I'm going to stay in my home, I'm just going to give you title deeds of my home. So what have I created? It is called as mortgage, right? So similarly, wait, I will go slow now. So mortgage, pledge, hypothecation, assignment, and set off, all right, and lien. Let us see the examples which I given. Mortgage is home loan, means it is only for immovable property. Mortgage is always for immovable property. Remember this: mortgage for immovable property. Home loan, who will remember through example, home loan, who will stay at home? I am going to stay at home. So ownership will be of the borrower. It is my home and I am going to stay at home, so possession will also be of the borrower. All right, but this mortgage, how this mortgage will be created? Listen to me. First, stay only in mortgage. Okay, How this mortgage will be created? There are two types of mortgage. One is equitable mortgage, second is registered mortgage. Sir, what is equitable mortgage? That I am giving you you are the bank, I am the borrower. I am giving you my title deeds, my home original documents, I am giving it to you. Done. All right. The contract is done. Okay. Now you give me the loan. So the delivery of title deeds creates equitable mortgage. However, in India, there was a lot of scam for this. Right? That is the reason that registered mortgage was introduced. Means there will be an official agreement that both of us will sign, which will be called as mortgage deed. All right. I am the mortgager. You are the mortgagee. In your name, I am mortgaging. All right. It registers the property to the mortgagee, and this is actually registered with the government. Okay. So registered mortgage is affected by registered instrument called mortgage deed, signed by the mortgager, registers to the mortgagee as a security. All right. So that is your mortgage. Now, pledge and hypothecation, we will take it together. Many students are getting confused between pledge and hypothecation. Pledge and hypothecation, both of them are for movable properties. All right. But in pledge, remember the example of gold. Now, when it comes to gold, all right, I have to give you my gold, right? Okay. So in case of pledge, it is my property, it is my asset, but you are in the possession. Okay. Property movable, ownership of the borrower, possession with the lender. Car loan is also movable. All right. Although in Bangalore and Mumbai traffic, cars are not movable. Okay. But car is normally a movable asset. Okay. Then in that case, I am driving the car. So ownership of the borrower, possession also of the borrower. It is my just request that you please read these lines once. That pledge, I will deliver my gold to you. So delivery of goods by the borrower to the lending bank. Hypothecation, all right, I will submit my statements to you, but I'm not going to deliver the goods to you. It will remain in my possession. In a corporate sector, hypothecation is created on inventory, where the inventory will be there in my storage location. All right, but I'm going to submit the statements to you. Okay. Then assignment. What is assignment? Transferring the right to someone. Tell me, transferring the right to someone. All right, making someone official holder of your right. So that is insurance policy. Now, insurance policy, let us say sum assured. If I die, then sum assured is 100 lakh rupees. But I have paid premium of 10 lakh rupees. If I cancel the policy right now, the surrender value, all right, is 8 lakh rupees. Then this is becomes the security value. All right. That assignment normally we see in insurance policy. But in practical life, in corporate life, all right, the insurance policy is very personal. In corporate life, we see assignment normally in case of trade receivables, where I am giving you the right to collect money from my trade receivables. So assignment represents transfer of an existing or future right or property belonging to a person in favor of another person. An assignment gives the assignee absolute right over the monies or debts assigned to him. Next, set off. All right, set off. What is set off? You are the bank, I am the borrower. I have kept 100 rupees. I have kept 100 rupees as FD with you, and I've also taken loan, all right, of 80 rupees. Then you can set it off if I don't repay the loan. So set off is a statutory right of a creditor, to adjust. Tell me, statutory right of a creditor to adjust debit balance in debtors account against any credit balance in another account of that same debtor. All right. So basically, two accounts will be combined. One will be the deposit account, second will be the loan account of the same person, provided both the accounts are in the same name and in the same right. Then next will be your lien. Lien is nothing but right to seize. Lien is creation of a legal charge with the consent of the owner, which gives lender a legal right to seize and dispose of and liquidate the asset under lien. All right. So these are different modes of creation of the security. That's very, very important for MCQs, case studies and stuff. Now comes another very interesting discussion, that is the discussion of non-performing asset. I have kept it on this link. If you click, you will get my access to my handwritten notes. All right, ignore the handwriting, please. Okay. Now, non-performing asset discussion, I want you to focus properly. Non-performing assets, because there are so many questions. If we just do the questions, we'll miss out on the points, all right, of NPA. Okay. So now listen to me. Non-performing assets. Bank has given loan to Mr. A. Mr. A is going to pay the installments. Then in that installment, there is a principal also to be recovered and there is an interest income also to be recovered. What if Mr. A stops paying the installment? That means asset has stopped generating the income. Now, because asset has stopped generating the income, it can be a non-performing asset. I'm not saying that it is a non-performing asset. Now we need to understand when it will become non-performing asset. All right. RBI has prescribed IRAC norms, income recognition and asset classification norms. Based upon these norms, banks are required to classify and recognize non-performing asset. All right. Now listen to me. NPA criteria. Now be very careful. When the question comes about NPA, you have to first understand that what is the question exactly trying to question you. What is the question exactly trying to question you? Whether it is just a classification criteria that the question wants, all right? Classification criteria means, okay, whether it is NP or not, just tell me that much. Or the question wants you to move ahead and talk about impact of NPA on the financial statements of the bank. All right. So first what we'll do is we will discuss classification criteria. General criteria for classification is when installment remains overdue for more than 90 days. General criteria for classification is that when installment remains overdue for more than 90 days. But listen to me very carefully. Let us say that if 30th March is the due date, if 30th March is the due date, and let us say if it is unpaid on 30th March, then from when it will become overdue? On 30th March, or you will say overdue from 31st March. If you are saying 31st March, you are wrong. The word overdue has been defined by the RBI. Overdue means if it is not paid on the due date. So yes, it will become overdue on the same date itself. It will become overdue on the same date itself. So this will be day one of overdue. Oh, be careful. All right. So installment remains overdue for more than 90 days. That is general criteria. But then there are some specific criteria for agricultural advances. All right. Ignore this page number references. There are some specific criteria for agricultural advances. When it comes to agricultural advance, you will have to check the loan taken for crop cultivation. It has to be a loan taken for crop cultivation. All right, now listen to me. You will have to see for which crop the loan has been taken. There are two types of crop, that is short duration crop and long duration crop. If loan has been taken for short duration crop, all right, then there is a different criteria. For long duration crop, there is a different criteria. That means wait, don't go so much fast. Wait, all right. That means we will have to understand which crop is a short duration crop and which crop is a long duration crop. Short duration crop, this is not NPA criteria. I am just explaining which crop is a short duration crop. Short duration crop is a crop with crop season within 1 year, not exceeding 1 year. Now there is a one more problem. What is the meaning of crop season? So crop season means period seed sown from then when it is ready to harvest, to ready to cut. So period up to harvesting, when the crop is ready to cut. All right, so this period from seed sown to period up to harvesting. If this period, all right, if this period is within 1 year, then it is a short duration crop. But however, if that period goes more than 1 year, then it will be a long duration crop. All right. So we will have to understand first that which type of crop it is, whether it is a short duration crop or it is a long duration crop. Okay. Now listen to me very carefully. If it is a short duration crop, then the NPA criteria is that installment remains overdue for 2 crop seasons. Means 2 times they can harvest. Okay. If it is a short duration crop, if installment remains overdue for 2 crop season, short duration, 2 crop season, short duration, 2 crop season, short duration, 2 crop season. All right. And for long duration crop, if installment remains overdue for 1 crop season, all right. Long duration, 1 crop season, long duration, 1 crop season, long duration, 1 crop season. All right. Be careful. But this crop season is decided by state level bankers committee in each state. And let me tell you, in case of natural calamities, the relief can be given by the bank that can act as an official exception. All right. For natural calamities, banks may provide relief on their own. So that is your agriculture advances. Now be careful for cash credit and overdraft. I repeat, be careful for cash credit and overdraft. All right. You have to go slow for cash credit and overdraft. This is very, very sensitive. All right. Normally, these cash credit and overdraft items, now these are short-term working capital loans which are given to the borrower, generally to the traders, manufacturers and stuff. All right. What is the transaction between them? X Limited manufacturing entity and this is bank. All right. So X Limited will submit the stock statements, current asset, current liability statement to the bank and bank will calculate the drawing power. Then bank will provide working capital finance. Right? Bank will provide working capital finance, that is CCOT. All right. Now everyone over here, for this working capital finance, all right, how it functions. Okay. For that, I really want you to understand one question, very, very important. All right, everyone over here. Don't worry, I have marked certain questions. I will be sharing one small question bank also with you for audit of banks. All right, look at this. or you can take a screenshot of this particular question and the answer. Okay, now focus over here. I am the borrower, you are the bank. CAP is conducting stock audit of a borrower availing cash credit facility of rupees 100 lakhs from branch of a bank. The cash credit facility is against the security of paid stocks and debtors up to 90 days. Margin stipulated is 25% for stocks and 40% for debtors. Following further information is available as on so and so date. And this is the information given. Is the drawing power computed by CAP for rupees 82.5 lakhs proper? Now listen to me. What bank will do is, bank will go through your current asset and current liability statement. Then bank will create such a calculation that what is the value of stock. Okay, this is the value of stock minus how much is the damaged stock. Remove the damaged stock. Then how much stock has been taken on credit for which creditors have not been paid, because that stock is already under some obligation. All right, so creditors for goods, this much minus it. So this is finally the stock for which the company has paid. Now bank would like to keep certain kind of safety margin. So this is margin at 25%. That is given in the question. All right. So 70 lakhs into 25% minus, so that 52.5 lakhs. All right. This is the value of stock. Now they will take value of debtors. They are saying that they want to consider debtors only up to 90 days. That is given in the question. So any debtor which is exceeding 90 days, they will remove it. So debtors which are pending for more than 90 days, they are minus. They are subtracting it. This much is left. Margin at 40%. Provision for doubtful debts or debtors to be considered bad, that will also be subtracted. Margin at 40%. So 40 minus 40%, that is 24 lakhs. Now drawing power A plus B, it will come to 76.5 lakhs. And therefore, this calculation is not proper. All right. Now listen to me. I have not yet discussed NPA norms with you. I am just telling you what is drawing power. This is the CCOD drawing power. Now let me go back to the notes. All right. There is something called as sanctioned limit. Sir, what is sanctioned limit? Sanction limit is the maximum exposure that a bank is ready to take against a particular borrower. So CCOD drawing power plus other types of finances from the same bank to the same borrower is the sanction limit. So it is the maximum exposure that a bank is ready to take against a particular borrower. All right, so I have explained to you what is sanction limit, I have explained to you what is drawing power, and I explained the whole business of CCOD to you. All right, now I will give you the NPA criteria. NPA criteria for classifying CCOD. This is also called as CCOD, classified as out of order. Out of order NPA is same for CCOD. All right. We have to look at the question and we have to look at the balance sheet date. If the amount withdrawn is more than the drawing power, I repeat, if the amount withdrawn is more than the drawing power, means already they have withdrawn more than the drawing power. And if this situation remains for more than 90 days, means as on balance sheet date, already it is more than the drawing power. See, since how many days this is happening. All right. If it is happening for more than 90 days, then it will be considered as a non-performing asset. If amount withdrawn is within the drawing power, it is not exceeding drawing power, but the credits are not enough to cover the interest charge, means the borrower is just withdrawing. This is against current account here. So borrower also has to deposit money. Borrower is just withdrawing against the drawing power. But the credits, there are no credits. Acha, bank has debited interest. At least borrower should pay that interest. If the credits are not enough to cover the interest charge, and if this situation remains for more than 90 days, then it will be tagged as a non-performing asset. I hope I've made myself very, very clear. All right. Or let us say that you see as on balance sheet date that amount withdrawn is within drawing power. And since last 90 days, there are no credits only. All right. It's only, they are just withdrawing. Then also it will be tagged as out of order, that is NPA. All right. Now look at this. Sometimes what happens, because borrower and banks, they have a very good relation. All right. And since years and years, they have the account in the same bank account. So they will request to the bank that, bank, can you please give me an additional temporary limit of more of 20% at least for of my drawing power. All right, please. So banks can sanction an additional 20% limit. So let us say your drawing power is 100. So banks can make it 120 for 90 days. If your sanction limit is 100, banks can make it 120 for 90 days. All right. Banks can sanction additional 20% limit for a maximum period of 90 days. But whatever that additional limit has been sanctioned, you will have to repay that money. Yeah? And listen to me. Borrowers are required to submit the current asset statement once in 3 months. Yes, compulsory. Once in 3 months, you have to submit your current asset statements. If you submit the current asset statement once in 4 months, 5 months, all right, then your account will be marked as out of order. Drawing power calculated from statements older than 3 months is considered as irregular. And let me tell you, all the borrowers who have funded exposure of more than 5 crores, that means the bank has given you CCOD of more than 5 crores. All right, then in that case, your stock audit will be done. Okay. Bank people will come to your storage location and stock audit will be done. Okay. So be careful with this. At this point, not required. It is a financial level. All right. Now everyone over here. So we are finally clear with CCOD now. Okay. So wait, general criteria, overdue more than 90 days, agricultural advance, short duration crop and long duration crop. All right. And this CCOD thing also we are done with. Okay. Now listen to me. Wait. Impact of NPA on the financial statements of the bank. If bank has given a loan of rupees 100 to Mr. A and interest booked, yeah, income booked, whatever income has been booked but not realized is rupees 10. Mr. A stops paying installments, let us say overdue for more than 90 days. Please understand there will be two impact. One, what to do with this 100 and what to do with this 10 rupees. Income recognition, 10 rupees. Income booked but not realized must be fully provided. So full 10 rupees will be reversed. And further income will be booked only on receipt basis. And asset provisioning. RBI has prescribed certain provision on the amount of asset based upon its classification. Asset means this 100 rupees. So there will be some provision created on the amount of this asset. But then, sir, what will be the percentage of the provision that will be created on the amount of this asset? That RBI has prescribed the percentage, all right? And we will be discussing that percentage. Don't worry about it, all right? I will now explain that, okay? This is asset provisioning. Income part is done. Income will be fully reversed and further income will be booked on receipt basis, all right? Now listen. Asset provisioning is based upon following classification. Let us say Mr. A is regularly paying the installments. Then it is standard asset, 0.4% provision. Let us say Mr. A defaults. All right, Mr. A defaults. Huh? Overdue. Now overdue up to 30 days means 0 to 30 means up to 30 days. It will be called as special mention account. If he is regularly paying, then standard asset 0.4% provision. But if it is overdue, then 0 to 30 will be special mention account, not yet NPA. 31 to 60 will be SMA 1 and 61 to 90 will be SMA 2 and more than 90 it will be NPA. Now the moment it goes more than 90 it is NPA, so it will become substandard asset. All right. Once the asset meets NPA criteria, it is classified as substandard asset. The moment the asset becomes NPA, it is classified as substandard asset. Okay. Now I will explain the percentage provision to you because they have also questioned it. All right. So now look at this. Just look at this. Okay. Just fix your eyes over here. Just fix your eyes over here. Okay. Now what I will do is I will take up one question for percentage provisioning. I'll take up one question for percentage provisioning. So you will also feel better. Yeah, this is just theory question on percentage provisioning. This is again calculation of drawing power. Yeah. Agrima CA student is a part of, if you want to take a screenshot first, then you can take this screenshot. This is of the answer. Okay. Agrima CA student is a part of an engagement team conducting audit of Madurai branch of ARB Bank. CA Bhuvan engagement partner has asked him to verify provision made by branch as on 31st March 24 in respect of the following non-performing assets. Okay, you have name of the account, NPA classification, outstanding amount as on 31st March, amount of provision. All right. So there is a classification done. Okay. Then we have these different calculations over there. Don't worry. Don't freak out. All right. Don't freak out. Okay. Now listen to me very carefully. This is the theory. Then we will do the calculation. All right. Now the moment an asset becomes NPA, okay, from this day it became NPA. For 12 months, it remains in substandard category. Which category? Substandard category. After that, it shifts to doubtful asset. Then doubtful up to 1 year, doubtful 1 to 3 years, and doubtful more than 3 years. Very simple scale. All right. So doubtful 1 year, I will call it as D1. 1 to 3 years, we'll call it as D2 because it is in doubtful category for more 2 years. And then doubtful more than 3 years, we'll call it as D3. But if the expectation is gone, that means loss has been identified. There is no expectation of recovery. Then it will be called as loss asset. Okay. So we have standard asset, then NPA, substandard asset. Up to 12 months, it is substandard. Beyond 12 months, then doubtful, doubtful up to 1 year, doubtful 1 to 3 years, more than 3 years. And then last one, where loss has been identified, it will be a loss asset. Okay. Normally, D3 asset is also considered as a loss asset only. Now, let us focus on this question. Okay. This is now only the first, let us understand the percentage provisioning, then we'll focus on the question. If it is a substandard asset, then provisioning required is 15%. All right. However, if it is a doubtful asset, if it is doubtful unsecured, 100%. Don't think about anything. Doubtful secured, then D1 category means doubtful up to 1 year, 25%, 1 to 3 years, 40%, and more than 3 years, 100. 25, 40, 100. Tell me 25, 40, 100. Tell me 25, 40, 100. All right. And loss asset will always be 100%. Secured, unsecured does not matter. Okay. I think now we will be able to solve this. D1, 10 lakhs is the outstanding amount. All right. So D1, we said that amount of provision has to be 25%. Okay. That is a provision of 2.5 lakhs should be made instead of 5 lakhs. Substandard asset will require provision. Is this substandard? Okay, so they have given substandard. It will require provision of 15%, 7.5 lakh. They have made 7.5. Yes. Then doubtful 2 category for secured portion, it will be 40%. Provision of 12 lakhs should be made instead of 30 lakhs. And loss asset has to be 100%. D3 category also 100%. All right. Classification as NPA should be based on the record of recovery. There can be security, but once it is classified as NPA, we'll have to create our provisioning. All right. So everyone over here, this is a very good question to practice provisioning. It was RTP Jan 25 question. Okay. Now focus over here. We will go back to our main notes. Okay. I hope you are clear up till here. There are some special adjustments which I want to discuss. Okay. Let us say that Mr. A has taken home loan, car loan, education loan, furniture loan, personal loan. All right. And he has taken all of these loans from Axis Bank amounting to total 75 lakhs. And let us say that Mr. A defaults in repayment of only home loan, overdue for more than 90 days. He is regular in payment of other installments. All right. Then let me tell you, entire portfolio, I repeat, entire portfolio of rupees 75 lakhs will be NPA. NPA classification is borrower wise and not loan facility wise. NPA classification is borrower wise and not loan facility wise. Be careful with this. But let us say Mr. A has also taken loan from SBI. Then just because Axis Bank has marked Mr. A as NPA, that does not mean that even SBI has to mark Mr. A as NPA. Just because Axis Bank has marked Mr. A as NPA, that does not mean that even SBI has to mark Mr. A as NPA. Every bank records NPA as per its own experience. I repeat, every bank records NPA as per its own experience. Now look at this example. Just have a look at this example. Second special adjustment. Once you do NPA with me, don't worry, you will not be NPA in your paper. Let us say Mr. B has kept FD of rupees 100 with the bank. Bank is paying interest of rupees 6. Okay. Mr. B has kept FD with the bank. Bank is paying interest of rupees 6. Mr. B takes loan against FD from the same bank. Loan amount is of rupees 60. Interest payable is rupees 6. So Mr. B has to pay interest and Mr. B is also receiving interest. All right. But if you see this 60 plus 6, 66 is fully secured against the FD with the bank. Now, if Mr. B stops paying the installment, don't worry, bank will not recognize Mr. B as NPA because bank can fully set off the amount using the right of set off, which I have explained earlier in this session itself. This applies to loans against FD, National Savings Certificate, Kisan Vikas Patra, Indira Vikas Patra, life policies. These are all considered to be highly liquid savings. All right, so not a problem at all. The same exception will apply. All right. Yes, yes, yes. Now be careful. Mr. C has taken loan from Axis Bank. Let us say that the loan is guaranteed by central government. I repeat, loan is guaranteed by central government. Or second example, loan is guaranteed by state government. Loan guaranteed by central government is very, very important adjustment. Let us say loan amount is of rupees 100. Interest booked but not realized is rupees 10. Mr. C defaults, let us say amount is overdue for more than 90 days. Case 1. Bank should not classify Mr. C as NPA. Listen, central government guarantee. Hello. Central government guarantee is an exception. Bank cannot classify this loan as NPA because it is guaranteed by central government. It will act as an exception. But let me tell you, in case of NPA, there are two impacts. One is income reversal, further income on receipt basis, and second is percentage provisioning on the amount of asset. Yes, yes, yes. So what I'm trying to tell you is that for this there will be no exception, even though it is guaranteed by central government. Only there will be an exception for loan amount of rupees 100. Look at this. Bank should not classify the loan guaranteed by central government as NPA, but income booked but not realized will be reversed for sure. Further income will be booked on receipt basis, because there can never be an exception for golden principles of accounting. Only for the asset provisioning, it will be continued to be treated as a standard asset. So only 0.4% provision of standard asset will be done, but there will be no exception against the income rule. All right. And if loan is guaranteed by state government, it will be treated like a normal loan. If it is amount is overdue for more than 90 days, you just consider it as NPA. No exception for asset provisioning or income recognition. No exception at all. All right. Okay. Then consortium arrangement. Sir, what is consortium arrangement? All right. Let us say that Mr. A, bank 1, 2, and 3. There are 3 banks, and all 3 of them have given loan to Mr. A, joint loan. Then let me tell you, every bank has to record based upon its own experience. Normally what happens, bank 1, 2, and 3 has given loan to Mr. A. Then bank 1 has taken 60% loan amount. Bank 2 and 3 have taken 20%. Bank 1 becomes the lead bank. Bank 2 and 3 will become other banks. But all 3 of them together have given loan to Mr. A. Every bank has to record based upon its own experience. I repeat, every bank has to record based upon its own experience. If Mr. A is regularly paying installments to the bank 1 but not paying to bank 2 and 3, then bank 2 and 3 will recognize Mr. A as NPA. All right. Just because lead bank is getting the money, that does not mean that bank 2 and 3 will follow the classification of the lead bank. Every bank has to record based upon its own experience. Now look at this. This is also very nice adjustment. I wanted to show this particular question also to you. All right. Okay. Look at this. During the audit of C2 Bank Limited, this is what MTP November 25. The auditor reviews the loan portfolio and comes across the account of Messrs. Neem Tree Infrastructure Limited, which has an outstanding balance of rupees 10 crore. The latest valuation report by an RBI approved valuer indicates that realizable value of the security available against this loan is rupees 80 lakhs. Oh, the value of the same security during previous RBI inspection was 6 crores. So what happened is, I gave some security to the bank, and all of a sudden that security value has dropped down like anything. Right. Additionally, in another borrower account, Messrs. Gayatri Textiles Private Limited, with an outstanding balance of rupees 5 crore, the realizable value of security is estimated to be rupees 40 lakhs. As an auditor, how should these two accounts be classified as per RBI's prudential norms? Now focus over here, everyone. Very important adjustment. This adjustment is about erosion in the value of security. All right. Let us say if Mr. D has taken loan of rupees 100 against security of rupees 150 from Axis Bank. So outstanding balance, let us say it is 100. Mr. D defaults in repayment. Now what was the security? Earlier security value 150. Now let us say security value is 70. If there is a drop, erosion, reduction in the value of security by more than 50%, if there is a drop, erosion in the value of security by more than 50%, all right, that means the current security value is less than 50% of the value assessed earlier, then in that case, straight away, all right, the asset will be classified as doubtful asset. We will not wait for substandard, then doubtful and stuff. No, it will straight away be dropped in D1 category, doubtful up to 1 year wala category. All right, because security value is less than 50% of 150. Second case, let us say security value drops to rupees 7. In second case, we will compare 7 with 100 loan amount. So if the security value reassessed, all right, reassess security value, if it is less than 10% of the outstanding loan amount, not the earlier security value, less than 10% of the outstanding loan amount, all right, then it will be classified straight away as loss asset. So if security value is less than 50% of the earlier security value, doubtful asset. If security value is less than 10% of the outstanding loan amount, then straight away you classify it as loss asset. Am I clear with this? Yes, yes, yes. If you look at this particular answer also, very easy to solve now. Very easy to solve now. One question is of doubtful asset, the other question is of loss asset. Okay. Now, everyone over here, I have cleared many of your questions and many of the discussions of NPA. All right. I'm not still saying that it is line by line cleared. All right. But yes, lots of things have been cleared over here. Now we will jump to again the marathon notes. Okay. Audit or advances part and NPA part is done. We'll jump to marathon notes. 1 minute. I think there is some problem in the iPad. Okay, we are back. We are back. We are back. All right. Now, everyone over here, I told you that this NPA part is very sensitive. But apart from that, there are other points also. Quickly, I will just get through those points. Conducting bank audit. Okay, you see there are some boxes over here. I will quickly cover them up. Regulatory framework governing bank audit. This is just nothing but the names of laws and regulations. Remember 3-4 names. It is more than enough. All right. Understanding of the accounting system in case of banks. Now, when it comes to banks, all right, their accounting system can be either fully computerized or it can be, all right, semi-computerized, all right. Manual systems to nowadays we don't see it. But if it is fully computerized system, as an auditor, we need to be satisfied whether all norms parameters as per latest applicable RBI guidelines are incorporated in the system or not. We cannot assume that system generated information is correct, so software should be updated for any recent regulatory changes. Then, when we look at the question bank, there is a module question on engagement team discussions. Engagement team discussions. Sir, what is this? Nothing. What are the matters that you will discuss within the engagement team if you're conducting audit of banks? All right. Students have created a code word and 2-3 points. We will discuss about errors, frauds, all right, banking system, discussion about non-performing asset. So errors that will occur, past errors, method used for planning fraud by the bank employees. And we will perform risk assessment procedure, further audit procedure, and discuss that with the team. So little bit, if you can tally from here in the answer, it will be great. And what are the best benefits of such engagement team discussion? That it enables the engagement team to consider an appropriate response to fraud risk. It gives a platform to share ideas. All right. Now, other points, there are some basic BCom kind of points. All right. Like what are the special features involved in case of bank audit? All right, banking system. So you see all code words and stuff given over here. We see large geography with technology. Volume, 1 point on volume. Bank has very high volume, complexity, geographical network, extensive use of technology. All right. Now, what are the different types of bank audit reports? What are the different types of bank audit reports that a statutory auditor normally signs apart from his main audit report? All right. So this you cannot just write anything. So if you look over here, I have given some examples. Ghosh's list. There was one Ghosh committee which had said that there are some compliances that bank has to do. So we have to give a report whether that is being followed or not. Then there is CARO is not applicable to banks, na? Because bank have a separate report called as long form audit report. Long form audit report, which is an additional reporting requirement prescribed by RBI. All right. So as an auditor, even I have to report upon this long form audit report. Then if there is any irregularity in the working of bank, then there is this SLR compliance report, statutory liquidity ratio report, and treasury operations report. Fraud reporting to central government is applicable for bank also. So 2-3 examples if you can remember from here. I'm not giving too much time to all of this. Okay. Then if they say that as an auditor, you have to draw an audit plan, all right, in case of banks, then audit plan should be drawn based upon what? All right, this can be the question of 3-4 marks. Audit plan should be drawn based upon what? Audit plan will be drawn based upon first of all previous experience, then whatever are the risk involved, all right, whatever are the operations of the bank, and we will consider, all right, all the features of the bank also. So please just understand whatever you look at this page, just have a glance at it. So you can write something very low probability that questions will be from this page. Accounts and audit technical requirement. Yes, at least this box be very careful. Accounts and audit technical requirement. So in case of banking financial statements, there is a separate format of financial statements. Bank does not follow Schedule 3 of Companies Act 2013. There is a separate format of the financial statements. and that is given in third schedule to Banking Regulation Act 1949. There are two forms of that schedule. Form A deals with balance sheet and Form B deals with P&L. In case of banking industry, even though it is a very big bank, still Ind AS is not applicable. They have to follow accounting standards issued by the ICAI. When it comes to appointment of auditor in case of banking industry, if this can be your MCQ, if it is an auditor of nationalized bank, he is appointed by the board of directors of the bank, not by RBI or something. RBI's prior approval required? Yes. Central government prior approval required? No. I am worried about nationalized bank. I am worried that students will just write CNAG of India, which is wrong, just thinking that it is some kind of government bank, which is not the case. An auditor will be appointed by board of directors of the bank. Regional rural bank, again, the bank will appoint board of directors. RBI prior approval, no, but central government prior approval, yes. This you have to revise 2-3 times. Okay. Then auditor of normal banking companies appointed by AGM shareholders. RBI prior approval, yes. All right. Central government prior approval, no. So central government prior approval, it seems it is required in case of audit of regional rural bank. All right. The remuneration of SBI auditors and nationalized bank is fixed by RBI in consultation with central government. So I don't see CNAG anywhere. CNAG is there if you want to appoint auditor of SBI, which is a proper government bank. Then in that case, CNAG of India will appoint that auditor. All right. Okay. So this page, you should just have a glance at it. Earlier page was done by me. All right. Audit of banks, auditor's report. As I told you, apart from the main audit report, there is something called as LFAR, long form audit report. It is additional reporting requirement prescribed by RBI to be followed by all types of banks. The statutory central auditors audit of all types of banks, they are required to submit LFAR to the banks latest by 30th June every year. Latest by 30th June every year. Please remember this. All right. Now, this is 1 3-4 marks question, but it is very basic. In case of nationalized bank and SBI, auditor is required to make a report to the central government. Arey baba, this report is very basic. Balance sheet, true and fair view. P&L, true and fair view. All right, look at this. Financial statements present, true and fair view of the affairs. Whatever information you wanted, whether the information has been given to you. All right. And any other matter which you think should be brought to the notice of central government. Remember just 1 or 2, 3 points, basic points over here in case of auditor of nationalized bank and SBI. Then remember this for MCQ. It is compulsory that in your audit report, you have to compulsorily mention the number of unaudited branches, that how many branches are unaudited, and let us say there are 80 branches which are unaudited. Then what is the total advance is given by that branch? That also you need to mention. So number of unaudited branches and quantification of advances must also be given in the audit report, which is a compulsory requirement. Application of essays in case of bank audit. Now there are few paragraphs in this bank audit chapter where they have mixed with standards on auditing. So I've created code words for you to understand if you have not focused too much on standards on auditing. All right, there can be a question called as initial considerations by the statutory auditor. Okay. Remember, initial considerations by the statutory auditor. So if you are the auditor and you are starting the bank audit, all right, then what are the initial considerations? In that, I have clearly written I eat CD. All right. So I for you cannot perform internal assignments in the bank, like internal audit, like concurrent audit, which is also another audit. You cannot perform these kind of assignments if you want to be the stat auditor. These are initial things that you need to be careful of. You need to ensure that your engagement team is an experienced team. A for you have to assess the risk involved in this particular audit. T for you should be very clear about your terms of engagement. All right, SA 210. C for it is a compulsory requirement that you have to communicate with the previous auditor before accepting the appointment. Yes, it is a compulsory requirement as per the code of ethics of the ICI. And D for declaration of indebtedness, you have to give a declaration in writing that auditor, firm, relative, staff, all right, none of them have become NPA if they have taken loan from that particular bank. Then there is one more question called as understanding the risk management process. If you have seen the last 60 minutes of my or last 30-40 minutes of my essay revisions, all right, which was chapter 3 risk assessment and internal control, then I had discussed over there components of internal control, CRIC monitor. All right, I had discussed over there in great details, okay, with the questions. If they ask you risk management process of the bank, if they ask you risk management process of the bank, you have to repeat that only, CRIC monitor, then automatically your answer will tally. All right, but if you have not seen that, then there is no point of me, again repeating that over here. Unnecessary disturbs the video. If you have seen that, then you will realize that it is the same thing. Okay. Some technical other points in case of banking industry. Okay. As an auditor, you may rely on the reports of other auditors. Okay. Or you may rely on some other reports also. What are those reports? First of all, you may rely on your own previous year's report. You may rely on internal audit report. You may rely on congruent audit report. Congruent audit is again continuous audit of transactions. Then you may rely on RBI. There are inspectors from RBI. You may rely on those reports. So basically, you will take help of other reports, and they may ask you to give such examples that from which reports you will take the help. So you can write 2-3 examples as I have given over here. If they ask you to define what is stress testing, then all the commercial banks have been requested that they need to do stress testing. That means whether the bank will be able to survive in an adverse economic scenario or not, and whether the bank's software can survive a sudden increase in the volume or not. Okay, that is called as stress testing. So if the bank's operations and bank's balance sheet is put under stress, whether it can survive that or not. Okay. Basel 3, Basel is nothing but a name of a city in Switzerland where international banking settlements, international banking regulations are framed, which mainly focuses on capital income and stuff. All right. Acha, just one quick tip. If anywhere, if they ask you prudential norms, PRUDENTIL, prudential norms, it is nothing but that NPA and income recognition norms only. Yeah? So you have to explain that only. I just thought I'll just tell you. Okay. So these were some very basic points. Acha, but listen to me. Apart from this, hello. Apart from this, what I have seen, all right, where students are struggling is one last part over here, which is audit of income and expense in case of banks. Audit of income and expense in case of banks. You have audit of revenue of the banks and you have audit of expense of the banks. My request, please understand, I'm giving you one simple request over here. All right. For example, this is the income part of the bank and this is the expense part of the bank. When it comes to income, obviously the bank will divide income into two: interest income and other income. Just go through this list once, just once. I'll tell you why. They have asked this in MCQ. The discount earned, on bills is actually interest income, not other income. All right. So just once you should just see this. Other income will be all that commission and fees. Nothing. Acha, expenses. All right. Interest expense, operating expense, provisions and contingent. Main expense is interest expense. Then whatever are the operating salary to staff and stuff, operating expense and provisions and contingencies. If you see depreciation, they have put under operating expense. Such kind of basic things you please look at. Okay. Just take out 5-10 minutes and just have a glance at it. That is one thing. Second important thing is for audit of revenue and audit of expenses. There is one very nice term which they have been questioning, which was also questioned in September 25. All right. That is takeout finance. All right. Takeout finance. Now, what is this takeout finance? Take out. I'm just searching the term. You may think that sir is not doing anything, but actually I'm searching the term. There is one question on takeout finance. You have to please be patient with me for this takeout finance. I have marked that question also to be discussed. Is right out. It not reflect on the screen. Actually, I'm searching. No, man. Okay, we'll have to be patient. Here. Sorry for the delay. Look at this question number 62. XYZ Developers, a property development firm, has secured a short-term construction loan from ABC Bank, right, to finance a residential project. Upon completion of the project, XYZ Developers plan to refinance this loan with a long-term takeout loan from DF financial institution. However, due to delays in the project's completion, XYZ Developers face difficulties in repaying the loan, and bank classifies the loan as NPA. What is this, man? What is this? All right. Now see, what is takeout loan? Listen to me. If L&T Infrastructure is building a very big infrastructure project, all right, and let us say Axis Bank is financing it, okay, then in that case, for few years, Axis Bank continues to finance it. Now L&T Infrastructure goes to SBI. At SBI, you please repay this Axis Bank and please take me out from this finance. I mean, please take me out from this arrangement with your finance. So SBI will finance so that L&T Infra can be take out from this arrangement. All right. So look at this. XYZ Developers secure short-term construction loan from ABC Bank. Upon completion of the project, XYZ Developers plan to refinance this loan with a long-term takeout loan from DF financial institution. So one lender giving the loan to another lender to take out the borrower from that particular financing arrangement. This is normally to boost the liquidity, all right, and to ensure that no single bank or financial institution comes under heavy financial pressure, all right. That is the takeout loan. Takeout loan is a method of financing whereby loan that is procured later from SBI is used to replace the initial loan. More specifically, a takeout loan or takeout financing is a long-term financing that the lender promises to provide at a particular date or when particular criteria is completed. Objective of takeout finance is to expand sources of finance, to boost the availability of longer, and to ensure that single bank or financial institution does not remain exposed for a long time. All right, now listen to me. Every bank has to classify NPA as per its own experience. In the case of takeout finance, if based on record of recovery, account is classified by the lending bank as NPA, it should not recognize income unless realized from the borrower or taking over institution. So obviously, NPA norms are never going to change. Every bank has to record based upon its own experience. All right. So everyone over here, that was with respect to takeout. I'm sorry it took some time. All right. So you can, just ensure that last 4 or 5 items questions with respect to audit of banks, you are going through. More than that, preparation is not required. All right. Okay. Audit of expenses also, interest expense, interest rate we have to check, calculations we are supposed to check. All right. So you can just go through my notes once over here, and that will be more than enough for your bank audit chapter preparation. I hope that you are feeling confident now with respect to bank audit. All right. Okay. Now we'll be doing audit of different types of entities. Audit of different types of entities. Again, even this audit of different types of entities. Okay. Audit of different types of entities. This is into, the main entities over here are government audit, cooperative society audit, LLP audit, right? And audit of local bodies. Okay. Any other audits are not that very important. We have to just go through it once. And if you are able to survive this revision video, all right, then you will feel much more confident with respect to audit of different types of entities also. All right, we will just take a 5-minute break. All right, and then we will start. All right, so for audit of different types of entities, all right, government audit, cooperative society audit, you have this LLP audit and local bodies. These are the important points. And for other institutions, all right, there are some basic things to be done. Okay, now listen to me. For audit of different types of entities, if I keep on explaining everything to you, all right, and you keep on doing everything, okay, it is not going to be very productive session. So what I have done is, for audit of different types of entities, all right, I have selected few questions. Okay. Only those questions I want you to do it properly, but don't worry, I'm giving you briefing about everything. All right. Apart from that, if you look at the video and do everything, it's too much of time investment. Audit of different types of entities, we have government audit framework. Okay. Now, if you see, my main investment was my notes, all right, which I have created and given it over here. You can just glance through these notes once, only glance. Then based upon last 10 attempts, I have made one full analysis of only, let us say, 6-7 questions and 1 or 2 MCQs here and there, which are main things. All right, I will give you the most important points to you. All right, this Article 266 Consolidated Fund of India is a very important point. Then this appointment of CNAG, very good for MCQs. Then their most favorite is this expenditure audit. All right, expenditure audit, which has 5 main principles of auditing. One of their favorite, okay, for expenditure audit. All right, audit against rules and orders, don't violate any rules while government expenditure. Audit of sanctions, everything has to be sanctioned, all right, authorized. Audit against provision of funds, okay, provision of funds means budget, first budget and then spend, budget and spend, budget and spend. All right, propriety audit is unnecessary expenditure should be avoided, and performance audit is that whether the expected results are being achieved or not. This is one of their super favorite, nothing can be missed out from this page. All right, again this we can just read it once, not too much of importance. This box is again for their MCQ, okay, and this to anyways you would have done in company law. All right, but yes, this particular section, rest section numbers are important. Okay, 143.5 and 143.6. When it comes to local bodies, 6 heads of expenditure very important, municipality and stuff, local bodies, and this objective of local bodies and the audit program. But once government audit is done, this becomes automatically very easy. Okay. Then audit of cooperative society is lengthy, right? It is lengthy. You can't keep on doing everything. So you will cover only to the extent I cover it in the question bank. All right. But just to tell you the most important points over here, they have kept on asking books of accounts definition. Then this only read once for MCQ kind of knowledge. All right. If possible. Then this page, investment of funds, shareholding restriction, borrowings, loans and advances, contribution to charitable purpose, again very sensitive over there. All right, special features, this is just a code word, and this special report to register has been a separate question. All right, just do my question bank, it will be more than enough. When I am uploading one question bank for non-essay topics on the same Google Drive, all right, you will love it, that will be more than enough. For audit of LLP, applicability of audit of LLP is one of their favorites. All right, and these form numbers to be submitted is also one of their favorites. Audit of hire purchase and leasing companies, in that operating lease and finance lease difference is one of their favorites. And what do you understand by hire purchase agreement? What do you understand by hire purchase agreement? Audit of NGO, listen, in case of NGO, this maintenance of books of accounts point is one of their favorite. All right, and then this revolving fund, you just read it, you will automatically understand, that is also one of their favorite. All right, foreign contribution regulation act 1 rule is their favorite, and then this audit of income corpus contribution. Okay, now for school, college, cinema hall, hospital and hotel, what I've done is, if you click on this link, this PDF will open, which is a module PDF. I have just highlighted important points over here, so you can just go on your phone itself, you can keep scrolling. All right, and automatically you will get all the important points. All right, automatically you will get all the important points. Just keep scrolling and you will get your important points. Okay, so that is how it can be done, or else just go through my question bank, which I'll upload, so that at least you are little prepared with respect to audit of different types of entities. Now comes your 16 marks chapter. All right, 15 to 16 marks chapter, that is audit of items of financial statements. You pick up any question from any attempt, this cannot be solved unless you are very clear with your accounts knowledge. All right, so there are how many types of questions when it comes to audit of items of financial statements? Listen to me very carefully. One, you will get audit of dash item. All right, I have created wonderful notes for you. Audit of dash item, let us say you get audit of salary. Here they will need 4 to 5 points. All right, they will need 1 point on document to be verified. They will need 1 point on accounting treatment. All right, then whatever is the account, then you can write 1 point on internal control system like authorization and stuff. Then you can write 1 point because this is salary. So you can bring income tax act also, TDS on salary deduction. All right. So these are the main points that will be required. Okay. So document, accounting treatment, disclosure in the financial statements. These kind of questions, if they're asked for 4 marks, you write just such points, you will get 2 out of 4 or something like that. You can practice some questions again, which I'll be uploading. Okay. Second, I'll be giving you some sample questions on how it is done. Second, audit of salary becomes very simple. But if I say audit of valuation of trade receivables, means I'm not asking full trade receivables. You have to give me only valuation. Valuation means provision for doubtful debts. So here you have to write very specific points. It depends upon your knowledge. See, this chapter 5 is all from all subjects, whatever knowledge you have, showing that knowledge is chapter 5. All right. No professor can prepare you separately for chapter 5. All right. It all depends upon the knowledge that you have. Now, trade receivables, 0 to 3 months, 3 to 6 months, 6 to 12 months, aging analysis, past experience, comparing it with previous year, analyzing the trade receivables for doubtful debts, whether provision is created properly or not, what was the provision created last year, what is the actual bad debts in this year. All right. Chances of recovery, collection audit. Through that, you can understand the valuation of trade receivables. These kind of questions, students normally end up scoring 50-60% of marks. All right, on the spot. Okay. However, there are some questions like, what about disclosure of cryptocurrency in the notes to accounts? Disclosure of cryptocurrency in the notes to accounts. Now what to do? Is crypto, and all of that, what to do? See, I have created these notes. See, details of cryptocurrency. All right, over here. Now, in I think last 1 or 2 attempts, this was asked. Relationship with stock of companies, this was asked. All right. Now, this is pure Schedule 3, which is printed in account syllabus. Right? But normally, professors don't do that. Everyone covers all the chapters of accounts. But Schedule 3, which is printed as an annexure, people don't do it separately. So, students are caught off guard over there. But let me tell you, total there are 78 questions that can be asked. If you prepare 2 to 2 points for these 78 questions, I don't think that you will suffer any problem. You will easily score 10 out of 16 over there, or 10 out of 15. Or if it is asked, couple of things are asked in MCQ, you can score 14 out of 15 also over there. All right. So this is how you will deal with the balance couple of topics. Okay. Still, if you need any help, please contact us. We will give you the explanations. We will help you out with anything and everything. But chapter 5, there is only one solution. Practice maximum questions that you can. Practice maximum questions. There is no fixed set of notes. Audit of banks, I can give you fixed set of notes. Audit of different types of entities, I can give you fixed set of notes. Or just follow this table, because just ensure that you have 2 to 3 points for every single point which is given in this table. All right. Done. 7, because this table I've created from the module only, there cannot be 79th question from here. The question has to be from these 78 questions. That much confidence I can give you. All right. So just go through my question bank, just go through the documents which I have uploaded on my Google Drive. I think it should be more than enough for the balance non-essay chapters. All right, please comment that how did our entire revision help you over here, and please show some love, please share it with others. Okay, and I will see you very soon at CA final level. All the very best. Thank you so much.